This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Survival Game for All Humanity. Is this a treasure chest? In the Wasteland, Linyu looked at the treasure box-like thing at his feet and couldn't help mumbling to himself. On the way to work, he saw an unimaginably large meteorite fall from the sky. With a deafening roar, a white light lit up, and he lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I arrived in this strange place. He accidentally stepped on a small purple lizard, and a treasure chest the size of a basketball appeared out of thin air on the ground. A mechanically synthesized voice sounded in his ears. You have obtained a wooden treasure chest. Lin Yuzheng was confused. When he lowered his head to get the treasure box, he found a black leather notebook lying next to him. It has the words, Survival Manual, written on it. Picking it up, suddenly lines of blue fluorescent text appeared in front of you. Congratulations. You, like the other 7.8 billion people on Earth, have come to this alien wasteland world to participate in this survival game. Staying alive is your only pursuit and goal. Disasters follow you like a shadow in this alien world. 7 days later, the first random disaster will come, and then there will be one every 7 days. And the cycle repeats. 3 days before a disaster occurs, there will be a disaster warning. The shelter is your only safety guarantee. After being destroyed, it will disappear on its own and will not be restored. The elderly, children, the disabled, and various groups who cannot take care of themselves, considering their weak survivability, will be teleported and dropped near their relatives after the first disaster, and each person will be provided with 3 days' worth of food, water, and other supplies. This world is rich in resources, but also full of dangers. Fighting against the mutated creatures living here, you may defeat it and have a certain chance of getting a treasure chest. But you may also fail and become its food. Mutated creatures will become more active and dangerous after night arrives. So please be careful. Survival supplies will be refreshed in the wild and can also be obtained from treasure chests. The quality of the treasure chests opened will be higher with the strength of the mutated creatures. Gather your mental power to open the game panel. You can use it to make your survival easier. Remember, the death here is the real death. Good luck to all mankind. After a while, the light curtain and manual also disappeared at the same time. This is a survival game in a different world? Linyu couldn't help but be surprised. The light curtain just now was definitely not something that could be produced by original technology. The treasure box in front of him and the previous notification sound in his mind also made him accept the reality immediately. Traveling to an alien planet with all mankind. The only purpose is to survive. What about a random disaster that happens once every 7 days? What's the disaster? Floods, blizzards, mudslides, earthquakes, animal swarms, meteorites falling to the ground. No matter which one it is, it doesn't sound good. Even Linyu, who had always been ambitious, was a little nervous at this time. He looked around. This is a world composed of sparse grasslands and lush, barren and desolate. There was dead silence. Wait, did you just say that if you fight mutant creatures, you have a chance to get a treasure chest? Linyu looked at the treasure box again. Somewhat incomprehensible. That weak little lizard can be considered a mutated creature? He opened the treasure chest. You got Nongfu Sanquan Mineral Water 600 milliliters X1. Farmer 3 Fist Mineral Water? Linyu frowned. Isn't this a different world? When the mineral water was taken out, the treasure chest also disappeared. Weird, Linyu said, then raised his head and looked in another direction. Less than 10 meters away from him, there was an extremely dilapidated thatched roof house, which he had noticed just now. It should be the refuge mentioned in the manual. This thing that is tilted to one side and has holes everywhere is actually a shelter. Linyu couldn't help but curse. He opened the door, and before he could step inside, the door crashed to the ground. Linyu, who was almost hit, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, turning his sight into the dim thatched cottage. He found that the interior was very simple. The walls made of hay were about 2.5 meters high. There was only a pile of hay piled in the corner, and nothing else. How about a shelter like this? I'm afraid it might not have collapsed first and killed him inside. Linyu sat on the musty-smelling hay and expressed concern about the firmness of the place. However, it should be possible to repair it. He remembered what the manual said to concentrate. And soon, a curtain of light appeared in front of him. Important information. Trading mall. Shelter information. Manufacture. Inventory. Oh, it's really like a game. Lin Yu focused his attention on important news. And then a new picture popped up. 3 options. One is announcement. The other is group. And the other is private chat. Good guy. Old QQ. The Goose Factory is in trouble for the first time. Announcement, send disaster information in real time. And there will be continuous reminders before the disaster arrives. Lin Yu remembered that the manual mentioned that there would be a random disaster every 7 days. And would be notified 3 days later. What the disaster will be is still unknown. However, there is such a thing that makes people feel more stressed. The time is thoughtfully written on it. The first day of the end of the calendar. 11 hours 23 minutes and 49 seconds. Continue to look at the group. It is almost the same as the QQ chat group. Except that the avatars are all photos of the person. The nickname is the original name. And there is a plus sign next to it, which should mean adding friends. There were a total of 10,000 members in the group. Lin Yu flipped through it and found that there didn't seem to be many faces from the Tang dynasty. Most of them were foreigners. And their names were thoughtfully translated into Tang characters. Now, the chat information is also constantly being refreshed. Oh, guys, is this thatched hut a shelter? I bet it just steps back and it collapses. Oh my god! I swear I just touch it and it collapses. Which of you was born by the water? There's not a drop of water here. It's all sand. I'm going to die of thirst. His grandma's. Why is there no water? The chance of finding a treasure chest when killing monsters is too low. I killed 4 green rat-like monsters, and none of them came out of the box. That's right. The chance is too low. I also killed a bunch of bugs, but not a single one. Who burst out of the box? Report. 7 fist-sized beetles haven't emerged yet. And the non-chiefs are passing by. Forget the treasure chest. Who found the food? I was on a hunger strike for 3 days to lose weight. And I was starving to death. Lin Yu browsed for a while. There is a lot of watering down. But there is also some useful information. He noticed that everyone's location was also different. Including Gobi, desert, forest, and some like him in the wilderness. But what seems to be a common lack is water and food. For this reason, someone set their target on the treasure chest and went straight to find trouble with the mutated creatures. Lin Yu found the chat search and filter function. After inputting treasure box with his mind, he found thousands of messages. None of them complained that the probability was too low. And none of them revealed the treasure box. Are the odds really that low? This made Lin Yu gradually feel that he might really be possessed by Emperor O at that time. I walked out of the room and looked around. There was no sign of the water source. And food was out of the question. In sight, apart from weeds and stones, there were only sparse trees. Podgy. At this time, a purple-black grasshopper that was several times larger than expected jumped to his feet. Lin Yu stepped on it like a reflex. You got a wooden treasure chest. Got it again? After opening, you got Kong Shui Fu braised lamb flavor instant noodles X1. Suddenly there is food? Who said food is hard to come by just now? Holding the instant noodles, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder. Is his face so white? After searching carefully around, I finally found a crawling red caterpillar. He took a deep breath. Try again. Taking off his shoes, Lin Yu aimed at it and took a shot. Snapped. You got a wooden treasure chest. Something is wrong. Lin Yu's scalp went numb when he saw the treasure boxes appearing one after another on the ground. No matter how European you are, you can't be so European. Right? There aren't even a dozen others. But if I kill 3, I can get 3? Isn't this probability a bit too high? Lin Yu walked far away and found 3 red lizards that looked like they were enlarged several times and were eating something unknown. Pick up 2 shoes and walk over. Bang, bang, bang. You got a wooden treasure chest. You get. Lin Yu looked at the 3 boxes that came out in front of him. His head buzzing. Unexpectedly, 6 consecutive treasure chests came out. Could it be that? 100% chance of exploding the treasure chest. Could this be my golden finger? Chapter 2 Existential Crisis. Real death. Looking at the treasure box in front of him, Lin Yu was filled with excitement. He can now confirm that after traveling to this different world, he obtained a golden finger. There is a 100% probability of finding a treasure chest. After killing 3 little lizards at once, 3 treasure chests appeared at the same time. This is definitely not something that can be explained by a shameless face. More than that, Lin Yu opened a total of 4 treasure boxes. You get a 600 milliliters bottle of Wahihi purified water. You got 500 grams of bread. You get a 600 milliliters bottle of hot dew mineral water. You got 500 grams of bread. What was obtained was the most scarce water and food for everyone. He opened the group and silently peeked at the screen for a while, still seeing that many people were still complaining that the chance of popping the treasure chest was too low. It seems that he is the only one with this golden finger. Lin Yu also discovered that because there was no water in food, most people had no choice but to attack mutant creatures in the hope of obtaining treasure chests. Drinking water and food are necessary for survival. Lin Yu has read reports that people can survive for 2 months or even longer without eating at their ultimate limit. For ordinary people, it's a week or 2 weeks. But if you don't drink water, you will die in 3 days. It can be said that water is the most basic prerequisite for the continuation of life. The manual says that after the first disaster is over, groups such as the elderly and children will be sent over with 3 days' worth of food and water for each person. But the first disaster will happen 7 days later. If there is no water, how many people can survive until 7 days later? Not to mention, they are talking about surviving the disaster. Who knows how many days it will take to survive a disaster? Lin Yu grew up in an orphanage with no relatives or relatives. Even then, there would be no such supplies. With this road blocked, Lin Yu could only fend for himself. However, including the first treasure chest opened, he already has 3 bottles of water, each of which is 600 milliliters. In theory, if you want to maintain optimal levels of your body, you need to drink 2 liters of water every day. But in today's world where everyone is trying to survive, this is too ideal. Lin Yu felt a little relieved when he saw that even a day's worth of water could be used even if he used it extravagantly. At least I don't have to worry about water for the time being. In terms of food, it's no problem to last for 2 days. What's more, with a golden finger that is 100% sure to explode the treasure chest, you should be able to get as many of these things as you want. Carrying these things back to the broken thatched house, Lin Yu tripped over the broken door, which made him realize that solving the problem of water and food did not solve everything. After unscrewing the cap of a bottle of water, Lin Yu took a sip, concentrated, and opened the game panel again. Just after opening it, he suddenly saw that the total number of people in the upper right corner of the group changed to 9996. After another minute or so, it changed to 9991. Wait, what's going on? Does this mean that there are fewer people? Less. That means die! A chill instantly enveloped Lin Yu. This game is undoubtedly real. So the decrease in this number means that someone is really dead. Lin Yu searched carefully and found that 9 people's portraits were grayed out. This also includes the one who said before that the house collapsed. Die. In this world, if it's dead, it's really dead. Lin Yu felt a sense of crisis again. Water and food ensured that he would not die of thirst or starvation. But in terms of safety, how much worse was he than the one whose house collapsed? With a hint of worry, I looked directly at shelter related, and soon a picture popped up. Shelter, thatched hut. Area, 40. Durability, 2 out of 10. Comment, did you know that the big bad wolf will fall down when he blows on it? Run away and find the little pig who can make a log house. Shelter points 0. Good guy. Does this durability really mean it will collapse at any time? It's okay to have a taunt in this game. But, yes. Not to mention whether this shabby thatched hut can withstand random disasters. Even a larger mutated creature can't stand it at night. In particular, the survival manual also said that the activities of mutated creatures will be more intense at night. If you are unlucky, just take the dog with you at night. Lin Yu walked outside the house again and looked into the distance. There are obviously some black spots moving in the grass in the distance. That's definitely not a mutant creature that's as easy to deal with as a strange insect. He felt that this matter must be resolved before night came. Lin Yu looked directly at manufacturing. 2 subcategories popped up. One was shelter-related, and the other was survival-related. Shelter-related is divided into doors, walls, floors, roofs, etc. Lin Yu glanced at the collapsed grass gate. This seems to be what needs to be addressed first. Grass gate, fodder X3. Wooden door, wood X2. Sherman, stone X4. Soon, 3 plans were given on the screen. But Lin Yu almost didn't think about it and directly blocked Chow Min. That thing is the same as nothing else. It's good if it can block a bug when it's stretched to death, but it can be restored to its original shape, and it's made of grass. As for the stone gate, Lin Yu felt that this shabby thatched house might not be able to support the weight of the stone gate. Then, there is only one option. However, Isn't it just okay to collect wood and find trees? Lin Yu probably has a development path. He walked out the door and looked around. Wasteland. Grass. Tree? It seems that there is a small forest a few hundred meters away. After biting the bullet and heading over there, Lin Yu discovered that the thinnest one here had to be 10 centimeters thick. This can't be done. In short, there are no tools. Open the manufacturing page. And there is indeed a plan in the survival-related list. Stone axe, wood X1. Stone X1. Ah, this. Do I need to make an axe if I can find wood? After searching for a while, there were not even dry branches nearby, and no stones could be found. Stuck? In sight. Except here. There is nothing related to tree. After searching carefully, there was not even a small stone there. Good guy. How barren is my shelter? On the way back to the thatched cottage, Lin Yu unexpectedly discovered that he seemed to have never encountered any mutant creatures in such a long distance. Not to mention the little lizards. Not even the purple grasshoppers were seen. Hiding? Lin Yu thought for a while. Returned to the thatched house. Opened the game panel. And then looked at the trading mall. The screen flashed and there wasn't much information. Seller, Doucher Lava. Trading item, secret burger. Required, 1L of any liquid. Seller's note, Ollie. Do it. Guys. Seller, Berg. Trading item, mutated creature meat. Required, iron block X2. Seller's note, rich in protein. Chicken flavor. Crunchy. Seller, Jean Lay. Trading item, timber X2. Required, 500 milliliters drinking water. Seller's note, I spent a long time cutting down the tree to get it. Water comes. After a cursory browse, Lin Yu found that there was not only direct exchange of goods, but also auction and bidding functions. Although there are many people who pretend to be false, Lin Yu has indeed discovered that most people are looking for the same thing. Water. Water, as a trading commodity, seems to have become a hard currency. Indeed, if you want to survive, you cannot live without water. After the concept of money disappeared, barter became the only mainstream. Moreover, it is not just simple buying and selling, but also auctions and other methods. He searched again to see if there was anyone selling water, but found nothing. It seems that there may not be many people who explode the treasure chest. Looking at the water next to him again, Lin Yu also had some ideas. Opening the inventory, Lin Yu noticed that there were 10 grids in total, and items of the same category could be accumulated in one grid. Take out one bottle and drink it alone. Put the remaining 2 bottles of water into it, and soon it will display drinking water X2. 3 bottles of water. A total of 1.8 L, which is not too much. Now it's time to choose how to exchange. Lin Yu looked around at the sellers asking for water. Although there were quite a lot of them, their demands were extremely outrageous. Instead of them setting the price, set the price yourself. Auction. Seller, Lin Yu. Auction item, 200 milliliters purified water. Required, wood. Seller's note, the highest bidder wins. And just after Lin Yu put the water on it, the group's chat history exploded instantly. Chapter 3 Treasure Chest with too low explosion rate. At this moment, half a day has passed in the survival game. The sun is scorching outside, and the temperature is extremely high. Many people with thirsty throats laid down to rest in the dilapidated thatched huts. However, Lin Yu's message about selling water made these people excited almost instantly. Someone is selling water! All you want is wood? Damn it! Someone is willing to sell water. Is there still 200 milliliters left? Did it come from a treasure chest? It can't be that there is a water source next to the shelter. I dug 2 meters and found no water. I understand. Let's go chop down the tree now. The boss is waiting for me. Brother Lin Yu, give me some water. I'm so thirsty. I can go out with you for a day. Send me the card number. I want the water worth 20,000 yuan. Lin Yu looked at the transaction private messages again, and there were 100 plus messages in an instant. There were some who were seducing, some who were threatening, some who told him that he was being paid a lot of money, and some who were pleading. He simply chose to ignore it, no matter which one was unreliable. Besides, return to the original world? It is estimated that this is not possible at all. He looked at the bid record. As a result, he was surprised to find that in just a short period of time, someone had already produced a number that exceeded his expectations. Lin Yu didn't want to waste too much time and directly chose that person's conditions. You lost 200 milliliters of water. You obtained wood X20. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yu found that the water in the water bottle in his hand had dropped a lot. At the same time, there are 20 more units of wood. Gusts of breeze blew into the thatched house through countless gaps in the hay. Water, which was almost worthless in the original world, has become a hard currency in this survival game. Maybe these 200 milliliters of water can be exchanged for more. But Lin Yu is not that greedy. And his time is also precious. Open the manufacturing panel. Then shelter related. The interface in front of him changed again. And Lin Yu looked at the manufacturing interface. Wooden wall, wood X15. Now that he has 20 units of wood, Lin Yu no longer has to build a wooden door. Wouldn't it be nice to just replace the walls of the entire shelter with stronger wood? Select to confirm manufacturing. There was a flash of white light. Wood 15. Your shelter has been replaced with wooden walls. Soon, after the light dissipated, Lin Yu was delighted to find that the walls had changed from the drafty and extremely weak hay to slightly thicker wooden boards. Although it is still very bumpy and uneven, the firmness is much better than before. Next, there is the door. Wooden door, wood X2. Select to confirm manufacturing. There was a flash of white light. Wood 2. Your shelter has been replaced with a wooden door. Lin Yu raised his eyes and saw that a brand new wooden door had appeared in the door frame. In this way, it should be able to withstand mutant creatures. As he walked over, he discovered that there was a bolt on the door. After placing the door bolt, he instantly felt a sense of security surrounding him. In this way, it should be able to withstand mutant creatures. Drinking water and food are already guaranteed, and the shelter has become much stronger. The pressure on myself before was reduced a lot. With a soft breath, Lin Yu laid down on the straw and looked at the remaining materials in the inventory. Which aspect should be improved next? Looking up, the roof is still leaking. The hay under my butt is also a bit irritating. The quality of life seems to be able to be improved. However, before that, he also had some plans. What Lin Yu can confirm now is that opening the treasure chest can now ensure access to water and food. And wood and stone can change the strength of the shelter, making him safer. But in the area where he was, there were only sparse grassland, loess all over the ground, and only a few trees. There were no stones or other minerals at all. Resources cannot be said to be in short supply, they are all scarce. It can be said that if it weren't for this 100% treasure chest explosion system, this would be a perfect start. Moreover, in fact, the crisis has not yet been completely resolved. How many mutant creatures are there around here that are as easy to deal with as mutant bugs? What should I do if I encounter someone stronger? The more Lin thought about the bugs and lizards he had beaten to death, he couldn't help but take off his shoes, picked up a ball of hay, and planned to rub it on them. It turned out that there were countless burn holes on the soles of his shoes. Those bug lizards didn't seem to be as weak as he thought. Fortunately, he stepped on it with his feet instead of slapping it with his hands. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Yu finally understood what a mutated creature was. He thought of the dead people in the group, who might have died because of their contempt for these mutated creatures. It seems that rather than improving the environment, it is more urgent to make a weapon first. Open the crafting panel and select survival related. There were quite a lot of things that could be made inside. And Lin Yu looked directly at the weapons. Wooden spade, wood X2. Stone gun, wood X3. Stone X2. Wooden bow, wood X3. Fiber X3. Slingshot, wood X1. Leather X2. Iron spear, wood X2. Iron block X3. Torch, wood X1. Hay X3. Wooden bed, wood X4. Lin Yu took a bite of bread and looked at the various options in the manufacturing column. There are all kinds of things here, whether they are tools, weapons, or even furniture. But after browsing for a while, Lin Yu eliminated most of them. Although Lin Yu could make some wooden weapons and stone weapons immediately, they each had their own shortcomings. As weapons such as axes and hammers, the attack range is not far, even if they can be thrown. Lin Yu himself has not practiced them, so accuracy is a problem. The wooden bow has a wide enough range, but there are still accuracy issues, and arrows need to be made. Farm tools are not considered as their lethality is limited. Lin Yu finally looked at the spear and gun. He saw that, also made of stone. The spear cost 2 wood and 2 stones, while the gun cost 3 wood and 2 stone. It seems that for almost the same weapons, the difference in resource consumption is something Lin Yu is more concerned about. Lin Yu chose a spear, but in terms of material, iron was obviously sharper than stone. It's better to reach the stomach in one step. but he didn't have the iron block. But someone has it. When we walked outside, the sky seemed to be getting darker. After taking a sip of water and opening the group, Linyu found that the chat panel was still lively. I found the water source. But the water is green. Can I drink it? I'm too thirsty. Sell it in the mall. Let me try it for you. Let's auction it. The one with the highest price will get it. Where is the big guy who sells water this morning? Now they are selling 15 milliliters and 20 milliliters. How can you exchange for a bottle of water that is so much? Why is it enough? Report. The 17th little lizard finally came out of the wooden treasure chest. And there are steamed buns inside. A lot of material for water exchange. Please chat privately if interested. Linyu watched the chat messages for more than 10 minutes. However, he did get a lot of useful information. Someone opened a box. Or got food. Or water. When he opened the trading mall again, Linyu saw someone selling water at a high price. Even the green liquid he saw just now was quickly sold out. Moreover, after browsing for a while, there were a lot of supplies listed, and most people wanted to change the water. Indeed, compared to wood, stone, etc., this demand for water is necessary, especially the first few days. How many people who have traveled through this different world can challenge the human body's limit without drinking water? Not too much. I'm afraid. Without water or food, most people will fall into negative emotions such as anxiety and pessimism. And they will try their best to find some hope in this trading mall. And some people will blindly look for attacking mutant creatures because of this, hoping to get treasure chests. However, the low explosion rate and the particularity of mutated creatures have made this behavior more dangerous. Thus, Linyu looked again at the upper right corner, where the total number of people was displayed. 9,811. Nearly 200 people out of a group of 10,000 people have disappeared. And it only took a few hours. Linyu didn't know how they died. But there was no doubt that many people were obsessed with the word water. I wonder how many people in the world have been wiped out by now. This survival game is really scary. Chapter 4 Spearman's Lucky as from Ancient Times. At this moment, it has been more than 6 or 7 hours since everyone arrived in this different world. After sighing, Linyu checked them all and searched for the keyword, water. Soon, 8 sales information popped up, 3 of which were sent by the same person. But as mentioned in the group, they really only sell 5 ml and 10 ml. And there is a lot of demand. But no one took pictures. After all, no one was stupid. No one would buy it unless they were forced to a certain extent. He thought for a moment and hung up his own. Seller, Linyu. Auction item, 200 milliliters purified water. Required, iron block. Seller's note, the highest bidder wins. Like last time, Linyu did not reveal the exact quantity he needed. The purchasing power of water, as a hard currency, depends on the urgency and purchasing power of those who need it. If you show your cards casually and try to sell later, there will be a considerable rebound. What's more, such an auction can also maximize profits. Can you change it to a little less fragrant? As soon as Linyu entered the auction, the group exploded again. I'll go. Who is Linyu? Selling water? Brother Lin, we got so much water in the early days. Could it be that my birthplace is close to a water source? Damn it. I'm in the desert. You want materials this time too? Is there such a shortage? I'm digging, picking up rocks, and cutting down trees. To be honest, I have mines outside. Let's talk privately. Linyu? Linyu glanced at it and waited for another 10 minutes. Looking at the trading mall again, the number of private messages reached 100 plus again. But he still didn't read it. As for the number of bids, it was an astonishing 50 times. Linyu directly selected to confirm the highest bid, and clicked OK with satisfaction. You lost 200 milliliters of water. You obtained iron block X10. You get plastic bottle X1. Sure enough, as time went by, the purchasing power of water increased again. Of course, this is also related to the fact that many people mine more materials. 200 milliliters is much more sincere than other people's 5 milliliters or 10 milliliters. It is also one of the main reasons why these people bid crazy for it. For Linyu, it was only 1/3 of a bottle of water. Moreover, it can be obtained by killing mutated creatures without much effort at all. But Linyu was also very sober. This state cannot be maintained for too long. From the group chat, we can see that there are still many fierce people. When he first arrived, there were strong men hunting small lizards and other beasts. No matter how low the chance was, it was only a matter of time before the treasure chest came out. Moreover, He is not the only one who has a game panel that can be manufactured. Everyone has this thing. As the materials collected increase, many people will also use the collected materials in manufacturing. In the early days, everyone is still exploring and getting familiar with this survival game. But as time goes by, more and more people will sell water, and the purchasing power of water will continue to decrease. Linyu felt that if he accumulated all kinds of resources in the first 2 days, he would be more prepared than others when he knew what the disaster would be on the third day. In the inventory, the wood is 3 and the iron is 10. Linyu closed the group and came to the manufacturing page. After directly selecting the iron spear, a faint light flashed. You get an iron spear normal. Wood -2. Iron block -3. Linyu had an extra spear in his hand. The spear head is sharp and sharp. The spear body is about 2 meters. And it is slightly heavy. Linyu ran outside and played around for a while to get familiar with the feel. Poke. Prod. Prod. Stir. Sweep. He remembered that when he was a child, he was learning how to fight from an older kid in the orphanage. He had found a long stick and practiced for a while. Although it seems to be nonsense now, it seems to have allowed him to get started with the unfamiliar weapon of the spear to a certain extent. However, Linyu also discovered something. After the iron spear was made, there was a word, ordinary. Could it be said that this thing also has levels? Well, the more you do it, and your proficiency increases, the more higher level things will come out? Or is it completely random? Linyu didn't have any more information about this, so he could only guess. After searching nearby for a while, I found a large purple-black grasshopper. The number of mutated creatures does not seem to be as large as imagined. This grasshopper is several times larger than its counterpart on Earth, and it seems that its body fluids are corrosive. His jumping ability seems to be okay, and his moving speed is actually not much slower than walking. I didn't observe it as carefully as I did now. But now it seems that this thing is really dangerous. Now, this thing had discovered Linyu, jumped up high, danced its wings behind it, and flew straight towards him. Linyu did not choose to kill this thing in the air, but instead spotted the direction in which it was flying, dodged to the side, and the moment it landed on the ground, he split it in two with a sharp spear. This time, Linyu was much more careful than before. Although the bug was still the same bug, Linyu's mentality also changed at this moment. Just because he was lucky enough not to be burned by the insect's bodily fluids the last few times didn't mean that he could still take such risks after knowing about it. You only have one life. And if you lose to this insect, it's really not worth it. You get a wooden treasure chest. At the same time as the system prompt sounded, the treasure chest appeared. Linyu was no longer surprised at all. What comes out of the wooden treasure chest is either water or food. Maybe a higher level treasure chest can produce better things. But around his shelter, these mutated creatures were too rare. If he really wants to challenge those larger mutated creatures, he doesn't have that kind of strength. He also has a 100% chance of exploding treasure chests. But others don't. In this case where the explosion rate is extremely low, after killing the weak mutant creatures around them, and still not getting any treasure chests, others can only attack the larger mutant creatures. This is a game that forces people to adapt and become stronger. Putting it directly into his inventory, he chose to continue hunting, putting aside the issue of supplies. It would also be good to become more familiar with weapons. However, Linyu walked around for a while, and found no mutant creature. The doubts in his mind were getting bigger and bigger. Various resources here are scarce. Could it be said that the same is true for mutant creatures? If this is the case, then the treasure chest probability is 100% useless. Linyu put away the treasure box, and came to a relatively high hill, in the world composed of moss and grass. Hundreds of meters away, he did see some black spots that appeared and disappeared in the grass. If you can still see it from such a distance, it must be something much larger than a bug. He felt that at least it was as big as a dog or a sheep. Can he deal with such a large mutated creature? Otherwise, let's cut down the trees first and change the roof to wooden one first. Choosing iron axe, which cost 1 wood and 1 iron block. Linyu soon had a strong iron axe in his hand. It was similar to the iron axe he used to chop wood when he was a child, and it looked quite sharp. Arriving at the woods, Linyu waved the iron axe. Under the scorching sun and high temperature, this kind of strenuous labor is extremely mentally and physically draining, making people more likely to feel thirsty. After finally cutting down the tree and taking a sip of water, Linyu fully realized that other people's desire for water was not fake. Nowadays, except for some who are still lying in the house to rest, everyone is probably outside cutting down trees or quarrying in order to survive. After resting for a while, Lin Yu picked up the axe and continued to chop down the tree. After cutting down 3 small trees in a row, Lin Yu obtained 15 units of wood and put them in the inventory. After resting for a while, he picked up the iron axe and walked into the wilderness. Did you feel something was wrong just now? Are all the mutated creatures hiding? After searching carefully again, Lin Yu even spent more time than cutting down the tree before he saw a strange caterpillar with tentacles all over its body where the lizard had been trampled to death. The stone axe was swung down, and a treasure chest appeared. That should be almost it. Looking up, before I knew it, the sun was setting and the sky was much darker. Lin Yu, who was feeling a little hungry, just turned around and walked towards the shelter. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise. Turning around to check quickly, his eyes suddenly opened wide. Only a few dozen meters away from him, a fiery red thing was slowly moving towards him. Chapter 5: Obtain an iron treasure chest. At this moment, a capital word, danger, appeared in Lin Yu's mind. He turned around quickly, and just when he was about to make a move, he saw the giant locust suddenly jumped into the air and flew directly towards him. The wings vibrated and made a terrifying sound. Lin Yu took a breath of cold air and immediately ran to the side as fast as he could. Turning around, he saw that the big locust had landed on the ground and jumped towards him again. Lin Yu ran directly towards the shelter this time, his heart filled with alpacas racing. The speed of this thing is too fast. Can it fly even if it is so big? Cheating. Okay. After rushing into the house, he quickly closed the door, put the door bolt in place as quickly as possible, and stood close to the door. However, before he could take a breath, his back felt a strong vibration from the other side of the door. Lin Yu leaned against the door tightly, sweat dripping from his forehead. However, the sustained impact was not felt again. The sound of locusts jumping did not come again. After a few more minutes, Lin Yu wiped the sweat off his face, feeling confused. What's the situation? Gone? But at this time Lin Yu could only guess. After all, his shelter didn't even have a window, and he had no idea what was going on outside. While he was wondering, Lin Yu suddenly heard a strange sound, and this sound came from the direction above the head. The hay slowly fell to the ground. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at the roof. Less than 3 or 4 meters away from him, a huge locust's head had passed through the hay roof, and its huge compound eyes were staring at him. Almost instinctively, he opened the door and rushed out. At the same time, there was a vibration behind him, and the giant locust had fallen to the ground. Lin Yu closed the door directly without thinking. The door could not be opened outward, and the locust could not get out for the time being. For the time being, he was relatively safe. However, the sound of its impact sounded from somewhere else. If left alone, the newly renovated wooden house might be smashed into pieces. If the shelter is destroyed, he thought of the man whose head turned gray after he collapsed the shelter. No. If there is really no refuge, death is not far away. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his face, looked at the thatched spire with a big hole in it, picked up the iron spear at hand, and climbed up in 2s and 2s. For him, who was accustomed to climbing trees and climbing to his room in the orphanage, this kind of thing was simply too easy. Through the big hole, Lin Yu looked into the room. The giant locust was still hitting the wall, and strong vibrations were constantly coming. Bug! Look here! Lin Yu clenched the iron spear in his hand and shouted angrily. The locust noticed the movement here, suddenly jumped and flew straight to the cave entrance. The iron spear in Lin Yu's hand was shot out instantly when the monster was closest. Puff! The tip of the spear entered diagonally from the locust's head, and the sharp spear blade quickly cut the skin, rushed out of its lower abdomen, and hit the ground heavily. Is it done? Lin Yu watched the thing beating and struggling on the ground, and did not take it lightly to check. After a while, until it only twitched slightly, Lin Yu finally relaxed and descended from the roof to the ground. You got an iron treasure chest. At this moment, the prompt finally came, and all the strength in Lin Yu's body seemed to have been drained away, causing him to sit directly on the ground. This is too dangerous. He waited for a while before finally standing up again. Said to be a mutated creature, this locust is more like a monster. There are no locusts as big as a big dog. They can jump so high and fly so far. If it weren't for the iron spear, he might really have to spend a lot of effort to kill it. Or even killed by it. Faced with death for the first time, Lin Yu calmed down for a while, then took a deep breath and stood up again. At this time, The joy of getting the iron treasure chest washed away most of the tension. I have always obtained wooden treasure chests, but this is the first time I have made an iron treasure chest. Only then did he remember that the survival manual mentioned that the stronger the mutated creature defeated, the more advanced the treasure chest he would get. After entering the house, next to the body of the giant red locust, there was indeed a metal box that was larger than the previous wooden treasure box. Dragging the iron spear, Linyu dragged the heavy locust corpse out of the stone door, and then pulled out the iron spear. After doing this, he felt like he was exhausted. Along with challenges, there are often opportunities. He opened the iron treasure chest. You got matches X1, a pack of tinfoil, a roll of toilet paper. A match was actually fired. The importance of fire sources is self-evident. Think about it. It was pitch black in this late-night shelter. If a mutated creature attacked, without the light of the flame, he would be passive, and he might even die as a result. On the other hand, fire can also cook food, allowing him to resist the cold. The ratio of water and food found in wooden treasure chests should be random. As for the iron treasure chest, it seems that it can currently provide some basic props for survival. Tinfoil can be used as a cooking tool in many situations. Linyu remembered some food videos he had watched, saying that raw meat could be cooked in a short time by wrapping the food and throwing it into the fire. As for toilet paper, at some point, at least you don't need to wipe it with those unknown weeds. Right? Linyu walked outside the house again, spent one wood and one iron block to make a shovel, and then dug a hole. This is naturally to bury the locusts. He always felt that if this thing was thrown here, it might attract unknown mutated creatures. If there is another more powerful one, it will be so sour. After a while, Linyu dug out the prototype of a big pit with a shovel. However, at this time he thought of another thing. Could an underground shelter be dug? He looked back at the cabin behind him. If he hadn't released the locusts at that time, how long would the wooden wall have lasted? What if we encounter a mutant creature more powerful than a giant locust? Linyu always felt that even if the entire house was replaced with stone, it would not be so strong. Moreover, it is not just mutant creatures that need to be guarded against. There are people. This is a survival game. An extreme environment similar to the end of the world. There was no water, no food, and even the shelter collapsed at a touch. This kind of environment can often bring out the ugliest side of human nature. Born in an orphanage, Lin has been exposed to society earlier than ordinary people, and is more adaptable to a person's life. As a result, he is more cautious than his peers. He doesn't want to harm anyone, but only if others don't harm him. The big hole was finally dug, and I looked up and saw the sunset. Unconsciously, it was so late. Chapter 6. I eat noodles. You eat dirt. After burying the locusts, Linyu returned to the house with an iron spear and shovel in hand. I took a big bite of bread, chewed it carefully, and swallowed it together with the sweet mineral water. Linyu could clearly feel the return of the energy that had been overdrawn by this day. To describe the feeling, it's like meeting dew after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, or meeting firewood when dry firewood. Ahem. In short, it is very moist. But this shelter is not yet in perfect condition. Wooden walls, wooden doors, and a thatched roof with holes. This won't work. Who knows if there are any mutant bugs, bats, birds, or the like running in from there at night. Open the game panel. Torch, wood X1. Hay X3. Gather up the hay on the ground and put it into the inventory. Select it to confirm manufacturing. Soon, a torch with a black head appeared in his hand, and Linyu took out the match he just got and lit it. The red flame suddenly ignited. The light of the flames also illuminated this dim shelter. The burning time of the torch is 12 hours. It can be used to judge vague time. After digging a hole and burying the torch in place, Linyu looked up at the roof. If it had been made of wood at that time, why would giant locusts get into the house? Selecting the panel related to the shelter, Linyu immediately selected the wooden roof option. Wooden roof, wooden X8. Good guys. I need them all. Linyu had no choice. After choosing to build, with a flash of white light, he finally got a complete wooden house. It seems. What else is missing? The hay had been turned into torch ingredients, and the place where it originally lay was gone. Linyu once again spent 4 units of wood to make a wooden bed. The remaining hay was thrown together on this wooden bed that looked pretty good, and Linyu lay on it with the character, Kwang. Comfortable. On this day, too many things happened. Traveling here, survival games, treasure chests, giant locusts. Everything seems so unreal. But it actually exists. Lin Yu was also thinking about what kind of power could allow the whole world to travel to this different world together. And also allow everyone to have something similar to a system? What are mutant creatures? Can we still go back to Earth? Thinking about these problems, Lin Yu was still very energetic at first. But as time passed, his eyelids gradually became unable to lift. The sense of security in the wooden house made him no longer worry about any dangers that might come at night. After a while, he hugged the hay and finally fell asleep. Relatively speaking, other people cannot even guarantee the most basic water and food, let alone sleep and have torch lighting. Some people's refuges were initially in forests and mountains. They were able to mine a lot of wood, stone and iron blocks, and build wooden houses or even stone houses, as well as various tools and weapons. The sustainable labor makes them thirsty and hungry. In this way, they only gained temporary safety and held some resources. But the most important things like water and food, they didn't have it all. So I can only browse the water in the mall over and over again, and don't know when it will appear. There are also some people who choose to make simple weapons, or even attack mutant creatures without making weapons. But the probability of the treasure chest being exploded is so low that they continue to challenge their nerves amid repeated disappointments. After all, killing mutated creatures also requires a lot of energy. There are also a handful of lucky ones who have broken out of treasure chests. But the contents inside can only sustain their minimum survival needs. Some unlucky people even choke to death after eating bread without water. However, these are not the main reasons for the decimation of the entire human race. After night fell, the survivors in the dilapidated thatched houses without the protection of firelight faced more mutated creatures than during the day, and were more ferocious and active. Those who ventured out, those who thought they were strong, and some who lay there all day, died quietly in the night. In the wilderness, there are bursts of howls of wild animals, and the long calls of birds. Poisonous insects roam freely, and unknown ancient beasts appear and disappear in the fog. But as the sun rises and the moon sets, all this finally leaves. In the shelter of the wooden house, the flames on the burning torches became smaller and smaller. Finally, it flickered up and went out with a crisp sound. Lin Yu was awakened by the noise and opened his sleepy eyes. Did I actually sleep for almost 12 hours? He stared at the torch and couldn't help but be amazed. He rubbed the sore muscles all over his body and sat up, his stomach growling at the same time. After listening to the sounds outside and confirming that there was nothing unusual, Lin Yu opened the door bolt with an iron axe in his hand, and fierce sunlight also shone in at the same time. Outside there was only the faint sound of the gentle breeze blowing through the sparse weeds. However, a strong stench filled the air at this time. Lin Yu went around the shelter to check, and found some feces left by unknown objects not far behind the house. There were a lot of them. They were big in size, and they smelled extremely bad. Lin Yu had watched a documentary, which said that the feces of carnivores are much smellier than those of herbivores. Last night, it seemed that many uninvited guests came to his shelter. I wonder if this is also the case next to other people's shelters? Lin Yu returned to the house, took out a shovel, dug a hole nearby, and pushed all the feces into it. Of course, he was very careful not to let even a little bit of the shovel get on it. After doing this, the air finally became a lot fresher. And Lin Yu also had the idea of cooking. When cooking, naturally you don't just drink dry bread and drink water. From the inventory, Lin Yu opened the roll of tinfoil, tore off 2 pieces of equal size with his hands, and shaped them into the shape of a double-layered bowl that was not too large in diameter. He took out a bottle of water and poured it into the tinfoil bowl. After testing that there was no leakage, he picked up a shovel and dug a triangular hole. After placing the tinfoil bowl at the top of the triangular pit, Lin Yu found some hay, went to the grove, cut down some branches, and put them into the pit. He took out a match to light the fire with fuel, took out some mineral water, and put more in the tinfoil bowl. After waiting for the water to boil, he threw half of the Kong Shui Fu instant noodles he had gotten out of the box into it. The pot is still too small. Skillfully put in seasonings, vegetable packets, sauce packets. The scent wafted out quickly. Lin Yu, who had not touched any oil or water all day yesterday, couldn't help but take a deep breath after smelling the smell. Using tree branches to make a pair of chopsticks, Lin Yu picked up the noodles, which were full of wonderful fragrance, like a whirlwind of wind and clouds. Not even the soup was left. Comfortable. The instant noodles available at this time are not even comparable to delicacies from the mountains and seas. Lin Yu, who was sweating profusely after eating. Couldn't wait to put down the other half of the noodles again. But just as he was putting the remaining sauce buns into it, Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. Can this half-cooked bag of instant noodles be replaced with something better? Good things, of course, are not food and drink from some wooden treasure chest. He has no shortage of them. What is missing is something to make survival easier, and to make the shelter stronger and more solid. Was he not the only one who dug out the iron treasure chest? After all, there are quite a few fierce people in this group. Maybe there are those who can explode many mutated creatures in a row and obtain the iron treasure chest. Iron treasure chests can yield useful items such as matches and tinfoil. So they can also yield other good things. Right? Lin Yu opened the trading mall and started searching. Soon, a message popped up. Seller, Zhang Jing. Auction item, small soilless cultivation kit. Required, 2L of drinking water. Seller's note, it was finally opened from the copper treasure chest. Is it worth the price? Chapter 7 if you want water. Just go and grab it. Small soilless growing kit? Lin Yu was instantly attracted by the name of this thing. Things cultivated without soil are naturally vegetables and fruits. When Lin Yu was in high school, his school organized a visit to a greenhouse. He still remembered how shocked he was by the cherry tomatoes inside that looked like trees, and each one bore thousands of fruits. So, is this small soilless cultivation kit what he thought it was? He glanced at the instant noodles that were about to be cooked and opened the group chat. This guy is so funny. Want 2 liters of water? Why don't you just go and grab it? It's true that it's hard to prescribe a few hundred milliliters. I want 2 liters of water right away. And I'm just waiting for the price to drop. Speaking of which, are there copper treasure chests? Aren't there only wooden treasure chests and iron treasure chests? Emperor O, are you missing some pendants on your legs? Don't be stupid. Soilless cultivation also requires water. If it's a nutrient solution, it's not worth it. Where can I find a nutrient solution? Even if it's water. I can't even drink it. How can I still grow vegetables? I'm from the countryside. This thing is okay for people in the city. But we don't want to do this. Even if you grow bean sprouts, it will take 4 or 5 days. People will die of thirst in 4 or 5 days. And you still have to plant shitty vegetables. That's right. I'll bid you 1 piece of wood. Do you want to sell it? Brother? Most of the people in the group chat were people who couldn't get enough of the grapes. Some made sarcastic remarks. And some lamented that the person was crazy. But what some people say is indeed true. Not everyone can take out 2 liters of water. Looks familiar. Lin Yu smelled the alluring fragrance and knew that not everyone could resist this thing. Especially after being tested by both hunger and thirst for a whole day. Not to mention, the other party is also from the Tang dynasty. Basically, it can be said that under the conditions of hunger, there is no resistance at all. So, give it a try. The other party is in the form of an auction. So it's a good time to see how competitive your own instant noodles are. Although bidding first will directly expose your bottom price, it will be manipulated by the seller later, and you will be passive. But just looking at it, I don't know what to do. What's more, for Lin Yu, instant noodles can be made if he wants to. After taking a look, there are currently not many people bidding. Lin Yu put the instant noodles on. Bidder Lin Yu, a bowl of cooked Kong Shui Fu instant noodles. And this move quickly ignited the entire group. What? Boss Lin Yu made a bid? Damn it. What? It's instant noodles? Wait. It's still cooked. This proves that Mr. Linda has enough water, noodles, and a pot. How many treasure chests have been opened? Did he spend all night farming mutant creatures yesterday? It's too fierce. I haven't drunk water yet. People are already eating it. Is this the difference? Brother Lin Yu, are you a good friend? You cook some noodles for me, and I'll let him eat them for you. Okay. Brothers, what's there to eat with instant noodles? Why not eat Lao Ba's secret hamburger? You can eat it 3 times a day without any worries. After Lin Yu made his bid, he peeked into the group chat while waiting for the seller Zhang Jing's answer. Not long after, he discovered that Zhang had actually replied. Boss, I really want instant noodles. But I want water even more. A bowl of instant noodles plus 1.5 liters of water is the lowest price. Lin Yu did not reply. People's hearts are not enough. Although the soilless cultivation set is the most conspicuous one in the entire trading mall, it is not a necessity. Lin Yu has indeed considered the issue of balanced nutrition in the future. After all, it is related to health. If you eat bread and boiled noodles every day, your body will one day be unable to bear it. But even so, this sounds like a big water hog, and is not a necessity for him. This is true for him, who can explode a treasure chest by killing a small insect or lizard. And it is naturally the same for other people. Need water? Then look who gives you so much. Lin Yu burped with satisfaction after eating the instant noodles that were already a little bit rotten. Standing up, he looked towards the vast wasteland. There was so much to get used to digesting yesterday, and he did go to bed early enough. This also resulted in him not exploring much of the wasteland surrounding the shelter. Carrying an iron spear in hand, Lin Yu began to search carefully within a range of 20 to 30 meters centered on the shelter. This time, it didn't take him too long to find 5 shrimp-like insects with red SHLs, which were constantly digging into the place where the giant locusts were buried. The sharp iron spears took them away in a wave, and Lin Yu obtained 5 wooden treasure boxes, in addition to a treasure chest that he forgot to open yesterday. He opened these 6 in order. You got a bottle of Ningfu Sanquan mineral water 600 milliliters. You get, for bottles of water, 2 pieces of bread weighing 1 pound. If it were anyone else, if they wanted to obtain so much supplies, they would probably have to fight dozens or even hundreds of mutated creatures before they could get out. But for Lin Yu, it was just normal operation. Putting them all back into the inventory, Lin Yu came to the small woods. Picking up the iron axe, he turned around and started collecting wood. Wood seems to be needed everywhere, whether it is tools, weapons, furniture, etc. Everything requires some wood. Lin Yu did have a lot of water, but it was too wasteful to exchange hard currency water for the wood he could collect. Before cutting down this sparse forest, which was not too small, he decided not to consider using water for the time being. We were in a barren wasteland, with no stones at all and no iron ore. The only thing he had in abundance was the water and food that came out of the treasure chest. And this happens to be something that others are lacking. This is a wasteland world. Through the content of the group chat, Lin Yu already knew very clearly that except for a very few unlucky ones who fell into the wilderness like him, the others were either in the forest, on the edge of the mine, or had piles of rocks around them. In short, the resources are abundant. Picking up the iron axe again, Lin Yu became more comfortable than yesterday, and his efficiency in cutting down trees also increased. After a while, as the 5th small tree was cut down by him, the wood reserve in the inventory directly reached 25 units. Finding a flat ground, Lin Yu sat down, unscrewed a bottle of water, and opened the game panel again. He also checked the current food and water reserves. As for water, I drank a bottle before and sold 400 milliliters. And it took a whole bottle of water to cook noodles, plus what I got later. There are still a little more than 4 bottles. In terms of food, I got 2 pieces of bread and a pack of instant noodles yesterday. But today there is less than 1 left. And I just got 2 more pieces. That is, 2.5 pieces. Oh, and 2 empty plastic bottles. To be honest, not much. 100% explosion of treasure chests is indeed powerful. But the fact that there are not many mutated creatures near the shelter is indeed a limitation. So, try to expand the scope a little bit more. Chapter 8 Hard Currency? What a stone! The breeze blew Lin Yu's hair. On the roof of the shelter, his figure was lonely and silent. From the highest point he could climb in the wasteland, he looked around without missing a single corner. However, the desolate and barren wasteland, with exposed lush and sparse weeds, almost occupied his entire field of vision. From time to time, some slow-moving black spots would appear and disappear in the licorice bushes. Lin Yu conservatively estimated that they were at least several hundred meters away from him. Under the scorching sunshine, the temperature is also rising at this moment. After drinking the last sip of water from the bottle, Lin Yu got off the ladder and jumped to the ground. Putting this ladder into his inventory, he had some doubts in his mind. Why is there no sign of a second shelter in such a vast area? Humans are social animals, especially in this wonderful and weird survival game. People are also looking for all the comfort in the group to fill their hearts that never want to be empty. Although Lin Yu didn't want to meet anyone by chance, he still wanted to find some similar figures in this doomsday-like survival game. After all, in the more than a day since the beginning, he has only met more than 9,000 people in the group. This survival game is full of countless mysteries. You can cut down trees and turn them into wood. Or you can replace walls and roofs with wood without having to do anything. You can even rely on your own imagination to make a ladder out of wood and get the design drawing of the wooden ladder. Back in the wooden house, Lin Yu closed the door and exhaled. The shelter is the safest place he can find currently. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he was thinking about something. How big is this world? According to the evacuation manual, the total population of 7.8 billion has been transferred to this other world, excluding the elderly, children and others who do not have much ability to survive. The total should be about 1/3. Lin Yu remembered that he had seen a figure. If the land area of the Earth was divided equally among everyone, it would be about 45 acres. If this world were to place everyone in an area based on this average, then each person would have an area of about 130 acres. An area of land almost as big as 14 football fields. But the area he saw from the roof should be higher than this figure. So, is this place bigger than the Earth? Or is it that the number of people is not distributed evenly? And is he the only unlucky guy who is further away from his neighbors? Lin Yu felt that this question needed to be answered in the group. Opening the group panel, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that the total number of people in the upper right corner had dropped significantly again. 8,907. In a short period of time, 1,000 people died. Is it fast? If it had been before encountering the big locust, Lin Yu would have felt that it was too fast. A bit ridiculously fast. But now, he doesn't think so. Yesterday's experience made him understand how terrifying mutant creatures are. The body fluids of small bugs can corrode the soles of shoes. What will happen if a big bug comes? What if it is not an uneducated insect like a bug, but a mutated beast or a mutated bird? No food or water is seen in the wilderness. They only seem to exist in treasure chests. In order to find water and food, everyone thought of killing the mutant creatures to get treasure boxes. But the explosion rate of the treasure boxes was surprisingly low, along with a massive loss of physical strength. The attack of fatigue, thirst, and hunger. How many people fell down fighting mutant creatures? Although it seems that there are no too powerful mutant creatures at present. This is probably a newbie benefit at the beginning of the survival game. And it's not just that. From a large amount of feces behind those houses, we can know that at night, those mutant creatures will move in the direction of this shelter, which they will not actively approach during the day. Night is the most dangerous time in the world before disaster strikes. People who did not change their shabby thatched houses into sturdier ones were brutally punished at night. They might be seriously injured, or they might not have any flesh and blood left. Lin Yu looked around the entire shelter. Both the roof, walls, and doors are made of pure solid wood, which is much stronger than the previous shabby thatched house. But to be honest, it is not as strong as imagined. After he locked the giant locust inside yesterday, the force of the impact could even make the wooden house shake. A big bug can do this. But what if a more powerful animal comes along? What if there is more than one? Thinking of those black spots in the distance, Lin Yu suddenly felt that this shelter was not very reliable. The wood one doesn't work. So what about the stone one? Lin Yu opened the trading mall and browsed around. There are quite a few people selling. But compared to those selling wood and hay, there are indeed a lot less. Lin Yu searched for it. There are probably more than 3,000 messages about selling wood, and more than 1,900 messages about selling iron blocks. But there are only more than 700 messages about selling stone. A simple comparison also made Lin Yu understand that the stone was rarer than the other two. In fact, it is not accurate to say that it is rare. There should actually be a lot of stone mined. But almost 100% of the stones that can be mined are used to upgrade shelters. Stone shelters are sturdier and stronger than wooden shelters. For this reason, most people will not hesitate to choose this shelter after seeing the direction of upgrading to stone shelters in the manufacturing panel. Therefore, in addition to the hard currency of water, stone is also a hard currency. As for the exchange ratio between the two, naturally, the water is harder. Seller, Lin Yu. Auction item, 300 milliliters purified water. Required stone. Seller's note, auction. You know, is this the third time Lin Yu has sold water? The total of the 3 times is 700 milliliters? It's so irritating. Now I drink a drop of water in half. Speaking of which, the big guy hasn't said anything. How did you get the water? Humanity is facing a common disaster, and it is still hiding it until now. It is simply inhumane. The shelter is definitely by the river and the lake. I want the guy who bought the water to come out and tell me. Is the water turbid or clean? Report. I changed it last time. The farmer's 3 punches are a bit sweet. Definitely not from the river or lake. Where did you find the green water? I remember she sold some. Don't ask. The avatar is gray and has been cold for a long time. Please. I'm in too much trouble. Mr. Lin Yu, please give me some water. You have a delicate body that is easy to push down. I used to have hundreds of people playing rockets in the live broadcast room. Brother Lin Yu, do you think about it? I just want water. The group is still very lively, facing everyone's indie, slander, begging, and temptation. All Lin Yu did was silently peek at the screen, without any disturbance in his heart. No matter what you say, you will be faced with endless inquiries and doubts. Of course, if he tells the secret, he can still get a blessing that will never stop being squeezed until his death. Before he really feels comfortable, he doesn't have to worry about the life and death of others. Who knows who? Chapter 9. Does it discharge formaldehyde? The group is still lively. The content inside is not chatting and flirting with girls. Each person's speech contains dissatisfaction with their own current situation, as well as envy and jealousy of others' nourishing lives. Of course, there are also those who preach doomsday rhetoric and everyone will die together. And then they secretly live a good life. The name Lin Yu has become a celebrity among this group of thousands of people. After all, he continuously sold large amounts of water and attracted everyone's attention. There were quite a few people talking about him in the group. Although there were various words used, Lin Yu didn't care. The most important thing now is how to live longer in this world. Rather than paying attention to these trivial things, Lin Yu searched carefully and unexpectedly found someone saying a word that interested him. The design drawings have been drawn up and the water has been changed. Anyone interested can discuss it in detail. Design diagram. What design drawing? Lin Yu's interest was piqued and he directly opened the trading mall and entered the words, design drawing, in the search bar. Soon, a product appeared. Seller, Louis Capone. Trading item, iron pot design drawing. Supplies needed, water. Seller's note, it came out of the iron treasure chest that I spent a whole day trying to get. I want water. The more the better. The design of the iron pot? In other words, with this design drawing, you can use materials to make an iron pot. In the life-related aspects of manufacturing, there are only some very basic things that can be manufactured. Weapons and agricultural tools include axes, hammers, shovels, pickaxes, guns, spears, bows and slingshots. As for the others, there are only tables, chairs, beds, and torches. Materials are divided into 3 types: wood, stone, and iron, corresponding to the materials that need to be used. But apart from that, there is nothing else. If you want to own something new, you can only make a wooden ladder to get the blueprint like he did before, or open a treasure chest to get it. Speaking of which, if you are born with carpentry or masonry skills, when you make something, you will also get the design drawing? So can these design drawings also be purchased? Lin Yu tried it, and put the wooden ladder design in the inventory on the trading market. Success! He immediately took it off again, and understood that this was indeed the principle. Moreover, he also guessed a core purpose of this game. Let the better, more skilled, and more powerful people survive. The reason why the elderly, children and other people who do not have the ability to survive on their own are not put in together is also taking this into consideration. Let these young and middle-aged people participate in this game first, and then conduct a big screening. In the first wave, we should first screen out those lying flat people who are too lazy to do this or that. The shabby thatched houses will be destroyed by the merciless mutant creatures. Without water for a long time, the second wave of people can be eliminated quickly. In the disaster 7 days later, those who fail to survive will become the third wave to be wiped out. Lin Yu thought for a while and checked the product comments again. He found that many people were also surprised about the iron pot design, but more people were envious that he could open the iron treasure chest. He moved his arm, but it was still a little sore. The amount of exercise in the past 2 days was too great, and Lin Yu, who didn't exercise much at first, quickly felt the side effects. However, if he can persevere, he will become stronger without realizing it. Moreover, there are still 6 days before an unknown disaster will strike. Before that, he must build the shelter more firmly and stock up on a large amount of food and water. In the group chat, Lin Yu, who was silently peeking at the screen, found that more and more people were asking for water, and they were speaking more and more frequently. I haven't had any water for almost a day and a half, and no one can bear it. It has to be said that stone is indeed considered hard currency, and there are few people selling it. Even if he releases 300 milliliters of water, the number of bidders is indeed very few. It's been a while, but the bid record is still stuck at 22. However, it should be about the same. He glanced at the message. No sign of the guy selling small soilless growing kits. Want to stay? then smash it into your hands. It's not a necessity of life anyway. However, just when Lin Yugang wanted to confirm the transaction to the one who bid the most suitable, stone X10, a new bid appeared. Stone material X8. Iron pot design drawing X1. Oh! Classmate Lewis couldn't help but take action. However, the iron pot. Lin Yu looked at the tin foil in the inventory. It's not enough to always use tin foil to make noodles. And if you want to boil water, you really need an iron pot. Not to mention that if living standards improve in the future, wouldn't it be possible to stew a big goose in this iron pot? Furthermore, there was another point that Lin Yu was very concerned about. Score. In fact, the system will have a scoring standard for the option bid. And the entire bid will also be given a total score based on the value of the item being bid. And will be ranked based on the total score. Just like the third place bid of Stone X9. The score is 540. While the second place bid of Stone X10 is 600. And the one who brought the iron pot design drawing directly reached the high score of 2,900. Lin Yu couldn't see any pattern in how the scores were determined. However, we can also see the value of this iron pot design drawing. Lin Yu immediately clicked confirmation. You lost 300 milliliters of water. You obtained X8 stones and X1 iron pot design. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yu felt relaxed. What should we do next? He thought for a moment and opened the shelter evaluation option first. The last time the system laughed at the big bad wolf in the broken thatched house. He fell down with a blow. So what about this time? Shelter, all solid wood house. Area, 40. Durability, 45/50. Evaluation, if you have a solid wood house, it can be burnt down with a fire. By the way, does it discharge formaldehyde? HHHHC. Who designed this system? Lin Yu wanted to greet the family of the programmer who designed this system. Do you just like to make malicious complaints? But ignore it. It doesn't matter. Lin Yu clicked on manufacturing and went to the shelter-related topics. So let's see how many stones are needed. Stone door, stone X4. Stone wall, stone X20. Stone roof, stone X10. Stone floor, stone X10. Lin Yu said it was very careless. Why do we need so much stone? So much more than wood? You know, this is just a small house of only 40 square meters. If you want to turn this wooden house into a stone house, do you still need to sell water? Although his water reserve is quite large, he also faces a problem. There aren't that many mutant creatures around here. Lin Yu came outside the house again, picked up the iron spear, and decided to kill some mutant creatures first. The farthest distance I walked before was about 200 steps. Then, let's walk another 100 steps out and see, Lin Yu said, walking in one direction, just as he was measuring the distance of 300 steps. Before Lin Yu had time to do anything, violent roars suddenly came from far in front of him. What is that? Chapter 10. The copper treasure chest explodes. The breeze blew, and the roars of wild beasts echoed across the wilderness. Lin Yu clenched the iron spear tightly in his hand and stared at the end of his sight carefully. Although he couldn't see or hear what the sound was coming from, he was sure that it was undoubtedly a ferocious beast. On the earth, headed by big cats such as tigers and lions. They are collectively called beasts. They are not something that an ordinary person can easily deal with bare hands, or even with something like an iron spear. In this world, there are red locusts that are similar to large dogs. So, will there be tigers and lions that are as big as elephants? It's not impossible. Even in another world, there should be a normal food chain. Since there are giant locusts, it is not surprising that there are larger herbivores or carnivores. Lin Yu tightened his grip on the iron spear and kept retreating, while guarding his surroundings. Even though he has a sharp iron spear, his level of skill is not considered good at all. If he rashly searches for the source of the roar, he will undoubtedly be delivering takeaway to the other party. No need to take risks. Lin Yu didn't think it was necessary to hold back now. But under the current situation, it would be too stupid to go out rashly. However, just when Lin Yu stepped back nearly 100 steps, the terrifying roar suddenly seemed to be cut off and became completely silent. What happened? Did he leave? Or, Lin Yu had no way of guessing. He knew that today did not seem to be a good time to continue exploring further outside. Holding the iron spear in his hand, he turned to carefully search for mutant creatures like the little bugs and lizards from before. I don't know if it was due to luck or a chance encounter, but it didn't take him too long to find 6 small lizards gathered together. The experience brought by many successful hunts made Lin Yu not miss a single one this time. and 6 treasure boxes soon appeared in his inventory. This did not satisfy Linyu. While he kept looking at the direction where the sound came from before, he carefully searched for any abnormalities. The number of treasure chests is still not enough. He needs more food and more water, although the probability of exploding the treasure chest is 100%. To be honest, if the number is too small, this trick is equivalent to useless. He has been living a tight life, which is fine for the first few days. But when a disaster occurs, if it is the kind of disaster that can keep people in the house for many days, the small resource reserves will kill him. Looking up at the sky, the sun was still shining brightly, and there was still a lot of time for him to hunt mutant creatures. Linyu exhaled, wiped the sweat from his face, and kept searching. At the same time, the scope of the search was also expanding. Drink some water when you are thirsty. Eat some bread when you are hungry. And go back to the shelter to rest for a while when you are tired. As Linyu kept searching, as the sun set, 10 more treasure boxes were added to his inventory, including the previous ones. He obtained 16 more treasure chests this second day. Linyu stretched his slightly sore neck and climbed up to the roof with the ladder again. The bloody sunset dyed the wasteland crimson. Linyu felt that he couldn't figure out whether time passed quickly or slowly. He could feel that he had become more proficient with the spear, and he also had a lot of experience in how to kill those little bugs and lizards as quickly and efficiently as possible. Now, the only thing he lacks is the same iron treasure box he made yesterday. It was Zheng who actually opened the copper treasure box of a small soilless cultivation set. However, during the day, he did not see any giant locusts like yesterday. Linyu felt that the reason why this thing appeared at that time should be related to night, as mentioned in the survival manual. Mutated creatures at night are more active, more violent, and more dangerous. Mutated creatures, like giant locusts, will become easier to encounter at night. So, will it come? The light became dimmer and dimmer, and Linyu concentrated on watching everything in the wilderness. At the same time, he was also listening to the sounds coming from the distance, which was gradually becoming more lively. He also made up his mind that if it really came, if it was the giant locust like yesterday, he would go down and fight. But if it looks like a tiger, lion, dog or bear, he will immediately get into the shelter. However, if this were true, it would probably be useless for him to sneak into the shelter. A black shadow gradually approached this direction. Linyu immediately discovered this uninvited guest that he had been waiting for a long time. He took a deep breath and watched from a high position as he got closer and closer to the shelter. The faint light of the setting sun shone on this mutated creature less than 10 meters away from Linyu, and at the same time exposed its true face to Linyu's eyes. Wait! Is that a sheep? Curved horns, a plump body covered with fluffy gray-white hair, and an almost identical appearance to its counterparts on Earth. What is that if it's not a sheep? Linyu did not come down from the roof immediately. After nearly 2 days of getting familiar with the world, he understood that the sheep, which looked almost exactly the same as those on the Earth, might not be what he thought. He waited for a while, but found that the sheep seemed not to notice him at all, but ran directly to the back of the house. Just as Linyu turned around to look, he suddenly smelled a very foul smell coming from over there. He also soon saw that the creature was being released where he had found a pile of dung in the morning. Good guy. You really came here to poop, right? Wait. That morning was obviously the droppings of carnivores. He pinched his nose and took a closer look at the sheep, which was much larger than he realized. Wait. Those teeth, fangs. Good guy. It's okay for sheep to have tusks. That pile of feces before was really caused by this guy. Linyu tightened his grip on the iron spear and took a deep breath. So, should we get rid of it? Or should I just let it go? Is it really dangerous? However, just when Linyu was hesitating, the guy actually rubbed against Linyu's wooden house after urinating. Soon, the outer layer of the clean wooden house had some special colors. Linyu looked like an old man looking at his cell phone on the subway. However, he also moved slowly at the same time, aiming at the sheep who was still enjoying it, and threw the iron spears in his hands at the same time. Good! The iron spear pierced the sheep's neck directly, and when it penetrated, it instantly let out an extremely terrifying roar. Etc. Does this roar sound familiar? Linyu fell into deep thought as he watched the sheep with an iron spear on its neck keep roaring, running and jumping, or violently hitting a shelter. That roar during the day was the cry of this guy. Is this such a terrifying mutant creature? The steps of the tusked sheep gradually became scattered, and after the last ray of sunset fell, it lay completely on the ground, panting violently. Linyu came down from the ladder with an iron axe in his hand. This thing is no less sharp than the iron spear. He held the ladder and pushed the thing several times with the tip of the ladder. He didn't even have the strength to resist. So, he got closer to a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Then aimed the axe and threw it. The iron axe flew out and blood splashed. You got a copper treasure chest. Chapter 11 Disrupting Market Behavior. In the Black Wasteland, Linyu looked at the body of the mutated sheep that looked like a rock. He grabbed the iron spear with both hands and stepped on its neck with both feet to pull out the iron spear. At the same time, a system tone suddenly sounded. Are you dissecting mutated creatures? Why? Is there still this function? However, he didn't hesitate and directly chose to confirm. You obtained mutated mutton X 10 kg, sheepskin X1, fangs X2. At the same time, only the trunk skeleton, internal organs, etc. of the mutated sheep on the ground were left. This was like a scene that only appeared in a game. And it made Linyu think deeply. However, if this place is really regarded as a game world, the consequences will be extremely tragic. Linyu returned to the shelter with an iron axe and an iron spear. He made a torch in the dark and lit it with matches again. In the sea of Wasteland surrounded by boundless darkness, the firelight kept beating in the gaps of this shelter that stood upright like a reef. After Linyu confirmed that the door bolt was locked, he sat on the bedside and breathed a sigh of relief. The second day also ended with killing a large mutated creature, which was okay. There are indeed a lot of gains in the inventory. Not only those obtained by killing the mutated sheep and the copper treasure box, but he also obtained 16 wooden treasure boxes before. This wave will be much stronger than yesterday. Before going to the group to check, Linyu decided to open these treasure chests first. There are no surprises in the 16 wooden treasure chests. And certainly no scares. 12 bottles of water, 3 bags of instant noodles, and a pound of bread. Linyu was slightly satisfied. Now, with 14 bottles of water, 3 bags of instant noodles, and 3 pieces of bread weighing 1 kilogram, it can last for 2 days for the time being. If I save more, it is not impossible for 3 or 4 days. After all, he has water that almost the entire group is extremely short of. Now, it is the second day of entering this survival world, and it is not far away from the 3 days that ordinary people are short of water. This water can be exchanged for something better. For example, a soulless cultivation kit that someone still holds in his hands and doesn't want to sell yet. Having said that, the seller Zheng Jing got this thing by opening a copper treasure chest. So, what will the copper treasure chest he just obtained reveal? Linyu opened the treasure box. You have obtained backpack expansion small X1, emergency medical kit X1, etc. What? Backpack expansion? Emergency medicine kit? Linyu couldn't help but be surprised. There is such a good thing? It is indeed a copper box. He looked at the 2 things that couldn't come out of the treasure chest because the 10-slot backpack couldn't fit in. He felt that expanding the backpack was indeed very important. After using backpack expansion small, Linyu looked directly at the inventory. Inventory capacity 10/20. Okay. Next, Linyu looked at the small emergency medicine box. Emergency medicine kit. Built-in medicines, painkillers. Good guy. Linyu called him a good guy. What kind of first aid kit is this? This is simply a lifesaver. Once he encounters an extremely special situation, this small medicine box full of things will save his life at that critical moment. Is this much more valuable than the soilless cultivation kit sold by Zheng Jing? In this extreme environment survival game, the existence of a small medicine box can be described as an artifact. Painkillers, iodine, bandages, and band-aids, in the event of injury, will greatly reduce the probability of serious situations caused by the wound. Antidiarrheal medicine is also a very life-saving thing. In this unfamiliar environment, it is extremely common to eat something bad. Severe diarrhea will lead to dehydration. If not treated in time, you will fall into an extremely dangerous state, resulting in no matter whether you have diarrhea or not. When acting in daily life or encountering a battle, they will fall into extreme passivity. As for anesthetics, Linyu felt that they would not be used for the time being. After all, he was not a medical student. He could not understand how to use this thing or how much it should be used. Needless to say about adrenaline, it can be said that this thing is the most valuable one in this box. Whether it was in TV series, movies or documentaries, Linyu had seen the miraculous use of this thing countless times. It can be said that under certain circumstances, Just relying on such a thing can turn the entire situation around instantly. Lin Yu's heart was racing. He opened the small medicine box and inspected it carefully. Then closed it again, put it away in the inventory, and let out another breath. On his second day in this world, he had already solved a rather big problem. Lin Yu was quite emotional when he opened a bottle of water. After spending 4 stones to replace the door with a stone door, he felt more at ease. After taking a sip to relieve the thirst in his mouth, Lin Yu lay on the bed and opened the group. Water! Water! Give me water quickly! Whoever gives me water! I can do anything! I have all the wood and iron. If the water comes, I'll take care of it. His grandma's. Why is there no water? Why is there no water? After digging 6 meters deep, there is still no water. Who dug it? Report. I pinched my nose and drank my own tea-colored liquid. It was a bit sweet. Grass. Mine is sweet too. I don't want to drink it. The taste is too strong. If you want to die, feel free to be pretentious. I'll do it first. Everyone. You can do whatever you want. Where is Lin Yu? The water cellar? I have something good. If you auction it, I will bid. Really? From the group chat, Lin Yu fully felt the extreme desire for water conveyed by almost everyone after there was still no water the next day. He looked at the inventory. 13 bottles of water. About 9.8 liters. Drinking is enough. And there is even a lot of surplus. Moreover, as long as he goes to brush some bugs tomorrow, he can get more water and food. However, when can this water be sold? At the same time, he also realized something. People keep dying. If he kept hiding it, more and more people might die from lack of water. As a result, the amount of various resources mined will become smaller and smaller. Just next to his shelter, there are very few resources, or even no resources. He needs to exchange water with these people. If this continues, it will be a vicious cycle. This won't work. The next 3 days will be critical. Lin Yu decided to exchange water for some resources from time to time. This is also for long-term considerations. Not only, Lin Yu also felt that as people continued to open treasure chests, hard currency such as water would sooner or later have little purchasing power. And it's no secret that he has a lot of water. So, simply, seller, Lin Yu. Auction item, 100 milliliters purified water x20. Required, iron blocks, stones, design drawings or others. Seller's note, 20 copies. Each person can only bid once. The one with the highest price will win. Lin Yu knew that some people in the market were selling water at high prices. His doing so was tantamount to disrupting the entire market. But it doesn't matter. In this wasteland world, who can find whom? Chapter 12 received a large amount of supplies. For others, the second day is not quite over yet. They were lucky enough to survive on the first day. But now they faced a greater challenge than the first day. Thirst and hunger, dangerous mutant creatures, and everything in this wasteland are constantly challenging the limits of survival for each of them. At this time, the people who were still alive and not dead were trying their best to find any drinkable water and anything to eat. Many people had no choice but to forcefully drink their own urine to quench their thirst, and endure their nausea by eating the flesh of mutated creatures raw. But from time to time, the roar of wild beasts, the chirping of birds, and even the subtle chirping of insects made it difficult for them to close their eyes. There are also many people who cannot sleep and can only open the game panel again and browse the trading mall over and over again, expecting some miracle. A miracle has really come. Who the hell is that boss? Why is there so much water? Are you just selling 2 liters of water this time? 20 parts per 100 milliliters. 2 liters of water? I dug with a shovel for a whole day, but there wasn't even a drop. Humph. Maybe he robbed someone else's. Look at so many people dying during the day. Who knows who did it? Lin Yu, don't let me know where you are. Otherwise, I will definitely snatch all your water. Lin, come out and give me 2 liters of water. When I go out, I'll give you 10 million. One price. Many people went crazy when they discovered that Lin Yu was selling water again. They discovered that what Lin Yu needed was only simple materials such as stones and iron blocks, as well as design drawings. The group immediately became heated, discussing how Lin Yu obtained so much water. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were slandering and abusive. However, everyone invariably quoted some or all of the materials they had obtained so far. But as time passed by, there was still no response from Lin Yu. Everyone is expecting and nervous, hoping that they can take the photo, but also not hoping that the final bidder will be someone else. With all kinds of complicated emotions. People in this world and this group also struggle to sleep. But some people never wake up. After all, for the crazy mutant creatures, night is the most suitable time for activities and hunting. The night passed. Lindy rubbed his eyes and woke up. The torch was still burning in the room, which proved that he had not slept for more than 12 hours. He took out a bottle of water and took a sip, then tore open the bread bag. He opened the game panel and looked at the trading mall. After putting it on last night, I unexpectedly fell asleep directly. So, let's first see how much the bid was. Huh? More than 1,000 bids? That's quite a lot. He was also a little surprised by the number, but he quickly selected the 20 most suitable ones. You lost 2 L of water. You have obtained stone material. This time, Linyu did not focus mainly on those stones and iron blocks, but focused on looking for various design drawings and other gadgets. Various resources are important, but design drawings are equally important. He had never learned masonry or carpentry, and he couldn't make anything too decent. It was obviously more efficient to just replace the design drawings with water. No matter which one of these design drawings it is, it looks quite useful. An iron dagger is much better at close range than an iron axe. Wouldn't it be nice to have a shield with a spear? As for the design drawings of wooden barrels and wooden cabinets, they contribute to the room layout of the shelter. And what about the windows? The shelter does not have windows. Apart from the door, it is actually more like a large wooden coffin. Not only was there no ventilation at all, it also made the whole room look very dark. Even during the day, it was necessary to open the door or use a torch for lighting. All in all, this time, he was quite satisfied with all the designs. Taking these design drawings out of the inventory one by one, Linyu immediately used them one by one. Soon, he confirmed the total amount of materials required for these items in the manufacturing column. Iron dagger, wood X1. Iron X2. Wood shield, wood X3. Barrel, wood X3. Iron block X1. Wooden cabinet, wood X6. Iron block X1. Wooden windows, wood X4. Iron block X1. Good guy. These things basically require 2 materials, wood and iron. The iron pot before also cost wood and iron. Linyu checked the total number of existing materials. 25 wood. 36 stone. 55 iron. How? More. Indeed more than yesterday and the day before yesterday combined. But it seems that when there is a lot of material, there is often a lot of time to use it. In addition to the things on the design drawings I just got. A chair that requires 2 pieces of wood. A table that requires 3 pieces of wood. It seems like you have to prepare a new iron spear? Do I also need to prepare a hammer? Thinking about it this way, it seems that these materials are simply not enough. Except for a little bit of wood. Nothing else could be mined in the refuge. Linyu could only exchange it for water. After such a set, it has indeed become a cycle pattern. Others need water. He needs materials. However, the purchasing power of this water is still very strong at present. But when will it be strong? The limit for most people without drinking water is 3 days. But now some people choose to drink urine to stay alive in order to survive. If you are exhausted, you may be able to hold on for another 2 days. In other words, water will be getting stronger as a hard currency 2 or 3 days from now. Of course, there is a premise. Linyu looked at the announcement panel. The countdown there shows that there are still 14 hours left until the 3rd day. And at that time, the specific content of the disaster 4 days later will be predicted. There are many kinds of disasters. Insect disasters, animal disasters, earthquakes, meteorites, fires, and even zombies. These can happen. But there are 2 kinds of disasters. As long as they are encountered, the water will lose its value in hard currency. Floods and snow disasters. The arrival of these 2 disasters, no matter which one comes, will be enough to make everyone completely full, and water will become a simple material of wood level. In view of this, Linyu felt that he needed to be prepared just in case. If these 2 people arrive, sell more of the water in your hands as quickly as possible. Otherwise, for him who has basically no other resources, the real disaster will start at the same time. Just when Linyu was thinking about it and planning to hang the water in the mall, he remembered something. He opened Zheng Jing's auction panel, where he had previously hung a small soilless cultivation set. And in the message he left after bidding, there were dozens of responses from sellers. Chapter 13, Creating a Madman. Linyu, Let's stop talking nonsense. One price. 1.8 liters of water. Is it not difficult for you? Isn't such a thing worth the price to you? I'll be hemorrhaging a lot of money and doing a good deed. You can take away the 1.6 liters. No. 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 You think such a low request is too much? I'll give it to you for free. 1.5 liters for a fixed price. His grandma's deal. Why not trade? I understand. You can't bring out so much water. Ha! I guessed it. Lin, you don't want to buy it. Right. I'll give you the last 2 hours. Lin, if you don't hurry up, I'll give you the price of 1.2 liters. Brother Lin, please get back to me. The urine tastes so bad. Boss, I was wrong. If you bid for 1 liter, I will buy it in seconds. It would be better if there are instant noodles. Master Lin, I beg you. Grandpa, I'm dying of thirst. Tell me how much I'll give you. It's easy to discuss. Next time I have something good, I'll contact you right away. Okay? Lin Yu looked at the messages sent from the seller Zheng Jing, feeling a little dumbfounded. From the arrogance at the beginning, to the struggle later, until finally, it turned into pleading. This fully reflects the whole process of Zheng Jing's psychological changes, from being slightly impatient at the beginning, to anger, hesitation, helplessness, inner collapse, and finally even starting to beg after he was extremely short of water. Zheng Jing's psychological change process was also fully demonstrated in the entire group. Now, almost 100% of the people chatting in the group are talking about topics related to water. There is a lot of abuse, pessimism, despair and anger, fear, collapse and begging. A considerable number of them are still chanting Lin Yu's name, waiting for him to put water resources on the shelves. In this regard, Lin Yu could only sigh. There is really no way. Although he is not a saint, for the sake of long-term stable development, he cannot let the total number of people in the entire group continue to decrease. And now, glancing at the upper right corner, my dear, there are only 8,001 people left. Another blink of an eye. Less than 8,000. This night, a lot more people seem to have died. Crisis of water shortage, hunger, and dangerous mutant creatures. After the disaster, how much will be left? Lin Yu thought about it, and decided to deal with Zheng Jing first. Anyway, he has no shortage of water, and he also cares about this soilless cultivation kit. After he bid for 800 milliliters of water, Zheng Jing responded to the message almost instantly. Master Lin, you don't remember the faults of others. Thank you so much this time. And soon, the transaction was successful. You lost 800 milliliters of water. You get a small soilless cultivation kit. Lin Yu took out an apple from the inventory, wiped it with his sleeve, and took a bite. The crisp sound that bursts out of the apple, and the full juice soon penetrate into the throat. The sweet and sour taste is like nectar at this moment. This was a good thing that was exchanged for 100 milliliters of water. Lin Yu was wondering why the buyer didn't use it to eat it, but came to exchange it for water. Chewing an apple, Lin Yu opened the manufacturing panel. He did not put the water on the shelves immediately, but planned to upgrade the shelter first. Yesterday before he went to bed, he had upgraded the door to a stone door, which was much stronger than the original wooden one. The structure of this stone gate was indeed beyond Lin Yu's expectation. As long as you hold the handle with a little force, you can easily push it away with a clicking sound. The reason is that there is a pulley at the bottom, which is quite scientific. Moreover, the stone door is also equipped with a capstone. After pushing it onto the door, the bottom just happens to be stuck in a small pit, and it is impossible to pull it again. In this way, no matter how hard the people outside the door push, the door cannot be opened. But what Lin Yu wanted to change was not just this door, walls and roofs. He wanted to reach his stomach in one step, and have a stone wall and roof. If another big grasshopper comes in, it will feel so hard that it can be killed with just one head if it hits like last time. Look towards the crafting column. Stone wall, stone x20. Stone roof, stone x10. Stone floor, stone x10. The stone reserve on hand is 36 pieces. Walls and roofs. Just upgrade them. As for the floor, Lin Yu still had the idea of the basement in his mind, and he decided to keep it unchanged for the time being. Click make. And a soft white light lights up. Solid, extremely hard stone has replaced the original uneven wooden board walls, and the roof has also undergone qualitative changes. The neat stone walls, roofs and doors have been completely integrated, creating a wonderful sense of solidity that enveloped Lin Yu. further enhancing his sense of security. Clicked on the shelter review. Shelter, stone house. Area, 40. Durability, 120/120. Comment, you start praying now that the next disaster will not be an earthquake. I think it's not too late. Linyu. Brass a plant. What the H.L. is this system? Good guy. You still have to pray that it's not an earthquake. Right? What kind of shelter can be approved by the system and there is nothing to say? Linyu felt that he had to explore it. You made an iron dagger. Wood -1. Iron block -2. You made a wooden shield. Wood -3. You made a barrel. Wood -3. Iron block -1. You made a wooden cabinet. Wood -6. Iron block -1. You made wooden windows. Wood -4. Iron block -1. You made an iron pot. Wood -1. Iron block -2. You made a hammer. Wood -1. Iron block -2. You made a wooden table. Wood -4. You made an iron spear. Wood -2. Iron block -3. A lot of things were made by Linyu one after another, and he quickly placed them in the corresponding positions. As for the wooden windows, Linyu was not in a hurry to install them this time. After all, this is just a window frame, not glass. If some grasshopper jumps in from this empty frame, it can kill him at night. However, Linyu did have a considerable sense of accomplishment by producing so many at once. Although the materials were disappearing, he also felt that the shelter was stronger and safer than before. And it felt more like home. In this other world, this shelter is indeed a home. Furniture and necessities include beds, tables, cabinets, wooden barrels and iron pots, while weapons and tools include wooden shields, hammers and another iron spear. So far, it is indeed quite good. After placing all these in the 40 square meter cabin, Linyu also felt a sense of fulfillment. To be honest, this feels really good. He finished the last bite of the apple, then carefully dug out the apple seeds inside and dried them on the wooden table. He lay on the wooden bed with the character and looked at the group on the screen. The group was still lively. However, this liveliness is an illusion caused by the water that floods the screen. The total number of people in the upper right corner is still declining, and there is even a trend of further acceleration. Linyu also knew that the time had come for him to sell water on a large scale for the second time. Right now, he still has nearly 7 liters of water. How about selling half of it? Chapter 14. The man known as the boss god and profiteer. Water profiteers. At some point, Linyu found himself in the group. In addition to Boss Linyu, he also had such a unique title. Good guy. I'm going to get some material. When did I become a profiteer? While browsing the group, looking for some special treasure chest items, Linyu kept discovering that there was such a description in the prefix of his name. Am I a profiteer? Who do you think you are if you have to exchange 20 pieces of iron for 15 milliliters? However, it doesn't matter. Profiteer? Let me look back at what a profiteer is. Linyu thought this and looked at the inventory again. Small soilless cultivation kit. I haven't had time to get this thing just now. He was about to open it, but at this moment, a prompt box appeared. Small soilless cultivation kit. Area, 50. Components, leek seeds. Nutrient solution. Spiral tube. Sponge. Description. Special items can greatly shorten the growth rate of crops and require a large amount of water. Linyu's eyes widened. What? Covering an area of 50 square meters? His shelter is only 40 square meters in total. Okay. What's the fuss about? No wonder Zheng Jing was so anxious to sell this product that he directly lowered the price so much. In the end, they even stopped selling it. Lessons. Experiences. Linyu knew that this thing could only occupy one slot in the inventory for the time being, unless he could upgrade the shelter to a larger square meter immediately. By the way, are there any plans to expand the shelter? Linyu searched for it. Not really. They are all design drawings of this and that tool, as well as some very useless things, like sickles, wooden sticks and the like. It seems like there's really nothing special about it. This won't work. For the time being, it seems that the soilless cultivation thing can only be put away. I looked at the material column. Saw wood, stone, and iron. There shouldn't be only these kinds of materials. Gold, silver, copper, iron and aluminum. There was a so-called copper treasure box before. So will there be such a thing as copper? I searched the group chat and auction mall. Sure enough there is. However, It seems that the production is very small, and it only exists in the chat records of a few people. In the mall, they also listed it, but no one bought it at all. Investigating the reason, Linyu felt that it might be because there was no corresponding design drawing. After all, almost everyone now has plans for 4 types of materials: hay, wood, stone and iron. Indeed, this is a blind spot. Linyu thought about it and searched for quite a few keywords. As a result, he found coal, aluminum, asbestos and other items. It seems that what this world currently shows to almost everyone is only the most basic things. Maybe there will be considerable changes later on. Now, the wood is gone. The stone is only 6. And the iron is plentiful. With 43 units left, Linyu decided to go to the trading market to exchange a large amount of materials like last time. And this time, in order to ensure that not too many people would die of thirst, he directly put out a considerable amount of water. Seller, Linyu. Auction item, 50 milliliters pure water x 100. Required stones, copper ingots, design drawings or others. Seller's note, 100 copies. Each person is limited to 1 auction. The one with the highest price will win. After putting this up, Linyu closed the game panel. Watching this thing is really time consuming. I did almost nothing this morning. Time is precious. Linyu held up a small wooden shield in his left hand and an iron spear in his right hand, and opened the stone door. The high temperature brought by the strong sunlight made him frown. This weather is so weird. However, a breeze passed over the wasteland and dispersed some of the hot air. He looked at the shallow pit he had dug yesterday where the mutated sheep's bones and internal organs were buried, and found that the place was already in a mess. The original shallow pit seemed to have been dug by some animal, with strange paw prints everywhere, and the bones and internal organs were naturally completely missing. Now, only some beetles with pure silver LS and about twice the size of his fist were left. Crawling there, Linyu picked up the iron spear and stabbed them to death one by one with skill. 7 treasure chests exploded. Good. He came to the place where the giant locusts were buried on the first day, and sure enough there were some insects crawling there. It seems that these bugs play the role of decomposers of this world. Linyu was not polite, and sent them on their way. To be kind to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. Who knows when these things will crawl into the shelter and leave him half disabled. After continuing to search and confirming that there was no threat, Linyu returned to the house and took out the shovel. He used a shovel to dig out the same hole as that day, placed a 30-centimeter iron pot on it, grabbed hay that was scattered all over the wasteland, and lit it with a match. Pour water, and wait for water to open instant noodles. Taking advantage of this time, I trotted to the woods, randomly found 2 branches, chopped them with an iron axe, and made them into the shape of chopsticks, which is similar in shape. However, you get the wooden chopsticks design. Wonderful.jpg. However, after making it, the chopsticks of Yixiang appeared, which made Linyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Forget it. Leave it alone. Linyu slurped the noodles soaked in soup. His eyes never idle, always looking around with vigilance. The environment trains people. If he were on the original Earth, he would not have this habit. After eating the noodles, he put all the tools in the inventory, went straight to the woods, and cut down 20 units of wood. After 2 days of familiarity, he was able to produce more units of wood with the least effort. Wood was the only material Linyu could obtain, but there were plenty of materials to use, so he was well prepared. After doing this, Linyu drank some water, rested for a while, picked up the iron spear again, and patrolled the area around the shelter with a small buckler, hunting mutant creatures, or in other words, bullying small mutant creatures, such as small lizards, grasshoppers, ants, and horses, like giant locusts and mutated sheep. Linyu is still not absolutely sure that he can decide the outcome the moment he encounters the opponent. He is not one of those fierce bosses in the group who just hunts down dozens or 20-odd mutant creatures. It is true that he does what he can. However, after gaining some combat experience and slaying 5 small lizards, he decided to walk a little further today. He decided that if he encountered any mutant creature that he couldn't deal with, he would run back to the shelter as quickly as possible. Climbing up to the roof with a ladder, he looked around and finally selected a direction with few active black spots. Taking a deep breath, Linyu decided to have a little adventure today. Always hanging around at home, not only having too few resources, but also being restricted by various factors, making it impossible to develop. Who knows how long this water can be sold? Speaking of which, It seems like today we are going to predict what disaster will happen next. Lin Yu opened the announcement. There are still 5 hours left to announce. So, come back to the shelter before then. Chapter 15, A Great Harvest. Eggs of Mutated Creatures? 19th! Holding a wooden shield in his left hand and an iron spear in his right hand, Lin Yu struck him, and the little blue lizard that had just spit out venom at him was instantly chopped into 2 pieces. You get a wooden treasure chest. A familiar voice sounded, and Lin Yu placed the treasure box in the inventory, rubbing the slime on the shield on the soil. He did not stop and continued to look for mutant creatures. After killing 3 small lizards nearby again, Lin Yu placed the small round shield with a diameter of half a meter on the ground, sat on it, and wiped the sweat from his face. Fighting can accumulate experience. Whether it is psychological confidence, physical skills, or temporary reactions, they will continue to increase with the increase in the number of battles. Thus, it can also make him stronger and stronger. Although it had only been more than 2 days, Lin Yu had already gained some understanding of the use of the iron spear in his hand. The sun is about to set in the west again, and the day goes by very quickly. The breeze was blowing the lusts on the wasteland, and the sparse weeds were shaking constantly. No one knows if there is anything hidden inside, relying on the ability to explode the treasure box with a 100% chance. Lin Yu is not short of water and food, but this does not mean that he can survive when the disaster strikes 4 days later. To do this, he had to force himself to kill stronger mutated creatures, like the giant red locusts before. But before, he spent a lot of time and energy, and was almost forced into a desperate situation. Originally, he was just an ordinary person, but compared to the fierce people in the group who went out to hunt for more powerful mutant creatures, the gap was quite large. The golden finger can prevent him from dying of thirst or starvation. But how to survive in this survival game based on this is his own ability. After resting for a while, Lin Yu stood up, picked up his shield and knocked it on the ground. As soon as he put the wooden treasure box into the inventory, there was a rustling sound. He looked up and suddenly saw a black shadow jumping towards this side from the other side. Lin Yu grabbed the iron spear and concentrated on it. As he slowly approached in that direction, he paid attention to his surroundings and did not dare to be careless at all. The outline of the black shadow became clearer and clearer, and Lin Yu also discovered that it was a mutated creature that he had seen on the first day. Giant locust. He took a deep breath. Good guy. Here we go again. Right? However, at this time, he has made a lot of progress compared to yesterday. With the confidence in his heart increasing, Lin Yu's movement speed also increased a lot, and he soon reduced the distance to less than 20 meters. The giant locust also noticed Lin Yu. It quickly turned its body this way and kept moving to shrink the distance. Lin Yu stopped and waited for the other party's action. With a roar of wings, the giant red insect suddenly jumped into the air. Lin Yu quickly retreated, protecting his body with the shield in his left hand. He rolled sideways and quickly stood up, before the fallen giant locust could make any further movements. His iron spear had already been chopped down from midair. You got an iron treasure chest. The giant locust's red body was cut into 2 pieces by the sharp spear blade, and beside it, an iron treasure box was quietly waiting for Lin Yu. It seems that I am a little stronger than before. Lin Yu breathed out softly, picked up the treasure box, and put it in the inventory. At this moment, the sky turned fiery red. Lin Yu did not choose to continue searching for mutant creatures, but returned to the shelter. A torch was recreated, and the fire illuminated the dim room again. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Lin Yu took out bread and water, and at the same time spread the wooden treasure box stored in the inventory and the iron treasure box he just obtained on the ground. There's nothing unusual about the wooden box. Just water and food. Among the 19 wooden boxes, there are 11 bottles of water, 7 pieces of bread weighing 1 kilogram, and a bag of instant noodles. There was no surprise in these things, and Lin Yu didn't pay attention to them. He opened the iron box. You obtained regional map fragments X1 and iron saw design X1. Good stuff is coming. Taking out the fragments of the regional map, Lin Yu just wanted to check it carefully when a beep suddenly sounded. The map has been transferred to the system and can be viewed at any time. Oh, it's convenient. Instead of having to carry it around and worry about wear and tear, it can be integrated directly into the system. Lin Yu clicked on the system and quickly discovered an option. Click and then lock the upper right corner. Following the system prompts, a map appeared in the upper right corner of the line of sight. To his surprise, this was actually an electronic map. This map marks a square area, and the center of the area is his refuge. What represents him is a red dot, and there is even a thoughtful arrow on it that looks like a navigation, while the one for the shelter is gray. As Lin Yu moved, the arrow kept changing its direction. I probably know the direction. On the map, in addition to a wasteland, there are also woods, a large pit, and several other things that cannot be seen. Lin Yu clicked on the map and found that it could be displayed in full screen. But it did not have another map function. Actual scale. Without an actual scale, there is no way to know the actual size of the map. Although there is an approximate size of 1 centimeter on the map, there is no label. He looked at the woods closest to his shelter, and after thinking about it, he walked out and headed in that direction. Direction? Northwest. Lin Yu took out his dagger, made a mark on the door, squatted on the ground and stretched out his arms to make a gesture. Holding both arms flat is approximately equal to the height. Lin Yu's height is 182 centimeters, and his shoe size is size 46, which translates to 28 centimeters. That adds up to 2 meters per meter. He took out his dagger and scratched the ground under his fingertips, which was a little more than 2 meters away. He gestured with the iron spear in his hand, and suddenly found that the iron spear seemed to be almost 2 meters long. Good guy. This thing is really a good ruler. Using an iron spear to continuously measure the distance between the shelter and the woods, he quickly came to a conclusion. The distance between the woods and the shelter is 102 meters. So, looking at the map, he found that the woods were almost 1 centimeter away from the shelter. 1 centimeter on the picture is roughly equal to 100 meters in actual distance. So the scale ratio is 1 to 10,000. Lin Yu looked at the marked location of the big pit and calculated that it was roughly 8 scales. That is, roughly 800 meters away. Standing on the roof and looking in that direction, it was completely dark. Lin Yu decided to go on an adventure tomorrow, but he could only go here today. After turning over and arriving at the shelter, Lin Yu lay on the bed with a bad character and clicked on the transaction panel, ready to confirm the transaction. The more than 2,000 offers also proved that buyers are eager, and he found that many people had even come up with very good things, which really surprised him. So, you lost 5L of water. You obtained stone X40, copper ingot X43, coal X22, potato chips X1, Snickers bar X3, rock salt X2, bacon X2, sewing kit, mutated creature's egg. What a great harvest! Chapter 16. The disaster prediction is coming. In the extremely sturdy stone house, Lin Yu counted the large number of items he had exchanged for water this time. Aside from some of the materials, everything else is pretty good. Bacon, rock salt, potato chips, Snickers, etc. can be said to be some fun things to add to this boring survival game. As for the various design drawings, it goes without saying. However, what Lin Yu cared about most was the mutated creature's egg. He never imagined that there would be such a thing that could be used as a trading item. Originally, he thought it was weird to trade the meat of mutated creatures. Lin Yu squatted next to the egg, which was the size of a basketball. Under the light of the fire, he found that the whole egg was white, but there were some monochromatic patterns, and the distribution was indeed not very regular. Still quite beautiful. However, what kind of mutated creatures can be hatched from this thing? Generally speaking, those that lay eggs are birds and turtles. Snakes and lizards also lay eggs. However, can any of them lay such large eggs? It can't be an ostrich or something. Or, is it a dinosaur or something? Although he was quite curious about the egg, Lin Yu decided that when the mutated creature coming out of the egg arrived, he would give it a happy life. Wouldn't it be nice to exchange 50 milliliters of water for a wooden treasure box? He knocked on the egg shell, and it made an empty sound. Dude, just don't be a jerk. By the way, when will this thing be hatched? With doubts, Lin Yu glanced at the system panel. There is still an hour until the specific disaster is announced. Looking at the group again, it was also bustling. There are only 7,304 people left alive. Lin Yu was surprised by the speed of death, but he also knew that after this, more people would die silently in this world. Nearly 3,000 people have died in this group in 3 days. What about other groups? What about the whole world? He shook his head and continued to look at the content in the group. Lin Yu is awesome. If any of you say bad things about him in the future, I will scold you on the screen. To be honest, I have even thought about the name of my child with Mr. Lin Yu. What kind of family is this? They can actually sell 5 liters of water? Isn't Lin Yu The profiteer who sells water. A Terminator? He brought his own weapons and destroyed the surrounding area of the shelter? Report. The water finally came out. The first bottle was on the 3rd day. Long live. Speaking of which, the disaster forecast is coming out soon. What kind of disaster will happen? I have nothing but this dilapidated house now. Anyway, it doesn't matter if it's a tide of insects or beasts. I'll be the first to welcome the heavy rain. Heavy rain +1. Heavy rain plus 10,086. Can heavy rains be considered a disaster? Why do I think floods are? Crow mouth. If you speak again, I will scold you on the screen. However, the system is quite user-friendly. It tells us 3 days in advance, so we can still prepare. If it had been given 1 day in advance. Linyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Details of the disaster will be announced soon. Once the details of this specific disaster are known, I believe that everyone will be frantically hoarding various supplies for this every minute and every second. Water may still be in demand for a period of time, but other resources may be more in demand. As for water, Linyu felt that except for him and a few people, everyone else might still be struggling in this quagmire of extreme water shortage. But if there really is a heavy rain and flood, I'm afraid no one will be short of water. But another problem arises. Will the shelter be taken away by the flood? Linyu made up his mind that if the disaster was really a heavy rain, he would repair the drainage channel early tomorrow morning. If it was a flood, it shouldn't be such a big disaster from the beginning. According to Linyu's current understanding of this survival game, from the beginning to now, this game has been constantly screening out those who are weak. Or simply put, people who are simply not adaptable to this extreme environment. In the case of lack of water and food, the survivors faced those mutated creatures and overcame various difficulties to survive. Only then were they qualified to challenge this disaster. In other words, for now, this should be considered the novice protection period. If something like a meteorite crashing to the ground, a flood, a beast tide, or a landslide suddenly occurs at this time, that doesn't make sense. If this system were to kill so many people so directly and indiscriminately, wouldn't it be a disaster? Why do you still have a disaster every 7 days and give 3 days notice? This obviously doesn't make sense. So, Linyu looked at the countdown. Less than half an hour left. No one in the group was talking about water anymore. Everyone was speculating about what disaster would happen. Some are pessimistic and even think that the entire human race has fallen into a dead end and may become completely extinct after this disaster. Is this really the case? Perhaps. The Earth is finished, and mankind has been given a chance to start over. In the face of countless hardships, how many people will persevere until the end? No matter what others do, he feels that even if there is really only one person left in the world, he will do his best to make that person become himself. With this system, at least he won't starve to death or die of thirst. In terms of the development of shelters, we will never lag behind others. And with constant training, he will continue to improve and become stronger. Killing the giant locust today was enough to prove that he was already a level stronger than he was on the first day. Human beings are creatures that can grow, especially in such an extreme environment. Linyu opened the transaction panel. He decided to take this opportunity to use the water on hand to pick up leaks. As a hard currency, especially on this 3rd day, when it has reached the physiological limit of most people, water can be exchanged for more things. Linyu had no reason to let go of this opportunity. Moreover, this time happens to be the best time to bargain. Look, after this group of people were at the end of their rope and kept hunting mutant creatures. What did they get that may seem useless at the moment, but will be useful in the future? Linyu cut through the mess quickly. If you like something and think it's worth the price, just buy it. Soon, with 1 minute left before the countdown, he had already exchanged 2.4 liters of water for saltpeter, lighter, fishhook design drawings, flashlight design drawings, hoe design drawings, stator and other items. Linyu was familiar with this stator. When he was in college, he went to a mechanical geek club for a while, and he knew that this thing was a key component of the generator. He had never seen this thing in the group or trading market until now. Did no one come out at all? Or were they all hidden? Now! There are still 10 seconds to figure out what the disaster is. In the group, many people are counting down. 5. Please, don't go too far. 4. Just come to heavy rain. Heavy rain. 3. The world is about to perish. Ha 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 ha. 2. Why did I hear the rumbling outside? 1. Everyone breathed attentively. Lin Yu also immediately switched to the announcement interface. However, when he saw the name of this first disaster, his eyes widened. What? It's actually this disaster? At the same time, the entire group was in panic. Chapter 17 Disaster? More deadly is coming. As the countdown ends, all survivors switch the game panel to the bulletin board. The words displayed above plunge them into collective silence and consternation. Snow disaster? No. Lin Yu found that his mouth seemed to have been opened. He had thought about the possible snow disaster before, but it actually happened. He opened the group panel, looked over there again, and found that everyone inside was caught up in a carnival. Damn it! There's water now! Go to H.L. with those water profiteers! Ha ha! Lin, I'm talking about you. The cunning Tang people. Let's see how you raise the price this time. That's right. Just now, he wanted to buy my bread with 100 milliliters of water. But I scolded him back. I've already made a deal. It's a big loss. The profiteer will die a good death. I think I can survive until 4 days by drinking urine. The smell of urine is not unacceptable now that I'm familiar with it. Come on. Let me teach you a filtering method that can eliminate the smell of urine to the greatest extent. First, pinch your nose. Snow disaster? People near the equator are ecstatic. Is the snow edible? It's a pity that the shelters are too far away. Otherwise, we could have had a world-scale snowball fight. Sure enough, this is just a game. How can it snow on a hot day? Lin Yu silently peered at the screen, then silently closed the panel. Snowstorm. Unexpectedly, the first disaster played this game very hard. He felt the heat in the air, and it was still hard to imagine that in such a weather, which was at least 30 degrees Celsius, a disaster called a snow disaster would usher in 4 days later. Lin Yu didn't care too much about the people in the group treating his ginseng cock. Sooner or later there will come a time when you will cry and beg me. In fact, he was puzzled by the blind optimism of this group of people. Everyone cheered as if they had won a lottery. And some even wanted to eat snow, or even have a snowball fight. Don't you consider other adverse factors that may occur during a snowstorm? The extreme cold brought by the snowstorm is the most terrifying thing. Lin Yu remembered that when he was 8 years old, he was beaten by the director of the orphanage for talking back. He felt aggrieved and could not stay any longer. So he took the opportunity to escape at night. There happened to be a blizzard that night. He walked on the street for several hours. In the end, he was too cold to do anything. He remembered the Eskimo igloo. So he went to the roadside to get a big snowball, dug a hole and got in. He almost froze to death inside if a passing adult hadn't discovered it. In fact, if you think about it, it would be okay to go to Kaifeng Kai or Golden Arch Gate for just one night. However, the biggest impact that night had on Lin Yu was that he understood how terrifying snow was. That kind of biting cold and long-term low temperature are enough to easily kill someone. Lin Yu got up and touched the wall. Even in such high temperatures, it maintains a cool touch. What if there's a snowstorm outside? If nothing was done, he felt that there would definitely be many frozen corpses in this shelter in 4 days. Lin Yu thought about various ways to keep out the cold and fell asleep unknowingly. But this world did not follow him into a sweet dream, but fell into silence at the same time. Countless people scattered in shelters and wastelands, deserts, grasslands, mining areas, basins, riversides, and forests can hardly close their eyes. Some people are still tortured by thirst. Their bodies become extremely weak, and they cannot sleep at all. Some people were so hungry that they even ate the flesh of mutated creatures. Some people set traps, hold weapons, and continue to fight mutant creatures, hoping to explode any treasure chests that will help them survive. Some people cut down trees, mined mines, and frantically collected supplies as if they were tireless. This night was an absolutely torturous day for almost everyone. But they also expressed optimism about the coming disaster. At least they no longer have to worry about drinking water. The premise is that you can survive to the 7th day. The night passed. Lin Yu rubbed his eyes and stretched out after getting up. After 3 days, he slowly adapted to the rhythm here. There were no electronic devices, and almost nothing related to technology. Without an alarm, sleeping until he woke up naturally was a normal thing for Lin Yu. Opening the stone door, a burst of fresh air poured into the room. Lin Yu, armed with a log shield and an iron spear, also tested it before going out as before. In this environment full of mutated creatures, who knows what dangers may be encountered? It's not impossible to kill by opening the door. A somewhat familiar odor poured into his nostrils. Lin Yu looked around, and finally stopped behind the room. Another pile of indescribable things, exactly like the ones before. Moreover, there are more of them, and they are like a small mountain. Lin Yu frowned. Something is wrong. Didn't he kill the mutated sheep that came to pull him out before? Why are there these excrements again? Is there more? Lin Yu thought of those looming black spots when he looked into the distance. He tensed up instantly and looked around cautiously. In the wilderness, the wind was stronger than yesterday. But in the sound of the wind, Lin Yu heard some noisy sounds mixed in. Moreover, the sounds were intermittent and definitely not the original sounds in the wasteland. He swallowed and turned to the main entrance of the shelter. For some reason, he felt a hint of danger. This is an instinctive reaction developed after fighting dozens of mutated creatures over the past few days. After taking out the ladder and climbing to the roof as quickly as possible, Lin Yu quickly saw what was making the noise. 7 mutated sheep are hiding in 7 slightly taller tufts of grass dozens of meters away, staring covetously in this direction. Lin Yu took a breath of cold air. If he hadn't checked carefully just now, and was setting up a pot and lighting a fire to eat just like yesterday, the consequences could be disastrous. Lin Yu was also secretly surprised, as he clenched the iron spear in his hand. These mutated sheep actually appear in groups, and can also lurk in the grass at this time. They are really not simple mutated creatures. These mutated creatures seem to be quite smart. If Lin Yu was not standing at a high place, there would be no chance of Lin Yu discovering them. So, what to do next? Should we go down and hide in a shelter, and wait for them to leave? Or should we? However, at this moment, as one mutated sheep stood up and looked up at his location, standing up and no longer hiding, all the other mutated sheep stood up immediately. They all looked up at Lin Yu and approached the shelter step by step. Lin Yu began to regret not getting a bow. But there seems to be another type of thing that can attack from a distance. Chapter 18. Do you have a strategy? Climb for me. In the early morning of the 4th day, Lin Yu encountered his biggest crisis so far. The 7 mutated sheep, which were eventually covered with tusks, no longer hid their figures in the grass, but instead surrounded the shelter from all directions. Their vertical pupils reflected the human figure standing on the roof. Lin Yu tightened his grip on the iron spear in his hand. The wind became stronger. For some reason, Lin Yu felt that the wind seemed to have lowered the temperature a bit. On the wasteland, the lust was blown up from time to time, and the grass was blown wildly. Lin Yu was thinking about how to break the situation. On the roof that is more than 2 meters high, there is no need to worry about being knocked down by these sheep who are just a little bigger. To the point of being overwhelmed is to be surrounded by them. Life-threatening? Probably not. Lin Yu looked at the mutated creatures that looked like sheep, but had huge open mouths and made terrifying sounds of "good," and wondered if something had happened to the sheep and wolves in this world. Forbidden feelings. That's why we have these things. Holding the iron spear in his hand, he put down his shield and picked up the iron axe in his inventory. The iron axe is actually quite sharp. The mutated sheep before was also killed immediately after being chopped into the head by the iron axe. However, at that time, the iron spear was pierced through the neck first, making it basically defenseless, and the result was only caused after getting close enough. Lin Yu waited. As long as these sheep came close to the shelter, he would attack them with an iron spear or a throwing axe. If he could not kill them, he would also inflict heavy injuries on them. However, 10 minutes passed, and 20 minutes passed. Lin Yu was sweating more and more on his forehead, but he found that these sheep were standing about 10 meters away from him like sculptures, without moving. Good guy. Do you know how to use tactics? He felt that these sheep were indeed beyond his understanding. He wondered if the mutated creatures that others encountered that could produce copper treasure chests were also like this. If he doesn't get close, he can only attack from a distance. But for long-distance attacks, he doesn't have a suitable weapon in his hand. Try throwing an axe first. The iron axe only consumes 1 wood and 1 iron block, and Lin Yu has quite a lot of both resources at this time. Otherwise, give it a try? He clicked make, and instantly there were 10 more iron axes in his inventory. Seems like now would be a good time to practice your axe throwing skills? Holding the iron axe in his hand, he aimed at the nearest one and threw it violently. When the sheep saw the axe thrown by Lin Yu, it jumped to the side and dodged easily. Then Lin Yu threw the axe again, and the sheep quickly jumped to the other side. When Lin Yu threw the 3rd axe at him, all the sheep's eyes also shifted. And this is the kind of opportunity Lin Yu wants. After getting familiar with the mutant sheep's jumping and range of movements, He threw the fourth axe at his hand again. But this time, the target was the other end next to him. The person next to him, and the others were actually eating the melon. Unexpectedly, he didn't even have a chance to react after the axe flew over. And his two front legs were swept away by the axe. Its screams had just sounded. But Lin Yu followed closely, and the iron axe flew again. However, the axe flew to the other side, directly cutting off half of the head of the sheep there. You get a copper treasure chest. Boy, this is really outrageous. Open the hacking door. It's outrageous. Lin Yu continued to throw the remaining 6 iron axes out one by one. But even if he took aim this time, he still failed to hit any of them. But, after being hit hard in succession, the mutated sheep lost their previous ferocity and became a little panicked. Under the influence of the injured roar and scream, the remaining 5 sheep also gradually retreated. Lin Yu was observing from the roof. Now he could continue to make iron axes or simply throw iron spears. But the 5 mutated sheep were already further away from him. Rather than work so hard, it would be better to continue the stalemate. See who can't hold on in the end. Lin Yu also calculated that if he went down the ladder and pushed open the stone door and then closed it, maybe 2 or 3 of the sheep would be able to keep up if he did this directly. But he only needed to feint a shot and throw a few more axes. It is not a problem at all to enter the shelter without being caught up. After flexing his sore right arm, Lin Yu put down the iron spear and wooden shield, took out water from the inventory and drank it. Even in the stalemate stage, there is basically no danger for him on the roof. So there is no need to be as nervous as the other party. The game panel is opened. Sitting on the roof drinking water and watching the group is a beautiful thing. The wooden bow requires wood and fiber. The fiber is not for sale. The slingshot needs wood and leather. Well, it is not for sale either. Lin Yu wanted to complain about this construction system. Why put hard to find materials among the materials needed to make things that can be made in the early stage? But it doesn't matter. Just use it up. Lin Yu opened the trading mall again and searched for all novel things. However, he soon discovered something. The purchasing power of water has declined. When he just searched for the keyword water, it was clear that few people except him had put water on it before. But when he looked again, hey, there were more than 100. What were these people doing before? And not only that, these people no longer sell 15 milliliters and 30 milliliters like before, but started selling 100 milliliters and 200 milliliters like him. Despite this, the people who bought water still didn't do anything. There were even people in the group counting the names of water sellers, repeating the abuse over and over again. And there were quite a few people who followed suit. Good guy. You can only make people laugh when you are angry. Right? There are still almost 4 days left. How many days can you last just drinking urine? Lin Yu said that he would crawl for me when the time comes. After watching for a while, Lin Yu stood up again, looked at the mutated sheep, and found that they were lying on the ground again as if they were sleepy. Lin Yu thought about it and placed the ladder on the edge of the eaves. He also pretended to get off the ladder and move that way. Soon, the sheep stood up again, watching Lin Yu's every move with vigilance. However, Lin Yu quickly returned to the top, and the sheep sat down again after a while. At the same time, Lin Yu stood up again, and the sheep also stood up. After repeating this 7 times, the sheep seemed to be unable to sit still and began to move towards the shelter again. Lin Yu wanted this kind of result. After he used it a few times again, a sheep seemed to be unable to hold it in any longer and came closer. But it was still wary. Lin Yu calmly took out the mutated mutton he had obtained before from the inventory and threw it to the ground. He wouldn't eat this thing anyway, so it wouldn't be a pity to throw it away. And after he finished this, he soon found that it worked. The 5 sheep, attracted by the fresh smell of blood, seemed to be unable to hold back any longer, and their eyes were fixed on that direction. However, at this moment, buzz! A strange noise suddenly came. Lin Yu raised his head and looked around in confusion. Suddenly, he discovered that a strange thing suddenly appeared next to the small forest where he cut down the tree. Chapter 19: The Door to the Secret Realm. Win and get a treasure. What is that? Lin Yu was holding the iron spear in his hand, preparing to fire it at the mutated sheep that were gradually approaching. But something emerged from behind the strange noise in the woods, causing him to stop. The white light mist that appeared with a strange buzzing sound dissipated, and he saw that a strange building suddenly appeared in that place. Lin Yu vaguely saw an old wooden door that seemed to be wrapped in dilapidated bricks and stones, and there was still a white mist floating around it that lingered for a long time. He knew very well that this gate did not belong to this wasteland at all, and had never existed before. Looking down at the mutant sheep, I found that they didn't seem to care about the ancient gate at all. And the one that was closest before was now less than 6 or 7 meters away from the shelter. The other mutated sheep also came closer. Lin Yu was quite concerned about the ancient gate, but he knew that even if he wanted to see it, these threats had to be dealt with first. Holding the iron spear tightly, Lin Yu pretended to continue looking in the direction of the ancient gate, while waiting for the nearest one to get close enough. And he didn't wait too long. The mutated mutton he threw down was indeed too attractive to them. As the mutated sheep got closer, Lin knew that the time had come. He suddenly turned around and stood up, and at the same time let out a loud shout. And the iron spear in his hand turned into a silver light like a shooting star. Good! A scream came immediately. The iron spear passed through the mutated sheep's soft belly, and the sharp spear blade instantly cut it open. The next second, a large amount of blood rushed out, and the heavy internal organs also fell to the ground. When the other mutated sheep saw this sudden situation, they were stunned for a second. But when they found another iron axe thrown at them from the air, they immediately turned around and ran away. The situation that was extremely dangerous for Lin Yu just now changed instantly after the four heads escaped. Lin Yu gasped for breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. Although he didn't know how powerful and terrifying these mutated sheep with fangs and sharp teeth were, he didn't want to experience the situation. He had just been surrounded by 7 huge mutated creatures. If he had not climbed to the roof correctly at the beginning, but had shrunk into the house, who knows what would have happened later? Maybe we will be besieged by these vicious monsters until the snowstorm comes and we run out of food. Lin Yu stood up on the roof, and after confirming that the 4 mutated sheep had turned into 4 black dots in his sight, he got off the ladder, turned around and entered the shelter, trying to take out the spare iron spear. Give the 2 people outside who have not yet left due to serious injuries a moment of rejuvenation. He suddenly heard a shattering sound coming from the other side of the table. Lin Yu looked up and found that the mutated creature's egg on the table was cracked like land that had been dry for a long time. Bang! Bang! The cracking sounds became more and more intensive, and the cracks became larger and larger. Bang! As the last crisp sound came, the entire egg shell suddenly split into 2. Lin Yu heard a tiny cry, and at the same time, he saw a small white creature gradually standing up in the center of the egg shell. A pair of ruby-like pupils stared at Lin Yu quietly. Its fine scales all over its body also shimmered with silvery white as if covered with snow. Is this a lizard? The tip of the iron spear in Lin Yu's hand slowly lowered. The appearance of the little white guy in front of him, for some reason, touched something in his heart. Seems pretty cute. Lin Yu walked over, took out a slightly longer piece of hay, and teased it. The little guy's 2 little paws were playfully touching one end of the hay, while his big eyes were still staring at Lin Yu's face, including the tail. It's only 18 centimeters. Lin Yu accurately reported the number based on his experience, probably by making gestures. The little guy tilted his head and shouted as if he understood something. However, can such a big egg produce such a small lizard? Lin Yu thought he could open a mutant creature that was as fierce as the mutant sheep outside. Then, next, should we turn it into a treasure chest? Or, at this moment, a game panel suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yu. Congratulations. You got a new pet. Do you want to give it a name? Pet? HHHHC. What the H-L is this game system? A good guy also has a pet? I haven't said I want to raise it yet. Okay. Pet race, ice lizard. Pet name, unnamed. Status, larvae. Description, a rare mutant creature that lives inside the cave. The breath it exhales can drop the surrounding temperature by 5 degrees. It likes to move in the water. Ability, acceleration. Agile movements can allow it to escape from the battlefield as quickly as possible, or gain a speed advantage in battle. Cold breath. Breathing out cold breath can freeze the opponent for several seconds and cause minor damage to the opponent. Natural talent, not awakened. Lin Yu looked at the panel that suddenly appeared. He couldn't help but take a closer look at it several times. At the same time, he doubted that he was really looking at a game panel. What's going on? Ice lizard? Cold breath? Natal talent? How could it develop in a completely unknown direction? But, Lin Yu looked at the white lizard again. It tilted its head again, and spat out the pink letter again. Good guy. So cute. Right? Lin Yu now thinks about it. If raising a pet can help with adventure, wouldn't it be okay? Moreover, looking at this little guy, it seems that he can't eat too much food. There is quite a lot of rations on hand. And, Lin Yu listened to the sounds outside the house. and the two mutated sheep were still screaming in pain. Those two can provide a lot of meat. Can this gadget also eat meat? After some thinking, Linyu looked at the little lizard again. Okay, one more is not much. Then you can call me, Xiao Bai. Linyu, who was reluctant to give it a name, said that there were not many good names he could think of. The little ice lizard seemed to like the name very much. It crawled around on the spot and kept staring at Linyu. Okay, as long as you like it. What's next? Puff! Puff! Xiao Bai clutched the straw tightly and climbed directly onto Linyu's hand, seemingly very happy. Congratulations. You named your pet ice lizard, Xiao Bai. Your intimacy has improved a bit. Good guy. And intimacy? This is not a survival game. Right? Linyu put Xiao Bai on his shoulders. Xiao Bai seemed to like this slightly higher place and looked around curiously. Linyu walked outside the house with the iron spear and came directly to the mutated sheep whose forelimbs had been chopped off with an iron axe so that it could no longer move. He held out the iron spear in his hand and stabbed it into its throat. You get a copper treasure chest. Do you want to dissect mutated creatures? Of course it is. You obtain mutated mutton x 10 kg, sheepskin x1, fangs x2. Then he walked to another mutated sheep whose abdomen was cut open and kept wailing. Just when Linyu was about to give it a good time, Xiao Bai on his shoulder suddenly jumped to the ground. Noob? Linyu suddenly discovered that this little guy actually jumped directly into the fallen internal organs, bit a piece of intestine with his small mouth, and started chewing it. Chapter 20. On the fourth day, there was the first air conditioner in the whole group. The breeze blew, and the wilderness was desolate. Linyu pierced the heart of the dying mutated sheep with an iron spear, ending its suffering. But he did not pull out the iron spear immediately. Xiao Bai is eating happily. Let him eat for a while. You get a copper treasure chest. After picking up the copper treasure box, Linyu went to pocket the other two copper treasure boxes, and at the same time dissected the one that he would kill with one blow. He returned to the shelter and put away the mutant mutton as bait. Linyu also smelled it before putting it away and found that the meat had no smell. It has been left in the inventory for a day. It must have gone bad in such a hot weather. However, it was as if it had just been put in for a short time. Does the inventory have a freshness function? Linyu instantly understood that the system had indeed provided some convenience in this regard. Xiao Bai was lying on the grass, his belly swollen a lot. This guy looked like he was enjoying himself under the sun, and he closed his eyes with satisfaction. Linyu stroked it for a while, and the guy enjoyed it quite a bit, rubbing his arm vigorously with half-open eyes. Putting it back on his shoulder, Linyu began to dissect. You obtain mutated mutton x 10 kg, sheepskin x1, fangs x2. Although the mutated sheep had a lot of meat, he only got 10 kilograms each time. Adding the previous ones, he now has 40 kilograms of mutated mutton, 4 pieces of sheepskin, and 8 tusks. Linyu brought Xiao Bai back to the shelter. He felt that the little guy's body was really cold, but in this hot temperature, it had a touch similar to ice cubes. A total of 16 iron axes were retrieved, and Linyu directly hung 14 of them on the trading panel. It was useless to have too many of them. I can exchange it for whatever I can. After digging a big hole with the shovel, burying the remaining belongings of the mutated sheep, and filling it with soil, the matter was finally over. As for the rest of the things that haven't been done yet, he looked at the ancient gate at the edge of the woods that had not disappeared. It's still early. Where should we go? However, it is impossible not to be fully prepared. The most important information comes from other survivors. After opening the group, he immediately started searching one by one. The profiteer who sells water has just put a bunch of axes on the shelves. Let's form a group to ridicule him. Why don't you sell water? Linyu, you go ahead and get busy. I'll eat lemons. By the way, will it be very cold if there's a snowstorm? I feel like the temperature has dropped a lot now. Stop talking about this. There is a strange thing next to my shelter. Have any of you seen it? It's a gate. Report. I have already explored it. Got good things and put them in the mall. I still need to change the water. What's the name of that place? A different realm? A secret realm? I opened the door and saw a bunch of mist coming out, but I didn't go in. Are there any good things in there? Good things have to be taken with a life. The avatar of the person I just mentioned entering is now gray. Whoever you like can go. Sir, I will continue to kill monsters. Linyu searched a few more keywords and found that many people had already entered the gate called Secret Realm. What is certain is that there are good things in it, but there are also certain dangers. This is in line with the theme of this game of coexistence of opportunities and challenges. Lin Yu glanced at the person who said he had good things, and was an acquaintance who had traded with him several times. He opened them all and took a look, and immediately found the content. Seller, Du Ping. Auction item, bearings. Required, 1 L of drinking water. Seller's note, I don't need to name anyone who has so much water. Right. 1 price. Direct transaction. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and took the photo directly. Just 1 liter of water. So cheap. For him, water is a resource that does not need to be considered at all. And 1 liter of water for 1 bearing is actually quite cost-effective. After all, this thing is not easy to find. Bearings are also one of the important parts required on the generator. Without them, it would not be possible. Taking out the bearing and placing it on the ground, and then connecting the stator and bearing obtained previously. Lin Yu was surprised to find that they were quite compatible. However, without end caps, terminal blocks, etc., it is still difficult to build a generator. Maybe these things will exist in that secret realm? But before that, he needed to be fully prepared before going in to investigate. Lin Yu took a deep breath and opened the 3 copper treasure boxes he had just obtained. You obtained hiking boots X1 and umbrella design X1. You obtained wooden helmet design drawing X1 and telescope X1. You get emergency food set X1. Compressed towel X10. It was indeed a copper treasure chest. And there was almost nothing that could not be used. After these treasure chests were opened, his inventory was full again. The backpack capacity is too small. It was hard for Lin Yu to imagine how he had lived the past 2 days when he only had 10 cells. In the backpack, water, bread, instant noodles, and mutated mutton cannot be moved. Others were exchanged from the mall at that time. And there were various materials. But it didn't really matter. Moreover, there are several design drawings that are not used yet. So I can use them together to save space. Wooden armor, wood X3. Iron X2. Wooden bowl, wood X1. Barbecue grill, wood X1. Iron block X3. Iron sword, wood X1. Iron block X2. Machete, wood X1. Iron block X2. Umbrella, iron block X2. After manufacturing them all in one go, a lot of materials were consumed. Lin Yu picked up the wooden armor on the ground, and after putting it on, he felt that it looked quite decent. A bit like the Saint Seiya he had seen when he was a child. Putting away a machete, he took out a small medicine box and threw all the brains he had obtained into the shelter. There is no choice but to hold on to the soilless cultivation kit that occupies too much space. The sheepskin and tusks were thrown into the shelter in one breath. Lin Yu found that there was no room for anything in the 40 square meter room. After looking at it, I saw that a total of 11 spaces were occupied, including 5 materials: water, bread, instant noodles, mutated mutton, wood, stone, iron, coal, and copper, as well as a small medicine box and a machete. I really hope I can get another backpack, or a shelter expansion design. Lin Yu sighed, while holding his usual iron spear and small buckler in his hands, with Xiao Bai still burping on his shoulders. After closing the stone door of the shelter, he looked at the door of the secret realm. It still hasn't gone away. If you don't do something, you'll always stand still. Lin Yu took a deep breath and walked over there. When he arrived at the door, Xiao Bai on his shoulders also raised his little head, and the cool breath he exhaled made Lin Yu feel a little comfortable. Isn't this just a small air conditioner? Xiao Bai, when you go to explore the secret realm, don't run around, Lin Yu said with a smile. There was mist around him, and the door was only within arm's reach of him, pushing it open. Then, let's go! Chapter 21 Exploration of Ruins. A lot of leftovers. The ancient door in front of him was gently pushed open by Lin Yu. A thick mist also surged out crazily following this movement. Xiao Bai seemed to be quite excited. He gently raised his front paws and stood up on Lin Yu's shoulders. Lin Yu held a round shield in his left hand and a spear in his right hand. He squinted his eyes and looked into the door, but did not step in immediately. Secret realm. It took a long time to peek in the group, and no one said anything about what was in it or where it was. It is true that some people went in and found good things, but some people went in and never came out. Is there any danger inside? Or is it the kind that can cause death? Lin Yu guessed. Even though he has been here for 4 days, he has weapons in his hands, a buckler and wooden armor on his body, and has mastered some combat skills. He is already more than twice as strong as his past self. But to be honest, he is still an ordinary person with a mortal body. It's just that the combat power is just a little higher than 5. To say I'm not nervous would be a lie. Xiao Bai, if you feel any danger, please remind me. The little guy responded with a "puk" sound. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He didn't place his hopes on this little thing. Talking to it was actually talking to himself. But it did make him feel less nervous. After Lin Yu stepped into the secret realm, a mechanical sound suddenly sounded in his ears. It is detected that the player enters an unknown area and automatically closes all system functions except the inventory. Good guy. Are you so nervous? The fog was extremely heavy, and the air was filled with a choking smell. And there was silence everywhere. The temperature is also much lower than that of the shelter. Xiao Bai seemed to like this kind of temperature very much. Jumping back and forth between Lin Yu's shoulders, Lin Yu looked around. Although the light was not good, he could tell that it was daytime. However, the fog was quite thick, and it was impossible to see anything clearly beyond a few meters. He stamped his feet and squatted down to carefully examine the extremely hard ground under his feet. Is this an asphalt road? The ground was indeed covered with a layer of dust. But underneath the dust was indeed a layer of black asphalt. A mark was drawn with an iron spear, and a string of sparks appeared on the ground. It's a bit difficult to make a mark. But where is this place? Why are there asphalt roads? With doubts, Lin Yu did not move forward, but turned around here. This turn made him see something even more incredible. A car? It's a niche brand. He was even more surprised when he saw a niche car on the ground that was so corroded by rust that only the frame was left. Why are there cars here? Could it be that? Looking at the front and rear of the car, he used the tip of a spear to sweep away the rust. There were traces of several familiar numbers on them. Lin Yu's heart was beating wildly. Isn't this the Earth? With doubts, he continued to search forward. In order to mark the route, he took out a lot of materials from his inventory every few meters and placed them under his feet. Whether it is wood or iron, it is a standard cube when it is taken out. But there are big and small ones. The big one is like the wood. One piece is almost half a meter long, wide and high, but it is quite conspicuous in the fog. After walking for too long, he found that his way was blocked by a huge obstacle. When I got closer, I saw that this was actually a building lying on the ground at an angle of almost 90 degrees. The rusty and corroded steel bars of the building were exposed. The outer glass was almost completely broken, and all kinds of debris were thrown outside. He found that the surrounding areas were so broken that only the outlines of offices and chairs could be seen, and they turned into pieces with just a slight touch. Is this an office building? Holding the iron spear tightly, Lin Yu looked into the dark interior. Could there be anything good in it? He approached a broken window frame and touched the only unbroken glass on it. You get plexiglass X1. The system suddenly made a sound, which made Lin Yu feel numb. But is this a trophy? He looked inside the building and swallowed. What will be inside? If it were an office building, would there be abandoned computers, mobile phones, etc.? Lin Yu walked inside and found that the light was a bit dark. I forgot to get a torch in advance. It seems I can't go too deep. In this room, he used an iron spear to pick up the garbage on the ground, and found that basically anything he touched would break. But Lin Yu also discovered that the documents and materials in this place were also items from the Earth that he was familiar with. In the corner, he found another newspaper in a broken cabinet, but it is not written in Tang Dynasty. When he picked it up, the newspaper crumbled like ashes. How many years has passed since this Earth? At this moment, Lin Yu had basically confirmed that this was the Earth. Is there actually the Earth in the secret realm? Is he like this alone? Or is everyone like this? Thinking of Du Ping who sold bearings, Lin Yu felt that this person probably went to a similar place as himself. After walking out of this room, Lin Yu returned to the outside and jumped into another room. You get a bundle of wires. You get the laptop, which has been severely damaged. After entering the house, Lin Yu found a broken briefcase from under a collapsed table. A power cord and a laptop with a broken screen like a spider web fell out of it. He breathed a sigh of relief. You're lucky. At least it's not without gain. Isn't it? Xiao Bai seemed to agree. Lin Yu took out a bottle of water and took a sip, poured it into his hand, and let Xiao Bai drink it too. This little thing was quite obedient. After drinking the water obediently, he licked Lin Yu's palm again. Ha ha. It's a little itchy. Lin Yu's voice echoed in the empty building. Just when Lin Yu was about to lift up another collapsed cabinet to check, Xiao Bai suddenly shouted at the door of the room. Noob? When Lin Yu was wondering why Xiao Bai suddenly called out like this, he suddenly heard a rustling sound in his ears. Moreover, the sound gradually increased. Lin Yu quickly took 2 steps back, squatted down slightly, held the round shield in front of him, and at the same time clenched the iron spear tightly. Xiao Bai jumped to Lin Yu's left shield and shouted towards the open door. There. Lin Yu turned around suddenly, and suddenly saw a black shadow rushing towards him from over there. Boom! That thing hit Lin Yu's shield directly, and knocked him to the ground. Lin Yu immediately rolled up, and stood up from the ground. He soon discovered that the black shadow was running toward him again. He raised his shield again, and swung the iron spear in his hand. A fluffy thing had bitten the wooden armor on his arm, crushing it with a snap. Squeak! A shrill cry rang out, and Lin Yu had no time to react. The log shield protecting his body suffered another violent impact. Chapter 22, In the Weird Secret Realm. Xiao Bai makes meritorious service. Boom! Lin Yu's back hit the mottled wall, making a dull sound. The force is really strong. Stinky rat! Lin Yu struggled to stand up, and looked at the dizzy animal on the ground because it hit his shield. There was a machete in his hand. Although it was different from the dim little animal in my memory. The thing in front of me was at least the size of a medium-sized dog, but its appearance was not much different from the mouse in my memory. Squeak! The big mouse shook his head. Before he could recover, Lin Yu's machete had already struck down. However, the big mouse rolled over and avoided the fatal blow, and the machete also created a spark on the cement. Just when Lin Yu was about to slash and attack again, he heard a puff sound. Xiao Bai actually jumped on the back of the big mouse and breathed out a stream of white air at it. Almost instantly, the big mouse suddenly stopped moving, and Lin Yu's knife followed the trend. The mouse screamed and was split into 2 pieces by Lin Yu's blow. Finally solved. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He picked up the iron spear again and poked the big mouse. When he found that it was completely motionless, he let out a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, it could be so dangerous. The opponent is much faster than him. Although with his own ability, it is only a matter of time to kill him. But he will definitely lose his fortune. The reason why the battle was successfully resolved in a short time, just now, was thanks to Xiao Bai's help. Lin Yu clearly saw at that moment that Xiao Bai, who was obviously faster than the big mouse, lay on its back and blew a breath, and the big mouse stopped moving. Lin Yu looked carefully, and found that the big mouse's long gray hair was actually covered with a layer of frost. He immediately remembered Xiao Bai's ability mentioned by the system before, which was the ability of Ice Breath, which could freeze the opponent for a few seconds in a short period of time. It was a big help. Xiao Bai, you did a good job. Lin Yu touched Xiao Bai's head, which was back on his shoulder. Xiao Bai also squinted his ruby-like eyes, and enjoyed Lin Yu's caress. However, to Lin Yu's expectation, Xiao Bai didn't seem to want to eat the meat of the big rat on the ground, but started playing back and forth on Lin Yu's shoulders and arms. This little guy doesn't seem to be frightened when fighting, and he is a good helper. Lin Yu looked at the big rat's body again, picked up its head with an iron spear, and took a closer look. Completely cold. Weird. It didn't drop a treasure chest like the mutated creatures in the wilderness. It seems that here and there have indeed been completely separated into 2 worlds. The rules of the 2 worlds are not universal at all except for the inventory. Lin Yu put away the machete, picked up the small buckler again, and checked the wooden armor on his arm that had just been bitten by a big rat. The wooden armor made of hardwood blocks had lost almost half of its area at this time. Oh, it's pretty awesome. Lin Yu tried to speak as calmly as possible to calm himself down. But he also knew that if there were more of these big rats, he would definitely lose. Even more serious. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the door where the big rat came out before, and decided not to take the risk this time. Without a torch in hand, the light source is a problem, and he doesn't have a very powerful weapon. Xiao Bai doesn't seem to be able to do much except spit out cold air. Just be steady. Anyway, I came here this time to explore the road. Besides, this harvest is not that small. Is it? After thinking about this, Lin Yu also decided to retreat now. For now, there is no need for him to take risks. Once you have enough weapons and equipment, it's not too late to conduct a thorough exploration. Xiao Bai, let's go! Lin Yu said, looking at the situation behind him and walking backwards. If something comes again, it will be really difficult. On the asphalt road, Lin Yu also followed the direction of the materials he had thrown on the road as coordinates and successfully returned to the ancient gate where he came from. After he cleaned up all the materials, He suddenly remembered something and came to the car again. Although the outer SHL is dilapidated and rusty, it doesn't seem like it can't be taken away. The target object is too large and cannot be carried. Good guy. Don't let me. So, Linny used an iron spear to pry open the hood and pick and choose. You get rusty car engine X1. You get battery X1. You get fuse X1. This is right. As for other things, Linny felt that they were not of much use for the time being. After all, he did not have any expectations of being able to drive in the wilderness. No matter how good a car is, it will be scrapped if it is driven on a broken road with ups and downs in the wasteland. But Linny felt that he could keep things like the engine, battery, fuse. Especially the battery. He wanted to use this thing to create something new. After making sure there was nothing left to take, Lin's sinful hand reached for the tire again. Although the car is too rusty to run, the flat tires may be useful elsewhere. It didn't take long. Under Xiao Bai's puzzled gaze, Linny removed the tires one by one and put them into the inventory. After doing this, Linyu finally walked back to the ancient door. After confirming that he had brought everything, he opened the door and stepped out of the fog. The ancient door finally closed with a heavy sound. Linyu took a deep breath while bathing in the sunshine. The secret realm within the ancient gate is very strange. It's not so much a so-called foreign land, but it looks like the Earth decades after humans disappeared. Collapsed buildings, abandoned cars, cracked asphalt roads, tables and chairs as fragile as paper. Linyu did not explore more places, but those things gave him such a strong feeling. Moreover, the huge rat also made Linyu worried about the ecology there. Rats are so big. If there were any predators, would they be bigger? Xiao Bai's voice brought Linyu back to reality. Xiao Bai, let's go back first. When we become stronger, we can search there carefully, Linyu said, looking back at the ancient secret door emitting white mist standing behind him, and walked towards the shelter. At this time, it's evening again. Linyu quickened his pace. There was a dull pain in his left arm for some unknown reason. And every time at sunset in the past few days, he would encounter much stronger enemies. He had lost a lot of energy in the secret realm. And the crazy attack of the big rat also put some mental pressure on him. It made him want to lie down on the bed and spy on the group to vent his anger. After finally returning to the house smoothly, Linyu breathed a sigh of relief. But he remembered something again. The pile of feces behind the house has not been cleaned up yet. I can't stand it if something smelly comes into the house at night. He also solved the problem over there. Wiped it dry with tissue paper. And then Linyu picked up the shovel and dug a big hole. Just when he was about to push the dung into the pit, an idea suddenly came to him. These mutated sheep use this place as a toilet every day. So, wouldn't it be nice to set a trap? Chapter 23 Shelter Design? The sun sets in the west, and the last ray of light dissipates. The speed in Linyu's hands is also increasing. After using a shovel to dig a large pit near the dung, Linyu used an axe to sharpen a piece of wood and placed it at the bottom of the pit. At this moment, a voice came out. You obtained the trap design. Oh, this is also okay? Simple trap, wood X3. Iron X3. Hay X3. After using the trap design drawing and pulling some hay, Linyu immediately clicked on manufacturing. Then he discovered that the pit was filled with wooden thorns like spikes. And the pit was covered with hay. In this extremely dark night, it looked almost flawless. This was much better than what he had imagined. Xiao Bai had been keeping watch nearby. At this time, seeing that Linyu had done his job, he couldn't help but scream. It's all done! Xiao Bai, come back! Linyu stretched out his hand, and a white shadow also appeared on his shoulder. Xiao Bai's perception is much sharper than his, which is also its innate advantage. In the secret realm, he was the one who first discovered the mutated rat. If it were him, he would probably be much slower. After returning to the shelter, Linyu packed up the items that took up a lot of space and finally returned to the bed. I have to say that it's really fun to explode the treasure chest 100%. But it does have a small imperfection. As supplies, tools, weapons, and various other things continue to increase, the space they occupy will continue to expand. There isn't much that can be packed into a 40 square meter shelter. Linyu tidied for a while before finally clearing out a place and lighting the torch. Puff! Pew! Pew! Xiao Bai seemed to be enjoying himself while digging around on all kinds of messy things. But for Linyu, who still liked neatness and cleanliness, the current shelter was simply a pigsty. He kept putting items in and out of the inventory. And at the same time, He put the ones that took up more space at the bottom and the smaller ones at the top. After cleaning it up for a while, it finally ended. Linyu felt that doing this was even more tiring than killing mutated creatures. It seems that solving the problem of housing area will be the top priority in the future. This is not the only important thing to do today. Due to the mutated sheep and the secret realm, the disaster in 3 days' time has been put on the back burner. It is impossible to simply survive the snowstorm simply relying on the existing material reserves. The warmth of the shelter, his own warmth, plus Xiaobai's warmth, plenty of supplies such as food and water. If the snow disaster lasts for a long time, then he must be more prepared. At present, Linyu can solve the problem of food and water. Everything else has to be thought of from scratch. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Linyu looked at the 4 sheepskins in the corner. This thing is definitely for keeping warm, but it does have quite a bit of smell, so it should be fine as a quilt cover. But it's a little heavy. Is there any way to modify it? If you want to stay warm on a snowy day, burn firewood. He had fire and wood for firewood, but not a stove. The house needs to be expanded. The shelter needs to be warmed. A stove needs to be built. There seems to be a lot to do. Thinking about it this way, the amount of work to be done throughout the day tomorrow suddenly increased. However, there are no shortcuts. Linyu opened the game panel and looked at the group first, intending to find useful information. By the way, aren't there too many people who died today? There are only 6,700 people. You can find good things in the secret realm, which is much faster than killing monsters and exploding treasure chests. They probably all died there. Okay, sure. I actually found a bottle of 1982 Lafite. It's real, not a copycat. If you have any good stuff, you can send me a private message. The one with the highest price will get it. Did Mr. Lin go to the secret realm? I also have some good stuff here. Please change the water. Report. My character broke out, and I got a rare blueprint. You know Linyu is asking for a deal. What the HL? Mr. Linyu is just a profiteer selling water. And there are still idiots asking him to buy water? Linyu. The mud horse exploded. Lin, you are just a bedbug. By the way, aren't you paying attention to snow disasters? Snow disasters are not limited to snow that can turn into water. I'm telling you, I found a big bug. It's 30 degrees now. Right. Is there going to be a snowstorm? What a liar. Linyu first blacklisted those who scolded him. Naturally, the groups in this game also have this function. Not only can you block him from adding friends and all kinds of message harassment, but you can also prevent him from trading with him in the trading market and sending private messages. Linyu expressed his appreciation. When the time comes, you will be thirsty and thirsty without water. So let me crawl on you. He is not the type to retaliate, so blacklisting him is not too much. After handling this, Linyu immediately opened the transaction panel and found what Du Ping was selling. In this group, there are also many people like Du Ping who have been storing urgently needed supplies such as water. After all, there are still 3 days until the snow disaster. How many times can I drink urine? How long can I drink? At least until the snowstorm comes. Water is still very important. Seller, Du Ping. Auction item, shelter design drawings. Required, 2L of drinking water. Seller's note, it's a pity that I can't name the transaction. Whether it's worth the price or not, you can decide for yourself. Linshin. Etc. Shelter plans? Can shelter still be designed? And, how did you get this? After thinking about it, he sent a private message to Du Ping. How did you get it? Almost instantly. Du Ping replied, Boss, just tell me whether you want it or not. I think you should understand that this thing is not the rubbish that those fools said. Linyu did not reply further. He immediately took the photo. You lost 2L of water. You obtained the shelter design drawing X1. Du Ping's second private message came again. Boss, can you add me as a friend? I will tell you as soon as I have something good. Definitely next time. Linyu did not agree. For now, he doesn't want to add anyone as a friend. After all, the relationships he has established with anyone so far are only through groups and trading malls. Too unreliable. Complicated interpersonal relationships are not a problem for him. But in this different world where he has to think about how to survive at all times, he has no time to deal with such things. This feeling of trust was something he only had with Xiaobai, who was playing on the table. Remembering that Xiaobai liked water very much, Linyu poured some water into the wooden bowl he had made before, and Xiaobai immediately ran over and soaked himself in it. However, the bowl was small, and the small white was big. And a piece of it immediately spilled on the table. Xiaobai seemed to feel it was a pity and drank all the water on the table. Lin Yu took out a piece of bread, broke off a piece, and gave it to Xiaobai, and started to eat it himself. He looked at the shelter design he had just obtained in his inventory. Shelter design drawing. New shelter can be built. Area 40 square meters. The explanation of the system popped up immediately. And the treatment was different from other items. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Wouldn't this just solve a problem he faced? Chapter 24: The Harvest of the Trap. The boundless night swallowed up everything in the wilderness. A faint glow of fire was revealed from the cracks in the shelter, emitting an extremely weak light. Mutated creatures that became extremely active also emerged from hiding places everywhere and wandered in the wasteland. Birds flew past the pointed stone shelter. Big gray moths with flapping wings flew in the gaps. Scavenging beetles used their forelimbs to dig up the soil where the bones were buried. And groups of mutated sheep hunted and ate the grass. The unicorn rabbit. The night was as crazy as the previous few days. In the shelter located in the center of the wasteland, Lin Yu was already asleep. The safety that this stone shelter provided was as reliable as his feelings. Some mutated creatures hit the stone walls with their bodies, but found that it had no effect at all, and instead caused their heads to bleed. Although Xiaobai, who was awakened, kept shouting, "Puff! Puff! Puff! Puff!" Lin Yu, who had been fighting and searching for a whole day, was extremely exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Finally, Xiaobai gradually got used to the sound of banging on the wall outside, and fell asleep in the bowl. However, in this different world, there are not many people who can sleep as sweetly as Lin Yu. The vast majority of people are facing great challenges from crises such as thirst, hunger, and mutant creatures. For them, sleeping at night is even a luxury. The night passed. Lin Yu stretched out, yawned and got up. There has been a dull pain in my left arm. He put his arm close to the torch and found that there was a large bruise there. Yesterday, when he entered the secret realm wearing wooden armor, he was hit hard several times by the big rat inside. He was too excited at the time and didn't pay attention. After coming back, I was busy digging traps and cleaning up the shelter. Then I went to the mall to sell Duping's shelter design drawings. In the end, he didn't even know how he fell asleep. It's not bad. Fortunately, there are no minor wounds. Otherwise, Lin Yu felt big-hearted while watching. At that time, the wooden armor was broken, and I didn't pay much attention to it. Now that I think of the battle at that time, it was indeed a bit thrilling. Fortunately, he got through it. Xiaobai was sleeping soundly in the bowl, and Lin Yu did not disturb him. He used the last few pieces of wood to make a new set of wooden armor, put it on, and opened the stone door with a small buckler and an iron spear. The sun has not yet risen, and there is a vague mist filling the air. Lin Yu felt that the morning of the 5th day seemed to be cooler than before. It wasn't quiet outside, and he heard a humming sound coming from behind the house. After carefully walking over, he was pleasantly surprised to see 2 mutated sheep lying in the trap dug yesterday. Moreover, their blood flow was extremely large, and they could see more air coming out and less air coming in. Lin Yu's iron spear easily penetrated their throats, ending their lives and obtaining 2 copper treasure boxes. The trap is really good, isn't it? He smiled and got 2 pieces of sheepskin, 20 kilograms of mutton, and 4 tusks again. After cleaning up these things, Lin Yu started making new things on the other side. The system's judgment on the design drawing is that as long as it can make something basically similar, the design drawing can be obtained. The previous ladder and the trap in front of me were both judged in this way. In view of this, Lin Yu decided to make something new to see if it could be judged as a design drawing by the system. The materials I took out when I was in the secret realm yesterday were cubes, and Lin Yu got his inspiration from this. He took out 4 units of stones and made them into a mouth shape. No response. What about building another layer? You obtained the blueprint for the stone stove. Really? Stone stove, stone X4. He also made a stove with a hole on one side, and Lin Yu found that it was just the right size to hold an iron pot. So it was quite suitable. Put some hay under the stone stove and light the match. He set up a pot to boil water and put 2 bags of instant noodles, vegetable buns, and sauce packets in at once. After a while, Lin Yu's stomach growled as the fragrance spread. On the shoulder, Xiaobai climbed up at some point and sniffed the smell coming from the pot with great interest. Xiaobai, do you want a bite too? Lin Yu touched its little head, found a new pair of chopsticks from the chopstick box, picked up some noodles, cooled them, and handed them to Xiaobai's mouth, as if he was born to eat noodles. Xiaobai took a bite of the noodles, and swallowed the whole mouthful of noodles into his stomach. After finishing this bite, it actually wanted more. Good guy! Who would have thought that lizards love instant noodles? Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. This time he brought Xiaobai's bowl, put some noodles in it to dry, and put them aside for Xiaobai to eat. He also started eating while holding the pot. After a while, everyone was so satisfied that they burped. Originally, Lin Yu wanted to work on the design of the shelter directly after dinner. But unexpectedly, cooking instant noodles was a different kind of fun. Now that we're full, it's time to get down to business. Putting away the stove, iron pot and wooden chopsticks, Lin Yu looked at the shelter design in the inventory. Use? However, when Lin Yu finished speaking, the familiar white light did not appear. Instead, the system's voice sounded at this time. Shelter design drawing. Please select construction category. 1. Built separately. The shelter can be placed on the ground or underground in any terrain. 2. Merged construction can be integrated with existing shelters to expand the shelter area. Build separately. Build together? He examines the limitations of existing shelters. The main contradiction is that the space is too small. But both construction directions can solve this problem. Secondary contradiction, safety. Lin Yu looked at the description of the existing shelter and found that the durability dropped by 22 points in one night. He didn't need to guess to know that this was the work of a mutated creature at night. Stone shelters are not that safe either. What's more, this is a snow disaster. If the next disaster is a big earthquake, will this shelter be able to hold on? Among the two options, the second one was to expand the area. Lin Yu thought about it and ruled it out. The larger the area, the worse the warmth. He has not yet made preparations for the snow disaster. But if he blindly expands the shelter area, he will fall into an unfavorable situation. The first option is to build a warehouse and a basement. A warehouse cannot be used as a basement, but a basement can be used as a warehouse. Then, choose to build an underground shelter. Please select shelter material. Is it so complicated? He looked at the various materials he had now. For wood, 72 stone, 25 iron blocks, 43 copper ingots, 22 coal. To build a stone underground shelter, a total of 45 stones are needed. Please select construction location. Underground in the original shelter. There was a flash of white light. Lin Yu walked into the shelter and found a dark hole under the table. Looking carefully, there was a stone step going down there. Chapter 25 Report. Harvest a refrigerator. Under the sturdy wooden table, there is a hole about 1 meter long and wide. Lin Yu put the wooden table into the inventory and at the same time stepped on the stairs extending downward. On the shoulder, Xiaobai has jumped over, and it seems to be quite interested in this sudden underground space. The stairs were a little steep. Lin Yu held a torch and walked carefully down the stairs. After 10 steps, there was a small platform. After turning a corner, he walked down 10 more steps and finally reached flat ground. He held the torch and watched carefully. It was square and had exactly the same layout as the shelter above. However, it is relatively cool and dry here, and the ceiling is excellent. Xiaobai screamed, "Puck," and seemed to like the environment here very much. Ha ha! It's a bit like being in a coffin. The air here seems to be a bit bad. Lin Yu looked at the environment and quickly found the shortcomings. However, this is still much better than those two options. If it doesn't work, just use it as a warehouse. It has been detected that you have entered the underground shelter, because the foundation has not been laid on the upper floor. The superstructure may collapse. Do you want to spend 10 stones to lay the foundation? At this time, the system suddenly made a sound. Good guy. This is a complete set. But you still need to lay the foundation? Although Lin Yu complained, he immediately confirmed the construction foundation. There was a stone shelter up there, and it would be very interesting if he happened to be inside if it collapsed. Soon, as a white light lit up above the basement, the foundation seemed to be completed. Lin Yu returned to the top with a torch, put some heavy things that took up space and could not be used for the time being, such as engines and batteries, and put them in the inventory, and then returned transported to the basement and put away. After struggling for a while, everything was finally processed. After doing this, the shelter above became tidy and clean again, and the space became larger again. Lin Yu's mood improved and he took Xiaobai outside again. After doing that, the next thing he has to do is to think about how to survive the global disaster and snowstorm 2 days later. Wearing wooden armor, a small round shield in his left hand, and an iron spear in his right hand, Lin Yu was fully armed. With this equipment, and the help of Xiaobai, a little guy who already looks like a right-hand man, dealing with mutant creatures such as those little bugs nearby is no problem. Looking at the place where the mutated sheep bones were buried yesterday and the day before yesterday, Lin Yu once again found a lot of beetles and other small bugs. At this moment, they were digging up the soil and digging out the skeletons and bones of the mutated sheep buried inside. Offal and other items are being eaten. There are also far more of them than before. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. This is a bit like a bait trap. At the beginning, he wanted to find such small mutated creatures. It took a lot of effort and time to find only a few in the wasteland. Now, relying on these bones, he could easily see their figures. They are scavengers and have low attack power. As long as he does not take the initiative, they will not attack him. These bugs happen to be the main source of food and water for Lin Yu to burst out of the wooden treasure chest. In the past 2 days, he has been killing mutant sheep, taking out enough materials, and burying them in the ground. The next day, you can see a large number of these mutant bugs. As long as he kills the bugs and little lizards, there will be a wooden treasure chest, and there will be water and food. If he always had this large mutated creature buried here, then these bugs would always appear. It seems that we have entered a virtuous circle? While Lin Yu was thinking about this, he kept harvesting the big beetles and small lizards with his iron spear. After a while, the number of wooden treasure chests in the inventory reached the high value of 30. Puff! Puff! Xiaobai on the shoulder kept shouting, seeming to want to join the fight. 30! That's about it. Xiaobai, I'll leave the remaining ones to you. Lin Yu felt Xiaobai's desire to fight. This little guy seems to be quite aggressive, so it's time to exercise him. In the previous battle with the big rat in the secret realm, all it could help was just that little bit. But if you encounter a stronger opponent, Xiaobai's current strength is still far behind. It is necessary to train it well, so that it can become a more important helper to you. Moreover, Xiaobai also needs to grow up. Yesterday, this little guy was still in the infancy stage according to the system's judgment. When it grows up, can it be stronger? Lin Yu looked at Xiaobai, who had already rushed towards a big beetle. The big beetle was still chewing on the stinking mutated sheep's internal organs at the moment, not paying much attention to its surroundings. And it soon paid the price, as Xiaobai sprayed out a stream of white mist. The body of the big green beetle was instantly covered with white frost. The beetle's black jointed limbs stopped moving as if frozen. And at this moment Xiaobai opened his mouth and bit its head into pieces. This set of movements was so smooth that Xiaobai was like a natural hunter, completing a kill with swift and fierce fighting. Then, Xiaobai, who seemed to be still unsatisfied, focused on the remaining ones. Double kill, triple kill, quadruple kill, quintuple kill, big kill, special kill. Dominate the game and be unstoppable. This white figure instantly turned into the god of death in the wasteland. Sure, Lin Yu was a little surprised. I didn't expect this little guy to be so fierce. You get a special treasure chest. After killing the last beetle, the system suddenly sounded. Xiaobai killed the bugs. Why was the treasure chest still given to him? And, what the H.L. is this special treasure chest? Lin Yu looked at the special treasure box. It is roughly the same as the original wooden treasure chest, but there is an extra yellow 5-pointed star on it. What does this mean? Open it. You obtained Elemental Collar X1. Something outside of the normal range appeared again. Elemental Collar. Worn by mutated creatures can make their elemental attacks more powerful. Good guy. I wonder if this is a serious wasteland survival. Lin Yu took out the necklace with a light yellow star inside from the treasure box and looked at Xiaobai. The little guy seemed to be very interested in the collar in his hand, and kept staring at it. Do you like it so much? But it seems a bit big for you. The collar in his hand is indeed not small, and it can be worn by a big dog. However, just as Lin Yu pretended to put it on Xiaobai's neck, the collar magically shrank to a very fitting size. Sure enough, there are some things in this world that cannot be explained by common sense. Asking is about gaming high technology. Xiaobai put this on, and didn't feel any discomfort. Lin Yu pulled it gently, and found that it could be easily removed. But, since the description says that the power of elemental attacks can be increased. Xiaobai, use your ice breath on that insect again. Xiaobai seemed to understand, and quickly sprayed white mist at an insect. And this white mist was actually twice as large as before. and even covered the insect corpse and the grass next to it with a thick layer of white frost. Is it changing from an air conditioner to a refrigerator? Linyu said in surprise. Chapter 26 Good Guy. Sauna? At this moment, Linyu was pleasantly surprised by the changes that happened to Xiaobai. The special ability of ice breath seemed to be much stronger than before. After such a blow, Linyu felt that even the big mouse in the secret realm might not be able to resist Xiaobai. He looked up at the secret realm that still existed next to the grove, and felt an urge in his heart. But he suppressed the urge to search inside. It can't be over yet. What he has to do now is much more important and urgent than exploring the secret realm. The snowstorm will come in 2 days, and except for food and water to ensure survival, he has not been prepared at all. Moreover, he currently has a big gap in materials. There is not much wood, stone, and iron left. Wood, in particular, is of great use. Looking at the iron saw that he forgot to make in the manufacturing column, Linyu quickly made it. You obtained the iron saw. Wood -2. Iron block -4. Walking towards the grove, Linyu quickly got started. It has to be said that this thing is much more efficient at collecting wood than an iron axe. After sawing several small trees in succession, Linyu also cast his evil gaze on the largest tree in the forest. After an hour, Linyu looked at the 100 units of wood in the inventory, and was so satisfied that he picked up the saw and left. Xiaobai! It's time to go! Linyu poked Xiaobai, who was lying on a tree stump. The little guy was sleeping soundly. It seems that after using the enhanced version of Ice Breath, it is also a little tired. It seems that the ability cannot be used continuously and frequently. Xiaobai was still sleeping. After Linyu put it on his shoulder, he looked at the ancient secret door next to the woods. He shook his head, and quickly headed towards the shelter again. There are a lot of things to do next, so let's put things like exploring secret realms aside for now. At this moment, Linyu's mind was running rapidly. Keep warm. What should I do? Under the snowstorm, if you try to use your own body temperature to fight the cold in this stone house, you will definitely freeze to death. This stone shelter is indeed very strong, but there are also many gaps. As the saying goes, a hole as big as the eye of a needle is full of wind. It's so hot now, so it's nice to have some ventilation, but it will be a big problem when the snowstorm comes. Something warm, sheepskin. There happens to be something useful. If you wrap a layer of sheepskin around the shelter and seal the gaps, it feels hot just thinking about it. But how to fix it? Open the trading panel and search for nails. Oh, a bunch of people are selling it. Sure enough, just because he doesn't have it doesn't mean that everyone doesn't have it. Linyu quickly exchanged 300 milliliters of water for 50 iron nails. Although many people are taking the lead in reducing the price of water, there are still many smart people who are hoarding it in large quantities. It seems that not many people are buying iron nails, and not many people are replacing them. After exchanging with Linyu, the nail seller thanked him for a long time. Next, Linyu took out the sheepskin and unfolded it. It has to be said that the mutated sheep's skin is quite large, about 1.5 meters by 2 meters. Taking it to the corner of the room, Linyu took out a hammer, picked up a nail, and started nailing it right away. However, this rock is too hard. Linyu couldn't help complaining. Even though the nail was bent a few times, it still couldn't be driven in. This method doesn't seem to work. But Linyu quickly thought of a way. Is it enough to stick pieces of wood on the stone wall? With this thought in mind, he quickly took out a unit of wood. Linyu used a saw to cut out a piece of square wood about 2 centimeters thick. And soon the system beep sounded. You get the plank of the plank. That's it. Board, wood X1. Linyu immediately made it. And instantly he had a wooden board 20 centimeters wide and about 3 meters long in his hand. Not bad. He immediately made 10 boards and arranged them one by one against the wall. The mutual extrusion allows them to be juxtaposed tightly against the wall, forming a wooden wall. Once this is done, the system will immediately have a new judgment. You get the wooden decorative wall design drawing. Wooden decorative wall design drawing, wooden board X10. Linyu breathed a sigh of relief, which seemed to make things easier. He immediately spent 30 more boards to transform the remaining 3 walls of the stone shelter into wooden decorative walls. Then, the roof was also built with 15 planks of wood. The finished product is quite beautiful and beautiful. After doing this, a large number of gaps were filled, and the temperature of the shelter instantly rose a lot. It seems to be working. So what if we nail the sheepskin on next? With the wooden board, the iron nails easily nailed the sheepskin to it. But this time, the system made no further judgment. The 6 pieces of sheepskin in his hand were nailed by Lin Yu to the 4 corners, and the junction of the roof and the wall. Although it was not very beautiful, it looked decent. Why is it so hot? Lin Yu, who was covered with sweat all over his body, opened the stone door and found that the inside of the room was like a steamer. He even felt that it was cooler outside than inside. I was busy building a sauna for a long time. Xiaobai on the table was so hot that he almost fainted. Lin Yu quickly brought it out and poured some water on it, and it regained some of its energy. However, the idea seems to be in the right direction. If there were more sheepskins on the wall, maybe the temperature could be higher. Letting Xiaobai rest outside the house, Lin Yu went into the house again to take off the sheepskin against the heat, and he discovered that the wooden wall could also be placed in the inventory. The temperature in the house gradually returned to normal after a while. Lin Yu knew that at least he had some methods to keep the shelter warm. But this is not enough. After Lin Yu ate some bread and replenished some water, he began to think about other ways to keep warm. When it comes to heating, it's fire. He is fire. And it is abundant. Matches and lighters can last for a long time and can handle this snow disaster. But if he wants to light a fire in the house, there is no problem now. The torch burns all night, and there is some ventilation in the gaps around it, which can prevent him from dying due to lack of oxygen. But if you consider laying wooden walls and nailing sheepskins on them as before, it seems to be difficult to handle. It seems that a vent must be made, and the vents must also be able to prevent outside bugs and the like from coming in. It seems that the next step is to find something that can block the entry of insects and provide ventilation. Wait. Iron mesh? Lin Yu immediately opened the trading panel and looked for the iron net. However, nothing was found. So, it seems like I can only use wood chips or something. And then make one myself? Chapter 27 Weapon Upgrade. Facts have proved that there are some things that the system cannot determine the design drawings. Just like what came out after Lin Yu used a dagger to make dozens of holes in the board. Well, it can't be used. It seems that we have to find another way. Lin Yu looked at the garbage-like thing in his hand, frowned, and threw it away. It seems that we have to find a way. It would be best to find a porous iron plate, etc. As for porous iron plates, isn't there a place for them? Lin Yu looked towards the direction of the grove, where the ancient secret door was still emitting mist. Xiaobai, who ran to Lin Yu's shoulder, kept shouting as if he was hungry. Lin Yu thought for a while, took out the mutated mutton, placed it on the wooden board, and cut it into small pieces with a dagger. Xiaobai was originally a mutated creature. Can he eat the meat of this mutated sheep? Just as Lin Yu was thinking about this problem, he suddenly discovered that more than a pound of mutton had disappeared. Looking at Xiaobai again, her belly is big. Boy, is this considered overeating? Don't eat so fast. Be careful, you will get fat. Ha ha. Lin Yu touched its little head again. This little guy really brought him a lot of fun. After coming to this world, there was no one around him who could talk to him. And those in the group were just a bunch of strangers. And the purpose of communicating with him was simple and simple. He wanted to exchange the least amount of things for the water in his hands. To these people, he was just a guy who was lucky enough to find the water source. Xiaobai appeared in his lonely world, seeming to awaken something and making him smile more. Cut the mutton into some pieces and put it into the inventory. What will be displayed is mutton pieces. These are the rations Lin Yu gave Xiaobai. Although the little guy obviously prefers boiled instant noodles, meat is obviously more convenient. Xiaobai, what do you think about going to the secret realm again? Xiaobai suddenly turned over and sat up again. Puck? Lin Yu smiled, looked at the inventory, and prepared to put all the unnecessary things in the shelter. It turned out that there were still 2 copper treasure chests that had not been opened. These were the 2 mutated sheep in the trap that morning. You have obtained wool design drawing X1. You obtained the iron spear design X1 and 2 cans of coke. Ah, this. Wool comes from sheep. Good sheep come from good wool. Good wool comes from good thread. The yarn design is okay. However, speaking of wool, it seems that it can be used in some places. Lin Yu clicked to use it immediately. Yarn, wool X1. There is wool. Lin Yu used a dagger to get down a pile of house inventory, which immediately displayed wool X4. So, make a yarn. Why doesn't it sound right? Soon, Lin Yu had 4 fluffy balls of thread in his hand. Good guy. This pure wool is quite prickly. Look at what's coming out of another copper treasure chest. The design drawing of the iron spear. I have this thing. How else could I make the iron spear in my hand? If it were sold, Everyone would have it. It seems like a waste was prescribed. This seems to be the first time in so many days that the treasure chest has been opened. Why don't you use it directly? You don't know where to throw it. Thinking like this, a faint light flashed. Your iron spear design has been upgraded. Oh! Linyu thought he heard something wrong. Wait, this thing also has cumulative upgrades? So, if manufactured, are the iron spears also upgraded? Iron spear, wood X4. Iron block X6. Wait, it seems like manufacturing requires more resources than before? Give it a try? You obtained iron spear exquisite X1. You lost wood X4. Iron X6. Excellent. The quality has improved. The iron spear in front of me has changed a lot from the previous one. The size of the spearhead has become larger. Almost twice as big as before. The spear tip is sharp. The spear blade is quite sharp. And the spear body is extremely smooth. Linyu picked up the fine iron spear and went to the grass outside to sweep it across. You got hay X10. You get. Good guy. What haven't you done yet? I made 30 units of hay. In the prairie. This thing is a ruthless lawn mowing machine. So, what will happen if we deal with mutated creatures? However, Linyu wanted to think so. But he still did not immediately go to the distance to find the trouble of those black spots. For him, the most important thing at the moment is to find a vent to come out. And this material needs to be found in the secret realm. It's too difficult to just point and open the box. Check the equipment again. Wooden armor. Small buckler. Fine iron spear. Inventory empty. Leaving only materials. Food and water. This time Linyu did not forget the lighter. And immediately made 2 torches out of hay and wood. Xiaobai lay on his shoulder. Seemingly ready. Linyu took a deep breath. Although it had only been a day, he now had sharper weapons, and Xiaobai's abilities were stronger. It shouldn't be a problem to find something like a porous iron plate. Xiaobai! It's better to be careful. Let's go! Linyu pushed open the ancient door of the secret realm. And at the same time, the mist enveloped him. Inside the door, boundless mist filled the air. Linyu took out the wool, tied one end to the boulder beside the door, and circled it tightly several times. Linyu hung the wool to the ground and found a piece of wood to hold it down. Linyu put the wool down as he walked. This was a good way to remind him of a story about exploring complex mazes and other places. Although wool is much brittle than materials and the like, it is also a lot more convenient. Just when Linyu walked to the side of the car where he had taken away the engine battery, Xiaobai suddenly shouted, "What happened?" Linyu immediately turned around, looked in the direction Xiaobai was looking, and at the same time prepared for battle. Squeak! 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 There were screams, and Linyu tensed up. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came in, big rats came to welcome me. Linyu raised his wooden shield and retreated to the ancient gate at the rear as quickly as possible. If that doesn't work, he can retreat directly from there. Soon, his back reached the ancient gate, and Linyu immediately discovered that several big gray rats had approached him. Linyu half-crouched, lowered his center of gravity, and swept across in an instant. As a burst of screams rang out, the surroundings fell into silence again. Why? Is that all? He maintained a fighting stance and looked ahead. The bodies of 6 big rats were chopped into 2 halves, which was shocking. Good guy. This iron spear is too sharp. While sighing at the power of the upgraded weapon, he moved forward again. According to his memory, he kept going deeper. It didn't take long for him to find the building he had visited last time. Taking a deep breath, Linyu walked into the room where he killed the big rat last time and lit the torch. This time, although Xiaobai was always on guard, he did not sound the alarm. After passing through the collapsed door, Linyu suddenly discovered that there was a huge gap in the stairs ahead. He passed through the gap and faced a wide street. There are some ordinary shops on both sides of the street. The houses are not high. They are all 2-story buildings, but they have basically collapsed. However, the various English letters on the store brand let him know that this was not the Tang dynasty. Maintaining a fighting stance at all times, Linyu searched from room to room. Now that we're here, wouldn't it be in vain if we don't take something away? However, when he walked to a store and looked inside through the broken glass that was almost covered with dust, his eyes suddenly widened. There is actually this? He couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 28, The Indescribable Powerful Enemy. The store door was quite shabby. Linyu just pulled it gently, and it shattered into pieces like foam. Linyu covered his nose, faced the dust and walked into the store, heading straight for the big iron guy he just saw. and as his hand touched the thing that had not been damaged due to the passage of time. Soon, information came from the system. You get a built-in steel fireplace. Who would have thought that something that took a long time to make could actually be found in this secret realm in such a simple situation? Lin Yu thought of a possibility about the meaning of the existence of this secret realm. He looked around the room, the flame of the torch in his hand flickering. Xiaobai never made any sound, but lay obediently on his shoulder. Those ruby-like eyes looked at everything around them curiously. Tables, chairs, benches, books, papers, etc. were all in a state of decay, and metal objects and the like were also covered with rust. However, he did see some dusty glasses and porcelain plates, and carefully put them into the inventory. There are not many things that cannot be taken away by the torrent of time, but things like glass and porcelain are easier to preserve than wood and metal. Lin Yu didn't know exactly how many years later this would be the Earth, but it should be the Earth he knew. He searched carefully in the store, and even went to the second floor to search around. After not finding too many useful things, I thought about it, and decided to go back to the shelter first, and come back to this place another day. Now that you have found the fireplace, there is no need to look for any porous steel mesh. So, puff! Puff! At this moment, Xiaobai suddenly screamed twice in succession. When Lin Yu immediately prepared to fight, he found that Xiaobai was hiding directly behind him, biting his clothes hard, and his whole body was shaking. Xiaobai! Lin Yu trusted Xiaobai's intuition. Several times in a row, the little guy correctly judged the big rats that were attacking. And what it is like now proves that there is danger coming. He instantly squatted down towards the far corner and piled a few pieces of wood in front of him, completely hiding his location in almost an instant. At the same time, he looked through the gaps between the wood in the direction of the second floor window frame that had no glass. Outside, there is a layer of hazy fog. Suddenly, a shrill scream sounded, and then a black shadow fell from the sky and landed on the window frame. Lin Yu was surprised to find that these were actually 3 monsters he had never seen before. It has a dark red body covered with wrinkled horny skin, and has a pair of membrane-covered wings on its back. Their strong and powerful hind limbs have 5 horny bird-like claws. They are now tightly grasping the window frame, and their bright yellow eyes, like lizards, are constantly scanning the room. Lin Yu was convinced that their horny mouths as hard as owls. The small buckler in his hands, and the wooden armor on his body could not withstand their blows at all. Not only that, when these monsters turned their heads to look elsewhere, the long, insect-like white tentacles on the back of their heads kept swinging up and down. What kind of monster is this? It looked like a combination of a bat and a bird, and also a bit like the pterosaur he had seen that only had concept drawings. But those tentacles. He tried his best to control his breathing, trying not to make any sound, and even lowered his head and stopped looking, while Xiaobai even closed his eyes and curled up motionless. The danger of this creature beyond his understanding was self-evident. Lin Yu knew very well that if he rushed out rashly, there would be no doubt that he would become food for these terrifying monsters. Time passed slowly, and Lin Yu had never felt that time would go so slowly. He tried hard to control his heart from beating so fast, and at the same time hoped that the monsters would leave quickly. After an unknown amount of time, the 3-headed monster spread its wings and once again let out that indescribable distorted cry, flew into the air and disappeared. Lin Yu waited for a while, and his legs were almost numb from squatting. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and sat down gently on the ground. Xiaobai returned to his shoulders from behind, seemingly still in shock, and kept looking around. After resting for a while and confirming that it was safe, Lin Yu stood up gently, put away the wood one by one, and immediately went down the stairs to the first floor. At this moment, my heart was like a motor with full power, beating wildly. What kind of creature is that? Does it exist on Earth? Lin Yu felt that compared to them, the mutated sheep he had encountered before were simply real little sheep. He recalled what some people in the group said, and some people said that they didn't come out after going in. Maybe they encountered those monsters after getting out of the house. Lin Yu returned to the lying building as quickly as possible, immediately found the end of the ball of wool, and headed towards the ancient gate. Of course, he was extremely careful along the way, and always paid attention to Xiaobai's random actions. However, when he arrived in front of the ancient gate, he found that the corpse of the big rat he had killed before was gone. On the hard asphalt road, there were only puddles of blood and huge claw marks that shocked him. After pushing open the ancient door, Lin Yu breathed the air of the wasteland again. His spirit relaxed from an extremely tense state, and he sat directly on the ground. Too dangerous. At this moment, he doesn't have the strength to compete with flying monsters that are 2 meters long, let alone 3 of them. At this time, a crystal snowflake slowly fell from his eyes, and finally turned into a drop of water on his pants, and disappeared instantly. The more Lin raised his head, more snowflakes fell from the sky that had darkened for some time. Is it snowing? Wait, why is it snowing so soon? Today is the 5th day, and disaster will come the day after tomorrow. The snowflakes all over the sky are getting denser and denser, but after falling to the ground, it quickly turned into water droplets and soaked into the soil. Despite this, Lin Yu also felt a hint of coolness brought by the snowflakes. Lin Yu originally thought that Xiao Bai, who could spit out cold air, would like the snow very much. But what he didn't expect was that this little guy actually got into his trouser pocket without even daring to come out. What's wrong? Isn't this the weather you like? Lin Yu felt strange. Something is wrong. He quickly walked towards the shelter. When he got into the house, he took off his equipment and found Xiao Bai walking around on the table as if nothing was wrong. However, for this ice lizard, this snowy day is most suitable for it to move. But it does not attract the slightest interest from it. On the contrary, Lin Yu felt that it seemed to be afraid of the snow. Could it be that there is something wrong with the snow? Lin Yu walked outside the house and stretched out his hand to catch a snowflake. But the moment the snowflake melted, he suddenly felt a slight burning sensation. Chapter 29 Ice and Fire. What day? Snow. Will there be a burning sensation? Lin Yu thought it was his imagination and caught another snowflake. The feeling of being slightly tingled came from the palm of my hand again. Lin Yu quickly checked and found that there was a slight redness there, and it felt a little itchy. You can't be wrong. This snow is not normal. He quickly retreated into the house, and finally understood why Xiao Bai didn't like the snow. Moreover, it seems that the temperature has dropped quite a bit. The temperature was originally like midsummer. But now, even when he is wearing long-sleeve sportswear, he feels a little cold. Wait, are others the same as me? He opened the group that he hadn't opened for a long time, and found that almost everyone in it was discussing snow. That's not right. Isn't there a snowstorm the day after tomorrow? It's going to fall today? We only have winter there. And with this little snow and drizzle, it's so cold. Ha ha. You didn't expect it. The snow came so quickly. I have already picked up the basin to catch it. Where are those black-hearted? Those named Lin. Be confident and don't look back. I'm talking about you. There is water. There is help. I drank urine for 2 days. And I have to say, I now wonder if I have diabetes. It's the season of the White Album again. Equatorial residents saw snow for the first time. Good guy. Does snow make people itchy? It's so damn cold. I can't stand it. Cut down trees and burn firewood to keep warm. Indeed. A thermometer obtained in the secret realm showed 12 degrees just now. But it turned to 6 degrees in a moment. Damn it. It's going to be so cold in the future. Does anyone have the heating design? I'll buy it with all my money. After watching for a while, Lin Yu felt that the room was getting colder and colder. So he closed the group again. While he kept rubbing his hands, he looked at the built-in steel plate fireplace in the inventory. Fortunately, he found this thing. Otherwise, he would really have to consider how to maintain ventilation while the house is sealed. Feeling that it was getting colder and colder, Lin Yu first placed the 4 pieces of wooden decorative walls, and then immediately placed the 4 pieces of sheepskin in the 4 corners of the house. Soon, as the torches in the room continued to burn, the whole room became warm. However, this also created an almost airtight effect. With just the gap in the stone door, he would definitely be suffocated to death after the flames burned for a certain period of time. Then, please place the position of the embedded steel plate fireplace. Note that a certain amount of stone is required as support. This is nothing. There was a flash of light, and Lin Yu discovered that his built-in fireplace had been wrapped in stone and completely integrated with his wall. An extremely long sealed smoke pipe also passed directly through the stone roof, completely opening up the ventilation, as long as it is installed properly. This kind of fireplace does not actually have to worry about carbon monoxide and other issues. Lin Yu looked carefully now, and found that the combustion chamber of this fireplace was of a completely enclosed type. It also had a secondary combustion technology marked on the edge. It was smoke-free, dust-free, and fully burned. When he interviewed a home furnishing company before, the other party also had something similar like this. He also looked for information specifically to succeed in the interview. He knew that such high-end fireplaces would have air pressure, blast control, smoke alarm systems, etc. Although the alarm system was completely unusable, the other two seemed fine. Then all that's left to do is find firewood. Lin Yu took out an iron axe, took out a unit of wood, and started chopping. It didn't take long before the system prompt sounded. You obtained the firewood blueprint. HHHHC. It's okay if there are blueprints for firewood, but this saves a lot of effort. A piece of wood can produce 20 pieces of firewood. Lin Yu threw a lot of it into the fireplace and used hay as an igniter. After throwing in a match, it didn't take long for the flames to burn from the fireplace. Moreover, the burning became more and more intense. Lin Yu closed the door of the fireplace combustion chamber and breathed a sigh of relief when he felt that the temperature in the room was increasing little by little, and there was no feeling of stuffiness in the room. Almost a day and a half ahead of everyone else. His shelter was enough for him to survive the coming snowstorm. And, it's so hot! How can it be so hot? Lin Yu opened the stone door to cool down. The snow outside was still falling as before, and the ground was wet. The temperature suddenly dropped, and he felt a little cold again. Good guy. There are two worlds of ice and fire. Right? It's as hot as summer inside the house, and as cold as winter outside. It seems that there is already some sharp contrast with others. Lin Yu stood at the door with his arms folded, and Xiao Bai was lying lazily on his shoulders. This little guy was not very adaptable to the heat. My back is so hot. Lin Yu was very distressed. What was going on? Do I have to wear underpants and a vest in the shelter? He cast envious glances at all the people in the group who were calling him cold. Seeing the light outside gradually decreasing, Lin Yu also knew that there was nothing he could do. So he closed the stone door again and felt the warmth of spring inside the house. For Xiao Bai's sake, Lin Yu moved a wooden barrel he had made before and made a big hole in it with an iron spear. The sealing of the wooden barrel was quite good. Lin Yu thought about it and poured almost 2 liters of water in, and then put the little guy who was afraid of heat into the wooden barrel. After looking at it, it seems that the wooden barrel is quite good. It has not leaked any water for a long time. Xiao Bai kept swimming in the shallow water and seemed to like the environment here. It seems that the little guy no longer has to occupy that bowl. Glancing at the fireplace, the firewood inside was still burning. The amount of firewood he put in before was really too much, and it seemed that it would burn well inside for a while. Does it seem like it has to burn until midnight? After throwing a piece of firewood into the barrel, Xiao Bai could lie down on it and rest if he got tired. Lin Yu immediately started living as a savage in the shelter. After all, it's too hot, and there's nothing we can do. He stared at the firewood burning in the fireplace for a while, and suddenly thought of something. Lin Yu lay on the wooden bed with the word "Nai" and opened the group again. At the same time, in the chat history, the words "mutated creature meat" were searched. Soon, a large number of chat messages were displayed immediately. After watching it for more than 10 minutes, he immediately went to the trading mall to take a look. A conclusion was quickly reached. The flesh of mutated creatures is edible. The premise is that normal red meat and white meat, not green and purple stuff. Lin Yu looked at the more than 50 kilograms of mutated mutton lying quietly in the inventory and swallowed. Xiao Bai, do you want to eat mutton skewers? Xiao Bai poked his little head out of the barrel in confusion. And at the same time, he also heard a strange, gurgling sound coming from his owner Lin Yu. Chapter 30. Are you starving to death? Lamb kebabs YYDS. The iron skewer easily passed through the mutton cut into pieces, alternately fat and thin. Under the grilling of charcoal, the skewers of mutton were dripping with crumbling mutton fat, sizzling and smoking. After the red and white mutton was grilled, it was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and then sprinkled with the ground pork, rock salt. High-end ingredients often require the simplest and most simple cooking. Put it in your mouth. Tender, crispy, not greasy or smelly, with a delicious salty flavor and endless aftertaste. Lin Yu ate 10 large skewers in one go, and Xiao Bai followed suit by eating 3 large skewers. They lay on the bed and on the table, each feeling satisfied. This was the first time Lin Yu had eaten meat since he came here, and he felt so good about it. Barbecue is dopamine. Lin Yu felt deeply that this sentence was correct. Although there was no cumin or chili powder, this time it was perfect enough for him. After coming up with the idea of kebabs, he immediately went to the trading mall, exchanged a little water for the iron sign design, threaded the mutton, opened the fireplace, took out 2 pieces of charcoal, and I made the simple barbecue grill I made earlier and crushed the rock salt for later use. He felt that in his subconscious. He had been preparing for the kebabs. and he had a complete set of tools unknowingly. After resting for a while, Lin Yu opened the door again for ventilation. There was still a lot of snow outside, but the temperature was not that low. All the snow that fell on the ground melted into water, making the exposed land slippery. Lin Yu covered his head with his coat and carried the shovel to the trap he had set. During the day, he caught 2 mutated sheep here. Lin Yu felt that this mutton was really delicious. It felt much more delicious than anything he had ever eaten before. Not only was the meat tender and tender, but it also had minimal odor, while retaining the deliciousness of the mutton. It even had some sublimation. Although there are still 57 kilograms of meat in the inventory. Who would think that there is too much food? After digging the big hole again and picking out the sharp wooden thorns that had been stepped on and knocked down, Lin Yu thought for a while and took out the 12 mutated sheep tusks from the inventory and fixed them on the ground as spikes. You have upgraded the hunting trap. The power of the trap is plus 100%. Oh! What a pleasant surprise. When he discovered the 2 mutated sheep in the morning, they did still have the strength to resist. Now that the trap has been strengthened again, I am afraid that if they come again, they will be on the verge of death. After setting up 4 more traps around the shelter, Lin Yu also found that the sky was almost completely dark. He also heard the roar of beasts coming from nowhere again. Once night entered, the danger of the wasteland increased to the maximum. For his own safety, he did not want to have to fight against mutated creatures at night. At present, with plenty of water and food, he doesn't need to take risks at all. There is no need at all. One day, the snow disaster will officially arrive, and he only needs to focus all his energy on how to fight against the disaster. After eating a full meal, it is easy to feel sleepy. Lin Yu yawned and returned to the warm shelter. Opening the stone door did make the temperature difference between indoor and outdoor less big, but he didn't dare to take risks at night. Why not have a good sleep? Lin Yu closed the stone door and put the capstone in place. He looked at the amount of firewood remaining in the fireplace and filled in a few firewood. After taking off his coat and shoes again, he lay down on the bed. There was no movement in the barrel. Xiaobai probably fell asleep. Lin Yu lay on the bed and opened the group. Without his mobile phone, screen peeping became Lin Yu's only entertainment hobby. Indeed, group farming is a waste of time. Different from the original. Now in this game group, everyone has the possibility to say something with a huge amount of information. Especially after the snow falls. Even people who originally thought that the snow disaster was not a big deal were now frightened by the sudden drop in temperature and the snow that kept falling outside. They understood that the so-called snow disaster was not a joke. Oh! I'm so hungry! I want to eat pork ribs. It smells like mom. I seem to have a cold and my nose is stuffy. Who prescribed cold medicine? Grandma's. This hay doesn't keep you warm at all. I've already lit 10 torches in the house. Why isn't it still warm? The people of the equator love it so much when the sky is full of snow and cold wind. Why do I think the secret realm will be warmer? It's too cold. Go to the secret realm to get warm. Go to the secret realm +1. Go to the secret realm +2. I'm so hungry. I ate a bug this morning and my stomach hurts now. Is there any way I can be saved? I'm cold and hungry. What the hell is it like these days? Go to sleep. There's everything in your dreams. Woo woo woo. Who would have thought that it would be raining in just over a day? What kind of crappy game is this? By the way, why is the portrait of the person who said he was eating snow this morning gray? Report. I just opened a copper treasure chest, and there is something good in it. Who is that? Come over and see if you can trade it. After taking a rough look around, Lin felt his eyes were sore and his sleepiness was rising. 5 days later, the total number of people in this group was actually only 5,902. Almost half of the people died silently before this disaster came, and the rest are not much better off. He suppressed his sleepiness, struggled to look at them all, and found Duping's product page, which had just released another good product. Seller, Duping. Auction item, off-road bicycle design drawings. Required, 3 yellow drinking water. Seller's note, I think only one person can buy it. Others can just watch the fun. Dirt bike? You can really get anything out of it. Treasure chest. But what can this thing do? And it also requires 3 liters of water. Why not grab it? Let's leave this stuff to those who want it. Just when Lin Yu Gang was about to close the trading panel, he suddenly remembered that he had placed 14 iron axes on it. I wonder if anyone has made a bid. Opening the page, he was surprised to see that the first bidder was actually Du Ping. And he also made a condition that the system score was nearly 2,000 higher than the second place. Buyer Du Ping bids. Unusable washing machine X1. Washing machine? Still unusable? Even if it is good. I don't want it to be good. How much water does it take to wash clothes? He does have a lot of water now. But he can't bear to wash it once. What about the bid for second place? Secret Burger X1. Ah, this. Good guy. Do you really have no choice? However, even a broken washing machine is better than those 14 axes. If it is good, it can make him feel more comfortable and fresh. Speaking of cleanliness, Lin Yu smelled the smell of his clothes. He frowned. This smell is from above. My hair was also greasy. And when I touched my beard, it was also greasy. Even though he was originally known as Lin Yanzu, with his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. And he was often asked to WeChat when he walked on the street. Now this image is a bit different. Can your face be used as food? If he could, Lin Yu could survive tens of thousands of rounds now. While clicking to confirm the transaction, Lin Yu was also thinking about a question. Why is this Du Ping always able to open treasure chests? He also has a 100% treasure chest explosion system? No. He needs a lot of water all the time. Lin Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. Is this Du Ping more than one person? Chapter 31. It's okay to be warmed up. It was snowing all over the sky. Snow was falling all over the sky, covering all the shelters in this other world with a layer of white. But there was some light red in the white. The biting cold wind was raging throughout the other world. And the temperature was constantly dropping. The original summer-like heat disappeared like a phantom at this moment. And this snow is also harvesting life quietly. Countless mutated creatures, after sensing the fire in the direction of the shelter in the snow, rushed there frantically, permanently freezing the bodies of the survivors, who had finally warmed up. Some survivors ran outside to eat snow, but lost consciousness in pain and confusion. Some survivors burned too many fires and ignited the shelter, creating a ball of flames in the snow. Snow has no sympathy or pity. It just keeps falling. The stacking started from a few centimeters, and gradually reached tens of centimeters, and half a meter. Some shelters made loud noises, unable to withstand the weight of the snow, and collapsed instantly. The sky is getting brighter, and the snow is falling like rain. But in the wilderness, the style of a shelter is completely different from other shelters. Streams of steam emitted from the stone roof, and long wisps of smoke rose from the chimney into the sky. There wasn't even half a speck of snow on the roof. Around the shelter, dozens of slightly larger mutated creatures were shivering close to the outer wall, almost laying their entire bodies on the wall to keep warm. Beside them, there are countless dead bodies of mutated creatures. Some stepped on traps and survived, and some were bitten to death because they wanted to rob the heat around the shelter. And on these dead bodies, there are an extremely large number of mutated insects, and the like that are constantly biting. Lin Yu stretched out greatly. I slept okay last night, but it was too hot. If it weren't for the air conditioning in the basement, the temperature would probably be even higher. It seemed that there was a little too much firewood in the fireplace. He would have to pay more attention tomorrow. Otherwise, he would probably pass out from the heat. Puff! Puff! Xiaobai, who had just woken up, was still shouting at the door, with a fighting attitude. What's wrong? Xiaobai? Are there any enemies? Lin Yu immediately put on his clothes and wooden armor, and at the same time raised his fine iron spear. Xiaobai still shouted toward Sherman. Lin Yu knew very well that this little guy's ability to detect enemies has always been very strong. He could sense the tentacle pterosaurs flying in the sky in the secret realm in advance. Now that things are like this, there may be some mutant creature outside the door. Xiaobai, get ready too. Xiaobai hid by the door, his little body becoming quite bulging. He took a deep breath, grabbed the handle of the stone door with his left hand, and gently pulled it out to create a crack. At the same time, Xiaobai also blew his ice breath into the crack that was less than 20 centimeters. Ouch! Oh oh oh! A howl sounded, and while a powerful force hit the stone door, the fine iron spear in Lin Yu's hand also thrust forward. In an instant, there was a thud, and a frozen and severed wolf head appeared on the other side of the door. You get a copper treasure chest. Sure enough, there are mutant creatures. Lin Yu immediately closed the stone door and blocked it with the top stone. Almost at the same time, there were bursts of banging sounds on the stone wall. Boy, how many of these are out there? Lin Yu thought about it and figured out why. It must have been quite cold outside, so these mutated creatures came to his shelter to keep warm. Xiaobai still shouted outside, as if he wanted Lin Yu to open the door again, and did not leave even half a step away. Xiaobai, can you give me another breath of ice? Lin Yu took out a bunch of mutton skewers and handed them to Xiaobai to replenish his strength. The item in the inventory is much better than the refrigerator or something like that. Even after I put it in for the whole night, it was still steaming when I took it out. Xiaobai gently blew a small mouthful of ice breath to cool down the meat skewers, and after swallowing it whole, he instantly became more energetic and his desire to fight became stronger. Lin Yu did not hesitate and opened the door gently again. At the same time, the black shadow outside was frozen by Xiaobai at this moment. You get a silver treasure chest. Lin Yu's iron spear cut off the head of the mutated creature that wanted to break through the door, and the treasure chest that exploded turned out to be a silver treasure chest. Oh, this wave is not a loss. The stone door was closed again, and the sound of impact sounded again from behind the door. Good guy. I put this bug on myself. Xiaobai, are you okay? Then come again. Lin Yu repeated this process twice more, and Xiaobai finally became exhausted and paralyzed, and his physical strength was also consumed a lot. There are so many mutant creatures out there. Lin Yu wanted to go out and take a look, and he also wanted to pick up the 3 copper treasure boxes and 1 silver treasure box that fell outside. The banging on the door continued, and Lin Yu saw that the durability of the shelter was also rapidly declining. However, as soon as he checked the status bar of the shelter, Lin Yu found a mark popping up on it. Materials can be invested to restore the durability of the shelter. Have you had this prompt before? Lin Yu threw in a stone, and its durability instantly recovered by 10 points. After throwing 5 pieces in a row, I was able to withstand it for a while. But the rocks are indeed almost gone. If these mutated creatures that like to crash into walls and destroy shelters were to crash into the dark, it seems that they would have to buy some rocks. Boom! Boom! So annoying. Lin Yu fed Xiaobai some more pieces of meat. Do you still have the strength? Xiaobai seemed to be weak, lying on the ground looking lazy. After using ice breath 4 times in a row, it really tried its best. However, it is indeed not a problem to always rely on Xiaobai. Although Lin Yu also had the urge to rush out and drive away these annoying mutant creatures, his reason told him that that would never work. To be reckless, one must have capo. Now he is just an ordinary person holding a weapon. Not the kind of soldier who has been a soldier or received any strict training. Going out blindly will only lead to death. He doesn't even know how many mutant creatures there are out there, and what they look like. Wait, there seems to be someone who can know what the mutated creatures outside look like. Lin Yu went down to the basement and took out the things he got from the secret realm. Plexiglass. Then I looked at the wooden window frame that I had made before and was gathering dust. Can these 2 things be combined to make a window? Bring the 2 closer together. You obtain the wooden frame window, plexiglass, design drawing. Sure enough it can. Lin Yu immediately used the design drawing. Wood frame windows, wooden window frame X1, plexiglass X1. Click make immediately. And Lin Yu will have a new item of 1 square meter in his inventory. The next step is to figure out where to put it. He returned to the ground and after looking around for a week, he looked up above his head. Fighting on the rooftop seems to be his strength? Chapter 32 Disaster? Just kidding. This is harvest season. Lin Yu took out the wooden ladder, put it on the wall, and placed the small window on the roof. It was calm outside the window. Only the snow continued to fall on the glass. But it was quickly melted by the temperature inside the house. The snow is really heavy. Watching pieces of snow falling from the gloomy sky, Lin Yu had a premonition about how big the snow disaster that would come tomorrow would be. Perhaps beyond his imagination. The window came with a small strong iron bolt and an iron spear in hand. Lin Yu opened the iron bolt and gently pushed upward to open a small gap to observe the movement outside. Very good. There are no flying bird-shaped mutant creatures. And there is almost no snow on the roof, which is all baked and melted by the temperature created by the fireplace. The 4 walls of the shelter extend outward for about 2 meters. And there is no snow at all. It seems that the effect of this fireplace is indeed powerful. Lin Yu covered his hair with his jacket, covered his hands with his sleeves, and lowered his head at the same time. Try not to let the snow touch your skin to avoid getting red, swollen and itchy from the strange snow. Yesterday in the group, someone ran into the snow and came back with redness and swelling all over his body. He didn't know what the sequelae were. But Lin Yu didn't want to experience it personally. The cold wind penetrated into his clothes, and Lin Yu looked towards the ground. Extremely thick snow actually covered the entire wilderness after one night. Moreover, under the blizzard, it was impossible to see what was in the distance. He stepped on the roof, listening to the sound of the shelter below still hitting the shelter, and looked down. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel happy at this sight. Good guy. You came here to clear the shelter in a group, right? There were actually 5 more bumping into the wall and door outside. Among them, 3 were mutant sheep, and the other 2 were the first time he saw them. Among them was a mutated creature with the head of a wolf, but with spots all over its body and the size of a horse. They were focused on hitting the wall and the door at the moment, and did not see Lin Yu appearing on the roof at all. The iron spear in Lin Yu's hand was already hungry and thirsty. Here I come! Treasure chest! Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu stretched out the high-quality iron spear in his hand instantly. The extremely sharp spear blade cut through the air, like a silver dragon in the heavy snow. Poof! Fast, accurate and ruthless. The spear body sank into the neck of the tallest mutant wolf, and was pulled out by Lin Yu at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a pool of crimson blood was brought out. You got a copper treasure chest. Before the remaining few could fully react, Lin Yu's iron spear pierced into the body of a mutated sheep again and drew out blood. You got a copper treasure chest. The other mutated creatures finally looked up and saw Lin Yu, who had reached the roof at some point. But what they didn't expect was that this human would take action so quickly. Aiming at the remaining 2 mutated sheep, the 2 iron axes were thrown down. In such a short distance, the probability of hitting them was much higher than before. The distance is too short and the inertia is not large, so the power of the iron axe is naturally much lower. However, Lin Yu aimed at the legs and did receive quite good feedback. Hearing only 2 shrill screams, they fell to the ground. The remaining head looked like a deer, but had quite conspicuous tiger-like fur. The mutated creature with sharp teeth kept retreating. In the end, Lin Yu just made a gesture, and it fled in another direction. Got into the snow. Ah! There is! Oh, whoa! It made an extremely miserable cry, and the piece of snow was dyed red by its blood. Is this called seeking death? Lin Yu was surprised by this sudden change. It was not good for the deer to run away, but it was okay to run directly to the upgraded trap. Lin Yu began to wonder if he and his luck had also been cheated. After sneaking around on the roof and finding that no large mutated animals were coming, he opened the window and got back into the shelter again. Xiaobai had been watching down there very worriedly, although he didn't have much energy. When Lin Yu came down, he immediately jumped on his hand and rubbed it. Ha ha! I know you're worried about me, but it's okay. Lin Yu felt that it was really good to have someone who could worry about him. Xiaobai shouted toward the door. He didn't know what was happening outside. Lin Yu's hand touched the door handle, and Xiaobai made another anxious, "Puk" sound. Don't worry. All the monsters outside have been destroyed. Although Lin Yu said this, he was still fully armed. Carelessness can cause Jingzhou, and it can also kill people. As soon as the stone door was opened, the screams of the 2 mutant sheep could be heard outside. Xiaobai got on Lin Yu's shoulder, which was covered with clothes. It didn't have to worry about the blizzard outside touching itself. Lin Yu quickly glanced outside and found that there was indeed no threat. He quickly used his iron spear to kill the 2 screaming mutated sheep. Copper treasure chest X2. Lin Yu put a total of 5 copper treasure boxes on the ground and a silver treasure box into the inventory. He did not immediately start dissecting the mutated creatures on the ground. Instead, he took out a shovel, shoveled away the snow that was more than half a meter deep, and headed straight to the back of the house. Soon, he discovered the unfortunate guy lying inside. I'll give you a pleasure. Lin Yu struck with a spear. The copper treasure chest is obtained again. What a great harvest. Begin the dissection. You obtained the tiger-spotted shadow deer for X1. Venison, poisonous, 10 kilograms. Poisonous? He looked at the green venison and shook his head. That won't work. Lin Yu just wanted to throw it away, but then he thought it might be useful in the future, so he kept it again. After putting away the traps, Lin Yu looked for 4 more traps. The snow is getting heavier and heavier. Lin Yu dug out the trap with difficulty, only to find that the mutated creatures inside were frozen, and there were many bugs on them. What a pity. He dissected the skin of a mutated sheep, but he did not touch the meat on it. For some reason, he had eaten those beetles whose stomachs were full of corrosive liquid, and he didn't want to touch them anymore, and they were still frozen solid. After clearing away the 5 sheep at the door, Lin Yu looked at the 3 spotted wolves whose heads he had chopped off and stabbed to death with a spear. No wolf meat was obtained from the dissection, but 3 spotted wolf skins were obtained. After doing this, Lin Yu ignored the corpses and went directly into the house. This blizzard is really too big. After closing the stone door, the next step is to count the loot. The 3 copper treasure boxes and 1 silver treasure box at the beginning were all killed by him and Xiao Bai. The next 5 copper treasure chests were obtained by him using his wisdom and improvisation. This time, we obtained a total of 50 kilograms of mutton, 6 sheepskins, 10 tusks, 10 kilograms of poisonous venison, and 3 spotted wolf skins. 9-headed mutant creature. Looking at the treasure boxes on the floor and the items in the inventory, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. This snowstorm may be a real disaster for others, but for him, it is a great opportunity for hunting. After looking at all the resources at hand, there are not many. How about replacing it with water and other good things? Chapter 33 Before the disaster. The strongest material harvester in the whole group. Snow gradually buries everything. Whether it is wilderness, plains, mountains, canyons, or deserts, they are all covered by this reddish snow. The entire different world has changed its color. Almost all the shelters were buried by the crazy pouring snow, and they were integrated with everything around them. At this moment, there are less than 8 hours before the official snow disaster arrives. But all the evacuees have already felt how terrifying this so-called disaster is, and how difficult it is to survive. This was the case before the disaster. And what will happen next? The desperate refugees not only face the extreme plight of lack of food and water, but also suffer from the cold and the threat of mutated creatures that will break into the shelter at any time. The shelter may even be crushed by heavy snow. Danger! But in this different world, there is a shelter with a completely different style of painting. It's so hot! Lin Yu found that he had to open the window to ensure that the room would not be too hot and make him seriously dehydrated. After using another piece of plexiglass to match the window frame to make a window, Lin Yu drove it onto the wall. In this way, he could also see the situation outside the shelter for the first time. Even if a mutant creature hits the glass, the plexiglass can guarantee that it will not be completely shattered like ordinary glass. Now the snow is falling like it's free, and the temperature outside is also dropping rapidly. But the snow water falling along the roof of the shelter is also dripping from the eaves like rain. Lin Yu's shelter was even emitting steam in the blizzard, becoming a unique landscape in the wilderness. At this moment, Lin Yu was opening the treasure boxes he obtained one after another. You have obtained Humus Nutrient Soil X30L. You got a can of instant coffee. 50 masks. You have obtained Backpack Expansion Small X1. Machete Design X1. You have obtained Dagger Design Drawing X1. Bottled Water 4L. You have obtained a pack of pheasant seeds. Space Cotton Pillow X1. You have obtained Backpack Expansion Small X1. Anti-Wolf Spray X1. You got Condiment Bottle Combination Set X1. Full-Length Mirror X1. You have obtained Mountaineering Jacket X1. Mountaineering Pants X1. There are indeed too many things to be found in the 8 copper treasure chests, although some things were really confusing to Lin Yu, and he couldn't see any use for the time being. For example, humus nutrient soil, masks, etc. The most egregious thing is the pepper spray. He doesn't seem to need to guard against wolves. Right? Putting the full-length mirror on the ground and standing it up. A young man with a delicate and handsome face. A well-proportioned figure and almost perfect lines appeared in the mirror. It's just that his hair is a little messy, and the stubble makes him feel a little decadent. His face was stained with blood and dust from many days of continuous fighting. It seems like it needs to be tidied up properly. After using the dagger design and upgrading the original dagger to fine quality, Lin Yu made a fine quality dagger, heated some hot water in an iron pot, and used the compressed towel he obtained before to dip in the hot water to wipe the dagger on his face. Stain eraser. He used a dagger to gently shave off the beard on his face in front of the mirror. Put on your well-fitting light green hiking jacket and hiking pants. And put on your hiking boots again. It didn't take long for Lin Yanzu to appear in the mirror again. But, it's too hot. I can't wear anything. When will the snowstorm pass? Why does it feel even hotter than before? Lin Yu once again became envious of other people in the group. However, speaking of groups, how many more people are there? Open the game panel, and the announcement interface shows that there are still 7 hours and 42 minutes until the snow disaster occurs. Lin Yu frowned and looked at the snow wall outside that almost obscured his sight, thinking, is this not considered a snow disaster? To what extent is a snow disaster considered? Look at the upper right corner of the group. 5,107. Moreover, this number is still declining. It's only been 6 days. And half of the people have been eliminated directly? It's a little too cruel. He took a breath of hot air and looked at the group, which was wailing. Isn't there still a few hours left in the snowstorm? My shelter is already buried in snow. Have you ever seen snow when you open the door? It's the kind of exaggeration that only happens in videos. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I've eaten all the hay. Who can give me something to eat? The snow is poisonous. I just ate some snow, and my mouth and nose were swollen to the point of being swollen. It was so difficult to breathe. What should I do? Half of the roof of my shelter has collapsed. It seems like it could collapse at any time. Who will save me? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. My leg was bitten by a deer and is now rotting away. Who can save me? The shelter is no longer. Okay. I think I have to hide in a secret place. At least there is no snow and it is warm. We're already at the door. I'm going to stay in there for a few days before I come out. It's better than a shelter. Replace water and food with a lot of materials. Is there anyone who can do it? I was wrong. You can't drink snow. Godland forgives me for looking down on others. I swear I will never dare to do it again. You have a lot. Taking a deep breath of hot air, Linyu unscrewed the bottle cap and took a drink of water. It seems really serious. Before the snowstorm officially started, half of the people had already disappeared. And at the current rate, it was very likely that only 3,000 or 4,000 people would be left after the snowstorm. He looked at his supplies reserves. 72 wood, 6 stone, 10 iron blocks, 43 copper ingots, and 22 coal. In addition to wood, stone and iron blocks need to be supplemented. After the snowstorm begins now, the price of wood necessary for burning will definitely rise. Moreover, after learning from the group that the snow brought by the snowstorm cannot be used for drinking, the status of water resources is still strong, with a large number of people complaining of hunger. Food seems to have become hard currency. Linyu looked at the inventory. It seemed that he couldn't use up the ordinary 14 liters of water. Nearly 100 kilograms of mutton, 3 pieces of bread and 3 bags of instant noodles. He had no shortage of food and water. What's more, there are still 30 wooden treasure chests that have not been opened. After using up the backpack expansion from the previous copper treasure chest, Linyu discovered that he now had 40 blocks of space. After taking out the others one by one and placing them on the table and in the basement, those copper treasure boxes disappeared. It would be great if the copper treasure chest could be decomposed. Linyu thought so and placed the water, food and another item in his hand on the transaction panel. Seller, Linyu. Auction item, 100 milliliters pure water x 100. Required, iron blocks. Stones. Design drawings or others. Seller's note, 100 copies. Each person is limited to one auction. The one with the highest price will win. Deadline 1 hour before the disaster officially begins. Seller, Linyu. Auction item, mutated mutton 200 GX 100. Required, iron blocks. Stones. Design drawings or others. Seller's note, 100 copies. Non-toxic. Can be grilled on skewers. Only 1 bid per person. The highest bidder will win. Deadline 1 hour before the disaster officially begins. Seller, Linyu. Auction item, torch, burned, x20. Required, iron blocks. Stones. Design drawings or others. Seller's note, 20 copies. Each person can only bid once. The one with the highest price will win. Deadline 1 hour before the disaster officially begins. Now, it's a golden moment. Even compared to the early days of land reclamation, these food and water can be exchanged for a lot of materials to the maximum extent. Are stones expensive? No matter how expensive it was before. Now in the hearts of other survivors, it is no longer comparable to the warmth brought by water, food, or even fire. There are still 4 hours until the official disaster begins. Chapter 34. The disaster officially begins. What? Linshin is actually selling water at this time? Is he the savior? I have the resources. I have already made an offer. Linshin is asking for a deal. There are torches. Linyu is really good at doing business. Linyu is definitely not alone. There are definitely a lot of people teaming up with him. Otherwise, how could there be so many resources to sell? It's very possible. Look at the few people who haven't spoken. They might be an accomplice of Linyu. Ha ha. It's also possible that Lin Yu is the kind of wandering survivor who steals resources from other survivors in exchange for the resources he needs. This is also possible. Brothers, it's quite hot in the secret realm without snow. It's much better than the shelter. Everyone, go quickly. Messages continued to flow by one after another, while Lin Yu was peeking at the screen. He was also thinking about one thing. Team up. He is alone and has no desire to form a team. In private messages, Du Ping sent a large number of messages, among which team formation was mentioned repeatedly. Every time Du Ping speaks a lot in the group, he always likes to start with report, telling how many mutated creatures he has defeated and what good things he has obtained. But this time, after someone mentioned forming a team, this guy disappeared. Normally, Du Ping could always show off how many mutated creatures he had killed and what iron treasure chests and copper treasure chests he had obtained. Logically speaking, he really shouldn't be so fierce, even if he is from a special forces background. Judging from the treasure chest explosion rate of ordinary people, it is simply unreasonable to be able to explode so many treasure chests in the first few days, especially high-level treasure chests. Therefore, Lin Yu became more and more suspicious that there was a team behind him, and the number would not be too small. As for another topic discussed in the group, the so-called wandering survivors are said to be the kind of people who make a living by robbing other people's resources. Searching the chat records in the group, he found that there were indeed a lot of discussions, and there were also many victims. Even most of the avatars have turned gray. Good guy. Killing people and stealing goods? He was a little surprised at first, but then he understood immediately. In this different world, there are no laws or rules, and there are no institutions to restrain anyone. In other words, good and evil are just a matter of thought. This extreme pursuit of survival can stimulate the most primitive desires of human beings, and can even make people unscrupulous and become more selfish and willful. Not to mention that all human beings have traveled through time. What proportion of them will be criminals? If you think about it this way, it's not surprising that such snatchers would appear. From then on, Lin Yu also kept an eye on it. What he has to deal with is not only mutated creatures, but also people who don't know where they are. Perhaps he, who has a lot of resources, has been targeted for a long time. Thinking about it this way, it seems that stone shelters are not safe. So, how about iron? What about copper? Wait, it seems like a good idea to hide in that secret realm. Although it is indeed dangerous inside, there is no such ice and snow. And Xiaobai's cry in the bucket interrupted Lin Yu's thinking. He walked over and found that the water in the little guy's barrel was almost gone, and it had been turned into a thin piece of ice by the cold air it had just given off. Ha ha! Just tell me if you run out of water, Lin Yu said, and poured about 2 liters of water into the bucket for the little guy. This is enough for it to survive the unbearable high-temperature life for the next night. Looking at the time, he found that time passed so quickly without realizing it. There was still more than an hour before the disaster occurred. He looked out the window. The light grows darker. The thickness of the snow has gradually increased from half a meter to 1 meter and 1.5 meters. And it is still piling up. Snow disaster. How serious will it be? Lin Yu originally thought that this first disaster might be due to the so-called novice protection period. But now, he no longer thinks so. If the snow disaster is really serious, it will definitely be no worse than any other disaster. I wonder how many people can make it through. Lin Yu decided to end the auction early. Soon, as the water, mutton, and previously prepared torches disappeared from his inventory, the system also issued a notification sound. You lost water x 10 liters, mutated mutton 20 kilograms, flammable torch x 20. You obtained wood x 110, stone x 213, iron block x 168, copper ingot x 88, limestone x 70, devil pepper seed. This time, Lin Yu found that there were not many quotations for design drawings, and most of them were things like spoons and forks, which he was not very interested in. Basically, he replaced it with various materials that needed to be accumulated more. He had a hunch that after the snow disaster, the purchasing power of water resources and food would experience a landslide-like curve. After all, there are definitely a lot of ruthless people who can survive this disaster. Moreover, those with dependents will receive enough food and water for 3 days. In other words, as long as we survive this disaster, it is considered a victory. At that time, the material may go through a process of price increase, and it may not be as easy to acquire it as it is now. As for the mat, The person who bid for the map probably didn't expect that among the whole group, Linyu might be the only one who was too hot. Linyu was just interested in devil pepper seeds. It would be possible to plant one when the time comes. After putting away all the large and small things, Linyu also decided to clean up the inventory and put away everything that was not in use temporarily. Then, he opened the 30 treasure chests one by one. Very good. 21 bottles of water, 3 pieces of bread, 6 bags of instant noodles. Linyu needed more water than food, even though he already had enough. After doing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. And at this moment, the system sound suddenly sounded. Warning. The first disaster. Snow disaster is coming. Warning. The first disaster. Snow disaster is coming. This disaster will last for 48 hours. All secret realms will be closed at the same time. And those who stay inside will be forcibly kicked out of the secret realms. Refresh again after 48 hours. After 48 hours. Related elderly people, children, and people with limited mobility and special conditions will be placed in various shelters. More system functions will be enabled after this disaster. When the disaster begins, the points function will also be enabled for everyone, and they will be ranked according to their points. Wish everyone get through this difficult time. The next disaster warning will be issued in 72 hours. Disaster is coming. Boom. Waves of huge roars came from outside the house at this time. Chapter 35. What can be found in the silver treasure chest? The rumbling sound kept coming from a distance. Linyu looked out the window, which was already dark. He found that his sight was blocked by snow that had piled up to a height of nearly 3 meters without even realizing it. It's actually raining so hard? Isn't this more than just a snow disaster? Moreover, this roaring sound seems... Is it wind? Linyu heard some clues. At this time, as if to congratulate him for his correct answer, a large cloud of snow hit the glass directly with the storm. Strong winds and blizzards are a deadly combination. Does the system want to kill everyone from the beginning? The disaster has begun and will last for 48 hours. Those who hid in the secret realm and tried to survive this disaster by opportunism, according to the system, have also been kicked out. At best, this is fair and just. At worst, this is a punishment and elimination. By the way, what are points and rankings? Linyu took out a glass from the secret realm, put a tea bag in it, boiled hot water, and poured it into it. The aroma of tea filled the sanctuary. Xiaobai climbed out of the bucket and came to the table, expressing great interest in the hot light yellow thing in the glass. You want to drink too? Snack food? Linyu sat on the chair, looking at Xiaobai, who kept extending his letters to the tea, and couldn't help teasing him. His eyelids were fighting, and Linyu felt that without tea, he would definitely fall asleep. I opened another bag of potato chips and gave Xiaobai a bite. He ate while thinking, but in order to obtain more information, he thought it would be better to go to bed later. After all, if there's a snowstorm, you won't be able to go out during the day, so you can sleep as long as you want the next day. He took a sip of tea, opened the group, and found that there was already a lot of wailing inside. 48 hours? Are you kidding? It's extinction. This must be extinction. I just met a monster in the secret realm, and was immediately caught up with me. I was sent to the snow as soon as my eyesight turned white, and I saved my life. Ha. I found that as long as the shelter doesn't collapse, the snow seems to be able to insulate a certain amount of air conditioning. It doesn't seem to be that cold anymore. Yeah, sure. It seems that things are much better than before after the disaster officially started. Even the mutated creatures that always went crazy at night have disappeared. Will mutated creatures disappear in the future? Hope. I hope so much. Although the treasure chest has a low explosion rate, it can only be obtained from mutated creatures. I went to sleep, and when I woke up, I hoped that the disaster would end in 1 hour. In addition, I didn't hope that I would never be able to open my eyes again. I had to hold on until my parents arrived. By the way, what happened to the one who ate the snow? And those dozens of fools on the equator who went to roll in the snow? The avatars are all gray. Okay, I really can't see it. Damn it. Haven't you noticed? More than half of the total number of people are dead. By the way, don't any of you pay attention to points? Linyu frowned and looked carefully at the chat records one by one. At the same time, he also saw that the total remaining number of people had dropped to 4,655. After the disaster officially started, the total death toll exceeded half without much use. These are the people who have been eliminated. Or in other words, those who cannot adapt to this intense change. After these people are eliminated and their families arrive, what methods will they use to persist in this cruel world? With only 3 days of water and food, there is almost nothing we can do. Linyu made some firewood, looked out the window, put a lot more firewood inside, and also threw some coal into it. Hot is better than cold. After pouring a capful of tea, Xiaobai took a small sip and immediately retracted his neck to stop drinking. Just when Linyu thought that the little guy couldn't get used to it, he drank all the tea quickly. After touching its little head, Linyu spread out the mat and lay on the bed. Feeling a cool feeling instantly hit his back. Linyu felt cool for the first time since the snowstorm started. Xiaobai licked up the little bit of tea left by Linyu and crawled over, feeling the magic of the mat with a look of enjoyment on his face. I looked at the time and saw that 20 minutes had passed since the disaster officially started. Everyone seemed to be struggling except him. Linyu also understood in his heart that in the current crisis, it was not just individuals who had to be considered, but he had done everything he could. When you want to help others, you must first live a good life yourself. How is he doing? For the time being, it's not bad. There's enough food and water. The shelter is strong, and the warmth is well done. However, after 48 hours, when the disaster has passed, his advantages will be infinitely reduced. Most people would have a large family to help them survive. But he was just alone, with only Xiaobai for company. At that time, who will care about him as the forest god? Just as he took out a bottle of water and took a sip, he suddenly discovered an important problem. I still have a silver treasure chest that I haven't opened yet. Emma, it was fun to open the copper treasure chest, but it was okay to forget the silver treasure chest. Taking out the silver treasure chest, Linyu couldn't help but feel excited when he looked at the silver-white treasure chest in front of him, which was half a meter long and wide. This is the first silver treasure chest he has opened. What can it dispense? Could it be a blueprint for a more advanced weapon? Or is it something that helps improve your life? Even plans for a shelter? Excited Linyu took a deep breath and opened the silver treasure chest with both hands. You have obtained Primary Exoskeleton Design Drawing X1. Exoskeleton Blueprints? Is this the blueprint for the thing he knows? Once worn, the kinetic energy will be greatly increased, making it extremely easy to carry heavy objects and use heavy weapons. It can also turn an ordinary person into a powerful warrior instantly. He has seen similar things in some documentaries. In fact, the exoskeleton uses the simplest lever principle, but it combines a lot of technology and uses alloys to create a powerful device. Linyu used the design drawings with excitement. Junior exoskeleton. However, after using this design drawing, Linyu fell into deep thought. Primary exoskeleton body. Arms. Legs. Steps. Connecting joints. Active joints. Elbow joint components. Duraluminum alloy rubber X1. Precision electric push rod. This. It doesn't seem easy. Does a primary exoskeleton need so many things to make up? So what does it look like to be more advanced? Linyu now also understands a rule. That is, the more something greatly exceeds the current productivity, the higher the price will be to obtain it. After looking at Xiaobai, who was already asleep, Linyu also lay back down again. Just when he was about to take another look at the group and go to bed, he suddenly found that Du Ping was following him in the group again. Linyu, I found something good again. Do you want it? Chapter 36 started dominating the rankings from today. The seemingly never-ending blizzard covered the entire sky and flooded the entire world. The howling wind blew the snow endlessly like waves, swept it into the air, and poured it on the ground. Almost all shelters were completely covered by the heavy snowstorm, and the nearly 3-meter-high snow layer also harvested all life. Although it has entered daytime, under this snow disaster, the world has completely lost the distinction between night and day. Linyu's refuge remained the same. In the steel plate fireplace, the firewood was burning vigorously, keeping the entire shelter at a very high temperature. After Linyu woke up from the wooden bed in the basement, he felt a stick-like object in a daze, which woke him up instantly. It wasn't until the thing made a puff noise that he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaobai, why did you run down? Xiaobai's voice was lazily. Linyu grabbed it on his shoulders and walked up the stairs. There was too much firewood burning last night. After he woke up from the heat in the middle of the night, he ran to the basement to cool down. This basement was originally used by him as a warehouse. It was usually very cool, and the temperature was several degrees lower than above. In order to have a good rest at that time, he made a wooden bed again, took down the mat and fell asleep. It was indeed very comfortable and cool. However, this time he woke up naturally, and he didn't know what time it was. Is it daybreak? Linyu took out the wooden ladder, wiped the window on the roof, and looked outside. It was indeed daytime. The snow was still falling, and it was no different from yesterday. The only difference was that there was a snow wall more than 2 meters long away from the shelter. The snow wall is already higher than the roof, and there is a tendency to move higher. He put on his hiking clothes and pants, put on his wooden armor, and climbed up to the roof from the window with an iron spear in hand. There was still no snow on the roof, and the newly fallen snowflakes quickly turned into water droplets and flowed down. Linyu looked down and found that it was quiet in front of the door, and there was no mutated creature like yesterday. Could it be? Are they all freezing to death? After walking around the roof and still finding nothing, Linyu returned to the house again and opened the stone door. There was nothing but the roar of the wind. It was as if he was the only one in this world, keeping his head down as much as possible to prevent snow from falling on his face. Linyu first solved his personal problems, then made 8 more traps. After placing them around the shelter, he returned to the house. There was nothing to explore outside, and in the violent snowstorm, his sight and hearing were greatly restricted. But as an ordinary person, he did not have the qualities to shovel snow with a shovel to find and fight mutant creatures. Of course, that secret place was originally a good place, but due to this disaster, it had to be closed for 48 hours. Although it was said to prevent survivors from cheating and hiding inside. For Linyu, it was one less opportunity to search. How long do we have to wait? Linyu yawned, returned to his panties and vest state, and opened the group. It was safe outside for the time being, and he didn't feel too much pressure. He simply took a look at the group first, and then solved the breakfast problem. As a result, the bulletin board directly told him that it was already 11 hours since the disaster started. Boy, this is such a natural wake-up. He did sleep too late last night, and what Du Ping wanted to exchange also made him study for a long time. Using 5 kilograms of mutant mutton and 1 L of water, Linyu got several good things in exchange. Rotor, end cover, power controller. Among these 3, 2 are necessary for the generator, and the power controller is used for the primary exoskeleton. Although the cost was higher than before, Linyu did gradually get what he wanted. After connecting the rotor and end cover to the previous stator and bearings, all he needed to find was the wiring terminals, which are one of the most important components of a generator. As for the off-road bicycle design drawings that Du Ping and the others wanted to replace with 3 L of water last time, after bargaining with Linyu, they finally sold it with 2 L of water. After finishing these things yesterday, I no longer knew what time it was, so I fell into a deep sleep and even forgot about the snow disaster. After all, the snow disaster is nothing to him. He yawned and looked at the group. Well, I'm not dead yet. But is it an illusion? I seem to have no feeling in my legs. Suddenly, I realized it's not that cold anymore. Thank you, Linyu, for selling the fire source. But at the same time, I despise those profiteers who get the fire source and resell it. You are still not human. Thanks to Linyu for selling a lot of water and food in the end. Otherwise, we would have died a lot. Linyu, you have got my approval. Boss, do you need your approval? Are you the onion? By the way, Lin Shen still sells mutton. It's too delicious. By the way, what is Lin Yu's original occupation? Special forces? That rating is too exaggerated. Just saying. The rating actually reached the top? Is there any mistake? I always thought Du Ping and the others could be first. But the 4th place is not bad. I can do it if there is water. Linyu just takes advantage of the water. His life is not much better than ours. Ah. Yes. Yes. I saw myself at number 1985. Is the gap so big? No. What is this scoring standard? Linyu's rating is 3 times that of the 2nd place, and 15 times higher than mine. You must be cheating. Linyu suddenly realized that the entire group was discussing him instead of the snow disaster. Although this trend has existed before, it was not as concentrated as it is now. And the reason why they are like this is also because of this so-called points issue. He opened the points ranking panel. 1. Linyu 1095 points. 2. Kirk Brown 338 points. 3. Bird 299 points. 4. Depan 297 points. Why is the score so high? On what basis is it judged? But being able to reach the first place in this group is worthy of celebration. Just when he was about to click on the detailed composition of points in the rankings, there was a roar in his stomach. Even Xiaobai kept looking at his belly. Well, it seems we need to solve this problem first. As for the points, let's put them aside for now. He took out the stove, put a pot on the fire and put water in it. Lin Yu took out the bacon that he had never had time to eat. Cut 8 slices with a dagger. Put the instant noodles into the pot. Took this time to make a cup of coffee. And added the previous. I took out the apple that I hadn't eaten until now. Breaking open the apple with his bare hands and giving half of it to the confused Xiaobai. Lin Yu prepared the bowls and chopsticks and poured the instant noodles into the bowl. Perfect breakfast. Doesn't it? Chapter 37. Why is his painting style different? Notice, the top 3 in the group rankings will be shown as simple video. Note that this display is a special function during the novice protection period. Survivors will disappear immediately after playing it. There is a new function on the system panel. Ranking list. The ranking information is updated in real time with everyone's current ranking information, which is fair and just. Everyone's scores are also displayed on the screen. The survivors looked at the extra videos behind the top 3 on the ranking list, and they all invariably started watching them from the 3rd place. And a video suddenly appeared at this moment, and the high-definition picture was displayed in front of everyone. In the vast snowfield, the storm rolled up the snowflakes and raged. Existing number of people, 4,008. A line of large blood-red characters flashed on the white background, and gradually reduced to 4,007 and 4,001. After a while, it disappeared instantly. The scene shifted to a vast, flat wasteland, and then a cave-like gap was found in the snowfield. The camera entered through the gap and fell into darkness for an instant. And soon after, an iron wall appeared. Let me go! This 3rd place is a bit interesting. An iron shelter? A road that I have never imagined. Yeah, sure. I thought the stone shelter was already the highest end and strongest. And he also made a passage to get out. It seems that he turned the snow into ice and strengthened the passage? However, metal conductivity is so strong. If it's hot outside, it'll be hot inside. If it's cold outside, I seem to know why this person is ranked 3rd. By the way, when the score of the 4th place Du Ping first came out, wasn't it always 2nd? How come it is now after the first cutoff? That's the 4th one? Du Ping is 4th? The boss who has been fighting mutated creatures since the beginning. And the person who can always open high-level boxes is 4th. Are you kidding me? Why am I not 3rd but 79th? I am also an iron shelter. Didn't the system write something yesterday? The top 3 will be rewarded by the system's live broadcast. Du Ping was caught from behind. What a great opportunity to be on camera. I won't talk about the overall score. You can't do it if you are very good in other areas. Du Ping must be missing something. Under everyone's envy, ridicule and doubts, the camera passed through the outside of the shelter and came to the inside. Soon, a shelter filled with fire appeared in the camera lens. Everyone saw that the shelter was almost completely covered with animal skins of different colors and sizes, and the unshaven man sitting by the fire, whose original appearance could barely be seen, was wearing at least 7 or 8 layers of clothing, fur clothes for warmth. Beside him were a number of bones from unknown mutated creatures, and in the wooden bowl next to him was a bowl of extremely turbid, steaming soup. The interior furnishings are extremely simple, but there seems to be someone lying next to the bed, with long hair draped over his shoulders, and he seems to be asleep. Comprehensive score, 299. Shelter rating, 180. Material rating, 89. Bonus points for the number of people in the shelter, 20. Disaster resistance bonus points, 10. The last line of large characters on the screen gives a detailed introduction to the score given to Berg, who placed 3rd. Damn it! This poor little guy is actually 3rd? Is there any mistake? Laugh. This guy can freeze to death at any time. I really want to know if he has something to do with the system to get 3rd place. Du Ping can't even compare to this guy. It's completely incomprehensible. It seems that the 2nd and 1st are not much better. Thank you to the system for allowing us to watch a good show. Let's go! Day. You can't exit at all. So is this mandatory viewing? I can't even close my eyes? But what should I do if I still want to watch? Attention! This guy actually has a companion. He seems to be sleeping? Good guy. I didn't expect to have to eat dog food in a place like this. Does the system want us to learn from their methods and survive the disaster? The top 3 are better than us anyway. I love it. Amid people's emotions of sighing, surprise, questioning, etc., the video of Berg's shelter, which ranked 3rd on the list and was rated 299 points by the system, came to an abrupt end. While everyone was still discussing in the group whether there was some shady story about the third-place finisher. The picture of Kurt Brown, the second-place finisher, with a shelter with a system score of 338 points, quickly unfolded in front of everyone. Soon, the camera panned to a rather weird shelter. In the high-definition picture, dozens of large tree stumps were placed together, with a large number of connected furs tied on top, forming an extremely huge tent-like roof. There were still wisps of smoke coming out of the gaps in the roof. Under this huge roof, there is a 40-square-meter wooden shelter that is protected by this, and it is not at all affected by the wind and snow outside. When the scene turned, the layout in the shelter was basically made of wood, and a brown-haired man with muscles, tight clothes, and thick fur was grilling something on a stone fireplace with an expressionless face. The meat of something, however. The cup with little water left beside him, and his lips, that were almost so dry that they burst into skin, told everyone that he was short of water. Comprehensive score, 338. Shelter rating, 200. Material rating, 58. Bonus points for the number of people in the shelter, 0. Disaster resistance bonus points, 80. This is real boss. Indeed. Maybe he has a background as a carpenter? And the shelter happens to be in a forest area. So he must have a gun. Look at those muscles. I'm wet. Big brother, please take care of me. I can eat 3 bowls of rice just by looking at his muscles. But he may not be able to support you. He doesn't have much water in his hands. Did you pay attention? That sounds like it. But it's much better than the third place. There's a fireplace in this room. And it looks very warm. It's so warm that I won't wear fur. This one is obviously showing off to the camera. Can't you see he's trembling all over? Both of them are doing this. And I don't have any expectations for the first water profiteer. I guess if there is a lot of water, the score will be in the thousands. Ha ha. Linyu isn't a bunch of people in the shelter. I'm standing on my head and eating. I second the proposal. 3 meals a day. Breakfast and lunch. However, the system didn't care at all what these people were saying. After the scene transitioned, what appeared in front of everyone was a wisp of white smoke floating upward, which was quite conspicuous. The camera rises to a high altitude and continues to track the white smoke, and then looks downward to find the things emitting the white smoke. A large crater with an almost square shape appeared in the lens. What the hell? What's going on? I don't know. Is this a volcano? Is your crater square? It's all square. I've even seen an octagonal one. Comments flashed across the lower right corner of the video. Everyone was thinking whether they had seen something wrong. Isn't this looking at Linyu's refuge? Why did you come to a place that looks like a crater? However, as the camera zoomed in, everyone took a breath. Inside this big pit is actually a shelter without any snow on the surface. There is even no ice or snow within 2 meters of this shelter. What the hell? What's going on? I guessed it right. This place has floor heating. Right. Is this the refuge of Mr. Linyu? It looks ordinary on the surface, but it turns out to be unfathomable at first glance. Isn't this just an ordinary stone shelter? It only has 2 windows. But did I see it wrong? The lower window is actually open. I understand. Linyu also wants to be cool. Isn't that Kurt Brown in front of him? The camera circled around the shelter, and those with sharp eyes had already spotted the clues. There are actually 8 traps. Damn it. I'm getting goosebumps. What's Linyu's background? An old hunter? Just as everyone was speculating, the camera entered the shelter. But then, when everyone saw Linyu inside, they were all shocked by the magical style of painting in the picture. A moment of silence dominated the entire live broadcast room. After a long time, a girl sent a message. His is so big, isn't it? Chapter 38. Is his refuge the same dimension as mine? In the picture, Linyu was holding bacon and instant noodles with chopsticks, and was about to put them into his mouth. But he was looking blankly in the direction of the camera. The focus of everyone's attention in the entire group is not right. Sensing something, Linyu quickly ran down to the basement, put on hiking clothes, hiking pants, etc. as quickly as possible, and returned again. Ahem. It's okay. I think it's average. I can wear it around my waist. What did I say? Am I proud? Based on my years of experience, this is true. Is Lenshin in need of a partner? Is it okay if the gender card is so rigid? I want to communicate with you in a simple and in-depth manner. Wait a minute. I was the one who came here first. I even invented the word Linshin. Right. Already rushing. However, the voices of these people were quickly replaced by the exclamations of others. The camera rotates inside the shelter and captures everything on the entire first floor of the shelter. Wait a minute. Wasn't the shelter just outside made of stone? Why are the walls inside the house made of wood again? I know. Damn it. Lin Yunyobi. The interior is reinforced with wooden boards for heat insulation. And the skin of mutated creatures is nailed on top, which is equivalent to adding another layer of warmth. Here. Isn't that a built-in steel plate fireplace? I've sold that one before, which can allow fuel to be recombusted and at the same time tell the important point. In short, with such a thing, coupled with the double-layer insulation measures made by Linyu, it would be too easy to open a sinkhole in the snowfield and prevent the shelter from accumulating snow. Of course, this also made him uncomfortable. If you don't wear shorts and a vest in the shelter, you might get heat stroke. Isn't it great to have a snowstorm and heat stroke? Now I understand why I have to open the windows. It's not just to show off, but it's really too hot. Of course, it's really just a show of comparison. Look at the sweat on Linyu's head. It's not that he doesn't want to wear it, but that he really can't put it on. He hasn't even worn this mountaineering jacket for a minute, and the sweat is dripping down like water. Isn't it? Professional. Shocked my mother for a whole year. Awesome, boss. The screen continued to move, and everyone was carefully looking at this shelter that shocked them from the bottom of their hearts. Many people also understand from the bottom of their hearts that Linyu is not just a person with a lot of water, but he really has certain abilities, which makes his points really reach a level that is 3 times that of the second place. Moreover, more people also know that maybe things are not just that simple. After the camera focused on Linyu's dinner table, everyone began a new round of envy, jealousy, and hatred. I'm numb. I've been eating grass roots for 2 days. Thanks to Linyu, I've eaten meat for the first time in 7 days. But I didn't expect the top-notch configuration of bacon instant noodles. There are actually apples. I forgot the last time I ate fruit. And potato chips. My dear, what I just ate for lunch was the dregs of steamed buns that came out of the treasure chest I don't know how many days ago. The comparison is too hurtful. Everyone, look carefully at the instant noodles. Take a second look. Maybe you won't have to eat dinner today. This is called looking at the plum blossoms to quench your thirst. You must be a devil. I'm even hungrier after seeing this. Thousands of people wrote letters begging Mr. Lin to sell instant noodles. 1/10,000 inch. 2/10,000. Did you see? Glass. Coffee. Sun seems to be living in 2 dimensions with me. Why don't I even have water? I advise everyone not to rush to praise you. Linyu has companions on the cliff. They are probably hiding in the basement. I don't believe he can get so many things by himself and live such a good life. He is just a mascot for public display. That's right. It's the same sentence. If he doesn't have a companion, I will stand on my head and eat flying. However, in addition to the group of people who looked at Linyu's appearance and what he ate, many people also noticed Linyu chewing an apple on his shoulder, slurping instant noodles, and Xiao Bai, who had an appearance as beautiful as silver. It's so cute. Where can I find this? I want it so much. The lizard measured 18 centimeters visually, which is as big as mine. Ha ha. That's half the size of mine. The eyes of this little thing are a bit too beautiful. It's pure red. Linyu, please give it to me. Don't forget to stuff it with 2 liters of water. His grandma's. Why is it so cute? Why? I want to keep one like this too. Who knows where to get one? Xiao Bai seemed to have noticed something. After taking a sip of noodles, his 2 ruby-like eyes stared straight ahead. And suddenly he sprayed out a mouthful of white mist visible to the naked eye. The screen was momentarily shrouded in white mist, but it took a while before it finally became clear again. But after this, everyone else was no longer calm. Did you see it? Bai Wu. Is this the beginning of the magical world? No one can stop me. I know the Avatar curse. Wait. Have you never seen a mutant creature that can breathe fire? This is not outrageous. What is really outrageous is that Linyu can tame such a mutant creature. Okay. So, I went to a cave before, and I seem to have found similar mutated creatures. But they were much larger than this, and extremely ferocious. I only escaped by relying on my clever movement. They are the overlords in the cave. Status. Who is Linyu? He can actually tame this thing? Jubi has a companion to help him. Jubi! However, The camera once again circled around the house, showing the complete furniture and various weapons, and then descended directly from the stairs under the table to the quiet basement. It was quite quiet in the basement. In addition to a bed covered with a mat, there were also a large number of various supplies, and quite a few of them were extremely unfamiliar to everyone. Moreover, there was no human figure in the basement, and there were no companions mentioned by those people. Some people exclaimed at those furs. Some were shocked that Lin Yu had obtained so many mechanical things, and some were thinking about why Lin Yu had achieved such achievements in such a short period of time. At this moment, the live broadcast screen turned again, and the detailed rating of Lin Yu's shelter was displayed. Comprehensive score, 1095. Shelter rating, 350. Material score, 495. Bonus points for the number of people in the shelter, 0. Disaster resistance bonus points, 250. Unlike the previous two, almost no one would question Lin Yu this time, and no one would think there was anything wrong with the system's scoring. Everyone saw how different Lin Yu's painting style was in this snowstorm, where everyone was about to freeze to death, while everyone else was wishing to wrap themselves in 10 layers of fur. Lin Yu was so hot that he could only sleep on a mat in shorts and a vest, and was sweating profusely. Others drank a drop of water in half and a piece of bread for 3 or 4 days. But he actually drank coffee and ate instant noodles with bacon, and even had fruits and snacks after meals. Others are lonely and can only keep company with the fifth girl's little friend. But he is lucky enough to have an extremely beautiful and cute pet. Not to mention, the pet can spray ice-cold air and is even quite spiritual. No matter what, Lin Yu lived like a life on another level, one level ahead of everyone else, as if others were suffering. But he enjoyed it, as if he was on vacation. Why is his painting style different from ours? Someone shouted. Chapter 39. There is a time when you beg me. In the shelter, Xiaobai burped after eating the last bite of noodles with satisfaction. Originally, it was stretched out and lying on the table, and it was difficult to move. However, when it discovered that the aroma of Lin Yu's coffee was coming, it tried to turn over again, humming and crawling to the side, and laid down next to the cup. He looked at Lin Yu with wide red eyes. Do you want to drink this too? Lin Yu called out to the snack food in his heart. He dipped his chopsticks into it and gave it a lick. After Xiaobai tasted the bitter and sour taste, he instantly retracted his neck and shook his head vigorously. However, just when Lin Yu was about to finish the last sip, Xiaobai came over and rubbed his hand again, staring at the coffee cup again, tilting his little head, shouting, Puff! 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 Xiaobai! You drink too much and you can't sleep. Let me tell you! After cooling down the last bit, he poured it onto a porcelain plate, and Xiaobai couldn't wait to drink it. Good guy. What kind of lizard do I raise? It doesn't matter if it eats instant noodles or mutton skewers. And it also has tea and coffee. After watching Xiaobai licking the last bit of it clean as if he was still unfinished, Lin Yu also called out, good guy, in his heart. It was quiet inside the shelter, but the strong wind still sounded outside. After Lin Yu resumed his original attire, he chewed on his apple and opened the game panel. He didn't care about the so-called points last night, and he had no preparations in the morning. If he knew that some of the top 3 in the rankings would be filmed for a while, he would have put all the things that should not be discovered in his inventory in advance. Of course, he did put away a lot when he was changing clothes. Lin Yu could have changed directly on the chair at that time, but he considered that there were almost a lot of machines in the basement, so he put them away one by one. While eating noodles, he got a prompt from the system that the short video introductions of the top 3 were about to start. So he immediately went to the game panel to check it out. Only then did he discover that the top 3 in the standings would be directly forced to enter such a temporary procedure. As the number 1 player, of course, he will be the focus of attention. After all, the first place is also the one who did the best in this disaster, and his experience will definitely be imitated and learned by everyone. Is this a good thing? No. It should be considered a bad thing, although it only has an introduction of less than a minute, and it seems to be burning after reading and disappearing from the playlist of individuals who have watched this video. Some information will be exposed. Lin Yu looked at the standings. After everyone's scores, there was a dot sign. When expanded, the detailed source of the points was displayed. Lin Yu frowned. He clicked on his video and took a look, and found that the fireplace, wooden walls, etc. were all exposed. And Xiaobai was also seen. But if you think about it carefully, it's not a big deal. These things can only prove that his method is good, and he can keep the shelter as warm as possible, so that he can successfully survive this disaster. The information captured in this short video was actually quite small, and it wouldn't be a big deal if others knew about it. At the very least, no one will notice his 100% explosive treasure box system. It seems that nothing is wrong. Lin Yu looked behind his name again, and there was no trace of the video there. Sure enough, it burns after reading. Survive. Now that the first disaster has struck, more than half of the entire group has indeed died, and this number is still rising. Survival is not easy. It can even be said to be extremely difficult. Everyone is working hard to stay alive. The system gives everyone the opportunity to simply make and invent things using materials, and it also gives people a certain chance of exploding treasure boxes by defeating monsters. The purpose is to allow people to survive better, and this short video naturally has the same purpose. The system wants everyone to watch how the top 3 maintain shelters and survive disasters, so that everyone can learn from them. Those who are alive today are basically those who have learned a lot, although they keep joking. In fact, everyone is carefully observing the top 3 shelters, and will rely on these experiences to make themselves live better, so that they can survive the next disaster. Able to survive. Lin Yu opened a bottle of water and took a sip. He clicked on the video of the 3rd place shelter. Since others can learn from him, he can also learn from others. Right? With this 100% treasure chest explosion system, he must live much better than others. If he still can't distance himself, it will only prove that he is too far apart. The video is not too long. It can be said to be extremely short. Iron shelter? I really haven't thought about this. And the passage made of ice seems to be able to have both ventilation and travel functions. How many mutated creatures has this thing killed? And they all seem to be quite big ones. Plant it. In terms of sturdiness, the metal shelter is naturally much stronger than his stone one. It is estimated that even a hit like that of a mutated sheep will not take away the durability value. However, Lin Yu had never opened this thing from a treasure chest, and he had never seen anyone selling the design drawings on the mall. But he knew that if there was a design, it would definitely be in the hands of this person. Berg! Right. Lin Yu wrote down his name, and was ready to get the design drawings of the iron shelter in his hand, when he saw that this guy was extremely short of resources. Among Berg's bonus points, there is an additional number of people in the shelter. It seems that the number of people can indeed affect the score to a certain extent. One person is worth 20 points. It is naturally much easier for 2 people to work together to survive than it is for one person to survive alone. After all, there is an extra labor force. But this will also create a problem. That is, who does the work and who contributes. If it's done well, it's a win-win situation. But if it's not done well, of course there is no need to say more. A problem arises here as well. Where is the other man's refuge? When Lin Yu was about to continue watching the 2nd place video, he suddenly saw other people's comments in the video, all the time mentioning Du Ping's fall from 2nd place to 4th place. Du Ping. This person Lin Yu remembered deeply, and he had also been paying attention to him. And falling from 2nd place to 4th place is not a trivial matter. Lin Yu was even more surprised when he learned that the scoring system seemed to have been giving out scores since the disaster started last night and ended in the morning. This gave him an idea. Is Du Ping controlling points? Because the top 3 will be filmed in short videos. Du Ping, who didn't want others to know what was in his shelter, controlled his own score. Does this possibility exist? The more Lin thought about it, the more something was wrong. If it is true, then Japan. This person needs to be careful in the future. Continue to the 2nd video. The time is also not that long, but the amount of information is quite large. From the video, it can be seen that the 2nd person is a good carpenter and a very powerful hunter. At the same time, he can also make a fireplace out of stones for warmth. Even this is a job done by one person. This shows how capable this person is. Lin Yu carefully looked at the various arrangements in this person's home, and he also had some concerns in his mind. If this person wants to buy water later, he can take the opportunity to get some carpentry design drawings to add something to his shelter. So, Lin Yu opened the private message. This is something he basically wouldn't look at. After all, every time I look at it, there are 9,999 pieces of information, most of which are junk and cannot be read at all. But at this moment, Lin Yu felt that it was not impossible to find business opportunities, especially since he has become a celebrity in this group. Chapter 40. Is self-strategy okay? Unknowingly, it became dark again, beneath the blizzard that never stops. There is a shelter that never seems to be submerged in snow. Two thick plumes of white smoke emerged from the two black chimneys, making the iron shelter even warmer. The above-ground shelter is only 40 square meters, and it is almost entirely occupied by a large amount of firewood and two huge fireplaces. A woman in casual clothes opened one of the fireplaces, put a pile of firewood into it, checked the other fireplace to make sure there was no problem, and then hurriedly went down through the basement entrance in the center of the house. In the 320 square meter basement, there are 7 people doing their own things. Bess, is there any problem with the stove? After seeing the woman come down, the man with glasses who was whittling a branch with a short knife looked up and asked, No. The woman nodded quickly and tremblingly. I have already filled the firewood. It can burn for more than 5 hours. I won't use it for now. Seeing the bespectacled man frowning, Bess quickly went to the first floor to check again. At this time, the bearded man who had been making wooden boards next to him came over and patted the bespectacled man on the shoulder. Are you thinking about the refuge of the first place kid again? Du Ping smiled softly. There is a lot to study, isn't it? Elliot, I don't deny this. I've always had a question. Why don't we compete for the first place in this group, but instead change the plan midway and go for 4th place? Elliot, your statement is very strange. Isn't it obvious enough? Dude didn't want us to reveal our strength. He used so many methods to reduce the points. Although in the end, he was the same as the stupid big guy in 3rd place. It's 2 points short. But it's really thrilling. The red-haired woman sat next to Du Ping and leaned closely. It's nothing to expose your strength. It just allows us to recruit more people to work. Elliot spread his hands. There is no benefit to hiding your strength. Right. Du Ping pushed up his glasses, hugged Teresa, and glared at him. Fighting for 1st place? Don't you think I haven't calculated it? What the 8 people in our shelter can do together are not as good as Lin Yu. If you really go to 2nd place, you will be humiliating yourself. If you are 1st and not leading by much, it will be even more humiliating. Is that so? Teresa was a little incredulous. I also watched that video. It seems like it's not a big deal. Will our score not be enough? Du Ping pointed to the wooden barrel with only a few liters of water and stood up. Our water is all replaced by good things from out of the box. How can we compare with him? When he was eating barbecue, he ate. How do we compare with what we eat while making noodles? He has enough food and water to keep a pet. Did you see that there are a lot of things in the basement after Lin Yu put away a lot of them? Quantity. Teresa and Elliot looked at each other. Indeed, the 8 of them divided the labor reasonably every day, and went out to chop down trees, search for ores, chisel rocks, and hunt every day. Although they worked very hard, they still did not obtain many resources. The crisis of extreme water shortage is also expanding infinitely in the face of this huge number of people. Because of this, they had to exchange some temporarily unused items or parts with Lin Yu for a small amount of water to maintain. This also forced them to use better things to exchange water with Lin Yu. But the chance of getting a treasure chest from killing mutant creatures was too low. In the end, they had no choice but to explore the secret realm, hoping to find some special stuff inside. Now that the snowstorm is coming and the secret realm is blocked, it is no longer possible for them to exchange water for anything good. Before, even the most valuable bicycle design drawings, Lin Yu still bargained for only 2 liters of water. In another day, there will be many more people in this shelter. Then, there will be no need to look at Lin Yu's face and beg him for water. Du Ping took off his glasses and took a deep breath. Next time let's go to the top of the standings and let this group know who is the real king. At the same time, in another, Tiankin, Lin Yu was lying on the bed, stroking Xiaobai, and haggling with Berg and Kirk Brown word by word. He did not add these 2 people to his friends, but started a temporary conversation with them. Who would have thought that before he could do anything to them, these 2 brothers would come directly to his door? Naturally, they all came to ask for water. And Lin Yu, a profiteer selling water, would not let them lose just a layer of skin. Berg had quite a lot of animal hides. But what Lin Yu wanted was his design drawings of an iron shelter. What Lin Yu wanted were the design drawings of various wooden products made by Kirk Brown, an old carpenter. What is the most taboo thing about doing business? Others know your cards. Lin Yu? There is no whole card. Or the whole card is almost infinite. But what about those 2? Everyone gets what they need. And the rest is ultimate pulling. To be honest, Lin Yu is not good at this aspect. But now, he is the one with hard currency. He can judge the bottom line by himself. If there is too much, it will not be considered. If there is less, it is better. Lin, I want water. 2L isn't much. Right? Berg continued to insist. 1L. I'll put your bid on the table. Lindy replied after a while. Please give me 1.8L. My friends and I are short of water. Please help. Oh, that's 0.9L. What? Why is it lowered? Lin, I warn you. My parents will come at this time tomorrow, and they will bring enough water for 3 days. Not satisfied? 0.8L. Don't lower yourself. I accept 1L. Lin, you are such a devil. Berg cursed and exited the temporary conversation. When Lin was fighting with him, he was also letting Kirk Brown go, making him anxious. Lin successfully exchanged 1L of water for the design of the iron shelter. Lin had no interest in Berg bringing out other things, so he concentrated on dealing with Kirk Brown. However, when he saw the chat window, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. At the beginning, Kirk Brown's painting style was still, "No, it's impossible. I don't want to come up with the design of a comfortable wooden bed. Lin, you want to use 500 milliliters to replace this. It's just a dream." However, while Lin was chatting with Berg, the man who had been waiting for a long time actually changed his painting style again. Lin, you can bargain a little bit. Can't you? Okay, I can give you this with 1L of water. So I'll just be kind. 800 milliliters is not unacceptable. You know water. Tomorrow I will have more than 3 days of water and food. This is your last chance. Lin. Haha. How about 700 milliliters? Let's each give in. Lin, don't pretend to be deaf and dumb. Please reply to me quickly. Answer quickly. If you don't answer, I will trade with others. This is very popular. You know, you deserve 600 milliliters. Hurry. Trade quickly. Please. Lin Shin. I was wrong. Just exchange for 500 milliliters. I have no objection. Lin called him a good guy. Is this a self-guided strategy? Just when Lin wanted to trade with this product directly, suddenly, the system sounded a notification sound. After 24 hours, the system will be upgraded. Chapter 41, entering a new era. System upgrade? In 24 hours? Lin frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. Is there any upgrade to this? Moreover, did you choose the end of the disaster? With doubts, Lin opened the bulletin board and found that in addition to the bulletin board saying, Current disaster, snow disaster, 23 hours, 58 minutes and 56 seconds until the end, there was indeed a countdown to system upgrade prompt. But other than that, there's nothing. 500 milliliters was exchanged for the design drawings of Kirk Brown's exquisite wooden bed. Lin wanted to know how exquisite and comfortable this thing would be. When he was watching Kirk Brown's videos, he kept staring at the various things he made, especially the exquisite wooden bed that looked much better than his own broken wooden bed made him even more envious. Originally, at the beginning, this broken wooden bed was just fine. It was better than sleeping on the floor. Hard. Indeed too hard. If you lie down for a long time, you will feel pain in your back. Now that living standards in all aspects have improved, it would be unreasonable not to upgrade this wooden bed. Using the design drawing of the exquisite wooden bed, Lin quickly spent 6 pieces of wood and 2 iron blocks to make a new bed. The 4 corners and bed frame of the new bed were replaced with strong metal, and the wooden boards were flatter and smoother than the previous one. Lin lay down on the bed, feeling much more comfortable than before. 500 milliliters of water is exchanged for this. It's so worth it. After spreading the mat, Lin opened the stone door and took out a small wooden bucket from the snowdrift outside. After carrying it back, he split it open with an axe. A large pile of ice cubes immediately appeared on the table. Xiaobai's eyes lit up, and he was about to pounce on it, but was stopped by Lin. Here! This is your half, and this is my half. Don't take it away. Lin took out a hammer and broke the whole piece of ice into 2 large and small pieces, and then handed the small piece to Xiaobai. He broke the big piece into several pieces and put them into several glasses. It's too hot. I can't think of ways to cool down. This ice cube is the fastest way to cool down that Lin likes. At the cost, it only requires some water and the cost of a wooden bucket to keep him cool for a long time. Lin put the tea bag into the glass and poured mineral water. The temperature inside the house is still too high, and the ice cubes are melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Yu went directly to the basement before the iced tea was brewed. The temperature here is not as high as above, so it is quite comfortable to stay there. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he reopened the transaction panel and looked at the items on it attentively. He woke up too late today, and he wasn't too sleepy even after midnight. Even if he was sleepy, he wanted to hold on for a while longer. After all, now is the best time to buy the dip. Although the short video played by the system did expose some of his current situation, it even revealed some secrets that he originally wanted to hide. But it also brought him a lot of popularity. It can be said that now, at least among this group, he is already a well-known existence. Moreover, everyone knows that he is living a good life now, and has plenty of supplies. However, the image he established at the beginning was that of a businessman with a large amount of water. Therefore, almost everyone in the group was sending him private messages like crazy. And almost everyone in the group was talking about him. They were all constantly asking, questioning, and tempting Lin Yu. In order to get what they wanted, they would do anything to get what they wanted. They even asked him to clear his unreads every few minutes, and the number would immediately reach 99.99. Strip. It can be said that everyone in the group knows that he lacks almost nothing. Therefore, in order to get food and water, they almost spent all their money to get some water from Lin Yu's hands. Although after the disaster is over, there will be the elderly, children and people with inconvenience who have not been transported before. And they will also bring enough water for each person for 3 days. This does look beautiful. But the disadvantage is that the food and water of these people have to be distributed to the current survivors. As the number of people increases, the water consumption will also increase. After the water is used up in these 3 days, the survivors with their families will face an extreme dilemma. What they should consider is not only the water and food they need to survive, but also the needs of their families. And this also allows Lin Yu's water selling business to continue for a long time. It would also allow Lin Yu to look for things that he originally wanted to find, but had never seen on the transaction panel. There are no fools among those who are still alive today. They all understand this. So Berg and Kirk Brown. Even if Lin Yu kept lowering the price, they both gave away what they had been hiding. I'm looking to see if there's any. There is. This time, after Lin Yu searched for connecting terminals, he didn't find anything like before. Seller, Sundar Pulley. Trading item, Terminal Block X1. Required, 500 milliliters drinking water. Seller's note, I don't know what this is, but it should be important. Lin Yu almost didn't even think about it, and just took the photo. Of course it's important. This is the final piece of the puzzle that makes up the generator. After losing 500 milliliters of water, and receiving a lot of thanks from the terminal block and Sandal, Lin Yu took it out of the inventory. Just like in memory. This thing looks like this. After getting the stator, rotor, end cover and bearings from the inventory, Lin Yu connected the terminal blocks to them. Next is the shocking moment. At least in this group, the first generator is about to be born. You have obtained the simple generator design drawing. Sure enough, the system recognized it, even if there are still a lot of missing parts. As long as the main necessary items are put together, the system will determine that the equation of this thing is established and give the design drawing. Lin Yu quickly put it to use. Simple hand-operated generator, stator X1, rotor X1, end cover X1, bearing X1, terminal block X1, iron block X2, copper ingot X5, a bundle of wires. Good guy. I really want a lot of things. However, he just happened to have all of these. After gathering these things from the basement and inventory, a small hand-operated generator soon appeared in front of him. Although this generator is relatively old in style, it has an indescribable beauty and charm. Lin Yu stroked the brand new machine on the ground and couldn't put it down. With the generator, it also marked that his shelter had entered the electrical age. At this time, Xiao Bai from upstairs jumped down and looked curiously at the new strange thing in front of his master Lin Yu. Are you hungry? Let's celebrate with some skewers. After Lin Yu put the generator into the inventory, he took Xiao Bai up the steps again. After having the generator, the next thing he was looking for was something that could stably bring light to humans even at night. And that thing must be found in the secret realm. There are less than 24 hours left to explore the secret place. Chapter 42. What is it like to enjoy life in a survival game? Am I hallucinating because I'm so hungry? The snow seems to be getting lighter. It's not an illusion. It's about to stop. Oi! Ban oi! Ban ban oi! It's already the end of the world, and you still have matryoshka dolls? What serious illness do you have? No. 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 Good guys. Don't tell anyone. By the way, have you seen it? Mr. Lendai has put instant noodles on the shelves. Awesome. What? Instant noodles? The one that the top guy ate yesterday? Form a group and go buy them. What's so delicious about instant noodles? Even if I starve to death, die outside, jump from here, I will never eat a bite of Lin Yu's food. The person who made the reservation told me that it smells really good, and it's okay to bring out the old stuff. Reservation +2. Lin Yu drank iced tea and looked out the window calmly. Damn it. The snow is about to stop. There were still 19 hours left before the disaster ended. Before, it was like a free blizzard. The snow that fell in chunks also changed its ferocious state and turned into pieces of fluttering snowflakes. Xiaobai soaked himself directly into its exclusive glass and blended it with the iced tea, seeming to enjoy it quite a bit. Now that there is no threat from mutant creatures, Xiaobai doesn't have much to do, following Lin Yu and drinking spicy food every day. This guy got fat at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiaobai, you seem to have a big belly? Are you drinking so much iced tea after eating noodles? Lin Yu found it a little difficult to lift the little guy out of the cup. Xiaobai tried his best to stretch out his little paw towards the glass, as if he didn't want to leave there at all, and his two big eyes were staring at the iced tea. I won't care if he turns into a little fat guy. Lin Yu put the little guy back into the cup, turned around and walked to the bed. After putting on his hiking jacket, he put on the sheepskin jacket that had just been made on the bed. It didn't take much effort for Lin Yu to make this coat. He just took out 2 pieces of sheepskin, then cut the shape with a dagger according to the approximate size of his body, and sewed it roughly with a needle thread from the sewing box he obtained before. The system immediately determined that it was a sheepskin coat. After using the remaining sheepskin to make 3 coats, Lin Yu threw 2 of them into the trading mall. He still has a lot of sheepskin, not to mention that 1 sheepskin can make 2 sheepskin coats. It is useless to keep it. It is more practical to put it on the market and exchange it for some design drawings. There is actually a lot of hard currency in the market now. Needless to say, water and food, wood as fuel, coal and hay necessary for making torches, as well as furs and skins and the sheepskin coat that Lin Yu just hung up, are all considered hard currency. Among them, Lin Yu has no shortage of any, and some even have a lot of inventory, so there is no need to worry about any shortage. He even has a lot of spare money, which he can use to exchange for various rare gadgets and blueprints in the hands of others. Holding a fine iron spear, Lin Yu put on his wooden armor under his coat, put on his hat, and pushed open the stone door. An extremely cold breath enveloped him instantly. The fluttering snowflakes have lost their previous momentum, and the raging wind has stopped without knowing when. Lin Yu carefully checked the 8 traps and found that there were no mutant creatures inside. He picked up a shovel and dug out the passage where the mutant sheep always came to urinate in the first place. After finding the trap, he found that there was still no trace of the mutated sheep or other mutated creatures. Will mutated creatures be completely extinct after the snow disaster? Lin Yu also had some concerns about this, but his worries were quickly dispelled by the roar of "Guo-oh-oh!" coming from an unknown direction. Good guy. As soon as I said it was gone, it screamed. But Lin Yu raised his head and looked at the extremely spectacular snow wall that had exceeded the roof. With this thing here, can they survive? It's quite a miracle. The woolen coat was indeed warm enough. Even if it was so cold outside, he could feel his body getting sweaty. The snow is getting smaller and smaller, just the shape of some snow particles. There was still nothing he could do outside, and he couldn't move the snow wall for the time being, because of the heat from the shelter. It was pushed back more than 2 meters. I believe that after the snow disaster is completely over, the snow will slowly melt when the temperature slowly climbs. Now he just needs to wait. Lin Yu thought so, and returned to the house. Xiaobai had already finished a whole cup of iced tea while he was out, and now he was lying on the mat and fell asleep comfortably. Lin Yu moved it a little further, lying on the comfortable bed, looking at the transaction panel. Given enough time, these people's bids must be quite good. Nibbling on the remaining apple, Lin Yu looked at the quotes on the trading panel, and his eyes lit up. You lost 2.5 L of water. You have obtained Locker Design Drawing X1. Shelf Design Drawing X1. Rocking Chair Design Drawing X1. Watering Kettle X1. Sonlu Dry Battery number 5. Not bad. You lost 1 kilogram of mutated mutton. You obtained X1 stainless steel water tank, X1 area map fragment, and X1 broken flashlight. Oh! Yes. Yes! You lost your sheepskin coat, General X3. You obtained the workbench design drawing X1, the tent design drawing X1, and the iron ladder design drawing X1. Satisfied? His supplies were easily converted into blueprints and goodies under Lin Yu's control in the blink of an eye. Here, especially the fragments of the regional map, made Lin Yu even more excited. He quickly put it to use. The map has been transferred to the system and can be viewed at any time. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Yu also discovered new changes. His map, which originally occupied the upper right corner, has now been placed in the center of the map, and has been reduced to a point as big as a pixel. The picture just now was very far away in the upper left corner of his shelter. After enlarging it, Lin Yu discovered that there were gray dots and red dots representing the shelter and survivors. At the same time, he also discovered a large number of forests and a hill that appeared in the picture. The overall terrain should be similar to the border area between forests and grasslands, which is indeed much richer in resources than his wasteland. Although he was India's, the other party was too far away from him, and it was extremely difficult to get over. Lin Yu closed the map and used the design drawings one by one. The designs he selected were all things that would improve the quality of life, or make the shelter cleaner and tidier. After walking down to the basement, I built 2 storage cabinets and 5 shelves at a time, then placed them next to the wall, and placed some things that I would not use temporarily on them according to categories. After making a rocking chair again, Lin Yu took out 2 skewers of mutton and heated them on the grill. Xiaobai smelled the fragrance and climbed down in a daze. Lin Yu stroked the little guy's head, sat on the recliner, and shared mutton skewers with it. This is enjoyment. Chapter 43. The first disaster is over. Big system upgrade. It was already the afternoon of the 8th day after traveling to this different world, and there are only a few hours until the snowstorm ends. For others, a few hours later, their family members will be transported into this world, where they will receive water, food, and family companionship. But for Lin Yu, everything was still business as usual. If one person is full, the whole family will not be hungry. No, it should be enough for one person and one pet, so that the whole family is not hungry. After Lin Yu cooked 2 packs of instant noodles and divided them into 5 portions and put them on the shelves, he quickly attracted the attention of the entire group. Now, almost everyone knows about a bug in the inventory and trading system. That is, as long as something is put into the inventory or put on the trading system, its various statuses will always be retained until the person who purchases it purchases it. But if you want to use the trading system as an inventory, then you have to think too much. After all, there are only 5 available slots, and the system only allows 5 items to be listed. The instant noodles were steaming hot when they were put on the shelves, and they were naturally steaming hot when they arrived at the other party's place. This saves the refrigerator. Good guy! Did someone actually open the treasure box and find something like this? Lin Yu looked at the various bids and chose what he liked. What he didn't expect was that such an ordinary instant noodle to him could be so tempting to others. You lost the cooked instant noodles X5. You have obtained Cat brand thermos cup. Among them, the wooden shield and wooden armor design drawings are quoted together. What a great harvest. However, it's probably time to stop. Lin Yu looked at the remaining supplies. Whether it was water or food, it was enough for him to survive for more than 10 days. But that was all. If the snow outside melts too slowly and mutant creatures continue to be unable to be seen, then he may also be in a tight situation. Looking up, he saw that the sky outside was getting darker. After Lin Yu put more firewood in the stove, he found that it was no longer snowing at all. After my parents came here, they should be proud of me. After all, I built such an amazing shelter by myself. Good guy. You built it? Without the system, you would have died a long time ago. Okay. What do you think will happen to the parents and children of those who died when they come to this world? Who will take care of them? I guess it will fend for itself. How cruel is this survival game? Just look at the upper right corner to see how cruel it is. Ha. You can't even care about yourself. Why do you care about others? Are you kidding? In this world, the winner is king, and only the strong deserve to survive. I would like to know how other groups are doing. Is it just our group that is so miserable? I was really bored today, so I counted the upper and lower age limits of the entire group. Guess what? From 16 to 45 years old. This is the age range of the first wave of survivors this time. Basically, they are all self-sufficient. And the ratio of men to women is 1 to 1. So the system is quite thoughtful. Boss Nyobi. Boss, you are so free. No one talks about Mr. Linyu. I really want to know how he reached the first place by himself. Instant noodles are so delicious. There is everything in the group. And it is much more active than before. There were a lot of messages. But before the topic was picked up, the messages from the people behind them were brushed aside. However, all these people have to talk about are their families, who will be teleported to their shelter in a few hours. Judging from the way they were chatting enthusiastically, it seemed as if they were not experiencing a disaster now, but a peaceful night on Earth. After getting a wooden bucket for Xiao Bai and getting some water into it, Linyu lay on the comfortable bed and waited quietly. However, unlike most other people, what he has to wait for is not any family members who are related by blood or who cannot take care of themselves. He didn't count on that, nor did he hope for it. Who wants a so-called family member who has not seen each other for many years but has to rely on him in this desperate situation? What Linyu is looking forward to now is the so-called upgrade of this system. The upgrade will come after the disaster is over, and this upgrade will probably determine quite a lot of things. Linyu, who is ahead of everyone in this group, did not want his huge advantage to be reduced. The reduced advantage will bring him considerable difficulties in subsequent disasters. Only by continuing to maintain the highest status in the group can he be in an absolutely proactive position in dealing with others. Time passed by minute. Linyu took the trouble to look at every function in the system panel and confirm the number of materials and items he currently had. At the same time, he was also using the design drawings that he had not had time to use to save space. When you focus on one thing, time passes easily. When Linyu finally packed up everything, he found that there were only 5 minutes left before the disaster officially ended. Linyu looked out the window with the light in the room. He was surprised to see that the towering snow wall outside was gradually beginning to melt. Is the disaster really going to pass? The group is now in a state of jubilation. They are waiting for the arrival of their loved ones, but also for the arrival of precious water resources and food. For them, this also means that they can survive for at least 3 days. Linyu waited quietly. However, soon, at the same moment as the countdown on the bulletin board ended, a burst of white light suddenly appeared in the room. System upgrade in progress. Upgrade progress 34%. Upgrade progress 79%. Upgrade completed. The system is upgraded to the official version. The first disaster ends. The elderly, children, disabled people, and various groups who cannot take care of themselves have been sent to various relevant shelters. At the same time, each of these groups will be given 3 days' worth of water and food. As of the end of this disaster, the remaining surviving population in the world, 345,565,4778 people. Please note that after the system is upgraded to the official version, various previous functions will be extensively updated. Update 1. Change the inventory and change it to a storage space. Calculated based on the exchange of 1 cubic meter of storage space for every 10 inventory slots. The function of stopping the flow of time in the storage space is still available. You will have an hour to remove bulky items from your inventory to prevent them from collapsing your shelter. Update content 2. The point system has been upgraded to survival points. The first time the survival points are issued, they will be calculated according to the specific points of the previous points ranking. After that, the survival points will be recalculated every day. At the same time, the ranking list will still be held 1 day before the disaster, and the top 3 in each group will receive special rewards. From now on, if you manufacture, trade, and identify items through the system, or trade items through the trading mall, you must pay survival points as handling fees. The source of survival points is not fixed. Please explore and communicate slowly. Update 3. The system will merge groups with smaller numbers to reach the standard of 10,000 people again. Update 4. There are more mutated creatures around all shelters. Update 5. The location of the secret realm will be updated every 2 days. Please be careful not to stay too long, which may lead to you arriving at a dangerous and unfamiliar place when you come out. Again, death here is real death. Good luck to all mankind. Chapter 44. Is he the biggest loser? In the early morning, Linyu was woken up by a puff sound. Xiaobai was leaning against the glass window, jumping up and down, as if he wanted to get out. This little guy has so much energy. Lin Yu yawned and rubbed his eyes. It was too late to mess around last night. The system has undergone an almost subversive update, with changes everywhere. Originally, he wanted to stay up late and study it carefully. But the soilless cultivation set was something that he had upgraded to 4 cubic meters of storage space and couldn't fit it at all. With a size of 50 square meters, Lin Yu could only put it outside. For this reason, Lin Yu had to shovel the snow for a while to free up such a large space. After taking out the suit, Lin Yu completely surrounded it with rocks in order to prevent it from being hit by the snow wall that might melt and collapse. However, after struggling for so long, it was a blessing in disguise, and I got a stone wall design drawing. After covering this seemingly high-end suit with wolf skin or something, Lin Yu finally couldn't resist the sleepiness and went to sleep directly. He hadn't even opened the system panel. After stretching, Lin Yu walked to the window, grabbed Xiaobai and put it on his shoulders. He wiped the fog glass window and looked out the window. Well, as usual, there is grass and red soil, and there are woods in the distance, etc. No, where did the snow wall go? After putting on clothes and holding a weapon, he opened the stone door and felt a moist and hot breath blowing in his face. Waves of moisture raised waves of thin mist over the wasteland, and quite a few puddles had gathered in the low-lying areas not far away. The wall of snow that was still melting last night actually disappeared. Hey guys, where's the snow outside? Will it melt away overnight? It's okay to say that the disaster is over. However, Lin Yu also discovered that because of the melted snow, the ground was extremely slippery, and it was almost impossible to walk on it. Puff! Puff! Xiaobai likes this environment very much. It seems that it has always been fond of humid or cooler environments. Recalling the system introduction at that time, it seemed that Xiaobai was originally a mutated creature living in the cave. Xiaobai ran out, rolling in the mud pit and jumping to his heart's content. He seemed quite happy. It seems that it has been suffocating in the house for too long these days. And maybe it doesn't like the heat created by the fireplace. Lin Yu glanced at it, then climbed up the ladder to the roof and looked around. The light mist was blown up by the breeze from time to time. And after Lin Yu glanced at the grove and found that the ancient secret door had disappeared, he immediately saw a great tree wrapped in a large number of vines not far behind the shelter. Black door. The appearance of the gate seems to be a little different from last time. You can't see clearly even if you squint your eyes, but it's probably similar to last time. With the same moss-covered masonry structure, Lin Yu jumped off the ladder and returned to the shelter. Although he really wanted to go and take a look now, he had to wait until the ground was dry and he could replenish his strength. Puff! Puff! Xiaobai had a lot of fun playing in the mud, making him covered in mud. Lin Yu was also very surprised. He was so afraid of snow before, but now he can have so much fun playing in the mud with snow and water. Little guy, I won't give you a bath for a while. Just be so dirty. Lin Yu smiled and walked into the house, shoveled out the coal and charcoal from the still burning stove, and then cleaned up the inside of ashes. This thing has completed its mission and should not be used for the time being. Fortunately, the area was not too big, so Lin Yu put it away and put it in the basement to gather dust. If you turn on the stove again, you won't be able to stay at all. Xiaobai, covered in mud, jumped up to Lin Yu, looking here and there, looking around in circles. Lin Yu pretended to be angry. Are you hungry? Ha ha. I won't give it to the dirty kid. Xiaobai lay pitifully on his back, his 2 little front paws trembling, as if he was begging for mercy and acting coquettishly. Okay, I've convinced you. Don't get dirty next time. Lin Yu found a piece of shredded sheepskin from the ground, dipped it in some water, and gave Xiaobai a good wipe. Xiaobai squinted his eyes and seemed to enjoy this special service. Good guys. Who is the master and who is the servant? Lin Yu couldn't laugh or cry. However, after wiping Xiaobai, he unexpectedly discovered that not only had Xiaobai grown a little taller in the past few days, but the scales on his body, especially the color of the tip of his tail, seemed to have changed. Why did the tip of your tail turn white? And Lin Yu touched it and found that it was extremely cold and seemed to be wrapped with some invisible white mist. Xiaobai was still coquettishly crying and didn't notice Lin Yu's surprise. Lin Yu thought about it and decided to solve the breakfast problem first, and then study the system carefully. He came outside and grilled the meat skewers with the charcoal he had just thrown out. He also took out a piece of bread and skewered it with a wooden stick and started grilling it. The meat skewers slowly emitted the aroma of oil, and Xiaobai kept staring at the oil dripping from them. quite attentively. Lin Yu opened the system panel and prepared to take this time to do some research. Welcome to Open the System panel. The new version of the system adds the following new features. Function 1. The rescue mission is online. You can choose to rescue the elderly, children and other people who are unable to take care of themselves according to your own strength. For each successful rescue, you will receive a certain amount of points and a normal day's worth of food and water as a reward. Function 2. The Survival Point Mall has been grandly launched. You can use the survival points you obtain every day to exchange for various items in the mall. Function 3. The Survival Point Lottery is open, and it can be drawn individually or continuously. The prize pool is extremely rich, so please come. As soon as the system came up, it said a long series of words, which made Lin Yu couldn't help but want to ask. Is it that the so-called update released in the early morning was not perfect, so this rescue mission was created? And what mall and lottery, or something like that? After picking up the grilled banana-flavored mutton skewers and toasted bread, Lin Yu took Xiao Bai back to the table. Putting the meat skewers and bread on the plate, Lin Yu continued to check the panel. Xiao Bai on the side didn't care so much. He blew the white mist on the meat skewers and immediately started his daily routine as a snack. He opened the mall first. Soon, a dazzling array of products were listed above. Moreover, it is also divided into categories according to product attributes. Just like food, tools, materials, facilities, etc. They are divided into more than 10 categories. Good guy! A 600 milliliters bottle of water costs 300 survival points? Berg, who is in third place, may become the biggest loser. Chapter 45 Evolution? Evolution. Lin Yu couldn't help complaining when he saw the first item. Comrade Kirk Brown has 299 survival points. Did you do this on purpose? Then look at the other products. What? Even a ham sausage costs 200 survival points. It seems that everything related to food and water is extremely expensive. On the contrary, some tools, especially materials and facilities, are acceptable. Just like the plastic greenhouse he was interested in, small. It only cost 500 points. And the seeds were mostly 50 points. And the fertilizer soil was 100 points. However, people in the group who are generally short of water will not look at this at all. Lin Yu thought about it, and decided to exchange his survival points for a greenhouse. You lost 500 survival points, and have 595 remaining survival points. You got, simple plastic greenhouse, small, design drawing X1. Not bad. Continuing to browse, Lin Yu clicked on, shelter related, again, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The shelter design drawing can be obtained for 400 points? Lin Yu frowned. There were still some for sale. To others it is just an increase in living space. But to him, it is just an extra warehouse. Lin Yu did not place an order immediately. His current shelter was 80 square meters, with 2 floors and no stalls. It was enough for the time being. Not to mention that he still had a design drawing of an iron shelter that he had not used yet. Continuing to look down, he suddenly discovered that this mall also had a recycling option. It is also written very clearly above. The mall can recycle various materials in exchange for survival points. The recycling price is 1/10 of the purchase price. It is non-refundable and non-exchangeable. Once the recycling is confirmed, it cannot be recovered. Please note. I see. Lin Yu decided to give it a try and took out some mutton and chose to recycle it. You choose to recycle 5 kilograms of mutated mutton and gain 100 survival points. Do you confirm? Good guy. I'll give you 100 points for 5 kilograms of mutated mutton. This system is really hacky. Can I keep it for myself? Lin Yu chose no and stopped trading. There's nothing you really need to buy. Right? Why do you have to be forced to sell things to get your health back? Besides, the survival points will be updated early this morning. He has more than 1,000 points every day. He can slowly save them and exchange them for good things. Or he can just save them. There are so many things in this mall, from nails to greenhouses and shelters, etc., that I can't finish them all in a short while. Lin Yu's eyes ached and his stomach growled. He decided that it would be better to eat first, and then go to the secret realm for a walk if he had nothing to do. He would study the mall later in the evening when he had nothing to do. Of course, the same goes for the lottery. However, just when he lowered his head and was about to pick up the meat skewers and take a bite, he suddenly realized that there was nothing left on the table. No. If there was anything left, it was a little lizard with a big belly lying on its back on the table. Xiao Bai! You little thing actually ate 2 people's portions. Look how I can handle you. Lin Yu pretended to be angry and held Xiaobai up. When he smiled and decided to punish him a little, Xiaobai in his hand suddenly started to glow, and Xiaobai's system tone, which had not been explained to Xiaobai for a long time, also sounded at the same time. Congratulations. You and your pet have developed an emotional bond. And your pet has evolved a bond. What's the situation? Evolution? Is this a mistake? Isn't this a serious world of survival in the apocalyptic wasteland? Good guy. Is it okay to get a pet and evolve it? However, although Lin Yu couldn't help complaining, he was extremely happy in his heart. What will happen to Xiaobai? The shimmer gradually disappeared, and the white mass on the table gradually revealed its shape. Xiaobai! You have changed a lot. Lin Yu couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at Xiaobai, who was finally half a meter long. Xiaobai's ruby-like eyes remained unchanged, and he seemed extremely surprised by the changes in his body. At half a meter in length, the body shape is still slender, but the tail and hind legs have obviously changed more than before. Xiaobai seemed to have felt something. He found that his hind legs had become thicker, and his front legs remained slender. Then he stood up awkwardly and leaned to the side without being able to stand firmly. Hind legs stand upright. Are you going to turn into a little dinosaur? Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. But he did not help or hold Xiaobai, but chose to let him work hard on his own. Xiaobai tried to stand upright again, but fell down again. Lin Yu remembered the time when he saw a little baby standing up on his own power for the first time in the orphanage. Although it is difficult, as long as you take this step, it will be a real breakthrough. Xiaobai tried his best to stand up again. This time he finally did not lose his balance after sitting down. Instead, he firmly supported himself with his hind legs and tail, as if he had used all his strength. Xiaobai! Don't give up. Stand up. Lin Yu couldn't help but cheer for it. He knew that this next step was crucial. Xiaobai rested for a while, and finally became familiar with his body. His legs trembled, and he gradually stood up. It held on for a while, and then took a step forward. Although he fell down immediately, he stood up again immediately. Puff. Finally, after shouting, it took the first step and the second step. Lin Yu felt a sense of accomplishment. For others, this was just a small step. But for Xiaobai, it was a great leap. Xiaobai gradually became familiar with walking, and finally exhausted all his strength and fell on the table with a puff. But Lin Yu could see that Xiaobai was also very happy. Congratulations. Your pet ice lizard has evolved into a snow shadow hunter lizard. Evolution. Lin Yu clenched his fists. Xiaobai evolved. Please confirm pet information. Pet race, snow shadow hunter. Pet name, Xiaobai. Status, adult body. Description, a terrifying hunter hidden deep in the cave. No prey can escape its pursuit. The ability to freeze prey in an instant makes it the top assassin in the cave. Ability, Phantom. Fast and agile movements allow it to take the initiative in attack or defense. Zero freezing. Instantly releases extremely cold ice mist on the enemy, which can freeze the opponent for dozens of seconds and cause heavy damage to the opponent. Ice Hunting Claw. Use extremely cold claws to attack, causing great damage to the opponent. Natural talent, Gluttony Release. The more food intake, the stronger the combat effectiveness. The sound of the system kept ringing, and Lin Yu's mood kept rising. Now he not only has a pet, but also a combat companion with the potential for growth. Lin Yu gently stroked Xiaobai's head, and the little guy rubbed his hand and acted coquettishly like before. Little guy, the future is really promising. Xiaobai, can you still eat? Good guy. Did I raise a piglet? Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 46, New Equipment. Combat effectiveness rises sharply. Additional update for Deacon. Qiling. Oh, I'm alive. I'm finally alive. I have water and food. It's so beautiful. Uh-huh. Everyone has water. I don't think the evil profiteers are still selling water. Newcomer. Please tell me, who is the water seller in your group? Good guys. In a group of 10,000 people, there will inevitably be people who don't know the boss. Come on. Let me introduce you. The biggest boss in this group is called Lin Yu. Add Lin Yu. Lin Yu? Xiao Pei. How can he survive? There are also big guys among the people we came in. Big brother Drake came out to teach him how to behave. At Drake. 1095 points. I don't know how good Drake is, but he can only be counted as a bird in front of Lin Yu. What? Impossible. Impossible. Who can actually get 4-digit survival points? Cheating. Right? 4 digits? Are you kidding? People in this group like to brag? It's dark outside. I understand. There are a bunch of people in this person's shelter. Right? Maybe dozens. There's just one person upstairs. I'm just asking you if you accept it? Holy shit. Isn't it funny? One person scored 1,095 points. I don't admit it. Hack. There are still 5 days left. I will let Lin Yu know what a real boss is. He is just lucky. I finally won the first place in the previous group. But you made me lose so completely. Joie. Add Lin Yu. The group was very lively. Lin Yu was eating while searching for and extracting useful information. Extracting the essence and discarding the waste. However, he found that this seemed to be in vain. It seemed that people who had something to do didn't like Shuechuan very much. And almost all of Shuechuan's people were people who refused to fall into loneliness. Moreover, among them, the elderly and children did not seem to have begun to adapt to the system. Most of them were still the same ones, and only a small number of students joined the chat. Lin Yu also discovered that group chat seemed to have new functions, and it was also possible to add people, which was clearly not possible before. I wonder if there will be a function for posting pictures or animations in the future. However, Lin Yu discovered that some people were already using symbolic emoticons, and perhaps the large emojis that would dominate the screen would also appear in the future. After taking the last bite of meat, Lin Yu opened the manufacturing panel. After using the previously obtained wooden armor design drawings and wooden shield design drawings, their quality had reached excellent levels. Lin Yu decided to make them first to arm himself. You lost with X4, Iron X1, and 3 survival points. You obtained wooden armor, Exquisite, X1. You lost with X2, Iron X1, and 3 survival points. You obtained wooden shield, Excellent, X1. Sure enough, now you need to pay survival points to make things, just as the system notified you at that time. Moreover, in addition to manufacturing, Lin Yu also needs to pay corresponding survival points if he wants to trade. As for appraisal, he hasn't used it yet. Maybe this is a new feature? Looking down at his feet, he saw 2 brand new pieces of armor emitting an unfamiliar light. The wooden shield has changed from a small round shield with a diameter of only more than 40 centimeters in the past to a rectangular shield, which is almost 1 meter long and half a meter wide, and is almost covered with a layer of iron sheets. The shield is made of long iron bars that cross horizontally and vertically to form a cross. And there are 3 sharp spikes on the upper part. There are 2 sturdy handles on the inside, which can also be put on the arm, which is very convenient. Although it is much thicker than before, it is not as heavy as expected. After Lin Yu picked it up, he found that even with one arm, he could do it without much effort. He looked at his arms, which had become stronger in muscles, and felt a lot of emotion. Looking at the wooden armor again, the design concept is similar to that of a wooden shield. The outside is crossed with iron bars, and the back is a thin iron plate. It fits well when worn on the body, and is much stronger than before. Lin Yu felt that this was not enough, so he immediately made another iron helmet. This was the design that Gui had obtained in exchange for instant noodles. You lost 3 iron blocks and 2 survival points. It doesn't matter. There are plenty of ways to survive. Lin Yu put this helmet on his head, which looked like a helmet worn by generals in ancient wars, and found that it fit perfectly. After putting it on, Lin Yu held the fine iron spear in his right hand and instantly felt like he was going into battle. Puff! 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 Xiaobai ran quickly from across the room and shouted around Lin Yu, as if he was praising him. This little guy had adapted to his new body through constant failures and repeated attempts while he was eating and looking at the screen, and he was able to use his strong hind limbs to run around in the shelter. Lin Yu also discovered that the ability mentioned by the system seemed to be controlled by Xiaobai himself. Lin Yu could see the difference between Xiaobai using the ability and not using it. Ha. It seems you like it too. When I get better at it, would you like to customize a set for you? Lin Yu touched its little head. This time, he no longer had to squat down and bent slightly. You can touch it by bending down. Check the storage space again. After upgrading to 4 cubic meters of storage space, the convenience of the 40-slot inventory has been greatly reduced. There was almost nothing left to hold. So Lin Yu tried his best to reduce the water consumption to 4 bottles, and only brought mutated mutton as food. Even so, there aren't many things that can be packed inside. This is equivalent to the fact that the system seems to provide convenience to survivors, but in fact it imposes great restrictions. Of course, all kinds of materials could not be carried, so Lin Yu directly piled them in the shelter, stuffing them full. In order to bring things out of the secret realm, Lin Yu must minimize the waste of space. That's right. Lin Yu didn't go outside to find trouble with those mutated creatures this time, but chose to go directly to the secret realm. It is not a wise idea to just fight mutant creatures from that secret realm to a certain place on the earth that may have changed for several years or decades. To find something that is ahead of the current society that almost feeds on hair and blood is also a way for him to become stronger shortcuts, especially since he had only made a generator. He was even more eager to find a light bulb or something similar and use it to replace the flame for lighting. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu looked at Xiao Bai. Are you ready? Xiao Bai. Puff. 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 Xiao Bai responded immediately and was quite positive and excited. Look back and let me see how much stronger you have become. Xiao Bai suddenly turned his head and ran towards the window of the shelter, shouting vigilantly. But at this time, it was already too heavy and could not climb that high. Are there enemies outside? Lin Yu walked to the window and looked outside. Two mutated creatures with tiger skin patterns on their bodies and deer heads had approached the shelter at some point. Moreover, it is only 40 or 50 meters away from here. Good guy. The enemy is coming to your door. Lin Yu recognized it as a mutated creature called Tabby Shadow Deer that he had killed the day before the snowstorm. Xiao Bai. Now we can test our current fighting capabilities. Are you ready? Chapter 47 Battle Live Broadcast. He is actually so strong? The silver-gray spear blade reflects the white light of the sun. Lin Yu, who was fully armed, and Xiao Bai beside him stood in the wilderness full of weeds. With the breeze rustling, the wind blew up Lin Yu's hair, and also blew up the long hair of two tiger-spotted shadow deer not far apart from each other more than 40 meters away. The tabby shadow deer is almost a combination of a tiger and a deer, except for its head that looks like a deer. The rest of it is just like the most ferocious big cat on earth. They exposed their fangs and stepped on the slippery ground with their huge claws. They gradually got closer to each other and petted each other, and they let out extremely ugly and terrifying growls from their throats. It seems to be demonstrating their status as the overlord of this wasteland. In the group, the system suddenly opened a separate module, and what was reflected in it was a short video. And this short video is completely different from the previous one. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted. What the HL? What happened to the system? This is a special video for the novice protection period? It teaches us how to fight. Right? The protagonist is still Lin Yu. Huh? So what kind of mutant creature is it that looks like a deer and a tiger? Tabby Shadow Deer. The last time we were surrounded by 10 people. One of us died, and the other was seriously injured before we could kill him. You Lin Yu want to fight 1 against 2? Are you crazy? Just wait for the bloody R-rated scenes to appear. Will this be a slap in the face? Lin? Is he the person you said was number 1? Oh, he's so handsome. I hope he won't be disfigured later. My favorite. I can't wait to fence with him. Show me the power of being the strongest person in the group. What's that white thing standing next to it? Wasn't it a much smaller lizard before? Why is this a small dinosaur? Speaking of which, Lin Yu's equipment is incredible. The shield, wooden armor, and spears seem to be much more advanced than what I have. It's my first time here. I'm short on snacks and so on. Is there any boss who can sell me some water at a low price? That big brother is actually fighting monsters. Come on. Ultraman. In the extremely high-definition picture, the chat information is being refreshed violently, and they are discussing this battle. They were all reunited with family members they had not seen for a long time, or were preparing for a new day, when they suddenly discovered that this video was being played in the group. If you are busy doing other things, you will inevitably miss it. However, people in the group also found that it seemed that this video deliberately blocked the distant view and background, hiding the location of Lin Yu's refuge very well. In the picture, Lin Yu slightly bent his legs, using the shield on his left arm to protect his upper body, and holding a sharp spear in his right hand, always ready for battle. Xiao Bai on the side also imitated Lin Yu's movements, as if they were lifelike. Good. The two beasts, which were less than 10 meters away from the two people, let out a shocking roar and suddenly rushed towards this direction. They are not far apart, have clear goals, and cooperate extremely well. As the top hunters in this wilderness, they possess not only sharp claws and fangs, but also abilities beyond human understanding. Noob. Xiaobai stood in front of Lin Yu, suddenly took a deep breath, and straightened his little back. At the same time, 2 tiger-spotted shadow deers were leaping up less than 5 or 6 meters away from them. A thick cold mist suddenly spread to where Lin Yu and the others were standing, and after the 2 beasts landed on the ground, they entered the mist at the same time, following the shrill roar. There were 2 more sounds of sharp blades entering the body, and after that, there was no more sound. What the hell? What happened? What kind of tactic is this? Then what exactly is this guy called Xiaobai? He seems to be able to understand Lin Yu's words? Wait, who is alive now? Why is there no sound? The screen is also completely white? I don't know if it will be really bloody when I watch it for the first time. However, while everyone was talking, the ice fog gradually dispersed. On the screen, it was seen that the 2 ferocious beasts had fallen into a deep pit, and their bodies were penetrated by several sharp thorns like fangs. The head and neck were completely cut off by some sharp blade, and only the skin and body were connected. Their eyes were wide open. There was no roar, and there was no breath of life, as if the ferocity and terror before were just false. At this moment, there was silence in the group. No one said any words, as if they were banned at the same time. However, everyone finally came to their senses as the camera focused on Lin Etsugo, who reappeared and began to peel off the anatomical materials. This wave of tactics. Damn it. Let me organize the language. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the video, but now she and my dad are both kneeling to watch the video. Indeed. Tianxiu, you really understand how to play the system. Oh? What did you see? Why didn't I see it? Didn't you see it upstairs? How did you survive? Xiesher, can't you see this? Find someone to tell him what's going on. Is it worth making such a fuss about a mere shovel? Although I don't know how powerful Lin Yu is, this tiger-spotted shadow deer is very difficult to deal with. Not only is it ferocious, but it also mostly appears in 2s. It has excellent jumping ability and can cooperate with each other. How come it's here? Just like ordinary people? Killed like little bugs? Okay, I've organized my language. Lin Yu is really talented. He should have immediately prepared a trap when he found 2 tiger-spotted shadow deer. And it was a kind of trap that was more powerful than ordinary traps. When the opponent ran and jumped towards him, his pet instantly spit out ice mist to block his vision. At this time, Lin Yu set up the trap and hid in the safe area he had thought of in advance. And then wait for those 2 monsters to fall into the trap and then use the iron spear to decapitate them. Good guy. This reaction speed is amazing. Or is it calculated? By the way, did the explosion explode the box? What if the box was exploded? It's perfect. I didn't see the camera, so it probably didn't explode. The current explosion rate is too impressive. Lin Yu's luck is not good, but I have a saying about the system that a horse sells its skin. This is a beginner's novice combat method? Funny. Right. Big Brother is indeed Ultraman. The chat messages in the group came one after another, and the scene finally ended with Lin Yu stripping off everything. The video disappeared without even a trace. There were countless people in the group who blew Lin Yu's rainbow farts. After all, at least the fighting qualities shown by Lin Yu in this short video are not ordinary people. Moreover, it is unheard of to cooperate so well with that white lizard. However, Lin Yu had no idea what was happening. Chapter 48 entering the secret realm again and making a surprising discovery. Twisted dark green vines intertwined with each other, covering the wet bricks covered with moss. The double wooden doors wrapped in these dilapidated bricks are as old as last time. However, Lin Yu never saw the mist that once wrapped around the ancient gate of the secret realm, as if it had never existed. Lin Yu touched the ancient door lightly with his hand. But Lin Yu did not enter immediately, although the battle just now didn't last long. Lin Yu was not easy either. Before going out, he had already formulated a strategy. This tiger-spotted shadow deer is good at jumping, which he already knew from the last time he fought this thing. He also made this final strategy assuming that they would jump and pounce when they approached him. Xiaobai's ability can spit out ice mist, and even freeze the enemy for more than 10 seconds. This is what he saw from the introduction of the system. Therefore, Lin Yu made traps in his inventory in advance, and stood in front of the traps he had arranged around the shelter in advance. Even if they did not jump to attack, but pounce directly, they would fall directly into the trap set before. Lin Yu was still very confident about this. He would then simply have to retreat back into the shelter, and even To a certain extent, he could climb onto the roof to execute the condescending tactics he had become so adept at. He had many ways to deal with this tiger-spotted shadow deer. But the other party gave him a happy one and jumped directly into the trap set by him and Xiaobai this time. At the same time that Xiaobai sprayed out the ice mist, Lin Yu's trap was also set up, and he immediately withdrew to the side, when almost a large area is filled with traps. Unless these two guys can fly, it will be impossible to escape. After finally killing them with an iron spear, all Lin Yu had to do was harvest 2 silver treasure chests. It feels like there is no breakthrough. Lin Yu felt that the silver treasure chest was not enough for him. He also wants to know what the gold treasure chest looks like on top of the silver treasure chest. And will there be a rarer treasure chest on top of the gold treasure chest? Without opening the 2 treasure chests immediately, he threw them directly into the shelter together with the skin of the tiger-spotted shadow deer, carrying only 20 kilograms of poisonous venison. Although venison is poisonous and cannot be used at all, it does not mean that it is useless at all. He remembered the monster that looked like a pterosaur, but had tentacles that he had seen in the secret realm last time. If he encountered them during this trip to the secret realm, maybe the venison would come in handy. Xiaobai, you performed well just now. Can I give you something good to try? Lin Yu took out a Snickers bar. He had exchanged it for water a long time ago. He had left it uneaten. Anyway, Xiaobai had just sprayed ice mist to expend some energy, so he just gave it a little to give it some energy. Son. Xiaobai was quite excited. He was extremely excited that he was able to help Lin Yu in his first battle after growing up. Now that Lin Yu was feeding him again, he was even more happy. Xiaobai swallowed half of the Snickers bar almost whole, and seemed to still have some unfinished thoughts, looking at the remaining half of the Snickers bar in Lin Yu's hand. Don't look at it. Snack food. I'll give it to you when I get back from the secret realm, Lin Yu said, using the wooden shield on his left arm to push open the wooden door in front of him. The strange thing is that not only is there no fog outside the door, there is no fog even inside the door. It seems completely different from the secret realm I went to last time. Lin Yu continued to push the door with his iron spear and carefully entered the door. And as he stepped onto the moist soil surface in the secret realm, a uniquely rich and familiar smell also entered his nostrils. Wait, this smells like huge seafood. And it also smells like a special liquid. Good guy. It's okay to have a heather tree at the door. Lin Yu thought at first that he was at some seaside, but he understood instantly when he saw a tree growing next to the door with countless white flowers in it. After taking out a ball of wool, enduring the strong smell, and tying it to the trunk of the tree, Lin Yu looked back at Xiaobai and found that the little guy had also walked forward for a while, and it seemed that he could not bear it. Lin Yu raised his head and looked around. He seemed to be in a forest this time, surrounded by tall trees. The forest seems to be much more dangerous than the city, and there are no good things to pick up. Lin Yu immediately wanted to turn around and go back. However, it's not easy to come here. Let's take a look first. What if it happens? After the system update, the opening time of each secret realm is only 2 days. And it is also reminded that if you are still in the secret realm after the second day, it is very likely that you will never be able to go back to that different world and stay in the secret realm. This place seems to be like the Earth, but it also looks like the Earth decades ago. Lin Yu walked forward while alerting his surroundings. Soon after, he caught up with Xiaobai. Xiaobai still had no warning signs of enemies nearby, which made Lin Yu feel a little relieved. After all, compared to the keen Xiaobai, even though he is much stronger than his previous self and has learned many fighting skills, he is still far behind the survival instinct of this mutated creature. Lin Yu kept moving forward, but suddenly discovered something strange. Is this a street light? Do you want to spend 1 survival point to identify? The system suddenly made a sound at this time, which made Lin Yu's eyelids jump. Good guy. It's a good thing that only he can hear the sound. Otherwise it might lead to something in this quiet jungle. Lin Yu naturally chose no. After all, the thing in front of him looked like a collapsed street lamp, no matter how he looked at it. The light pole of this street lamp, which was not too high, had fallen to the ground. The lampshade was completely cracked, and the LED bulb inside was also broken. It's actually an LED light bulb, so it proves that this is not a main road. But a main road cannot be left like this even after decades. Lin Yu talked to himself, thinking about what exactly this place was. There are no buildings around, and there are all kinds of trees within sight. Could it be said that this was originally a place similar to a park? He squatted on the ground and poked with the tip of his spear. He found that it was not the kind of hard asphalt road. After searching for a while, He finally poked a stone slab that was buried about 10 centimeters. After searching again, I found that they were really pieces of stone slabs. There were quite a few, and they basically extended in one direction. Good guy. It's really a park. Lin Yu followed Xiao Bai, who walked forward again. It didn't take long to find the second and third street lamps that had fallen on the ground. Fortunately, he also found a complete LED bulb. Spent 1 survival point to identify it, and found that it was not broken. After walking a few dozen meters further, Xiao Bai suddenly rushed forward as if he had discovered something. Lin Yu ran after it. He also saw something outside the woods ahead. That's a cement building. After running there, before Lin Yu had time to check, his eyes glanced in another direction. He couldn't help but take a breath. The towering red and white iron tower told Lin Yu what kind of place this was. Chapter 49. Waste the world and find new hard currency. The red and white iron tower, hundreds of meters high, occupied the entire site. And Lin Yu's scalp went numb instantly. If his hand was in the previous secret realm, he would still be a little unsure about where it was. But now, he has clearly determined that this is the Earth. Leaning against the wall of the cement building next to him, he called Xiao Bai to his side and took a deep breath. Between half-meter-high weeds, large trees growing crookedly, cracked asphalt roads, buildings covered with moss and ivy, and crooked words that looked like tadpole writing, Lin Yu was very sure that this was the place. Tokyo. After there were no people. Just like the previous secret realm, this place was gradually taken over by nature under the torrent of time. Even for the huge red and white tower. If you look closely, you can see that a lot of paint is peeled off, and the tower body tilts unnaturally to the other side. Maybe in a few decades, it will collapse completely. Lin Yu looked around. Now is not the time to lament. Time is tight, so it is better to search for as many things as possible and then return to the shelter quickly. So far, Xiao Bai has not entered the alert state. It seems that the area is quite safe. Xiao Bai, tell me immediately if there's anything unusual. Xiao Bai shouted as if he understood. Xiao Bai was a very smart little guy, and he was very understanding of human nature. As Lin Yu got along with him, he gradually discovered that he could also understand some simple instructions. Lin Yu looked at the building next to him. Most of the glass was broken, and the wooden door was in decay. Looking inside, he quickly discovered that this was actually a public toilet. He originally thought about just skipping here, but after seeing a small closed door inside, he thought for a moment and opened the door to enter. It didn't take much effort anyway. Dust was rising, and the small closet was crowded. Lin Yu was surprised to find that it was actually a small warehouse. Brooms, rags, etc. Many things were piled inside. And after he opened an iron cabinet, he unexpectedly saw a mountain of toilet paper and wet wipes inside. They were all packed in a thick layer of plastic bags, under the protection of this iron cabinet. Except for the top ones. Most of them were fine. Good guy. Lin Yu called him a good guy. The reason why it can be preserved so well is that it is relatively dry and closed here. And it is wrapped in an iron cabinet and covered with a thick plastic bag. Otherwise, things like paper cannot be preserved at all. But the value of these things does not seem to be much less than water. The emergence and use of toilet paper is a major symbol of the improvement of living standards. You know, he had only opened one roll when he opened the iron treasure box before. Even now, looking at the entire group, no one has mentioned toilet paper. It seems that everyone has it by default. Lin Yu wanted to know how these people solved this problem. Was it possible to dig it with tree sticks or rub it with leaves? Or with your hands? You get toilet paper X32 pack. You get disinfectant hygiene wipes X45 pack. Lin Yu felt that he seemed to have found another kind of hard currency now. Even if there is no shortage of things like water for the time being. How many modern humans can live without paper? He has reason to believe that putting this thing in the mall will cause a sensation. Lin Yu rummaged through it again. But none of the other items were as well preserved as these. Just like a piece of paper in a cardboard box. It shattered with just a touch. The inside was also severely moldy, and could not be used at all. After coming out of the storage room, Xiao Bai actually yawned at the door. It seemed that it was so peaceful here, but Lin Yu also felt something was wrong. In such a large area, he had not seen even insects, let alone birds. The entire park was silent, as if all living things had disappeared. But it seems that only ordinary humans are transported to another world. The remaining mutated creatures, whether they are bugs or beasts, are not like the ones originally found on the Earth, but more like the products of various combinations and amplifications. etc. Pieced together? Lin Yu thought of the mutated sheep. Wasn't it something with the appearance of an ordinary sheep, as well as wolf-like fangs and habits? The tiger-spotted shadow deer also looks like a deer and a tiger spliced together. He thought of a terrifying possibility. Cold sweat broke out instantly. No. No! He looked at Xiaobai in front of him. This little guy is definitely not the product of a fusion of something and something. After all, there is nothing on Earth that can spit out icy mist, let alone take a few days to evolve like it is now. And the strange big rats in this world, and the things that look like pterosaurs, don't look like things that can evolve on the Earth in just a few decades. There are just too many mysteries. After giving up this idea, Lin Yu called Xiaobai and continued to move forward after coming out of the toilet, stepping on the road that was already covered with grass. Lin Yu continued to move forward. He found that there were really many trees in this place, and many of them had extremely thick trunks that pointed straight upward. The environment here is completely different from the feeling in the previous secret city. The air is humid, but yes, the smell of heather is quite strong. Looking up, a tall building with some corners exposed appeared in the gap in the woods. Lin Yu walked quickly in that direction, passed through the trees, and came to a patch of potholes and broken steps. He also discovered that the yarn balls had been completely used up. I really didn't miss a lot of walking this time. He looked up at the 6-story building, which had almost 3 floors covered with creepers. The wall on the top floor is inlaid with a string of English signs that have turned dark yellow and have almost fallen off. H.T. Hotel? Lin Yu looked at the hotel with not much glass left, and he didn't want to go in. However, the few pieces of glass at the door seemed to be okay. Walking forward, he touched a relatively complete piece, and soon the system got a prompt. You get thickened plexiglass X1. Thicker? Not bad. Xiaobai, is there anything? As a result, Xiaobai was asked by Lin Yu and directly rubbed against Lin Yu's thigh. Good guy. I'm hungry. Lin Yu understood instantly and took out a string of mutton skewers from the inventory and handed it to it. After it finished eating, Lin Yu entered through the gate. A thick layer of dust accumulated inside the house, and the floor was basically completely corroded, and mushrooms were growing in many places. Walking into the hotel, there were some corroded vending machines next to it, and the front desk was not much better. There are traces of water corrosion everywhere, and basically nothing is left. Tables, chairs, benches, etc. seemed to have been deliberately damaged by something, and they were all turned into pieces. Lin Yu held a torch and walked around, but he didn't gain anything new except dust. Let's go! Xiaobai! There shouldn't be, wait! There is actually this here? Lin Yu opened a room, and the things inside gave him goosebumps instantly. Chapter 50 Big Harvest. Crisis arises? Originally, he didn't think much about it when he saw a strange thick door not far behind the front desk. But after pushing it open, he discovered the stairs going down. And after going all the way down, what caught Lin Yu's eyes in the firelight was not only shocking, but also a bit of joy. It's actually a wine cellar. Good guy. It's still a red wine cellar. The dusty wine racks almost completely occupied the space of nearly 400 to 500 square meters, and there were countless bottles of red wine placed in the grids on the racks. Even the number of oak barrels stacked in the corner is astonishing. Lin Yu smelled the thin smell of alcohol in the air and quickly put out the torch. Good guy. If the wine is broken too much, it will be gone in no time. However, who would have thought that there would be a large wine cellar in the basement not far from the front desk? Lin Yu walked half a circle around the wall of the wine cellar and found a room with an open door, with a little light coming from there. He continued to enter, and soon found a sturdy ladder. He climbed up, pushed open the shining ceiling, and discovered that this was actually the hotel's kitchen. There was a weird stench in the kitchen, and nothing was left. He opened the kitchen door again, and he found that he was at the back of the hotel. The grass that was as tall as a person completely hid the sight. Xiaobai did not react. It seemed that there was no danger here. After understanding this structure, Lin Yu also understood why even if there was leaked red wine in the wine cellar, there was not much smell of alcohol. If not, the last thing he saw while holding the torch just now was probably a flash of fire. Lin Yu once again determined the idea of getting a flashlight. But he only had 2 flashlights in his hands. A flashlight that required a lot of materials to make, and a flashlight that was basically completely useless. When I go back, I'll see if I can collect some materials in this area. This is also something that needs to be solved urgently. He returned to the wine cellar and, relying on the faint light, came to the wine rack closest to him. He picked up a bottle of wine and felt the heavy bottle. The excitement in his heart had not passed yet. I really gained a lot from this trip. Isn't this thing actually a drinkable liquid? And after decades of fermentation, it also has some luxury attributes. In a different world where water and food are scarce, this thing should be a good hard currency like toilet paper. You get wine X1. You get. Linyu decided to move back some first, and then come over and move some while he had nothing to do in the past 2 days. Unfortunately, the storage space is only 4 cubic meters. Even if Linyu wants to install more, there is not much he can do. If this were the previous inventory, Linyu was almost 100% sure that he could completely empty it this time. At this moment, Xiaobai suddenly made a warning sound, and he immediately stopped moving while he was looking at the big hole. Xiaobai shouted softly, as if to remind Linyu not to make a sound. He immediately squatted down, touched Xiaobai with his hand, and at the same time picked up the iron spear again with his right hand. In the almost completely dark and silent space, Linyu suddenly heard something. The sound was noisy, accompanied by the collision of many things, but Linyu could still hear the sound of people talking. The door of the wine cellar was open, and it was not far from the front hall. Waves of echoes came from there. Linyu took a deep breath. He could tell that the sound was still far away from here. Someone is coming, and judging from the sound, it seems like they are still a group of people. Someone comes here. Is it such a coincidence? How could someone meet him in this secret realm? Just outrageous. So, what next? Come out generously and say H, low to these people and say H, low. The weather is nice today. It's sunny and windy? HHHHC. What a stupid person to do. After people all over the world travel to another world, there was no so-called law and so-called human nature constraints. The reason why we haven't heard of any tragic, horrific and bloody things happening until now is because the system treats everyone as 10,000 people. The numbers are divided into groups. In fact, the information in the group is extremely closed. It is even said that no one knows how the person whose profile picture was grayed out just now died. Groups without videos, pictures, or sounds make many things opaque. No one knows what the group members with real avatars actually do and what kind of people they are. Not to mention the number of people who were normal when they were on Earth, but who released the dark side of their hearts after arriving in this world. Growing up in an orphanage, Linyu came into contact with too many people and saw too many things. He has experienced too much how ugly human nature can be when it cannot be restrained by law. The reason why he hasn't added any friends in this so-called survival game yet is because he is wary of everyone. The end of the world makes people crazy. Who knows what these people will do after seeing him acting alone? Holding Xiaobai in his arms, Linyu moved gently. The sound didn't seem to have entered the hotel yet. Those people seemed to be still outside the door. He stood up quietly and finally came to the ladder. Xiaobai didn't react. It seemed that there were no enemies here. He took a deep breath, climbed up the ladder, and quickly came to the door. Xiaobai still didn't respond. The back door seems fine. Putting down Xiaobai, he held a shield in his left hand and an iron spear in his right hand. After pushing open the door, he came outside, and immediately, he heard waves of clear human voices. The direction seems to be the front door of the hotel. Xiaobai opened his mouth and made a soft, puk sound. He also understood that he could not make a sound at this moment. But his actions had already entered a fighting state. Linyu entered the tall grass and found that the ground was still dry. He tried not to make any noise and moved toward the side of the building in the tall grass. As he moved, clearer sounds came into his ears. Didn't you see that the yarn disappeared when it got here? The person must have entered the hotel. A very thick voice shouted. Lu Fei, how can you be so sure? What if you have gone back? This was a woman's voice. If we go back, we probably won't be able to run away. Rick and Son, you have already gone back along the woolen thread to find the door to the secret realm. I told them that if anyone is there, they can just grab and chop off one of their legs. This is not the first time they have done this. They can handle it. This was the voice of a young man. What should I do? Do you want to go inside? No matter what. That person must have gone in before. Otherwise, the glass wouldn't have lost such a complete piece. Wait. I seem to smell the aroma of wine? Lu Fei's voice said. There was surprise and excitement. Wine cellar. Boss. What's going on? Do you want to go in? Or should we wait first? The woman asked. The other party may be here or not. If he ambushes you and gets injured, it will be difficult. Wait for Rick and Lu Yu to come back first. Lin Yu in the tall grass could hear it clearly. Good guy. There are 3 people at the door? Moreover, there are 2 others who have already followed the thread to the shelter? A capital word of danger hung in Lin Yu's heart. Chapter 51 Death Follows. A dangerous secret realm. Do you want to go in and search? Lu Fei, holding a machete in his hand, urged, seeming quite impatient. He stood at the front, waiting for Qian Yu's instructions, and at the same time looked at Ruiz. Boss, you have the final say. Ruiz put his hand on the bowstring, sniffing the faint smell of alcohol in the air from time to time, and licked his lips. The man wearing glasses shook his head and did not put down the steel crossbow. Instead, he kept alert to the surroundings. They were working in a group of 5, and although they were more efficient than others, they still showed signs of fatigue, abandoning their own shelters and making a living by attacking other people's shelters. These 5 people met together and were led by Curran and came here from an ancient gate in a secret realm. They haven't had anything to drink all day. Or in other words, they haven't had anything to drink in the past 8 days. Drinking freely can only be done in dreams. But now that they smelled the smell of alcohol, they could no longer restrain their inner desire and madness, and their saliva was secreted crazily. However, after living in this different world for 8 days and entering and exiting the secret realm several times, they all knew the dangers of this secret realm and their own weakness. At the same time, we also understand that even a small injury may cost us our lives. Therefore, even if they encounter a single survivor, they will adopt the safest tactics. This was the second time for several people to come to the secret realm. They had already searched for some things in other places, but as soon as they arrived here, they saw a piece of wool. And when you reach the end along the woolen line, you will find this hotel. They didn't know where the owner of the yarn was or how many people there were. But if there were only 1 or 2, it wouldn't be much of a threat under their siege. No, that's okay. Boss, there's been no movement inside. I don't think it's a big deal to waste so much time. Otherwise, Lu Fei, shut up. Kalun was still listening carefully to all the movements. He also knew that the 2 companions could no longer bear it. The aroma of wine wafting from the hotel also made him greedy. However, there were not even any animals or bugs in this secret realm, and they were also suspicious. Curran also muttered whether he should go in or not. If more than 1 person is in there. Karen, why don't I go take a look first? If it's 1 person, they can't do anything to me. If it's a group of people, they won't use any violence against me. Right, Rui said, flipping up his hair. He winked at Curran. Curran thought for a moment, nodded slightly, and looked back again. How come Rick and Son you were gone for so long? Rise put his long bow behind his back, reached for the dagger at his waist, and cautiously entered the hotel through the missing glass entrance, and then disappeared. But after a while, there were shouts of surprise in the hotel. Kunlun! Lu Fei! Come in quickly! There is no one here! Come in quickly! It's all wine! Ha ha! Lu Fei and Kalun looked at each other instantly and rushed into the hotel with ecstasy on their faces. Outside, there was silence. But Lin Yu, who was in the tall grass, did not take this opportunity to go out. At this moment, he was trying hard to cover himself and Xiaobai's figures with dense grass, trying not to make the slightest sound. There is no other reason. Lin Yu looked upward through the gaps in the grass. On the top floor of the hotel, there is a silhouette of a strange bird with huge wings spread out at both ends, overlooking the hotel below. Lin Yu could clearly see the twisting tentacles behind their heads. It's those monsters that look like pterosaurs. I didn't expect that there is one in the secret realm that looks like a Western building. And there is also one under the Tokyo Tower. As soon as these people entered, these 2 monsters flew over. If it hadn't been for a shadow passing by in the sky, causing him to accidentally look up and Xiaobai's reminder, he would never have discovered their existence. Now, Lin Yu could not leave for the time being, or even move. Tough? He didn't have any self-aiming Gatling in his hand, and he couldn't transform into a Cayman rider. He had to fight with a mortal body and something over 2 meters tall, with claws as sharp as metal, and weird tentacles. I'm afraid I don't want to reincarnate early. He can only wait and see what happens now. If, at this moment, Xiaobai suddenly shouted softly and looked in the direction of the hotel. Why? There are enemies? Lin Yu was surprised when suddenly a scream came from the hotel. Insects! We can't deal with them! Run away! How? Lin Yu saw through the gap in the tall grass that Kalun got out of the window frame with his bleeding right arm. His foot was also injured. After limping out, Lu Fei behind him was also covered in blood. He staggered to follow, but there was an extremely weird-looking insect lying behind him. "Help me! Help me! Boss! Help!" The echoes of Ritz's screams kept coming in the hotel, and then stopped in an instant. "Boss! Wait! Wait for me!" Lu Fei's face was extremely pale, and suddenly his feet softened and he fell to the ground from the exit. But his body seemed to be melted and completely motionless. The weird black bug behind him turned bright red now. Lin Yu saw more than 10 others rushing out of the hotel. "Damn it! How could it be? How could it be like this? How could it be?" Koluan rushed out from the door with great effort, and kept shooting crossbow arrows behind him. He instantly shot out the red worms behind Lu Fei's body, and then shot again and again. After killing the last few bugs and seeing the remaining 2 returning to the hotel, he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. However, at this moment, a strong wind blew up, and Curran saw in despair that there were 2 red figures standing in front of him, 2 meters high. He felt that the monster had easily poked a big hole in his belly, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. 2 monsters, fighting for their share of food. At this moment, the spear shining like a silver dragon suddenly fell, and hit the ground with a clang. The 2 monsters instantly retreated and let out an indescribable roar. But they discovered that besides the strange things that fell to the ground, there were also pieces of meat with a strange smell. The 2 monsters tore apart pieces of meat again, still fighting for it. And after eating the pieces of meat, they washed away and tore up the insect corpses and the bodies of the 2 of them. They devoured the last piece of bug like a wolf, spread their wide wings, and flew high into the sky. However, just in an instant, these 2 huge monsters fell from the sky again. After they hit the wall of the hotel, they hit the stone slab in front of the door crookedly. They twitched for a while before finally stopping. "Xiaobai, are you okay?" Lin Yu moved gently from the tall grass, looked up at the roof of the building, and then looked at the dark interior of the hotel. After a while, he finally came out, ran quickly to the place where Curran fell just now, and picked up the steel crossbow there. Looking at the corpses of the 2 strange birds, he vaguely saw the tentacles still wriggling behind their heads. He looked back at the red and white iron tower, and was surprised to find black figures hovering above it. "Xiaobai, retreat quickly!" Lin Yu moved quickly along the wall, and Xiaobai kept on guard. He returned to the toilet as fast as possible. He rested for a while, lowered his head, and cut off the wool under his feet. Curran and the 3 of them said that 2 other people have followed the wool to the shelter, and he must leave this dangerous place quickly, then drive those 2 people out of their sanctuary. However, just as he was destroying the wool and walking back quickly, and smelling the familiar fragrance of heather, Xiaobai suddenly made a puff sound. Lin Yu saw 2 almost indistinguishable human bodies hanging on the heather tree next to the door. Chapter 52 Shelter Expansion and Planning Layout. On the heather tree, 2 corpses with huge holes in their hearts were hanging there, but their blood had dried up. They seemed to be. Lin Yu resisted the nausea, directly opened the ancient door of the secret realm, carefully looked around, and found that there was nothing abnormal outside, before finally stepping out of the door. Xiaobai came out immediately after Lin Yu, and everyone was in an extremely tense state. After sitting by the door for a while, Lin Yu stood up again. Those 2 corpses, one with black hair and one with blonde hair, were probably Sun Yu and Rick among the 5 people who went to find this ancient gate. Judging from their wounds, they must have been killed by the monster pterosaur. But not all of them were eaten. I wonder if the door to this secret realm is strong. Will those monsters be able to break it? Lin Yu walked toward the shelter, and Xiaobai followed closely. At that time, he had no better choice. He would never be able to fight and defeat the 2 monster pterosaurs using normal methods. Now, although he has a harder wooden armor and a harder wooden shield, as well as the sharp and sophisticated iron spear, even Xiaobai has also evolved a bit. But he just faced 2 monster pterosaurs and promised that he would never be injured. He couldn't guarantee it at all. He knew very well that in today's world, a stomachache could easily bring down a strong man. Not to mention infection caused by scratches, tetanus caused by rusty stab wounds, and missing arms and legs. Not to mention, there is no hospital at all. And even medicinal materials and various related things can only be obtained by killing monsters and dropping treasure chests. And the probability is extremely low. Lin Yu has only obtained a small emergency medicine kit so far. After comprehensive consideration, He used an ordinary iron spear to skewer the poisonous meat of the tiger-spotted shadow deer, and then threw it while the two monsters were fighting for food. He had no other choice. Who knows if these two monsters will stay here after eating? Although this move is indeed risky, it is also confirmed that the poison in the meat of the tiger-spotted shadow deer seems to be quite strong. Xiaobai returned to the shelter and called softly. Lin Yu touched its little head and remained silent. Although the harvest this time was very good, he got so much toilet paper and wet wipes, as well as a large amount of wine. But he can no longer go to this secret realm for the time being, unless he wants to be eaten by the huge number of monster pterosaurs over there. He only killed 2, but there were dozens of them hovering in Tokyo Tower. What's more, the weird bugs that might have been living somewhere upstairs in the hotel made it impossible for him to explore further. Xiaobai, with our current abilities, it seems that we are still far behind. Xiaobai let out a breath of cold air, and Lin Yu didn't know if he could understand what he said. Law stretched his body, and Lin Yu took a deep breath, looking at the materials and various items almost covering the entire shelter. He decided to fill his stomach first, start the pot over the fire, and cook the noodles. After sharing the meal with Xiaobai, Lin Yu began to adjust the layout of the entire shelter again. It is said to be an adjustment, but in fact it is to reorganize everything, and try to throw the heavier ones that are temporarily unused on the shelves in the basement. Of course, he did the same with water and food, and put toilet paper and wet wipes in it. The shelves were quickly filled and the basement became crowded. Looking at the wine that still occupied a large area in the storage space, Lin Yu knew that he had to expand the shelter. Opening the iron shelter design in the inventory, Lin Yu immediately clicked to use it. As long as the shelter is expanded, the blueprint will disappear after use, and will not appear again in the manufacturing column. This design drawing is something I obtained from Berg. If this thing can still be made, then I can ask him for another one in the future. You lost the iron block X45. You lost stone X10. The iron shelter was placed next to the stone shelter, and the foundation was prepared. The system also thoughtfully connected a door directly between the two 40-square-meter rooms. Lin Yu would not build this iron shelter on the ground like Berg. He didn't want to be suddenly struck by lightning one day, and then be electrified together with the shelter. My whole body was burnt black, and it was very exciting just thinking about it. After entering the iron shelter, Lin Yu did not continue to build shelves, but placed bottle after bottle of wine in the item space on the flat ground. Glass bottles are not easy to store, and Lin Yu really didn't take too many bottles. Putting the 300 bottles in order, he took some iron blocks and stones and fixed them close to them, and put a layer of wolf skin on top. Then, for oak barrels and wooden shelves were placed close to the corners. The capacity written on the oak barrel is 225 liters. It is also because of these four that his storage space is almost full. After putting all these away, Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's almost done. These wines, as hard currency, may sell better than water, especially when everyone basically has 3 days of water and food. The appearance of this thing may cause a wave of panic buying, but the disadvantage is that basically this is what he ordered, and there is really no more. It seems that when selling wine, you have to ask others to pay a little more. After walking out of the shelter, Lin Yu found that Xiaobai seemed to be a little tired and fell asleep on the bed. Yes, Xiaobai has really worked hard in the past half day, so let him have a good rest. He walked softly and walked out of the shelter, looking at the large amount of stones piled outside, and the soilless cultivation kit wrapped in the stone wall. The 5 people he met in the secret realm were the kind of wandering survivors that he had heard of before but had never seen before, specifically attacking others. They make a living by killing individual survivors, and then occupying each other's supplies. If those 2 people hadn't been killed by the monster pterosaur, then maybe he should have fought these 2 people by now. It was even possible that the 2 would use his fortified shelter to counterattack him, leaving him trapped. After all, he doesn't have any locks or anything like that now, and the shelter is basically undefended. So, how to protect the shelter so that no one can easily access it? He looked at the stone wall surrounding the soilless cultivation suit. It seems that this is the only one, with a fine iron spear in his hand. After cutting off a few insects crawling towards him, as the system sounded, Lin Yu also started planning for this shelter in his mind. Chapter 53: Insufficient Materials? Profiteers come online. In this world, no one has invented such things as pen and paper yet. At least, judging from the chat records, the trading mall, and the survival point mall, it can be basically confirmed. Without a pen and paper, Linyu could only find a piece of ground and use branches as pens to write and draw on the ground. There cannot be no defensive facilities around the refuge, just like the ancient city walls, which can withstand certain attacks. Linyu drew a point in the center of the ground to represent the refuge, and drew an unclosed circle around it. Then, when building a city wall, a certain area of land must be ensured. The gate seems to have to be a stone gate. However, this can also prevent ordinary mutant creatures. The city wall cannot protect people. The most ordinary survivor can get a ladder to climb over the city wall. Linyu looked at the city wall he could create now. It was only about 3 meters high, which was not difficult for people with ladders. So, what about an extra layer of insurance? He drew small X's inside and outside the circle. The closely connected little X's represent traps. Currently, Linyu can create 2 types of traps. The first is the ordinary type, and the second is the improved type. The difference is a matter of how much damage is done. From the appearance, it is almost the same as an ordinary wasteland. If not, he wouldn't have gained so many times. The traps on the inner and outer layers of the city wall, even ordinary ones, can cause some damage to the so-called wandering survivors who want to make a sneak attack, or even make them retreat. After thinking about it, it seems that there is only so much that can be done at the moment. Indeed, you could also learn the method of getting broken glass on the wall to increase damage on the wall and make it difficult for people to climb over. He did have a piece of glass in his hand, but it was a thickened version of plexiglass that he had just gotten back from the hotel. It doesn't seem like a good idea to break such a good thing into pieces. Wouldn't it be nice to use it in a better place? But we can only wait until the next secret realm is refreshed. This one is too dangerous at the moment. Next, we have to put our ideas into action. Linyu stood up, stretched his arms, estimated the distance, and decided to take the shelter as the center and a radius of 50 meters as the city wall. The 50-meter radius would allow him to expand the shelter in the future, or install some things or buildings such as soilless cultivation and the simple plastic greenhouses obtained at that time. If it is too large, it will consume more materials. If it is smaller, it will be difficult to swing. So this 50-meter radius seems to be the most suitable. It was quite easy for Linyu to tie the wool to the chimney on the top of the shelter, and then stretch it as far as 50 meters. After all, he only needed to use the measurement method he had done before. Do it. Even if it's not that accurate. It doesn't matter. It's probably just a circle, with wool in one hand and an iron spear in the other. He drew on the ground, and soon a circle with a radius of about 50 meters was ready. After he finished doing this, he walked towards the stones piled next to the shelter and began to put them into the storage space piece by piece. Then, it was simply a matter of going through the tedious process of making a stone wall. 6 stones can make a stone wall about 3 meters wide and 3 meters high. And Linyu discovered that the wall can also be made into some curvatures. The wall is not thick, only 30 or 40 centimeters, but it is quite strong. According to the formula for calculating the circumference of a circle, the circumference L equals 2 pi r. It can be concluded that the circumference is almost 314 meters. Then it will take about 110 pieces of city wall, and the stone consumed will be about 660 pieces. Good guy. After calculating this, I found that the demand is really quite a lot. In addition to the traps that need to be made inside and outside the stone wall, wood and iron blocks also consume a lot. I looked at my material reserves and found that they were really lacking a lot, especially the stones, which only amounted to 100 or so. There's still a long way to go. Linyu used existing stones to make dozens of walls, placed them in the previously planned place, and then returned to the shelter. Xiaobai is still sleeping. How can this little guy sleep so well? He pushed Xiaobai in from the mat and laid down on the comfortable bed. After the snowstorm passed, although there was no longer the heat caused by the fireplace, the temperature returned to about 30 degrees, which still made Lin feel hotter. Opening the game panel that he hadn't opened for a long time, he briefly browsed the groups as usual. Damn it! You guys can call me Il Huang from now on. I just used my last 5 survival points to pump out 20 L of water. Do you dare to think? Boss Nyobi, you can't be the system's dog bastard. Right. That is to say, I threw in more than 100 points, and there was no splash at all. Okay, please make a deal. You can't finish 20 liters of water. Why don't you let me help you solve it? You still want water? Haven't you noticed that there are more bugs now, and you can still get some water even if the chance is low? 'Kay, sure. After my parents came, The system brought 3 liters of water for each person. If you save some of these 6 liters of water, it will be enough to last for a while. Pass it on. The profiteer selling water. Lin Yu cried and fainted in the shelter. Pass it on. The black-hearted profiteer Lin Yu drank water until he died with tears in his eyes. What are you doing? When Lin Yu sold you water to extend your life, he was still shouting at you every day. Big brother Lin Yu. Big brother Lin Yu. Now that you have a little water. That's it? That's right. Although it's not much. Lin Yu is not bad either. Compared with those who sell 15 milliliters or 20 milliliters for a pile of wood and stone. They are much more conscientious. Haha. Don't let any of these people run away. If I were Lin Yu, I would blacklist you all. Hey, does Lin have fans? Do you think the profiteer will look at you more like this? You're laughing so hard. Lin? Oh, I just exploded hundreds of bugs and 8 wooden treasure chests. And there was plenty of water. Who would beg him? Lin Yu peered at the screen silently. Originally, he saw someone talking about the lottery and looked at it with interest. But as a result, the group of people chatted about him. And some people tried to set the pace and further tarnish his reputation. Reputation is still very important. At least when it comes to selling things. However, he did not expect that because the system has placed more mutant creatures. Even the mutant bugs that ordinary people can kill. As long as they explode enough. The probability of obtaining a treasure chest will increase. Thus getting water becomes much easier. But this is only temporary. One more person means one more mouth. Drinking water and eating. No matter how one person can do it by himself. What if there are 2 or 3 people around him? Especially if there are people around him who have limited mobility and cannot provide help for survival? As time goes by, there will still be a shortage of water. After all, the demand has become greater. It will be even more uncomfortable when you get used to drinking water in large gulps and your neck is stuck because of fewer resources. Maybe only people like him who live alone do not have to worry about anything in life for the time being. Looking at the upper right corner, the number of people in the 10,000 group has dropped again. The current number is 9,811. Lin Yu silently blocked a few more people and looked towards them all. He is not a saint. If someone slaps him in the face, he will hand over his other half and let them slap him. If you get a bargain and sell well, then you will be blacklisted for future transactions. Don't cry when you run out of water. When you beg me, I will have to pay more before I agree. Just like now. Seller, Lin Yu. Auction item, 100 milliliters high-end wine X 500. Required, wood, iron, and stone. Seller's note, 500 copies. You can bid more. The one with the highest price will get it. Chapter 54 I have wine. Do you have supplies? Wine. Lin Yu made wine? Damn it. What kind of extreme operation is this? We just started to have water to drink. And he got wine? Stupid. If I go, do you mean that I have risen directly from the stage of survival to the stage of enjoying life? Add Lin Yu. And it also writes about high-end wine. 100 milliliters once. 500 times. Damn. 50 liters of wine? This is simply not too awesome. Ah. I have never thought of wine as a road. Who said Lin Yu is just a profiteer selling water? Can I buy more? I have a lot of wood and stone. The price has been quoted. What I said about profiteers just now was a joke. It was actually a term of endearment. A special term of endearment from our side. Please make a deal. Mr. Lin Yu? Add Lin Yu. You haven't noticed? What Lin Yu wants is just the most basic wood, stone and iron. What on earth is he going to do? Haha. You want my stone? Sorry. It's a price you can't afford. Lin, you think you're the only one with the stone? Haha. Good guy. Lin Yu had just put the wine on the trading panel for 10 minutes. When he looked at the group again, he found that it was like a huge stone thrown into a pond, causing a huge wave. His name seems to have become the most discussed and widely known one in this group that merged many people. Looking at the transaction panel again, Lin Yu was surprised to find that the number of bidders had reached more than 300 in such a short period of time. It seems that this is undoubtedly another hard currency. As for why 500 servings of 100 milliliters each, a full 50 of wine, were served at the beginning. This was also the result of Lin Yu's full consideration. One is to obtain a large number of various materials to build a wall. The second point is to lay the foundation for long-term goals. To be honest, Lin Yu didn't want to touch wine, because it has a certain degree of dependence and addiction. It's similar to cigarettes. If you don't drink this thing, you won't drink it. But as long as you get used to it, you will want to drink it for the second or third time. Even endless. Of course, this also varies from person to person. Lin Yu made a simple calculation. The oak barrels are 225 liters each. A total of 4 barrels. 900 liters. The bottle shelter contains 300 bottles. And his storage space contains 100 bottles. Each bottle is 750 milliliters. A total of 300 liters. There are 1,100 liters of wine out of 1,200 liters. Excluding those that were lost over time. Take 50 liters out of this to trade for things. It won't be a loss. There is also a 1,000 liter volume at the back for those who want to drink more. However, by then it will not be as much as 100 milliliters. Of course, he will also use less amount in exchange for more things. As for white toilet paper and wet wipes were not used. Lin Yu felt that those two items were not enough to exchange for a larger amount of stones and other materials. Moreover, their quantity alone is not enough compared to wine. But there is also a very painful point in trading this kind of thing. It consumes quite a bit of survival points. After putting wine on the shelves, his trading points were instantly reduced by 200, adding in the previous construction of the stone wall and the previous consumption. He now only has 320 survival points. No, these points are consumed too much. What can I do to earn some? Although you can count on daily distribution after midnight, you can't always rely on that. Putting on the wooden armor again, carrying a wooden shield and picking up a fine iron spear, Lin Yu just wanted to go out. But his eyes looked at the steel crossbow next to the door. This thing was left behind by Curran in the secret realm. Lin Yu saw that he used this steel crossbow to kill multiple strange insects in succession, and even exploded the strange insects. It was extremely powerful. He picked up the rather heavy steel crossbow and observed it carefully. It is made of pure steel alloy, and the bowstring is extremely strong, although it has some signs of old age. It is almost the same as the modern crossbow he has seen online, but it has a few more arrow slots, and it is actually a steel repeating crossbow. Curran probably didn't get this thing by opening the treasure box. He most likely got it by entering the secret realm. This thing seems to be a real rarity. Good guy. Curran is giving him equipment. I replaced this with an ordinary iron spear, which is actually not bad. After fidgeting with it for a while, Lin Yu put it down again. This thing is good, but the disadvantage is that it does not have crossbow arrows. After searching the trading panel, there was no blueprint posted, and no one was talking about the crossbow. It seems that I still have to make it myself. Or you could open the treasure chest. As for opening treasure chests, Lin Yu suddenly saw 2 silver treasure chests in the corner of the room. That was what he got from killing 2 tabby shadow deer before going to the secret realm. Open it. You have obtained X1 bundle of fine climbing ropes. X1 illustrated book of mutant creatures. You get high power sight, excellent. 2 cubic meter storage space expansion book. Emma. This wave of blood profit. The fine climbing rope was not in use for the time being, so he put it aside. Lin Yuxian immediately used the 2 cubic meter storage space expansion book. A glimmer of light quickly passed by. Although there was no more special feeling. He knew that he already had 6 cubic meters of storage space. Now I can put more things in it. The remaining ones are a mutated creature illustration and a high magnification scope. He looked at the scope, carefully picked up this heavy thing, and found the words, Hourtex Razor HD, written on its side. High power scope. Introduction. It has a 420x zoom magnification function. 0 return lock and marking line lighting functions as standard. And comes with an anti-tilt level. The parallax adjustment is a side focus type. And the lower limit of the parallax adjustment can be 25 yards. It is filled with argon gas to prevent fogging. Is fully waterproof. And has airgun level shockproof capabilities. Comment. Don't think this thing is for looking at the dormitory building opposite. Lin Yu's body trembled. This thing is awesome. Wait. Where is my gun? Without a gun, it seems like this thing can only be used as a small telescope. Right? Just when Lin Yuzheng thought it was useless, he saw the steel repeating crossbow next to him. Etc. Can these two things be combined? Combining a steel repeating crossbow with a high magnification scope. Success? He walked outside, picked it up and tried it. Then sat on the roof and looked around. Clear and precise. Even if the mutant sheep is wandering in the distance, Lin Yu can see the hair on its head. It's like discovering a new world. Lin Yu was ecstatic, but quickly calmed down. How can we organize a crossbow without arrows? Isn't this still a telescope? Putting the crossbow and scope into the storage space for the time being. Lin Yu looked at the last thing. You used the mutated creatures illustrated book. The illustrated book has been embedded in the system panel. And you can check the information on the mutant creatures you have encountered at any time. Lin Yu opened the system panel, and then the illustrated book. From 1 to 9999. A series of. What's going on? Does this thing have a number? However, he quickly found the names of mutant creatures such as Tabby Shadow Deer and mutant sheep. Of course, they are also divided into herbivores, carnivores and scavengers, and various habits and so on are introduced. After checking it, Lin Yu closed it again. This illustrated book can be automatically opened according to the user's thoughts. I know. Xiaobai screamed at this time and jumped down from the bed, swaying as if he still hadn't woken up. Xiaobai, how about we go out and fight to sober up? Lin Yu asked, looking at the figure of a mutated sheep that came over at some point dozens of meters away. Xiaobai suddenly became energetic when he saw the mutated sheep at the door. He immediately screamed, Puff! 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 With excitement. Good guy. Have a good rest. Right. Then, let's start fighting for the treasure chest. Chapter 55. A patient with addiction to opening treasure chests. 65. The big beetle that suddenly flew toward Lin Yu from the ground suddenly fell to the ground after a blast of extremely cold white air. Lin Yu's iron spear also directly stabbed it into pieces. You get a wooden treasure chest. A familiar voice sounded. Lin Yu put the wooden treasure box into the storage space and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking up, the sun sets and it's dusk again. 60 wooden treasure chests. 5 copper treasure chests. The harvest was pretty good. It has to be said that after the addition of mutant creatures to the system, it is now easier for him to obtain treasure chests than before. However, compared to the situation where others killed hundreds and hundreds of small insects and lizards, which was almost a small insect tide, he probably only reached the number that others had at the beginning. This wasteland area is really too barren. And it seems to have been like this from the beginning to now. He felt that maybe the desert was much better than here. Even if his refuge is in a forest or something. The current house may not even be able to drain water. Xiaobai lay motionless on the ground. And his screams were also filled with exhaustion. This little guy would happily challenge the mutated sheep on his own. And the fact that the fighting process was almost suppressive proved that it has indeed become a lot stronger now, and can indeed stand on its own. By using speed rationally, and using his own ice mist attack more skillfully, the ability of the ice hunting claw has gradually become more and more handy. Lin Yu even saw Xiaobai suddenly burst into power, and give the mutated sheep the final blow. This is probably the function of its natural talent, gluttony release. The fighting power is enough. But if I had to find one shortcoming, it would be that the chance of Xiaobai exploding the treasure chest is really low. Little guy, you have to learn from me. My master. Wouldn't it be great to explode more treasure boxes? Lin Yu took out a piece of grilled mutton skewers from the item space and handed it to Xiaobai. Xiaobai didn't understand what Lin Yu meant, but he ate the meat skewers as fast as ever. Look up and look into the distance. The sky was getting darker, and some unknown mutated creature was roaring in the distance. This world is full of unknowns and dangers. But Lin Yu feels much safer than when he first came here. A large number of wooden treasure chests were obtained to further ensure the reserves of water and food. Lin Yu held the iron spear in his hand, and felt the soreness in the muscles all over his body. Although you can hunt mutant creatures and obtain treasure chests every day as you do now, it will almost always have a certain impact on your body, let alone being tired. What if you get injured? He has been really lucky in the past 9 days. Lin Yu has only suffered a few scratches and bruises until now, and has not experienced any bleeding at all. But he can't guarantee that he will be so lucky every time. Also, if he continues to do this kind of thing purely by relying on his own physical ability, he will eventually collapse from exhaustion. The opportunity for change seems to be various more convenient and labor-saving tools. Just like a simple exoskeleton, like a steel repeating crossbow. These two things must be obtained as soon as possible. Lin Yu took Xiaobai, who was full, back to the shelter and began to take stock of the harvest. Killed 5 mutated sheep and obtained 50 kilograms of meat, 5 furs and 10 tusks. The rest were wooden treasure chests. Ordinary bugs and the like couldn't decompose anything at all. So Lin Yu didn't bother to do it anymore. Even if he wanted it, he only needed to go to the market and look for it. After tidying up the room, Lin Yu put 4 L of water into the wooden bucket that Xiaobai gave him. and then looked at the treasure box. He was very excited every time he opened the treasure chest. Especially when there are so many treasure chests like now. 60 wooden treasure chests are opened one by one. You get 600 milliliters bottle of Jingon mineral water. You got a pack of Baixiang Lao and pickled cabbage instant noodles. You get a total of 39 bottles of water, 10 packages of instant noodles, 8 pieces of 500g bread, and 3 packages of dried noodles. Vermicelli is a new thing and has never been sold before. You can try it later. Look at the 5 copper treasure chests again. You get 4 L of drinking water, a bag of strawberry seeds. You have obtained hot water kettle X1, iron hoe design X1. You have obtained humus nutrient soil X30L. You get multifunctional Swiss Army knife X1, Coca-Cola 2L bottle. You get sunglasses X1, Apple X5. Boy, it's so diverse. But after classifying them, Linyu fell into deep thought. Does the system encourage drinking hot water and farming well? Speaking of farming, this is indeed the right thing to do. Due to snowstorms and the size of the shelter, he had never taken the time to get a soilless cultivation kit. But now that I think about it, it seems that I haven't eaten properly for a long time. It's always been bread, instant noodles, kebabs. I've never eaten vegetables before. And I'm just exhausted from the dehydrated vegetables and the instant noodle vegetable buns. This won't work. It's good to have food, but without vegetables, nutrition won't keep up, which may be a problem if you get sick again in the future. In addition, there are also many people who refuse to eat meat. So, it seems that another hard currency has been found? I really have a lot of seeds in my hand. So I'll go back and plant a few more and see how it goes. However, the wall must be built first before we can begin. Look at the trading mall again. Linyu discovered that his wine had received more than 1,000 bids. It seems that this thing is indeed very popular. He called Xiaobai up, and he and Xiaobai went to the open area outside together. The howls of mutated creatures kept coming and going, and the number seemed to be much greater than during the day. But it didn't matter. He was going to make a quick decision. You lost 50 L of wine. You obtained wood X1005, stone X1787, iron block X1065. Well, it seems that this material is quite enough. Now that water is no longer considered a hard currency, wine has once again taken the lead. Although the number has not reached an extreme level, it is still adequate. Materials like hills are constantly piling up on the ground at extremely fast speeds. However, it scared Xiaobai quite a lot. Xiaobai kept staring at the cubic objects such as wood, stone and iron that suddenly appeared in front of him, and finally hid behind Linyu. It's okay, Xiaobai. You have to learn to adapt. Xiaobai glanced at Linyu. Linyu took out the coke he had just obtained, took a sip, and let out a long burp. Xiaobai immediately lay on Linyu, trying hard to reach the red and blue bottle containing bubbles of liquid. But there was some fragrance. Good guy. Can you drink this too? Linyu took Xiaobai back to the shelter and placed the glasses at the same time. The dark brown cola had a lot of bubbles, and Xiaobai's eyes were wide open. Drink. You're welcome. Just, hey! Why are you hiccuping now? Xiaobai raised his head from the half-empty coke cup. Hiccup G? Chapter 56. The city wall is completed, and it is the exclusive territory. Alternate world calendar. 10th day. Linyu fell asleep again and woke up naturally. Stretching out, he pushed Xiaobai, who was still sleeping soundly, with his eyes half closed. Xiaobai stood up in a daze, then flopped down on the space cotton pillow. Linyu pushed it again, and the little guy made a puff sound and rolled on the bed, as if he didn't want to get up. Yesterday, after this little guy drank a glass of coke. He fell asleep while hiccuping and seemed to enjoy it quite a lot. This guy's life is even better than that of most survivors. There is meat to eat, a bed to sleep on, and coke to drink. I wonder what people in the group will say when they see Xiaobai enjoying it so much. Xiaobai, get up and work. Linyu pulled it up again. Snap. The little guy stood up and threw himself on the mat again. Good guy. Not only is he a foodie, he can also stay in bed. Linyu shook his head and took out a bunch of mutton skewers. The little guy immediately became excited. Go outside and follow my guard first, and then talk about food. Snack food. Linyu put the mutton skewers into the storage space again. Anyway, time stopped there, so he was not afraid of the cold. But it seems that Xiaobai likes to eat cold food. Coming? Xiaobai looked at Lin Yu helplessly, pretending to be pitiful. But Lin Yu didn't care about that. He took pity on it this time. But he couldn't control it anymore and couldn't coddle it. But before leaving the house, Lin Yu remembered something. Wait, you mean the points are updated every day? Lin Yu remembered the announcement of the system very clearly. Points must be updated every day so that they can be used to exchange for things in the mall. So, take a look. Day 9. You own a strong shelter, equipped with stone and iron basements, with a total area of 120 square meters, and survival points plus 490. Store a lot of drinking water and food so that you will not be knocked down by these simple difficulties in a different world. Survival points plus 277. Your quality of life will continue to improve as treasure chests are open, keeping you in a happy mood and giving you plus 55 survival points. You have the most materials in the group, which make your life more convenient. Survival points plus 318. You have a trustworthy partner, although it is just a mutated creature. After it has evolved, it has made it easier for you to explore other worlds. Survival points plus 85. After exploring the secret realm, you obtained a lot of supplies, killed monsters, and left safely. Survival points plus 133. You have gained a lot of attention. Survival points plus 120. Successful daily settlement of survival points. Survival points plus 1,478. Total survival points, 1698. Lin Yu? What's the situation? So many survival points all at once? When the survival points were calculated for the first time, didn't disaster resistance points be added? So it was only 1095. This was something Lin Yu didn't expect. However, with a large amount of survival points earned, it seems that I can buy more things? Furthermore, he didn't want to show off to someone and make thousands of people admire him. Compared with this, he would rather grow up slowly and keep silent. Xiaobai suddenly shouted at this time, and Lin Yu came to his senses. Xiaobai, let's go and finish the business first, and then we'll have dinner. It was still peaceful outside, and nothing seemed to happen. Good guy. As soon as I said nothing happened, I heard the special cry of the mutated sheep. However, there were screams one after another. He followed the sound and found 2 dying mutated sheep in the trap. They were so weak that even though they lay there and kept wailing, they were really not worth mentioning. Even Xiaobai didn't bother to care about them. Lin Yu harvested them with an iron spear neatly, and Lin Yu got 2 copper treasure boxes as he wished. Of course, the mutton, sheepskin and tusks are also collected together. This is a free harvest. After tidying up a little and asking Xiaobai to be on alert, Lin Yu began the work of building the stone wall. Although the stone wall seems to be very difficult to make, and it is not easy to build it by yourself. But now that you have the design drawing, it is much simpler and easier. Reserve enough stones in the storage space and connect them. Coming down is a boring process of walking in circles along the traces. Stone walls more than 3 meters high stood in this wasteland, and under Lin Yu's control, they were constantly connected. Soon, a rather spectacular circular stone wall gradually took shape. Finally finished! It only took half an hour, and Lin Yu could finally lean on the side of the upright iron spear and look at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Now, with the shelter house as the center and a radius of about 50 meters, a solid city wall has appeared completely surrounding it, and within this vast space of nearly 8,000 square meters, no large mutated creatures can break into the wall at will. Lin Yu was quite emotional. This was also his absolute territory in the wasteland. A strong sense of accomplishment also bloomed in Lin Yu's mind at this moment. Territory. The territory of another world. He didn't know if his city wall was the first in this other world, but to him, it was already a considerable improvement. It turned out that he was just a struggling social worker who rented a small single room of less than 10 square meters in a remote area of the city. Now he has a space of 8,000 square meters of his own. The gap between this has also brought him a different kind of refreshing feeling. Who doesn't want to have a piece of their own territory like this? And he also successfully became a lord at this time. Xiaobai has been doing his duty faithfully, guarding the surroundings. In this half hour, even if he is hungry, he must complete the task assigned by his master Lin Yu. This little guy is the main force in the battle, and can also assist at the side. He can also provide warning and support for safety. He is simply an all-round helper. Haha. Let me make you your favorite instant noodles. Do you want to change it to fried noodles this time? Starting a fire and cooking was easy. After Lin Yu put the firewood on fire, He put the pot on and poured in a lot of water. Then I took out the bacon I had obtained earlier and sliced it into pieces. Then added instant noodles to the pot and finished it in one go. 3 minutes later, when the noodles were cooked until soft, an irresistible aroma came out. The instant noodles exude the flavor of soy sauce and are wrapped in the smell of bacon, which makes people want to eat it. Eating dry noodles and drinking fresh soup is a beautiful thing. After Linyu finished breakfast, he also looked at the big thing that had never been touched. Next, is it time to start your official career as a farmer from now on? Chapter 57. This won't work. We have to. Under the scorching sun, Linyu operated with great enthusiasm in front of the soilless cultivation kit. The soilless cultivation kit covers an area of 50 square meters, which is actually quite large. It comes with quite a lot of nutrient solutions, spiral tubes, sponges and other things. It took a lot of time to take them out of the plastic bag one by one, and then install and configure them. But fortunately, all it needs to survive is a lot of water, and there's nothing else to do after that. 1 unit requires 2 liters of water, and 1 unit has 1 square meter. It can be used for 20 days. My dear, 100 liters of water for 20 days is not bad. Even if you pour in all the water you have, there will still be some left. But thinking about the rich rewards this thing will give in the future, this is nothing. Moreover, water is actually very easy for him to obtain, as long as it's not too troublesome to kill the insects. It's okay. After scattering the leek seeds, radish, and gallinaceous seeds that came with the soilless cultivation kit into the culture tray one by one, Linyu looked at the vast ground and turned his attention to the small plastic greenhouse that had never been used. Since we are going to start planting, we might as well do it together. If we put it down, it might take a long time before we start again. Linyu also had procrastination, but he didn't want to put himself in any passive position in the future because of procrastination. What's more, at midnight today, the second disaster will be predicted. If we prepare relevant things for the second disaster, many things will be too late. Linyu selected a simple plastic greenhouse, and soon a notification sound came from the system. Plastic greenhouse, small, covering an area of 8 by 30 meters. Please select a location. Areas that cannot be built will be marked in red. This seems much more advanced than before. Linyu made his choice, and quickly found a location that was not marked in red. He also discovered that it seemed that some uneven areas would be judged as red by the system. Too high or too low will have a certain impact on the construction of the greenhouse. You built a plastic greenhouse, small, following a reminder from the system. A plastic greenhouse that was 30 meters long and 8 meters wide quickly appeared in front of Linyu's eyes. The structure of this greenhouse is made of metal, and the plastic film is also quite transparent. After opening the plastic door and entering inside, Linyu immediately felt a sweltering heat coming to his nose. The greenhouse was about 3 meters high, extremely light transmissive, and the temperature inside was indeed sultry and humid. Linyu really couldn't stand it, so he hurried out again after staying for a while. However, this temperature is quite suitable for growing crops. So, how to plant, and what is appropriate to plant? Linyu didn't think it was a good idea to directly cultivate a piece of land on this wasteland. The wall of snow from the previous snowstorm has completely melted, and the snow water has been absorbed by the dry soil. You know, the snow water is corrosive to a certain extent. Linyu has experienced this personally, and those people whose faces turn gray before have proven with their lives that the water becomes after the snow melts. The scary part: let him grow vegetables on this land. He is not that stupid. Vegetables have to take root downwards and absorb the trace elements inside. If you eat the vegetables grown in the soil, Linyu felt that it was impossible to continue like this. It seems that we need to replace the soil in the greenhouse. Either make it into a large wooden trough, or we need to find plastic sheeting, cover it on the existing soil, and then dig a hole. After thinking about it, the second method is not worth it. Even digging a hole and looking for plastic sheeting is time-consuming and laborious. Linyu used wood to make a large number of wooden boards, cut them into appropriate sizes with an iron saw, and then used a hammer to connect them with nails. You obtain the wooden planter box design. Sure enough, it still has to be like this, and make reasonable use of the convenience of the system to find some shortcuts. Otherwise, if you work hard, you will be the only one tired. Wooden planting box, wood X2. Iron block X1. There was plenty of wood and iron blocks, and Linyu immediately started making them. The wooden planting boxes produced are indeed much more beautiful and sturdier than the ones he made. They are almost half a meter long and half a meter wide, and about half a meter high. After Lin Yu made 50 of them outside, he placed them one by one in the greenhouse. But even after they were all placed, the greenhouse was still quite empty. However, the road is to be walked step by step, and you will become fat in one bite. And Lin Yu does not have that ability for the time being. Lin Yu moved the 230L bags of humus nutrient soil he had obtained previously, and poured one bag into them. Why, just that little bit. I poured in the second bag again, but it didn't seem to be enough. After a simple calculation, Lin Yu patted his head. Good guy. The volume formula of a rectangular parallelepiped is length. No wonder. The soil is already halfway there. So, where can we get more nutritious soil? Survival Point Mall. Humus nutrient soil 100L, 100 survival points. Not cheap. What about the trading mall? After searching around, I found someone actually selling it. Seller, Kirk Brown. Trading item, 3 bags of humus nutrient soil 50L. Required, design drawing or other. Seller's note, this thing can grow vegetables. You don't know? Right? Oh ha. Isn't this Kirk Brown? Who is second in the standings? I'm an old acquaintance. Lin Yu directly opened a private message to him. Want water? Or food? The reply came almost instantly. Lin! I don't lack water or food. What I lack is, that red thing that makes people happy both physically and mentally. Lin Yu understood. Price quotation for 100 milliliters wine. Oh! My favorite! But that's a little too little. Lin! Oh! Lin Yu almost didn't hesitate and closed the system panel directly. It's up to you to self-guide. Xiao Bai saw the smile on the face of his master Lin Yu. He didn't know what happened. He had just jumped onto the stone wall and was crawling on it. He seemed to enjoy it and climbed another big circle on it. Xiao Bai, please wait and see. I'll go get some good stuff first. The good thing Lin Yu wanted to get was naturally the wooden treasure chest. Now that we have made the decision to farm, we must put more effort into farming and get more water out. Soon. He also started hunting mode around here. Time also passed quickly during this process. Without being able to go to the secret realm, Lin Yu was able to devote all his attention to hunting. And the 72nd box? There seemed to be quite a lot of mutated creatures. After getting a lot of water and food, Lin Yu took out a bottle of Wexixi pure water and unscrewed the cap. The cool water entered the throat, fully moisturizing it. During this moment of rest, Kirk Brown has completed his self-exploration. You lost 100 milliliters of wine. You have obtained 50 liters of humus nutrient soil X3. And just when Lin Yu opened the trading mall again, he suddenly discovered that someone was actually selling what he had always wanted. What happened? It was fired? Or from the secret realm? Chapter 58. Get the crossbow and combine it with a long-range attack weapon. At this moment, in front of Lin Yu, in the trading mall of the game panel, the product list attracted all his attention. Seller, Guolei. Trading item, Duralumin Alloy X7. Required, first aid medicine. Seller's note, no matter who it is, I need medicines. This is the only valuable thing I can take out. Private message. The words, Duralumin Alloy, naturally made Lin Yu excited. After all, this is a necessary material for making a simple exoskeleton that has made little progress. A simple exoskeleton requires 10 duralumin alloys, but this person was able to take out 7 at once. And the purpose was simply and crudely directed at medicine. It seems that he was injured. Or was the family member who was teleported later injured? Lin Yu took out the first aid kit he had obtained earlier. There are painkillers, antidiarrheals, iodine, bandages, band-aids, anesthetics and epinephrine. No matter which one is important in this apocalypse, Lin Yu hasn't taken anything out of it for the past 10 days. After all, in this other world, even though there are extremely skilled doctors, there are no corresponding instruments and medicines. Of course, even if they were there, they would be helpless when they were so far apart from each other. This Guolei situation is the most realistic reaction. When you are really going to get hurt, or if you are injured, you can only endure it with all your strength. Or, simply wait to die. Looking at the upper right corner of the group, there are only 8,192 people. I'm afraid many of them died from being too weak after being separated from life-sustaining medical equipment. Looking at the comments under this person's product, many people expressed sympathy. Some were originally asking questions from doctors, but some were gloating about his misfortune. Some people are also doubting whether there are any medicines in this world. The other party's name and avatar were also from the Tang dynasty. which was a certain bonus in Lin Yu's heart. After all, medicines are relatively rare. Wouldn't it be good to use them on yourself? He opened the private chat. What medicine do you need? The other party replied almost instantly. Linshin. Just tell me what medicine you need. Besides, I don't like this title very much. Lin Yu wanted to say it a long time ago. Whoever gave him the vulgar name didn't sound very comfortable. Well, to be honest, Lin Yu, I am really in a bit of trouble here. My brother ate a piece of bread that I had left for a long time. Now he has severe diarrhea. He is about to collapse. It has not improved at all in the past 2 days. No, he has been squatting most of the day. Do you have berberine or something? Have loose bowels? Eating something bad can lead to diarrhea and dehydration. If there is no special medicine, he will definitely not be able to survive in this other world for too long. Diarrhea is a minor illness. But if it cannot be cured, it can be fatal. Lin Yu looked at the emergency medicine box. He just had what he needed. An anti-diarrheal pill. Deal. Do you have anti-diarrheal medicine? Tang people don't lie to people in Tang Dynasty. Please repeat it. I have it. Just tell me if you want it or not. 1. I want 2. Can I add 5 duralumin alloys? Add 5 more. There are 12 duralumin alloys in total, which directly meet all the duralumin alloys needed for the exoskeleton. And there are still 2 pieces left. But I want to add a condition. Lin Yu thought for a while, and then replied. Tell me the information about where you got this thing. Guo Lei on the other side of the screen hesitated. Information is very important at all times, especially in this different world. But now, Guo Lei has no choice. And even if he tells Lin Yu, it should be nothing. Okay, then you quote a price for 2 anti-diarrheal pills. I will tell you immediately after the transaction is successful. After he finished replying, he immediately changed the transaction item to duralumin alloy X12. Lin Yu immediately offered 2 anti-diarrheal pills. He still had 28 pills, which were not in urgent need yet. What's more, he can explode again. You lost anti-diarrheal medicine X2. You get duralumin X12. The rest is Guo Lei's information. He was not worried that Guo Lei would not inform this information. After all, as long as Guo Lei broke his promise, Lin Yu's blacklist would be waiting for him. Lin Yu has many things now that the entire group has never had. Just like wine. Just like medicine. Just like the vegetables of the future. Lin Yu, I just gave my brother some medicine. It's like diarrhea. This is awesome. Tell the important point. Well, I actually got it in a secret realm. I told my family what it looked like in the secret realm, and they didn't believe it. It was actually a red and white iron tower. Do you know the Tokyo Tower? It's right next to it. I saw that yesterday. I was lucky enough to find a whole warehouse. And then I heard screams outside. So I just took this little. Otherwise, what follows is nothing important. But Lin Yu learned a major piece of information. Even the secret place next to Guo Lei's shelter is near Tokyo Tower? It can't be such a coincidence. Originally, Lin Yu subconsciously believed that with so many survivors left, the system should leave the secret realms of the survivors scattered to various places on the original Earth. But in just over a day, Lin Yu met the previous group of wandering survivors. And today he learned from Guo Lei that the ancient gate in his secret realm was also the Tokyo Tower. Is this a coincidence or? He stood up again and walked within the walls of the shelter. Puff! Puff! Xiao Bai was obviously hungry, and he kept circling Lin Yu. Just now, it had wiped out a lot of mutated creatures on its own, and it had been fulfilling its duties faithfully. After evolving, it was obviously much stronger than before. He threw the last Snickers bar from the storage space to Xiao Bai. He took out the ladder and climbed up the wall. The breeze blew through the sparse grass in the wasteland, and the ancient secret door wrapped in vines was reflected in Lin Yu's pupils. Yesterday, he was on the other side of the ancient gate, almost unable to come back. Although opportunities always come with challenges, there is no guarantee that he can kill 2 monster pterosaurs next time. What's more, are there more monster pterosaurs there than imagined? You still have to improve your combat effectiveness first. Fortunately, the first step was taken today. The exoskeleton already has the most difficult to obtain components, and the others should not be too far away. Speaking of which, does anyone sell crossbow arrow designs? Crossbow arrows sound very important, but in fact they are not high-tech. They are just wooden poles and metal arrows. The tail feathers are not that important. He had never seen Curran's crossbow arrows with feathers in the secret realm before. After looking through it, there really wasn't any. It seems that I can only buy it from the Survival Point Mall. Crossbow design drawing. 220 survival points. Good guy. There really is. And it only costs 220 survival points. Click to buy. You have lost 220 survival points and have 1325 remaining survival points. You obtained crossbow arrow design. Linyu became excited. I also obtained the crossbow arrows. Then, he picked up the steel repeating crossbow and aimed at the black spot in the distance, which was a tiger-spotted hunting deer, coming down from the wall. Linyu looked at Xiaobai, who had been waiting for a long time. Xiaobai, do you want to go hunting? Something very relaxing? Chapter 59 Hunters will never be airmen. The gentle breeze blew up the sparse grass in the wasteland. Linyu and Xiaobai were hiding in a tall grass, waiting for the tiger-spotted shadow deer to approach dozens of meters away. They had been squatting here before, and after waiting for nearly half an hour, the tabby shadow deer gradually approached from a few hundred meters away. The tiger-spotted shadow deer seemed to have been concentrating on chasing a big grasshopper in the opposite direction, not paying attention to the approach of Linyu and the others. What's more, Linyu this time was almost covered in grass and arrived here at the fastest speed. The ambush lasted for a while. It has to be said that Linyu also strived for stability when hunting with a crossbow for the first time. Otherwise, he could show up first to provoke the tiger-spotted shadow deer, and then use his crossbow to deal with it when it pounces. But he didn't guarantee how accurate the crossbow in his hand would be before the monster fell on him. If you get injured or something, then everything will be in vain. He used the automatic winder to string the crossbow. After adjusting his breathing, he cleared away the grass and pointed the sight at the prey in the gap. The iron spear is by his side, and the shield and wooden armor are naturally equipped. Linyu first got a glimpse of the word stability. Xiaobai had no idea what his master was doing. After he saw Linyu taking out a strange thing, he thought he would go hunting directly. When Xiaobai saw the shadow of the tiger-spotted shadow deer, he wanted to rush up to show Linyu how strong it was now, but was stopped by Linyu. It also didn't understand why the owner used that strange thing to shoot many arrows at a piece of wood, and kept mumbling to himself before setting off. There's about 30 meters left. This crossbow arrow won't be too far off within a range of 25 meters. In a tailwind situation, it will also deviate to the lower right. While Linyu adjusted the scope, he waited for the tiger-spotted shadow deer to approach, and calculated the effects of wind, direction and angle on the trajectory. Before setting off in this direction, he had practiced at the shelter 30 or 40 times, and had an extremely intuitive understanding of the power of this steel repeating crossbow. The nearly 10 centimeter thick wooden board was easily penetrated by this crossbow arrow within 20 meters. However, Linyu also discovered that this crossbow arrow may not have tail feathers. Although it is extremely powerful, there will still be a certain amount of deviation in the crossbow. He kept debugging, constantly modifying the angle of his hand, getting familiar with the design feel, and using the sight to correct the crosshair deviation. After living in this apocalypse for 10 days, Linyu could be patient and slowly allow himself to adapt and solve even such complicated things. What's more, he has a natural affinity for this crossbow, although he doesn't know where it comes from. As the crossbow is shot again and again, his sense of accomplishment is constantly increasing. But this steel repeating crossbow is not perfect. In the secret realm at that time, the reason why Curran was able to hit those gray monsters 5 times in a row was because he was close enough and the monsters were big enough. 5 crossbow arrows were ready, but at such a close distance, it was impossible for him to cock the crossbow after firing the first shot. If only I could find the material for the tail feathers. Linyu suddenly thought of a source. But if he wanted to obtain that thing, he had to do this step well first. Okay, there are still 30 meters. It seems to have seen this piece of meat and is coming over. Linyu had previously placed a piece of raw mutton about 20 meters away. Although it attracted some small insects, it was still quite attractive to the tiger-spotted shadow deer. Ouch! The tiger-spotted shadow deer saw the piece of raw meat. It began to be wary of the surroundings. At the same time, it was also attracted by the smell of the raw meat and kept getting closer. 29 meters, 28 meters, 24 meters. It entered an attack range that would not deviate too far, but it was not close enough. Linyu waited patiently, and Xiaobai obediently held his breath beside him. The arrows of the metal crossbows were covered by the grass, and the reflection was blocked. And in the scope, Linyu was constantly aiming at the angle. Although the crossbow arrows are sharp, it is still difficult to break the skull of such a large animal. However, the soft abdominal heart or the slender neck is much easier. The tabby shadow deer approached the piece of meat step by step, seeming to become more wary. Moreover, its nose kept twitching, and its head kept twisting to look around. Do you smell it? Linyu knew that he seemed to have underestimated the power of mutant creatures, especially the power of the mutant creatures that he had knocked down several times. But at this moment, the worst-case scenario is that it is impossible to attack with this steel-repeating crossbow. He also has excellent iron spears. And Xiaobai, who is always holding his breath and wants to fight. Ouch! The deer head finally stopped, and its strange eyes looked towards the grass where Linyu was hiding. It was discovered anyway. At this time, the crossbow string vibrated strongly, and a ray of light shot out from the grass in an instant with the force of wind and thunder. Puff! Oh! The crossbow arrow penetrated from the upper abdomen of the tiger-spotted shadow deer, passed through its back, and even came out halfway under the back. However, the second and third crossbow arrows followed, piercing the right eye and throat of the seriously injured tabby shadow deer, who fell to the ground. Kill it while it's sick. The extremely cold air enveloped it, and each of its hairs was covered with a layer of frost. The tiger-spotted shadow deer, which seemed to be struggling to its death just now, instantly became stiff and motionless. Finally, with a flash of cold light, the iron spear penetrated from his neck like a silver dragon. Blood is flying everywhere. You got a silver treasure chest. Linyu took a breath and looked around. After seeing that there were no mutant creatures, he picked up the steel repeater on the ground and fell into deep thought. To be honest, the steel repeating crossbow is indeed very powerful. It can even penetrate the tough fur of the tiger-spotted shadow deer, from its belly to its back. But the shortcomings are still quite obvious. At close range, it is impossible to kill such a large mutated creature with one hit. In the end, he had to use an iron spear to kill the tiger-spotted shadow deer. I originally thought that this was a piece of equipment that could directly improve combat effectiveness. But at close range, it seemed that this was not the case. It seems to be more suitable for long-distance attacks. While keeping the distance from the opponent, keep loading the crossbow string, and then carry out continuous strikes. At least, that seems to be the right way to deal with this large tiger-spotted shadow deer. Linyu put the body of the tiger-spotted shadow deer into the storage space. This isn't the best place to be buried. In order to lure more scavengers, it was necessary for him to place them outside the shelter walls, so that their remaining value could be maximized. At this time, Xiaobai discovered a menacing mutated sheep 100 meters away, and sounded the alarm to Linyu. Linyu took a deep breath, and decided to give the steel-repeating crossbow another chance. He calmly straightened the crossbow string, and set up a trap around him, as quickly as possible. This time, he also chose to squat down, and fixed his shooting posture. Xiaobai was already ready to spray ice mist, just in case. The mutated sheep rushed within 20 meters, and with the sound of a crossbow string, the crossbow arrows were shot out at the same time. It shot an arrow in its right eye, let out an indescribable scream, and fell to the ground, hitting the trap in front of Linyu. This time it was unable to stand up at all. Linyu walked up to it and accurately hit the heart with another arrow. And then the system beeped. You get a copper treasure chest. The first arrow was clearly aimed at the abdomen. He looked into the distance, at the ancient secret door entwined with vines. In order to let the steel-repeating crossbow release the best power, he had to find something to use as the crossbow's tail feathers. Chapter 60. Enter the secret realm again and discover a huge treasure house. Outside the ancient gate of the secret realm, Linyu took a deep breath and checked his equipment again. Excellent wooden armor. Excellent wooden shield. Excellent iron spear. Carrying steel repeater. Lighter and torch. Water. Food. Nothing. Linyu put the materials and other temporarily unused items into the shelter. At the same time, before leaving, he placed traps around the shelter. The carcasses of the tiger-spotted shadow deer and mutated sheep that were hunted before were brought to the refuge. After dissecting them and obtaining the materials, Linyu also buried the rest of their belongings in a shallow pit. This is all to attract more scavenging mutated bugs tomorrow, and also to allow him to get more water and food. As for the stone wall gate, Linyu just used stones to seal the gap that was about 2 meters wide. And then he got the stone gate design drawing. He spent 6 stones and installed the gate. In this way, this can basically be regarded as an inaccessible fortress. Linyu had done this and felt that everything was ready. Secret realms are dangerous. There's no doubt about that. The last time he encountered the monster pterosaur at very close range, He also saw those things kill several people in front of him, and even died tragically next to the ancient gate. This truly proved that the secret realm is not the kind that can be entered at will. Place. But there are quite a lot of supplies in the secret realm. He received toilet paper, wet wipes, and a large amount of red wine. Previously, Koluan and his team received a steel repeater. As for Guole, they received the duralumin alloy necessary to form an exoskeleton. There is no doubt that there are a lot of supplies around Tokyo Tower. But if he loses the opportunity to explore more useful things and falls behind other survivors because of danger, then he will never make progress. What's more, tonight, the second disaster is predicted to come. Maybe what can be brought out from the secret realm this time may be the key that can help him survive the disaster. Wasn't that what the fireplace was like during the last snowstorm? The corpses of the two dead monster pterosaurs here also had what he wanted. Feathers. The tail feathers of the crossbow arrows need the thing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu looked at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai tilted his head and watched Lin Yu take out mutton skewers one after another. It's all for you to eat. Lin Yu touched its little head. As it fell into happiness, its saliva also flowed out. But Lin Yu put them completely into the storage space again. Xiao Bai, you have to promise me one thing. Puff! Puff! Xiao Bai was so anxious that he circled around Lin Yu. As if he understood, he kept shouting. When you're full, you have to work hard. It may be quite dangerous for us to enter the secret realm this time. Xiao Bai stopped. As if he understood, it also looked at the ancient secret door behind Lin Yu, knowing that it wanted to follow Lin Yu to the place where he had been yesterday. Then, let's eat first. When we're full, let's go back as soon as possible. If you encounter those monster pterosaurs, you have to release your abilities in time. Lin Yu touched Xiao Bai, who was eating so much that he also began to replenish his energy. After drinking and eating, Lin Yu took an iron spear and pushed the ancient door open a small gap with the tip of the spear. At the same time, he was also observing Xiao Bai's reaction as he stared at the wooden door. If there is any danger outside the door, he will close the door as quickly as possible and attack. Xiao Bai didn't respond. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and gradually pushed the door open. A strong smell of heather floated out. Xiao Bai, is there nothing abnormal? Seeing that Xiao Bai, who was much more sensitive than him, didn't react violently, Lin Yu felt a little relieved. Xiao Bai's ability to find enemies is quite worthy of trust. After cautiously stepping into the ancient door, Lin Yu looked towards the heather tree next to him. The two miserable corpses were gone, and the heather tree was almost completely crushed. The trunks were shattered into pieces, and the flowers were twisted. Those monster pterosaurs eventually ate up the two corpses. Lin Yu's face was stern. His ears listened carefully to every abnormal sound, and his eyes kept observing the surroundings. Xiao Bai was also much more careful than when he first entered. He no longer ran around and always followed Lin Yu. You can't go in that direction of the hotel, but that doesn't mean you can't go elsewhere. In Lin Yu's impression, Tokyo Tower is located almost in the center of Tokyo. As a tourist attraction, there are no shortage of various urban facilities nearby. The hotel is a clear proof. Lin Yu didn't want to go to a shopping mall that was huge, difficult to escape from, and very suitable for bugs like the ones before. He wanted to find out if there was a blooming place that Guole had been to before. A place with a lot of hard aluminum alloys. Or a store with items that are not easily eroded by time. After coming out of the door, Lin Yu did not follow the original route, but plunged into the woods on the left. This time, he still used wool as his pathfinding strategy. The last time he was discovered by those people was indeed a coincidence. But it also had a deep reverence in his heart that he should not randomly encounter others in the secret realm. So he almost covered the wool with soil or weeds, then cut it off at intervals, then walked about 10 meters and pulled it up again. However, because of this, he slowed down a lot. Surrounded by extremely tall trees, he walked in the woods for more than half an hour before he realized that the front was gradually becoming empty. Quickening his pace, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that there was a downhill slope ahead. Xiao Bai, how are you? Xiao Bai was still not alert, proving that everything was still safe. Lin Yu nodded and walked quickly down the hillside with it, and suddenly found that the front was suddenly clear. Across a straight road several meters wide, there are many dilapidated and decaying buildings. He searched for anything recognizable from the crooked tadpole sign. Xiao Bai also looked in that direction, waiting for Lin Yu's next order. Let's go and take a look over there first, and stay vigilant at all times. Lin Yu raised the steel crossbow and looked around. Indeed, there were no traces of the hordes of monster pterosaurs from yesterday, and all that could be heard was the sound of decaying steel being blown by the wind, and the sound of buildings collapsing somewhere. After crossing this narrow road, across the street is a store with a green sign and thick glass. As Lin got closer, he realized that it seemed to be a convenience store. His hand touched the large mottled glass outside, and Lin Yu got 2 pieces of plexiglass. It seems like you can always find plexiglass, but regular glass is quite hard to find. Lin Yu collected 2 more pieces and walked directly into the convenience store. The shelves have long been rusty, collapsed and rotten, and the products on the shelves are naturally almost broken when touched. No matter what kind of instant noodles, potato chips or various drinks, they have already been covered with a thick layer of dust due to the passage of time. But, do you want to spend 1 survival point to identify? Soft drink cabinet. Do you want to spend 1 survival point to identify? Quick freezer. Weather. He spent nearly 60 points to identify everything he was interested in the convenience store. And in the end, he couldn't help but marvel at how many things he could take away. Where is this convenience store? It's just a treasure house. Chapter 61 Treasure. He had lots of leftovers. In a convenience store covered with dust, as if time had been fixed for decades. Lin Yu and Xiao Bai were carefully searching for all the supplies they could take away. You got X3 cold drink cabinets and X1 quick freezing freezer. You get wine X12. Whiskey X8. You have obtained product display rack X10. You have obtained food keeping heater, failure X1. Microwave oven, failure X1. You got tool set X1. Ice maker X1. You get single cooling air conditioner X1. Alarm X2. Portable shaver X2. You got 3 bottles of washing powder. 3 bags of single crystal rock sugar. 5 bags of salt. 4 cans of honey. 4 bottles of baking soda. And 2 bottles of shampoo. You get X10 light bulbs. X2 nail clippers. X1 scissors. Baby haircut set. 6 bags of foot bath salts. Good guy. Lin Yu called him a good guy. No, that's not it. This weight is a direct win. He was immersed in the excitement brought by the huge sense of gain. I never thought that by changing the direction, I could get so many things. The secret realm is simply YYDS. 60 survival points identified so many good things. It's not a loss at all. However, after quickly calming down, he was also thinking, the reason why I was able to obtain so many things was partly due to luck, and also because the convenience store was originally in good sealing conditions and had not been damaged. For example, the hotel I encountered last time was obviously used as a nest by strange insects. The first floor was almost in a mess, basically corroded by water and moisture. Xiao Bai, how's it going outside? Lin Yu looked around and after confirming that there was nothing worth taking, he picked up the iron spear again. Xiao Bai didn't have any special reaction, but he was a little disgusted with this dusty environment. Lin Yu looked back at the convenience store, which was already in a mess with nothing left, and took a deep breath. There is less than half of the storage space left, but I can continue to decorate it with more. Are you going to search somewhere else? He walked outside with the iron spear in hand. There was dead silence on the street. The sun was not dazzling. Gray clouds gradually gathered, and it seemed like it was going to rain. In the distance, there was a dull roar that I didn't know if it was thunder. He looked at the shops next to the convenience store. The signs were almost rotten and deformed, and the words on them were almost faded. There were not many cars on the road. Almost all of them were covered with dust and rust, and quite a few of them had crashed into each other, or hit the buildings or shops on the roadside. Time seemed to stop at the last moment, probably because everyone traveled to that different world almost at the same time. However, Lin Yu also had some questions. Were those who were later teleported together? Or were they left on Earth first? Or were they stored for 7 days before being released? There was no one around Lin Yu, so he couldn't confirm this. But luckily there was no one. If the system sent him a stranger whom he had not seen for 20 years based on his blood relationship, he would probably never be able to accept it. Approaching a car that smashed the glass of a shop, Lin Yu touched the broken glass on the ground. You get broken glass, small. You get broken glass, small. The efficiency is so low. Lin Yu frowned and stopped moving. He looked around and walked forward along a small alley. He saw a residential-style door with a few pieces of ordinary glass that were not plexiglass. You get broken glass, large pieces. That's pretty much it. The reason why he wanted broken glass so much was because Lin Yu wanted to build more defensive facilities on the walls of his shelter. Boom! The thunder is near again. After obtaining a lot of broken glass, Lin Yu returned to the avenue with the iron spear in hand, and then looked at the red and white iron tower in the distance. After finding some tires, a working battery, and an engine in a car, he walked around again. As a result, it turned out that the shops facing the street seemed to contain mostly useless tourist souvenirs and other trinkets, or cosmetics, and the like that had been corroded by time and were completely unusable. This is understandable. After all, this area is considered a scenic spot. The sky gradually darkened and the roaring sound continued. Lin Yu decided not to stay here for long and to complete the main purpose first. Back on the road, he glanced left and right, but suddenly found that there were several large potholes in the middle of the road in the opposite direction that he had not noticed before. Is the road collapsing? He took out his scope and looked carefully, but saw nothing. But the buildings next to the pit also collapsed. Maybe it was a gas explosion or something, maybe. With this in mind, he returned all the way along the woolen thread, and it didn't take long to reach the ancient gate of the secret realm. This time, he followed the original path and headed all the way to the hotel, while paying close attention to Xiaobai's reaction. However, nothing happened until I reached the toilet I had been to before. Lin Yu, who was a little worried about this, climbed to the roof of the toilet, picked up the steel repeating crossbow, and aimed his eyes at the scope, continuously adjusting the knob to enlarge the distant scenery. Lin Yu carefully observed the direction of the hotel. The air is deadly quiet. Lin Yu could even hear Xiaobai's breathing. Xiaobai called softly from below. Lin Yu lowered his head and glanced, and suddenly heard a dull sound of thunder reaching his ears. But the thunder, it seemed different from the roaring sound I had been hearing just now. Is it an illusion? A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and as soon as Lin Yu climbed down the ladder, he found a drop of rain falling on the wooden armor on his arm. Immediately, more raindrops fell to the ground. Lin Yu caught the raindrops with his hands. There was no feeling at all, and it didn't seem to be corrosive like the previous snowstorm. However, the sky gradually became darker, and the light became dimmer, and the previous roaring sound continued. We have to hurry up! Lin Yu quickly walked in that direction, and Xiaobai followed closely. The rapidly retreating scenery on both sides became more and more familiar. It didn't take him long to reach the woods next to the hotel again. The air was filled with the smell of decay. He picked up the scope and looked at the hotel, the top floor of the hotel, and the iron tower in the distance. Those monster pterosaurs didn't appear, and the bugs were nowhere to be seen. Xiaobai, how are you? Xiaobai still had no reaction. Lin Yu licked his dry lips, tore off 2 wads of toilet paper, stuffed them in his nostrils, and walked quickly towards the corpse of the monster pterosaur in his memory. They are still there. Chapter 62: Upgrade the wall to become an impenetrable fortress. Appraisal. Body. Feathers. Good guy. Lin Yu did not expect that after spending 2 evolution points, he could not identify the name of this monster pterosaur. He originally thought that the system was fairly omnipotent, but it seemed to suffer from these monsters. Maybe it was impossible to identify the dead body? His spear easily cut off the flesh near the feathers on the wings of the monster pterosaur, which had rotted and softened, leaving basically nothing left. Then, he covered it with a thick layer of toilet paper and plucked out feathers one by one. You got it? Feathers X1. The system's beeps kept coming. But besides plucking feathers, Lin Yu was also constantly observing his surroundings. The secret realm is full of dangers, especially the bugs that will come out of this hotel at any time. Boom. Also, why are these roars so frequent? Are there thunderstorms somewhere? He stood up and looked around, but his sight was almost blocked by tall trees. Moreover, there is really not enough light on this rainy day. After obtaining nearly 300 feathers, Lin Yu looked at the corpses of the 2 monster pterosaurs that he had balled, then looked at the bones that could not be distinguished, and took Xiaobai back again. Go in the direction. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the ground was shaking with the thunder that sounded from time to time. The soles of the shoes were touching the ground, which was becoming increasingly slippery, and the raindrops were becoming denser. The thunder that sounded from time to time always made Lin Yu feel an indescribable feeling. However, just after they returned to the toilet, Xiaobai suddenly shouted. Lin Yu instantly felt goosebumps on his skin and leaned against the wall as quickly as possible. Xiaobai! In the end! Boom! However, before Lin Yu finished speaking, There was a roar like something hitting the earth, followed by a strong vibration. At the same time, there was a sound like the collapse of some building, which reached my ears. The voice was so close that Lin Yu couldn't help but hold Xiaobai close to him. Boom, boom. The dull sound seemed to reveal their true colors. It is neither thunder nor earthquake. The vibrations without rhythm continued to approach in this direction. Lin Yu, who opened his eyes wide, suddenly smelled a strange smell in the air. At the same time, the sound like the breathing of some animal was also clearly audible. It is getting closer and closer to this direction. Lin Yu's heart was beating wildly. He could already confirm that the one making such a vibrating sound was definitely not a small monster. But, yang! A deafening roar suddenly sounded in the rain curtain, making Lin Yu couldn't help but look upward. Huge shadows, accompanied by several large trees that collapsed at close range, were reflected in his pupils at the same time. A bright bolt of lightning flashed. In the white light, the silhouette of the giant monster flashed for an instant, leaving an indelible mark on Lin Yu's heart. What exactly is this? 8 huge skeletal legs more than 10 meters high towered over the entire forest. They seemed to be covered with a layer of horny SHL, supporting the huge body that was as heavy as a mountain. The roar that erupted with each slow step was heavy and irregular, but it dug deep pits into the ground one after another. Lin Yu watched the giant trees fall down piece by piece, but it turned a blind eye. After trampling over them, it stretched out a pair of limbs, like giant shrimp claws, and stuffed the giant tree into the soft and disgusting flesh. In the giant mouth of the tentacles, lightning flashed again, and the black-looking monster went straight towards the iron tower. The pair of eyes embedded in the head, like a sheep bone, did not pay any attention to the gray-brown cement building underground. A human being shocked by its size and oppression. The roaring sound continued. The huge monster disappeared in the other side of the woods, and the sound of Tokyo Tower's steel bars twisting, accompanied by the turbulent airflow raised by the collapse, attacked everything crazily. Lin Yu hugged Xiaobai and ran as fast as possible in the direction of the ancient gate in the heavy rain. He didn't even know how he got to the door, pushed open the ancient door as quickly as possible, and re-entered a different world shrouded in the red light of the setting sun. Drenched all over, he headed straight towards the stone gate of the wall, with Xiaobai following closely behind. One person is favored, and no one makes any sound, even though they took off their clothes and returned to the safe shelter. Lin Yu and Xiaobai still maintained their previous state. The shock that the giant monster had just given them had not dissipated from their hearts at all. A long time. The light outside gradually dimmed, and Xiaobai also came to Lin Yu's side. Lin Yu wiped the dense beads of sweat on his forehead and took a deep breath. He touched Xiaobai's head and handed him a kebab. Puff! Puff! Xiaobai didn't eat, but walked around and around in front of Lin Yu, jumping up from time to time, as if he was trying to refresh Lin Yu's energy. Xiaobai! It's okay! It's okay! I just suffered a little shock. Lin Yu also took out a skewer of meat and tried to eat it. Xiaobai saw Lin Yu eating it, so he ate his share. Lose. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the impact was too great. The unimaginable huge monster in the rain, no matter who sees it at such a close distance, will never be able to avoid being shocked. After all, in the earth where Lin Yu lived before, the tallest animals he had encountered were only giraffes. This one comes up with 8 legs, each of which is more than 10 meters long. Was there such a thing on Earth? Not at all. Right? It feels like creatures from another world have invaded the Earth. It even gave Lin Yu the illusion that the secret realm was not the Earth decades later, but the trophies taken from there all had the marks of the original Earth. However, a lot of time has passed since he came out of the secret realm, and Lin Yu has regained his energy a little. After leaving the shelter, Lin Yu found that it was getting dark outside. After checking whether the outer door was intact, he set a trap next to the door. This trap was also connected to dozens of traps inside. Use a hammer to break the collected broken glass into pieces bit by bit on the ground. Collect them again, and climb up the wall to place them. You upgraded the stone wall. Damage plus 100%. Yes, it was indeed recognized by the system. All the walls were quickly set up, and Lin Yu also obtained a barrier that was temporarily much stronger than before. In a sense, it already has an impenetrable defense. Xiaobai jumped around the room, seeming to consume energy. It seems that I ate too much before departure. After returning to the shelter, Lin Yu began to prepare the evening meal. And in a few hours, the second round of disaster will be revealed. Chapter 63. What is it like to have a warehouse that is too small? Darkness covers the land. The flying insects and birds that have been dormant during the day, as well as the large and small creatures hidden in the wilderness, are all rushing over this vast land under the bright moonlight of the two moons. In a corner of the wilderness, in a shelter completely surrounded by solid stone walls, in the bright firelight, Lin Yu was concentrating on opening the treasure box he had obtained. Before entering the secret realm, he killed 72 mutant bugs, and then used a steel repeater to kill a tiger-spotted shadow deer and a mutant sheep. Of course, the number of boxes you end up with is pretty staggering. Open the 72 wooden treasure chests one by one. You get long-lived mountain mineral water 600 ml(x1). And gained, you get 45 bottles of water, 13 bags of instant noodles, 8 pieces of bread, 4 bags of dried noodles, and 2 steamed buns. Water has once again been greatly improved, bringing Lin Yu's reserve to nearly 28 liters of water. Just now, in order to prevent the invasion of a large number of mutated bugs at night, he moved the soilless cultivation set into a plastic greenhouse, fixed the greenhouse with a large number of stones, and covered the greenhouse with animal skins. Although it takes some time, this kind of hard work is indeed necessary for the future supply of vegetables. However, Lin Yu also thought that maybe if there was a power supply in the future, he could have an electric automatic coverage, which would save him more effort. Open the remaining copper treasure chest and silver treasure chest. You obtained 4L of drinking water and 2 regional map fragments. You have obtained the Dawnbird disaster-resistant tent X1 and the anti-magnetic interference competitive orienteering compass X1. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Oh, what a good thing. A mere 4L of water is nothing to him. It just adds some to the total amount stored. Regional map fragments. Even 2 pieces at once. Lin Yu didn't care about anything else and used it immediately. With a flicker of light, he clicked on the panel and soon found that 2 maps had appeared, one of which was extremely far away from him, and the other, it's actually right next to his refuge. The newly appeared map has been connected with his, forming a larger area. However, Lin Yu discovered that the gray dot representing the shelter was still there, but the red dot representing the person did not exist. Left, or dead? Generally speaking, when mutant creatures like this are even crazier at night, no one would leave the shelter. The cruelty of survival has never changed. Lin Yu exhaled and closed the panel. If possible, he would like to explore there tomorrow and see what is there. And according to the map, there seemed to be an icon of a small pile of stones in that direction, which aroused his interest even more. The tiger-spotted shadow deer, the most powerful beast in this area, is basically no threat to him. As long as he is well prepared and alert when going there, there should be no big problem. Plus, he's got what seems to be a pretty good compass. Taking out the compass from the treasure chest, Lin Yu found that it was much more convenient than the one on the map. After all, as long as it was tied to his wrist, it would be easy to know the direction of travel. Moreover, this thing is quite beautiful. Especially the dial has a luminous effect, so you can see the direction clearly even in the dark. This thing may not be as good as the map that comes with the system here, but if it is in a secret realm, it can help him find the direction accurately. He pointed the north needle on his wrist in the direction of the stone gate. After finding that it seemed to be due south, he took out the last thing in the treasure box. Dawnbird disaster-resistant tent. Speaking of which, he had obtained a tent design before, but to make the tent according to the design, he not only had to find alloy steel, but also nylon cloth. It's almost useless. Just like the blueprint for a flashlight that requires a light bulb, plastic, batteries, and a metal spring. He looked carefully at the folded tent, feeling the hardness of its built-in frame, and was also quite surprised by the soft-looking yet elastic fabric. The blue label on the tent also said, "It uses flame-retardant materials, which are earthquake-resistant and can withstand avalanches and other very special circumstances. The material is waterproof and water pressure resistant up to 3,000 millimeters, and is UV resistant." Along with the main body of the tent, there are 40 centimeters long camp pegs, 5 camp poles, extremely strong polyester fiber camp rope, and a roll of ground cloth. Good guy. This silver treasure chest is really worth opening. If you don't take mutant creatures into account, this thing can basically be used as a simple shelter. With joy in his heart, Lin Yu put the thing into the included storage bag. After putting it in, he found that it didn't take up much area, so he put it directly in the storage space. There's no telling when it will be available. After sorting it out, Lin Yu walked down to the basement again and looked at the 280 square meter spaces where a lot of things had been accumulated. One made of stone was filled with shelves and items, while the other made of iron contained alcohol. After thinking about it, he opened the Survival Point Mall. After spending 400 survival points in exchange for a shelter design drawing, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that if he wanted to buy it again, it would cost more than 400 points. Why does this system need survival points? The next shelter design actually costs 4,000 points. Why don't you grab it? Lin Yu couldn't help but curse as he looked at the Survival Point Mall. Looking at the simple greenhouse again, I found that it was still the same as before. Only 500 points. Weird. Are you afraid that people will build more shelters? Using the design drawings, a new stone shelter was immediately built underground. Of course, Lin Yu did not forget to get a foundation for it. With the extra 40 square meters, Lin Yu first took out the shelves in the convenience store and fixed them with stones. Then he placed various lightweight items obtained there, and some water on the shelves. As for the freezers and the like, they are placed in various corners. Anyway, the hand-crank generator cannot carry them for the time being. And indeed, they can only collect dust temporarily. The hand-crank generator he made before had too low power, and was far from a real, electric life. When will we enter the electric age? Lin Yu also expressed his yearning for this. But currently there are not many solutions. After finishing this, Lin Yu returned to the top again and began to prepare dinner. Speaking of which, I never ate the noodles that came out of the treasure chest. Lin Yu took out a wooden board as a chopping board and cut the mutated mutton into small pieces with a dagger. Then he took out the seasoning from a bag of instant noodles and stir-fried it in a pot with a piece of wood chips. After adding the mutton to the pot, aroma soon wafted out. Xiao Bai, who had been resting, was attracted by the smell and quickly came over. After frying for a while, he took it out and put it on a plate. Lin Yu directly put the noodles under water. When the noodles are cooked, take them out and put them on top of the mutton stew. It smells so good. It's a little different from eating instant noodles, but it's also somewhat similar. Xiao Bai jumped impatiently, staring at the bowl with his big eyes. When Lin Yu was done, he immediately plunged his head into the bowl, blowing on the ice mist while inhaling it crazily. Eating noodles without garlic would be half the fun, and without jealousy, it would be almost impossible. Lin Yu desperately wanted a seasoning combination. But, speaking of which, isn't it time for the disaster warning to come out? He opened the system panel, and his eyes widened after seeing the trailer above. It's actually this disaster? Good guy. The system wants to wipe out everyone. Right. Chapter 64. Sorry. He has too many survival points. I need a pen and paper now. Is there a big guy on the shelves? I'll give you all my money. I'm going to write a suicide note. Indeed. The earthquake has reached level 8. This is not asking for survival. This is asking for death. Right. Ha ha ha. Everyone must die. Everyone must die. Ha ha ha. Let's all go to H.L. Why are you so pessimistic? We have this time to think about how to fight the disaster. The snowstorm that is several meters high has come, and now it is withered. That is to say, everyone has no brains to think. Right. The earthquake hasn't come yet. I'm not afraid of earthquakes. I have experience. Give me supplies. Speaking of, Lin Yu doesn't sell wine anymore? I still have some materials and stuff. Even if I don't go there, it's still good to have a glass of wine. +1. Plus 10,086. Glow-in-the-dark grape wine cup. Moon drink, what's this from? No matter. I just want wine. By the way, does Lin Yu know? My dad said that someone next door resells Lin Yu's wine. It's too dark. And 20 milliliters is only 210 pieces of iron. By the way, how many survival points do you have left? My mother said that a big guy in their group has accumulated 600 points. Hack you. That's awesome. Did Lin Yu say anything? In the group, messages kept passing by. Lin Yu was lying on the bed, not in the mood to pose at all. Earthquake. Magnitude M1 M8. The system didn't explain much. Just wrote this simple text on the bulletin board. Of course, there is also a countdown that heralds death. The name of this disaster is very simple, but the horror it expresses is enough to shock everyone. Disasters are global. According to general understanding, this earthquake will erupt in all human locations in this different world. This means that there will be an extremely terrifying number of earthquake sources. Sure enough, this world cannot be explained by common sense, regardless of the cause of the earthquake. It is too outrageous on a global scale. Lin Yu has not experienced earthquakes before. When I was a child at the orphanage, there was a report that there might be a magnitude 4 earthquake. The vice principal bought a lot of iron pipes, large iron clamps, screws, etc., and moved everyone's beds to the lobby on the first floor. After that, he fixed the iron pipes to each other on each person's small bed with iron clamps, and then covered it with a wooden bed board, because of the idea of the kind-hearted and experienced vice principal. When an earthquake occurred in the middle of the night, although the orphanage was indeed damaged by the earthquake, no one was injured. However, as the only good person in the orphanage, the vice-director's life was not good, and he died in a car accident not long after. Lin Yu recalled the past, and couldn't explain how he felt. Standing up, he looked outside through the glass window. Lin Yu saw 2 bright moons appearing in the sky and the gaps in the windows that were almost filled with mutant creatures such as giant moths. One large and one small. One round and one oval. Shroud this strange world full of mysteries and unknowns. The earthquake ranged from magnitude 1 to magnitude 8. But the system did not specify how long it would last. But Lin Yu still knew that earthquakes usually last only a few minutes. If the system really takes an hour, then stop playing. Whatever you do, you will die. As for aftershocks, since the snow from the snowstorm can melt away almost overnight, considering this is actually a thing for the future, the premise is that you can survive this 8 magnitude earthquake. As for why it's not at level 9, maybe it's because the system doesn't want to finish the job yet? Earthquake. How to resist earthquake? Should we fix it with iron pipes and pliers like in the orphanage in the past? Or how to fix it? In the next 3 days, Lin Yu felt that he might spend all his thinking on this. When it comes to earthquakes, reinforcement is necessary. Are there any special methods for reinforcing shelters? From the appearance, his stone shelter almost looks like it is carved from a single piece of stone. There are almost no gaps. It is much better than the previous wooden shelter. However, although the system's comments are venomous, they are also accurate. Shelter, above ground stone house. Area, 40. Durability, 102/120. Comment, you start praying now that the next disaster will not be an earthquake. I think it's not too late. HHHHC. In fact, it's not just the above ground part. Unlike others, he now has 3 basement warehouses plus a shelter on the ground. The total area of 160 square meters contains a huge number of various materials and machines, as well as things that I don't know how to use at the moment. Among them, there are also things like wine in glass bottles that are extremely easy to be damaged by earthquakes. It seems that if you want to go out to the secret realm tomorrow, or go to the shelter next door to do something, you must first strengthen the shelter. As for the wine being sold in the group, and other people reselling it, he couldn't control it for the time being. At least we have to wait until he figures out how to resist the disaster. He tilted his head and looked at Xiaobai, who had already fallen asleep. Is this a little guy who doesn't know what a disaster is, so he can sleep so peacefully? But thanks to Xiaobai's sweet sleep, Lin Yu also relaxed a little. Unknowingly, he fell into sleep. End calendar. 11th day. You own a sturdy shelter, equipped with 2 stone and 1 iron basements, with a total area of 160 square meters, and survival points plus 550. The water and food you hoard are enough for you to survive for a long time. Survival points plus 277. I also got a lot of treasure chests today. You open good things. You are in a good mood. And your survival points are plus 57. You have too many materials. It is not difficult for you to hoard them. Survival points plus 385. Your pet's combat effectiveness continues to increase, and it has become your good helper. With survival points plus 90, you have obtained a large number of leftovers from the secret realm. Survival points plus 80. Built a wall, upgraded it, and laid out a lot of traps. Your sense of security will be further improved, and your survival points will be plus 185. Your hunting skills are more proficient, and you have mastered the skills of weapons. It is not difficult to kill medium-sized mutated creatures. Survival points plus 34. Successful daily settlement of survival points. Survival points plus 1,658. Yesterday's survival points remaining, 775. Total survival points, 2,433. 2,433 points. After getting up early, Lin Yu immediately opened the system panel. He decided to use this time to go shopping at the Survival Point Mall. By the way, try your luck and go to the lottery to see if you can get something effective against earthquakes. Good guy. This is really all-encompassing. I like it. Lin Yu browsed through a large number of products that required a lot of survival points. And finally his eyes came to the storage space. His current storage space is 6 cubic meters. It should be far ahead of the others. But according to Lin Yu's own opinion, this is really too little. If there were as many bugs as the inventory in the past, he might actually get some big items directly from the secret realm. You lost 300 survival points, gained 1 cubic meter of storage space, and have 2,133 remaining survival points. However, when Lin Yu wanted to buy it again, the price he had to pay was 600 points. It's a black shop, but it's more conscientious than the shelter design. Only twice as good. After purchasing 1 cubic meter again, Lin Yu now has 8 cubic meters of storage space. Then, let's take a look at 10 draws in a row. After the screen turned to Survival Point Lottery, a new screen popped up at the same time. 5 survival points once, 10 survival points once, 20 survival points once. 10 draws in a row, 10 draws in a row, 10 draws in a row. Note, if you draw 10 consecutive draws, you will get a guaranteed result. The quality of the items is directly proportional to the number of survival points required for each draw. Lin Yu made a confused sound. The most is only 20 points once. Is there anything bigger? Chapter 65. Fight disasters and upgrade new shelters. Lin Yu was dissatisfied with the survival point lottery, which only required 20 points at most, and 10 consecutive draws that only cost 200 points each time. 200 points for 10 consecutive draws? Isn't this a free gift? He had no idea of going solo, just giving it a try and turning his bicycle into a motorcycle. That was when there was no crisis. He did have a lot of survival points, but not enough to waste. 10 consecutive draws at least have a guarantee. Isn't it delicious? Although the prize pool is temporarily invisible. 200 survival points basically cannot buy anything in this mall. Wouldn't it be nice to get a guarantee? Moreover, Lin Yu will not waste it. If the prize is not good, then it will be discussed another day. His pale face was only reflected in the explosive treasure box. But it seemed that everything else was no different from before. As for 5 o'clock and 10 o'clock, it depends on the 20-point guarantee. 20 survival points once. 10 draws in a row. Are you sure? Sure. Lin Yu didn't hesitate. He hesitated for only 200 points. Null. Null. You got 10 bags of Yang snail noodles. You get Home Electrician Hardware Tool Box X1. You have received a guaranteed reward, a random design drawing. 7 empty and 3 things. Luck, seems good? Etc. There are snail noodles, and an electrician's hardware tool box. Does this mean he has a bad face or a white face? However, the random design drawing is a guarantee? It seems that this is the test of whether one is a non-chief or a European emperor. It would be amazing if it were a wooden bench design. But if it was, open it. You obtain the iron spear design. Good guy. Another iron spear design. What's the situation? Is it a dark face or a white face? Lin Yu originally thought that if he could develop something good that could deal with earthquakes, like a stronger shelter design. But it seemed that he wanted nothing more. However, this thing is not bad. Your iron spear design has been upgraded. It's been upgraded again. Lin Yu stood up suddenly and looked at the sophisticated iron spear standing beside the wall, which had killed many mutated creatures with him, and couldn't help but start to look forward to it. Xiao Bai started to sway, but Lin Yu's movements were too big and woke up the lazy man. Xiao Bai, let me show you something good. Xiao Bai forced himself to sit up, tilting his head from time to time, as if he could pass out at any time. Lin Yu immediately used the design diagram, but all of a sudden his 6 survival points were gone. You lost wood X3, iron X5. You obtained iron spear, excellent, X1. Excellence. How strong will it be? A glimmer of light flashed, and an iron spear with a broad and extremely sharp blade, a 40-centimeter long spear head, a 2-meter long smooth spear body, and a shining cold light appeared in front of him. Lin Yu picked it up and found that the weight was quite handy. He waved it a little, and the sound of the air being cut and compressed was heard instantly. Quite good. Go clean up the mutated creatures when you have nothing to do for a while, and see how many surprises there will be. But, until then, get down to business. Last night, he fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he was thinking about how to fight the disaster. The disaster has been predicted, but there are still only a little more than 3 days before the disaster begins. Lin Yu was shocked from the beginning. But after a night, he actually thought about it a lot. Are earthquakes actually scary? Horrible. Landslides, house collapses, various geological disasters, and even terrain changes can cause volcanic eruptions. A stone shelter like this one might not be able to withstand the devastation of an earthquake measuring 8 magnitude. That is to say, the iron shelter in the basement may be better, but if he hides there, he will be buried alive if the top collapses. Just staying in a shelter is dangerous. Earthquakes are actually not that scary, especially when the system has announced it in advance. Originally, there was no organization on Earth that could predict the magnitude and specific time of earthquakes 100%. But this system was able to do so. Once you know the time and magnitude, the rest is actually very simple. Just get out of the shelter and that's it. As long as you find an open space outside, the hazards of earthquakes will decrease linearly. Unless something unlucky happens and the ground cracks outside, or the refuge is near a small valley or even on the edge of a cliff. It can basically be said that there is no life-related concern. But the evil is evil. This earthquake is forcing people out. And the time of the earthquake happens to be in the early morning of the 7th day of this round. At that time, what will the survivors who hide outside and think they are safe face? There are more mutant creatures that are crazier at night than during the day. The number of those things is the most terrifying. Which one is more severe? An earthquake with a magnitude of 8? Or the last snow disaster that could pile up several meters of snow? Although he had not experienced this earthquake yet, Linyu did have a guess about the arrangement of a disaster in the system. The first snowstorm trapped people in shelters, forcing them to kill mutated creatures, collect food and water, and find ways to survive the cold. This time, the earthquake took a completely opposite direction, forcing people to go outside and face the heinous number of mutated creatures at night. The reason why the system arranged the disaster in this way is probably to force the less than half of the remaining human beings to become stronger, especially when facing mutant creatures. Linyu put on his wooden armor, picked up his shield and excellent iron spear, and walked out of the door. In the early morning, the mutated creatures that had been noisy all night returned to silence. Linyu opened the stone door outside the wall and walked around in a circle. The harvest is really not small. 3 mutated sheep, 3 mutated wolves, and a tabby shadow deer. However, basically except for the 2 mutated sheep that were still alive. The others died miserably and had long since died. After killing a large number of mutant bugs on their corpses, Linyu kept harvesting the wooden treasure chests. 47. Not many, but quite a lot. After harvesting 2 copper treasure chests, Linyu put away the corpses of these mutated creatures. After dissecting them and obtaining various items, he dug a large pit and buried the remaining items. Morning exercise completed. Linyu returned to the shelter, and Xiao Bai was completely refreshed. Xiao Bai, go outside to hunt and exercise, and be on guard. Let's have something to eat later. Xiao Bai seemed to understand Linyu's words, and ran out of the shelter first. Heading straight outside, Linyu watched Xiao Bai's figure gradually exit the stone gate. After disappearing from sight, his eyes were focused on the wall next to the stone gate. Where did the glass shards above come from? Upgrade. Item upgrades come from blueprints. But it seems that the upgrades of buildings all come from. Linyu remembered that during the previous snow disaster, he had encountered the situation where the durability of the stone shelters continued to decrease, and how the situation had escalated before his eyes by putting glass ballast on the ordinary stone walls. He walked to the corner and took out piece after piece of iron. Ironclad stone shelter. Isn't this too much? As soon as he finished speaking, a faint light enveloped the shelter. Chapter 66. The earthquake-resistant composite shelter is completed. Your shelter has become a composite shelter, iron stone. After spending 60 iron blocks, Linyu was satisfied with the size of the system and got the results he wanted. Sure enough, if you consciously embed some materials into the building, they will produce the effect of superimposing the design drawings. Shelter, above ground stone and iron composite type. Area, 40. Durability, 450/450. Comment, congratulations. The earthquake-resistant shelter is completed. You know, if the next disaster is a thunderstorm, there will be something good to see. Linyu, HHHHC. The system is still so vicious. Good guy. Linyu carefully observed the surrounding walls. Although on the surface it looked no different from the past, the overall frame of the shelter had probably been completely made into an iron frame. Basically, there was no need to worry about other aspects. Now there should be no need to worry about the shelter on the ground collapsing. Immediately going down to the basement and copying the gourd and painting. Lin Yu also reinforced the other two at the same time. After doing this, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. For the time being, there is no need to worry about the shelter collapsing seriously. But things weren't entirely resolved. Although the shelter could not guarantee that it would not collapse completely, he still had another worry. It's so annoying. There are so many supplies. If they fall down, it will be over. I really envy other people who don't have this kind of trouble. Lin Yu muttered to himself, looking at the various materials piled up in the 3 underground shelters that almost totaled 120 square meters, and couldn't help but feel distressed. Inside, there are a large number of shelves and fragile items such as wine, while constantly putting various supplies, equipment, and sundries into the 8 cubic meters of storage space. He stacked the shelves one after another in the corners of the room. At the same time, he also put water and some machinery and other relatively heavy items under the shelves to fix them. Finally, just to be on the safe side, he covered the shelves full of things with sheepskins. He really has a lot of sheepskins now, and he can't use them for the time being. Even if the tops collapse, it can reduce the losses. After doing this, Lin Yu got a lot of stones and piled them around the shelves to fix them. It would be great if Huang Yu could all fall down. However, Lin Yu also discovered that after doing this, there seemed to be a lot more space. What should I do? I have some thoughts of going out hunting and getting something back. How can I break it? Xiao Bai's voice came from above. It was lazy and wilting, as if he was hungry. Lin Yu glanced at the 300 bottles of wine that were not packed away by him in the end, and went up to the first floor. Puff! Puff! Xiao Bai's body was covered in blood. But Lin Yu knew clearly that this was all caused by the little guy while hunting, and it was definitely not an injury. It has to be said that Xiao Bai's combat power has also increased a lot with his continuous fighting. In the Wasteland, it can be said that no one of the mutated creatures encountered so far can defeat it. Taking out a wet wipe and giving Xiao Bai a good wipe, Lin Yu set up a pot to boil water and cook noodles. After working hard for a long time, it's time to fill up my stomach. This time, Lin Yu still made bacon instant noodles. Although it is delicious and rich in oil and water, it seems too repetitive and monotonous. Lin Yu frowned and drank the last mouthful of noodle soup. It seemed that besides cooking noodles, the bread was too hard and hard to swallow, which really made Lin Yu uninterested. He just used the bread that came out of the box as food reserves and never touched it much. Xiao Bai didn't have much to choose from. Lin Yu found that the more flavorful the food, the more he liked it. Remembering that he had just unpacked the steamed buns, he took out one, pierced it with a chopstick and brought it to the torch to smoke. The outer of the white flour steamed buns quickly changed color, from light yellow to burnt brown. And at the same time, a scent came out. Xiao Bai, whose belly was so bulging from eating that he couldn't stand up, forced himself to sit on the table and started to purr again, smelling this special aroma. Lin Yu baked it for a while, heated the steamed bun until the skin changed color, and then took the steaming simple delicacy back. The dagger cut it in half, and Lin Yu got some rock salt and sprinkled it on it. Puff! Puff! Xiao Bai seemed to be saying, "It smells so good." Indeed, this thing has a special kind of magic power. Xiao Bai, this thing just tastes better if it's hot. Would you like to try it? Looking at Xiao Bai, who was about to freeze him with ice mist, Lin Yu reminded him. Xiao Bai understood and waited until it cooled down a bit before taking a small bite. Lin Yu bit off a piece and remembered the past. There was very little food in the orphanage, especially in the winter. In order to satisfy their hunger, they went to the kitchen to make cold steamed buns and then smoked them by the stove. They felt more delicious than anything else. After eating and drinking, it's time to get down to business. After putting it on again, Lin Yu also put on the compass, and at the same time put the rarely used helmet on his head. The earthquake protection in the shelter has basically been done. All that is needed is to store the red wine in the storage space before the earthquake arrives. However, you can also use more fur to cover other furniture. In addition, the greenhouse outside seems to need some reinforcement at the same time. With that in mind, more fur is needed too. Opening the map and fixing it in the upper right corner of his sight, Lin Yu adjusted his walking direction. Between 2 points, a straight line is the shortest. There was no special terrain in this wasteland, so Lin Yu chose to move forward in a straight line. Target: the direction of that neighbor's shelter. Checking again, he still didn't find anyone marked with a red dot there. It seemed that it was basically certain that no one lived there. Go over there and see if there's anything worth grabbing. By the way, it also allows him to understand more about the world. What if we encounter some mutant creatures we have never seen before along the way? Xiaobai looked in another direction. In front of the grove, there is an ancient door wrapped in red burnt bricks, with a large number of vines with small flowers on the surface, exuding a slight mist. The ancient gate of the secret realm is newly refreshed. After the system upgrade, the secret door will refresh its position every 2 days. Of course, there will be a completely different world behind the door. Xiaobai probably thought he was going to take it to the secret realm, so he had been eating hard just now. This little guy seems to understand some tactics. Xiaobai, this time it should be much easier than the secret realm, but the journey will probably be much longer. Lin Yu raised his arm and glanced, pointing in another direction. That was the direction of another empty shelter. Xiaobai looked back at the ancient gate of the secret realm and called out softly. One person and one pet in the wilderness, heading straight into the distance. In the end, they turned into 2 small black spots in the grassland. Chapter 67. Like sunshine breaking through the dark night. The sun was scorching the wasteland, and the shadows of the trees in the distance were blurry. Lin Yu and Xiaobai walked for nearly an hour and a half without taking a break, taking out the steel repeating crossbow and pointing it into the distance. Lin Yu could already see a lonely shelter over there. In fact, this journey was not tiring at all. The reason why it took so much time was because we encountered harassment from a group of mutated sheep and had to stand in a stalemate with them for a while. After standing on the spot and quickly setting up more than 10 traps around him, the rest was time for the steel repeater to perform. It can be said that within 50 or 60 meters, those mutant sheep will never be able to get close to him. The feathers of the monster pterosaur were surprisingly useful. After inlaying them into the tail of the crossbow, Lin Yu quickly obtained an enhanced version of the crossbow, which also improved its accuracy considerably. After simply adapting for a while, Lin Yu was able to hit almost accurately within 50 or 60 meters. It has to be said that the hunting method of mutant sheep is really similar to that of wolves, not to mention traveling in groups. And they also have a certain degree of wisdom. After seeing the 6 companions being shot dead simply, they almost left Lin Yu's attack range as quickly as possible. After harvesting 6 copper treasure boxes, Lin Yu's next journey was much smoother. Xiaobai, just hold on a little longer. Who thought we could get this far? Ha. Lin Yu knew what Wan Shan meant by running to death. However, being able to travel a long distance is a novel experience. In particular, it was a beautiful thing to see the unfamiliar scenery in this different world that was different from his refuge. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at the endless wasteland in the distance and the continuous black mountains beyond. He also felt a shock that he had never experienced before, and he was filled with admiration for the vastness of this world. He stood at a slightly higher place, picked up the steel repeating crossbow, and kept increasing the multiple of the scope. The blurry scenery in the far distance also became clear under the sight. Wild grass, tree shadows, and long red soil. The shadows of mutant creatures passed by from time to time, and Lin Yu unexpectedly found a shelter in another direction. But looking at the distance, it doesn't seem to be much closer than when he got here from the shelter. Lin Yu made a mental note and continued towards the uninhabited shelter, when he was only 500 or 600 meters away from the house. Xiaobai suddenly shouted and looked in one direction. Lin Yu was puzzled. There were no mutant creatures nearby. He looked in the direction Xiaobai was staring at, and saw a yellow-brown object between the grass and red soil. That is... Lin Yu walked over with a heavy heart. Only half of the skull was left, and there were bits and pieces of broken bones. Next to it were clothes that had been torn into pieces, entangled in the surrounding grass. Lin Yu was still nearby and found a machete with a rolled-up blade. He looked up at the shelter not far away and shook his head. Another world is cruel. When human life is turned into a number and keeps beating in the upper right corner of the group, the suffocating feeling it brings is actually not the oppressive feeling that makes people breathless. But now that I have seen this person who was originally a lively person become like this, the feeling of oppression is like drowning, and I feel a deep despair. On the 11th day in the secret realm, Lin Yu understood more than before the insignificance of life. He took out his shovel and buried the dead man's bones in the pit. Being poor cares themselves. Being wealthy cares the world. There isn't much he can do right now. Walking towards the nearby shelter, Lin Yu pushed open the closed stone door. Xiaobai walked into the stone shelter and walked around again, reporting that there was no danger inside. Lin Yu stepped inside and looked at everything in the 40-square-meter cabin. There was nothing but a wooden bed, a wooden table and some tattered things. There is also quite a lot of excrement from unknown mutated creatures on the ground. Let's go! Xiao Bai! We should go back! Besides, whether to fold the unattended shelter. Lin Yu was stunned. What's the situation? This unmanned shelter, can it be operated? Whether to fold the unattended shelter. The system voice asked again. Yes! Congratulations. You have obtained the shelter design drawing X1. What? Lin Yu saw the shelter in front of him disappear under a ray of white light, leaving only a light blue blueprint in place. He stepped forward. This thing, wait. Lin Yu remembered something that had puzzled him before. Japan had sold him a shelter design drawing before. At that time, it was only a few days ago that Du Ping was able to come up with a design drawing of the shelter, which made Lin Yu think that Du Ping had just been lucky and opened the treasure chest directly. But now after encountering this incident, Lin Yu knew where Du Ping's shelter design drawing came from. Look around. Lin Yu did not see the appearance of the ancient secret gate, nor had he seen it before coming here. The system mentioned before that the ancient gates in the secret realm will randomly refresh their locations around the shelter. But now it seems that there is another restriction. It will only be refreshed next to a shelter with living people. Let's go! Xiao Bai! Lin Yu greeted Xiao Bai. Puff! Puff! Xiao Bai followed closely, jumping back in front of Lin Yu. It doesn't seem to have any feelings about this place yet, but it is like a puppy that wandered here for a while, and it is always very excited. But this trip was not in vain. I got a shelter design and several copper treasure chests. Gaining something is better than not gaining anything. The journey back was quite smooth. Not even a single mutated creature was seen, and Lin Yu had no time to deal with them. Compared to that, he wanted to take a stroll in the newly discovered secret place, but not next to the Tokyo Tower. Lin Yu returned to the shelter. After giving Xiao Bai 2 meat skewers, he was preparing various things to take to the secret realm when he suddenly remembered something. I think I got a toolbox from the lottery this morning. Take out the toolbox from the storage space and place it on the ground. The toolbox is about the same size as a small suitcase, and it is divided into 2 layers when opened. Hey, there are really not many things. Lin Yu checked everything carefully. Electrical tape, digital pen, scissors, level, tape measure, utility knife, claw hammer, wrench, vise, screwdriver, 10 types of blades, needle nose pliers, wire strippers, hex driver set, impact drill, rechargeable type, drill bit set. Good guy. This can be regarded as a big gift package. 200 survival points for 10 consecutive draws of YYDS. Picking up the screwdriver, Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. If I dismantle the broken things and there are still blueprints. He went down to the basement and took out the broken flashlight he had obtained a long time ago. At the same time, he looked at the manufacturing panel. Small flashlight, light bulb X1, luminous body X1, circuit board X1, battery X1, metal spring X2, iron block X1. Can you disassemble the broken one and take a look? Will the system make any judgment? You obtain the light bulb X1, the luminous body X1, the circuit board X1, and the metal spring X2. Sure enough, the system made a decision. Lin Yu then discovered that the so-called broken flashlight before seemed to be just a broken metal barrel. Well, it seemed possible to make a new flashlight. You get flashlight X1. After installing the A battery he had obtained earlier, Lin Yu pushed the red switch. A beam of light instantly penetrated the darkness of the basement. Chapter 68. You didn't expect it. My storage space holds everything. The ancient secret door, shrouded in wisps of faint mist, exudes a mysterious attraction. Lin Yu stood in front of it, carefully checking his equipment and confirming whether everything in the storage space was complete. In terms of weapons, Lin Yu feels that they have reached a higher level now. With the aim of the scope and the trajectory correction of the tail feathers, the crossbow arrows fired by the steel repeating crossbow have now become another sharp weapon in Lin Yu's hands. In the contest with the mutant sheep group, Lin Yu had already verified its power within a range of 50 or 60 meters, and also gained some experience on how to use the crossbow correctly. The evolved iron spear will also add some weight to him when fighting against local enemies, not to mention the novice around him. After a few days of self-training, his combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved. I have brought all the equipment, water, and food. So, Lin Yu took a deep breath and gently pushed the ancient door open with the tip of his spear. The fog is thick. A cool breeze blew over me. Ever since he encountered the monster pterosaur, Lin Yu had been extremely careful every time he entered or left the ancient gate of the secret realm. If that thing hides behind the door and makes a sudden attack, no one can stand it. What's more, there's more than just that monster in the secret realm. Gray bugs the size of manhole covers, and monsters as huge as mountains. Lin Yu didn't know why the Earth became like that after a few decades, and why these mutant creatures were born. But he knew that these monsters were definitely not the only ones on Earth. Xiaobai signaled that there was no danger, and entered the ancient gate first. Lin Yu also entered immediately. After closing the ancient door, Lin Yu also protected his upper body with a shield and carefully observed his surroundings. The sun seemed to be hidden in the thick clouds, making the entire secret environment look a lot darker. Thin mist floated in the air, but it was much smaller than the first secret realm. Lin Yu could still see clearly from at least dozens of meters away. The road underfoot is also asphalt, but it is more complete than the previous two, and there are quite few cracks. Nearby, several rusty cars that had collided with each other were lying in the middle of the road. They were basically all twisted, and some were overturned, but they were not as complete as before. On the road, broken street lights almost cut the entire road into countless parts. In the distance, huge black shadows loomed in the fog. Lin Yu could see that they were buildings even without a scope. The sound of buildings collapsing from somewhere kept coming to my ears, and there were also some vague and strange sounds. Xiaobai, be alert. Xiaobai's cooperation with him is becoming more and more tacit. It also understands its own role and concentrates on assisting Lin Yu. Moreover, whether it is using its extremely sensitive perception or its own combat skills, it has done well. Sometimes Lin Yu thought that this little guy's intelligence had reached a certain unreasonable level. Lin Yu tied the wool at the door and checked the various equipment on his body again. The road ahead is due north. Let's start with this ancient gate as the center and search around. Lin Yu glanced at the compass and changed the weapon to a steel repeater. Compared to last time, his equipment was much improved, and his combat experience was richer. The secret realm is full of unknowns, challenges, and rewards. Now that he has 8 cubic meters of storage space, he can take away more things than before. Just like Xiaobai still didn't find any trace of the monster. Wandering around Lin Yu, waiting for his order. Xiaobai, wait a minute. I'll move something first. Lin Yu searched for a while, and found a beetle that had rolled over on the side of the road. He first used one evolution point to identify it. Basically damaged beetle. It's basically damaged, but it doesn't matter. Lin Yu touched it with his hand. You get a basically damaged beetle. Big catch. If it can't fit in 8 cubic meters, you'll have to worry about it. Lin Yu was so excited that he returned to the ancient gate. Xiaobai, wait a moment. I'll be back soon. Xiaobai's eyes widened as he watched the owner open the door and get out, then quickly get in and close the door. It really didn't know what its owner was doing. I didn't expect it to be possible. I seem to have found a way to use this storage space. Lin Yu's mood became even higher. However, he expanded the search area and did not find anything as complete as the small car on the road. And he also discovered that the ancient gate seemed to be located on a highway, with walls several meters high on both sides. Looking to the other side, Lin Yu found a bridge crossing the pass. Good guy. The position this time is really not good. Puff! Puff! Xiaobai seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly called Lin Yu twice. Lin Yu walked over quickly, but then quickly became alert. The bloodstains seem to be fresh, but I can't tell whether they are from monsters or humans. Xiaobai, are there any enemies? Xiaobai had no further reaction, but Lin Yu walked around and found a broken machete next to the green belt growing wildly on the roadside. This proves someone has been here, just like the last time in the secret realm. It seems that his ancient door is not the only one leading to this area. Xiaobai, stay alert and follow me. Lin Yu listened carefully to any slight sound and glanced into the air from time to time. Creak! Xiaobai suddenly stepped on something. Lin Yu walked over and found that it was a road sign that had fallen off due to rust. Lin Yu turned over the other side. The other side was not so corroded by rust that the writing on it was completely unrecognizable like the front, but the paint was almost completely peeled off. However, Lin Yu still saw a fact that surprised him from the remaining dent marks on it. This is Tokyo Tower in English. Wait! Why is it Tokyo Tower again? He took a breath and threw away the sign indicating that this place was only 500 meters away from Tokyo Tower to the west. What's going on? Is this a coincidence? Could it be that the secret realm of the system has something to do with Tokyo Tower? The more Lin thought about it, the weirder he felt. But despite this, he soon moved on to explore. I'll leave my thinking until the night after I leave the secret realm. But now I still have to concentrate on exploring. After climbing nearly 100 meters ahead, Lin Yu found that he seemed to be coming off the highway. There was an intersecting auxiliary road on the side of the road. And on the other side of the auxiliary road, Lin Yu saw several medium-height buildings connected together. At the bottom of the building, there seemed to be some shops. It's here. Not bad. However, just when Lin Yu was about to take a step forward and move that way, Xiao Bai's alarm sounded instantly. Chapter 69 Sniper Hunting. Big catch. Lin Yu reacted almost instantly. He fell to the ground and leaned against the fence on the roadside, and raised the steel repeater in his hand. A strong wind blew, and the sound of flapping wings also sounded at the same time. Xiao Bai leaned closely to Lin Yu's side, raising his head and looking into the sky with Lin Yu. A black shadow flew past instantly. However, after the thin mist was blown away by the gust of wind, it quickly merged, and the sound of flapping wings went in another direction. The monster didn't notice them huddled together on the ground. It was more eager to enjoy the prey that exuded a strong smell of blood under its giant claws. After a while, the sound of flapping wings disappeared, and the surroundings fell into silence again. Xiao Bai's steady voice heralded that the crisis was over. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He was safe for the time being. This mist has become a natural barrier, and it seems that the monster has more important things to do. The fog was actually quite detrimental to Lin Yu's battle, especially if a flying monster like this pterosaur suddenly emerged from the fog and rushed towards him. Lin Yu broke out in a cold sweat. This thing can only be outsmarted, not attacked forcefully. After all, it was built like a tiger that could fly in the sky, and he had already seen the power of that giant mouth. Wasn't Current just disemboweled last time? But it was also this kind of monster that was poisoned by the tiger-spotted shadow deer's flesh poison, causing him to fall from a high altitude and die. Even though it is huge, to be honest, it is still fleshy. Standing up again, Lin Yu glanced at the building not far away and quickly ran towards it. Encountering the monster pterosaur on the open road is really at a disadvantage, and it can basically be said that there is no danger to defend it. But as long as he entered these shops along the road, he would not have such worries. Nestled behind the narrow window frame, it was impossible for these guys to squeeze in. Lin Yu ran to the bottom of the building. He looked up and saw that it seemed to be a pet supply store. Xiao Bai, I'll see if there's anything you can use in a while. Ha. The wooden door was not locked. Lin Yu opened the door and hid aside, thinking that some unpleasant smell would come out. But he found that it seemed that he had done so in vain. He unexpectedly discovered that there were no signs of any animals in the various cages in the store. Not even bones. All disappeared in the passage of time? That's impossible. At least there will be bones left. Xiao Bai didn't notice the enemy, but entered the store and wandered around, seeming to be quite interested in the various pet supplies. Lin Yu searched for a long time, but didn't see anything worth bringing. Apart from the iron cages that were not completely rusted, there didn't seem to be much worth picking up in the store. Other plastic or wooden items have decayed and become fragile over this long period of time. Lin Yu collected some iron cages, walked out of the door again, threw a piece of mutated mutton on the side road more than 10 meters away, and came back immediately. The meat of tiger-spotted shadow deer is not only very poisonous, but also has a strong smell of blood, so it seems quite suitable as bait. He always felt that the monster pterosaur would come back. If there was a sudden attack by this guy while he was searching, he would be too passive at that time. Besides, Lin Yu thought of the group of monster pterosaurs hovering on Tokyo Tower at that time and shook his head. Your luck can't be that bad. After setting up the string of the steel repeating crossbow, Lin Yu took out a piece of sheepskin and spread it on the dusty floor. After opening the door halfway, he lay down by the door and stretched out almost all of the crossbow body. At the same time, he also moved closer to the scope, within a range of more than 10 meters and less than 20 meters. Under his control, there was almost no possibility of the shot missing. Within this range, the crossbow is also the most powerful. So, see if you can gain anything. Lin Yu adjusted the best and most comfortable shooting position, and all that was left was to wait. Xiao Bai was also very quiet. He lay beside Lin Yu and stared outside with his ruby-like eyes. However, Lin Yu, who thought he would have to wait for a while, heard Xiao Bai's warning voice next to him less than half an hour later. Are you here? Lin Yu held his breath and tried hard to prevent his body from having any impact on the shooting of the crossbow. It was at this moment that a sound of flapping wings suddenly sounded. 2 black shadows suddenly fell from the fog. There are actually 2 ends. A drop of cold sweat ran down Lin Yu's forehead. Fortunately, I came in early. When the 2 monsters landed, they immediately started fighting for the meat, and soon tore the piece of meat into 2 halves. And what Lin Yu was waiting for was this moment. He held his breath and quickly pressed the trigger. Whoosh! An arrow shot out from the door. A ball of blood burst out from the heart of the monster pterosaur almost at the same time. Lin Yu recocked the bow as quickly as possible, and this time the crossbow arrow directly penetrated the small head of the other monster pterosaur that had not had time to react, and it fell to the ground instantly. Lin Yu wound up the string again, looking at the 2 monsters twitching in a pool of blood, ready to hit the target at any time, and ready to welcome the arrival of new enemies at any time. However, when the 2 monsters gradually became stiff, Lin Yu did not see the arrival of the new monster. It's over. Xiao Bai finally came to a conclusion. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his face, exhaled and stood up. This time, he seemed to be doing pretty well. From the initial prediction to the final victory, he was cautious in every aspect and successfully killed 2 monster pterosaurs. If it was the first day he came to this secret realm, he would definitely not be able to do this. Lin Yu knew that he seemed to have grown a lot. Putting away the sheepskin and carrying the steel repeater, Lin Yu and Xiao Bai quickly came to the side of the 2 monster pterosaurs, while using a dagger to cut off the skin on their wings. Lin Yu was also harvesting the feathers. After spending some time, he finally left with satisfaction. More than 400 roots! A good harvest! Lin Yu raised his head and stretched. At this time, his sight happened to catch sight of a special building. Xiao Bai didn't understand why the master suddenly started running again. However, it quickly followed, but until it ran to the building and saw a lot of red things inside. Xiao Bai still didn't understand why the owner was so excited. Fire station! It's a fire station! Lin Yu was really excited when he looked at the building and the 2 fire trucks in the semi-open garage that seemed to be on standby at any time. There is definitely no shortage of good things in the fire station, although it seems to be just a small fire station. Seeing that Xiao Bai had no warning reaction, Lin Yu happily entered the fire station, which was not too big. Approaching one of the fire trucks, Lin Yu quickly saw something good. You obtained Firefighting Chainsaw X1. You get Engine Cutter X1. You get Fire Axe X2. You get the Backpack Demolition Suit Set X1. Good guy. What a big harvest. And it's all heavy equipment. Although, most of them can't be seen to have any effect on survival. But it is better than nothing. Next, just when Lin Yu was about to leave and go to a room similar to an office, he suddenly saw 2 red things close to the wall. No way! Actually, there is actually this! He couldn't help but exclaimed with joy. Chapter 70 is here. Let's get Generator X2. At this moment, Lin Yu could no longer bear the joy. The 2 big red rectangular guys in front of him made him extremely excited. Xiao Bai on the side didn't know what was going on. In his opinion, these 2 red things were not for food or drink. Why was the owner so happy? Xiao Bai, do you know what this is? Lin Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm down. Xiao Bai was hungry. He stared at Lin Yu's hand, wanting to eat something, and didn't care what Lin Yu was saying. It's a gasoline generator, and there are 2 of them at once. Puff! Xiao Bai's stomach growled, and he rubbed Lin Yu's thigh. He couldn't understand the engine, but he could still understand the mutton skewers. Lin Yu touched Xiao Bai's head and took out 2 skewers of mutton. He had to celebrate. Xiao Bai started to eat with great joy. Lin Yu stroked the 2 gasoline generators and also ate mutton skewers. When he first saw them, he thought he had seen something wrong. After all, gasoline generators were really hard to find, especially in the city center. After spending 2 survival points to identify them, Lin Yu was pleased to see that the system showed that the 2 generators were still in good condition. It has 20 kilowatts power and is still silent. It's a real treasure. Lin Yu loaded the 2 extremely heavy guys into the storage space, and a sense of satisfaction suddenly came over him. As long as he finds gasoline again, his electric age will begin. Needless to say, there is no need to talk about light bulbs and so on. Just like those cold drink cabinets obtained from convenience stores, quick freezing freezers, single cooling air conditioners, etc. can all be installed on them. Then, finding the gasoline should be the focus from now on. Lin Yu walked to a fire truck and found the fuel tank cap. After unscrewing it, Lin Yu was disappointed to find that the gasoline inside had dried up. The same is true for the other car. Yes, it's been decades. The fire trucks were very big, and Lin Yu really wanted to get them to the shelter. But even if his storage space was completely emptied, he couldn't fit this big thing. It seems that only by expanding the storage space in the future can such an extremely sturdy large car be placed at the door of the house. Lin Yu looked at the water pipes and other things on the fire truck. There was nothing worth taking, so he didn't force it, especially since most of them were exposed to the air and had been damaged by weathering. Lin Yu searched around for a while, and unexpectedly found 2 sets of searchlights. They're all 2x2, but that's okay. After appraising them, one was good and the other was bad, and they were placed in the storage space. Lin Yu then pushed open the office of the fire station. There were several centimeters of dust accumulated in the office. Lin Yu covered his nose and entered it, only to crush the floor under his feet. What kind of floor are there in the fire station? Lin Yu complained helplessly, and began to look for useful things. LCD display damaged. LCD display damaged. Laptop damaged. Lin Yu appraised everything that looked good in the nearly 200 square meter office. However, the reality is very skinny. It doesn't matter if it's bad. It's coming. Lin Yu loaded these large and small computers into the storage space and took inventory. There were a total of 9 screens and 8 hosts. Eventually, he even got around to a few of the cameras on the wall. Looking around, there are still hundreds of millions of good things. You get glass ashtray X6. You got a porcelain cup X4. You get a helmet X3. You get fire axe X2. You get safety rope X2. After a sweep, all that was left in the house was rags and rubbish. After walking out of the fire station again, Lin Yu closed 2 more rolling shutter doors. Although it is broken, it is made of metal after all. After doing this, he and Xiaobai returned to the pet shop. There are basically not many buildings over there, and it is too empty. If the monster pterosaur comes, it is not a good place to fight back. Next to the pet shop was a Western restaurant. Lin Yu walked into it and went straight to the kitchen. A rotten smell kept entering his nostrils, and Lin Yu frowned and looked for anything available. However, this kitchen seemed to have been used as a nest by something before. It was full of feces and hair, and all the original kitchen utensils were in bad condition. Lin Yu opened a cupboard, but the cupboard door hit the ground. However, the plates inside were still usable, with few broken. You got a porcelain plate X30. Open another cupboard again. You get glass wine glass X10. The other knives and forks were so rusted that they were no longer useful. So Lin Yu had no choice but to give up the idea of taking them away. But the hand-grinding coffee machine next to him seemed good. Take it. You're here. Why don't you leave without taking something? Lin Yu was searching when suddenly, Xiaobai ran in. This is enemy sentiment. When Xiaobai made this sound, there was not a single forecast error. And soon, Lin Yu also heard waves of strange roars, as well as the familiar sound of flapping wings. It's the monster pterosaur again. Why are there so many of these things? Isn't there something unique on this earth? Speaking of something else, it does seem that there are a bunch of bugs. Some that look like big rats, and that monster as big as a mountain. However, this time it seemed that it was not seen at all. Otherwise, he should have heard the roaring sound like an earthquake when he walked. But compared to them, Lin Yu still wanted to touch the monster pterosaur. After all, he had killed this thing before. There were too many rats and bugs, and it was scary to look at them. The sound of wings flapping outside became more frequent, and Lin Yu realized that there seemed to be no way for him to get out of here. He also realized that it was the corpses of the 2 monster pterosaurs he had killed before that had provoked such a large number of monster pterosaurs. If there wasn't any land nearby, Lin Yu would have really wanted to bury them. However, it is useless to say this. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu put the iron spear on the ground with the slightest movement. At the same time, he leaned down, propped his elbows on the ground, and slowly moved from the kitchen to the store. Soon, he came to the window again, and the indescribable and unpleasant roar in his ears became clearer. Through the mottled glass, Lin Yu could clearly see that where there were only 2 monster pterosaurs just now, there were now nearly 100 of them. Lin Yu's eyes widened as he watched them frantically vying for food from the 2 corpses, each one tearing at the other, as several more monster pterosaurs fell to the ground. They also became new food. Lin Yu felt his scalp numb at the sight, and he retreated to the kitchen again, knowing that he could not get out for the time being. Xiaobai suddenly called out softly, and he was standing in a corner a few meters away from Lin Yu. That's stairs. Lin Yu stood up at the slowest speed and immediately squatted down. He tiptoed there and looked up. Second floor? What's on the second floor? Chapter 71. Curiosity killed the cat. Leave the secret realm. Lin Yu opened his eyes. And his eyes were as dark as ink. He sat up gently. And the sound of Xiaobai's breathing next to him reached his ears. Xiaobai slept soundly. He listened to the movement outside for a while. And there was dead silence. Lin Yu waited for a while again. Then put the sheepskin covering the top of his head and around the body into the storage space. And turned on the flashlight at the same time. Dust kept flickering in the beam of light from the flashlight. Like endless snowflakes. Xiaobai woke up in a daze. Quickly stood up and came to Lin Yu's feet. It also knew that they slept in this strange environment for a long time. Lin Yu put the 8 stones surrounding them into the inventory and cleaned them up completely. These 8 piles of stones surrounded him. Like a small fortress. After being covered with sheepskin, it added an extra layer of insurance. Lin Yu had no idea how much time had passed. Whether it was day or night. He just knew that those hundreds of monster pterosaurs later attracted more monster pterosaurs. In the end, even the road outside the Western restaurant was crowded with them. And the roars made by these monsters lasted for a long time. Lin Yu even heard people shouting. But he didn't know if it was an auditory hallucination. Trapped in the restaurant, he didn't see these excited monsters leave even when the light outside turned dark. Facing hundreds of these monsters, Lin Yu could only continue to wait. Finally, after he saw that it was completely dark, he entered the small room on the second floor of the restaurant and built a temporary shelter. Xiaobai asked him to go to the second floor at that time. Not because of anything else, but because he seemed to think the second floor was safer. When Lin Yu arrived on the second floor, he found that the place was indeed pretty good. In addition to tables, chairs and benches, there was also a rather small room at the end. Finally, in order to recharge his batteries and wait for the monsters to leave, he set up in this room and fell asleep. This was also the first time he spent the night in a secret place. Lin Yu gently opened the wooden door, and the flashlight beam also scanned the space outside. There was a white mist outside the window, and it was obviously dawn. The extremely noisy and indescribably unpleasant roars originally emitted by the monster pterosaur group had disappeared. But Lin Yu was not yet completely relieved. Xiaobai also called out softly at this time, indicating that there was no hostility. Lin Yu nodded and walked quickly to the stairs, walking down quietly, with his feet on the steps. Lin Yu lowered his body to the ground and looked towards the door. The thick white fog outside the window has spread into the store, and there is no sound of shouting or waving wings outside. Xiaobai! Stay alert! Let's go back quickly! Although this trip was indeed very fruitful, it was also because of these monster pterosaurs that there was no way to return to the shelter in time, which was equivalent to a delay of almost half a day. Lin Yu and Xiaobai quickly walked out of the door and headed directly to the side road. However, the smelly blood stains on the ground and the unknown stumps still made Lin Yu feel like vomiting. From the auxiliary road to the main road, Lin Yu searched for the direction in the thick fog, keeping watch while moving forward. With Wool's guidance, it didn't take him long to find the ancient secret door. Carefully opening the door, he felt the sound coming from the other side of the door. After confirming that there was no movement, he finally felt at ease. Xiaobai, I'm going back. After we go back, let's... Puff! 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 Xiaobai suddenly interrupted Lin Yu's words. His voice was completely different from before, and he looked extremely frightened. Lin Yu reacted immediately, picked up Xiaobai under his arm, and got directly into the door. After slamming the door shut, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaobai, what's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Once he was safely within his territory, Lin Yu also relaxed, but he still expressed doubts about Xiaobai's strange cry just now. Xiaobai ignored Lin Yu and walked far ahead, as if he didn't want to get close to the ancient gate of the secret realm. Lin Yu found that Xiaobai still seemed to be in shock. Could it be that something just came? A swarm of monster pterosaurs? Or is it the giant monster? However, he had no idea what it was. After all, the door has been closed. And now if you open it to satisfy your thirst for knowledge, it would be like curiosity killed the cat. Lin Yu thought about it, and completely blocked the ancient secret door with a stone wall. And then he felt relieved. However, what he didn't know was the other side of the ancient secret door. At this moment, it has been submerged by as many giant spiders as the ocean. Xiaobai, are you tired? He returned to his own shelter, and the spacious and bright space made him feel safe again. It was indeed uncomfortable to spend a night in that dusty and dark room. Especially, it's still in a secret realm. The Earth in the secret realm decades later has too many unknowns, and too many dangers. If it weren't for so many materials attracting him, he wouldn't go there and experience his heartbeat all the time. Lin Yu took out some meat skewers, and placed them in front of Xiao Bai. This time, it's all thanks to this little guy. Without it, I might have encountered unforeseen problems while exploring alone. However, being able to obtain so many supplies really made him excited. Especially getting those 2 gasoline generators was really an unexpected surprise. The hand-cranked one I made is much inferior to them. Hand cranking is too tiring. Lin Yu took advantage of Xiao Bai's feast and went down to the basement, where he kept placing the large amount of supplies he obtained in the warehouse. The heavy ones were together, and the plates and cups were put together first, and then put away together with the wine before the earthquake came. It has to be said that the amount of harvest this time far exceeded his expectations. While acquiring a large number of various powerful tools, Lin Yu also obtained a lot of things that appeared to be damaged, but could actually be broken down into important parts, just like monitors and laptops collected from that office. After putting everything away, Lin Yu went back to the first floor and found that Xiao Bai was already circling in search of water. Come on! Come on! Xiao Bai! Don't worry! Although Xiao Bai didn't participate in any battle this time, he still put in a lot of effort. And puff! Puff! Xiao Bai suddenly raised his head from the bowl and shouted in the direction of the door. Huh? Xiao Bai, are you a little? Just when Lin Yu was wondering whether Xiao Bai was a bit confused and had not gotten over the previous tension, he suddenly heard a scream. Wait, this is a human. A human scream. Chapter 72 Death or Life. No choice. Screams came one after another, and even loud curses continued to sound. Lin Yu's hand almost reflexively touched the steel repeater that had just been placed on the table, and he quickly stood up. There is no doubt that these screams and curses come from humans. And, judging by the sounds, it seems like it's not just one person. He took a deep breath, took out the ladder, climbed to the roof almost as fast as he could, set up the crossbow and pulled the crossbow string. His first reaction to this kind of thing was not to go out and see what was going on, but fighting. It was nearly 2 hours' walk from the nearest shelter. Who would come all the way to say hello to him? What is the scariest thing in another world? It's not a mutated creature, nor is it hungry or thirsty, but human beings themselves. In such an extreme environment, the dark side of human nature will be extremely magnified when there are no legal and moral constraints, when there is a lack of water and food, and even when there are various desires. Wandering survivors, perhaps more appropriately called predators, appeared naturally. These people are dangerous. Lin Yu remembered what Curran and the others had said before in the secret realm under the hotel under Tokyo Tower. What they usually do is to wander around in different worlds. When they encounter a single survivor, they will snatch away all their belongings, and then maim or kill the survivor directly, even if they are not killed. In this alien world where there is basically no medicine and mutant creatures are everywhere, the injured survivors will not be able to wait until night comes. Predators who choose this path do not want to make things easier for others from the beginning. They do not want to gain through hard work and wisdom, but plunder and attack. Wounding and killing people is their specialty. Lin Yu fixed his position on the roof, used his shield as a support, and after fixing the steel repeater, he gently placed his finger on the trigger. Xiao Bai, stay alert! Puff! 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 Xiao Bai hit his figure by the greenhouse and shouted in the other direction. Lin Yu turned at the same time, and the scope was pointed in that direction. Indeed, the yelling and screaming came from this direction. But what are they doing? If he is a predator, he will either rescue his companions, or go up the wall regardless of his companions, or find a way to break in. After all, for the plunderers, the temptation within this city wall is simply not too great. He who has the most abundant supplies is not safe. In the group, his name has become a symbol, and the meaning it represents is self-evident. Even in other groups, his name may have spread. Although this wall can bring him some sense of security, it also makes people who have seen this wall understand that there is something worth protecting inside. What? You gave up and climbed over? Lin Yu waited for a while, but still didn't see anyone climbing up over there or anything. But the curses and screams continued. Xiao Bai suddenly shouted again in the direction of the door. Lin Yu immediately turned around and saw a head peeking out from the door. Good guy. Making an attack in the east and attacking in the west? This group of people is quite tactical. How many are there? Lin Yu immediately adjusted his posture, and at the same time aimed the steel repeater at the strongman with yellow hair, who had already put one leg on the stone door. Whoosh! The crossbow arrows burst out, and a long chant suddenly sounded. Snapped. However, the crossbow arrow did not hit. At this critical moment, the strong man with yellow hair actually reacted very quickly and rolled back. The crossbow arrow hit the upper edge of the stone wall where the man was, and even made a white spot appear on the wall. Several stone fragments also collapsed due to the arrow. Soon, a roar came from over there, but the head didn't show up again. Although Lin Yu couldn't understand what this guy was talking about, he guessed that it was probably a signal to his companions, and he just waited for a short while, and the head of a bald man appeared from the other end nearly 10 meters to the left of the door. Besides, his crossbow string was stretched again, and the second arrow suddenly shot out. This arrow is like thunder and lightning. The arrow was inserted directly into the bald head's forehead and sank directly in. In an instant, something red and white exploded, changing the color of the wall. A loud bang came from the other side of the wall, and Lin Yu knew that this guy was already dead. He heard the roar of the strong man with yellow hair again, but now he was more focused. Killed. But why? Am I so calm? Lin Yu didn't understand why he was so calm at this moment, and his brain was so clear. He had no urge to get excited, angry, or want to yell. Not even some so-called feelings of guilt or anything. Lin Yu didn't know why, but it didn't seem bad. Now that the enemy will come in and kill him at any time, he has no choice but to kill the opponent or be killed by the opponent. Lin Yu changed positions and pulled up the crossbow string again. He couldn't let his guard down yet. There are currently 4 people on the other side. One seemed to have fallen into the trap he set, while the other was cursing and yelling near that person. The third was the one who just wanted to break through the wall through the gate. And of course, the bald guy who was killed by him. But there may be a 5th or 6th person. He took a deep breath. The heart seemed to have returned to normal now, and began to beat violently. Once you start killing people, you won't stop. In this world, there is no law or any moral restraint that prevents him from doing this. Of course, it is important to maintain a normal person's thinking. But when his life was threatened, and he had the ability to kill the opponent, he had no choice at all. Moreover, in the process of surviving the apocalypse for more than 10 days, he experienced life and death several times, and his mentality was fundamentally different from when he first arrived. If he pities this kind of person, will this kind of person pity him? In fighting? Lin Yu didn't want to fight within himself at all. He also wants all mankind to unite and help each other survive. After all, nearly half of the entire human race has been lost. If the remaining group of people continue to fight among themselves, the countdown to human extinction will also begin. Maybe there is no need for any disaster at all, and human beings will kill themselves. But it's like these predators don't think so. They also force Lin Yu to fight back. At this moment, the screams and curses continued. They haven't left yet. They still want to rush to the shelter and kill him. Lin Yu paid full attention to his surroundings. Puff! Puff! At this moment, Xiao Bai issued a warning again. Lin Yu followed the direction Xiao Bai was staring at and pointed the scope at the wall. In the scope, a bunch of yellow hair emerged from the wall, holding something in his hand, and then quickly retracted it, still not giving up. Moreover, what Huang Mao just took out. Bow! Lin Yu reacted almost instantly and raised his shield to protect his upper body. At the same time, he took out 2 sheepskins from the storage space and put them on his head. Only the steel repeater was exposed, while still aiming at the location of the yellow hair. The sound of a bowstring suddenly sounded, followed by the sound of arrows cutting the air. In almost less than a second, Lin Yu felt that something had penetrated into the thick 2 layers of sheepskin. However, it seemed that the arrow missed its target and did not hit him at all. But Lin Yu decided to use the trick, and he suddenly screamed in an extremely exaggerated voice. Puff! Puff! Just as Xiao Bai screamed in worry, the figure of the strong man with yellow hair also appeared on the wall in Lin Yu's sight. Whoosh! The crossbow arrows burst out like a life-threatening silver snake. Chapter 73, Decisive Killing. Unexpected result. Pull the trigger lightly, and the crossbow arrow suddenly fires out. The scream of the strong man with yellow hair rang out, followed by another dull sound of falling to the ground. The air seemed to have solidified, and there was no need to hear the curses, and even the screams from before no longer existed. Lin Yu quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath. He just killed someone again. But the strange thing is that the complicated emotions caused by killing did not come at the same time. The crossbow arrow hit and penetrated the strong man's heart, and even the gods could not save him. What's more, when it hits the ground is a trap that can kill large monsters like mutant sheep. Lin Yu wiped the sweat that had appeared on his forehead again. He just had no second option. The opponent did not leave in the face of his intimidation, but changed his position and attacked him directly. He can only use the most profound price to tell the other party that he is not just someone who is not easy to mess with. The other party wanted his life, so it would be foolish to be polite. Lin Yu took a deep breath and did not immediately get out of the sheepskin, but continued to hide inside. There are at least 2 more enemies. However, at this moment, there was a thumping sound, accompanied by a cry of puffing, 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 approaching. Xiaobai seemed to have rushed directly to the room. After Xiaobai just heard Lin Yu's scream, he anxiously got under the sheepskin and got close to Lin Yu, regardless of his own safety. Puff? Puff! When Xiaobai realized that Lin Yu was fine at all, he also tilted his head, as if he never thought that Lin Yu was fine at all. The little guy rubbed his little head against Lin Yu's face, and his voice became much softer. Xiaobai, I'm fine. Continue to be vigilant. This little guy doesn't seem to know what tactics are yet. Although Lin Yu didn't understand it before, this other world forced him to understand it. If it weren't for the scream he made, the strong man with yellow hair would never have poked his head out easily. After Xiaobai confirmed that Lin Yu was okay, he obediently went downstairs again to continue to be vigilant. At this moment, there was silence in the air, and the only sound that entered his ears was the wind in the wasteland. Has the enemy left? Lin Yu was not sure. With 1 person injured and 2 dead, will they leave? Or, puff! Puff! Xiaobai suddenly shouted in another direction, and Lin Yu aimed the scope again at the same time. Almost as if by reflex, a bald man suddenly appeared on the wall on one side holding a long bow, and the arrow was already aimed at Xiaobai in the open. But, obviously Lin Yu's crossbow is faster. The crossbow string collapsed, and after the scream, there was a heavy roar. The third, actually both of them used bows. These predators seemed to be extremely good at it. Especially the one shot from the first Huangmao was almost less than 1 meter away from him. The arrow just hit the door directly in the face, causing the bald man to fall directly. Any hesitation would cost Lin Yu his blood. Lin Yu took a long breath and concentrated on it. The scope slowly scanned the wall, and he would not take it lightly even if it was a tiny noise. The air became silent again, and time passed by minute by minute. Lin Yu finally relaxed a little until Xiaobai's familiar, plop, sound came. The crisis is finally over. He put away the 2 layers of sheepskin covering his body, and found that he was almost soaked to the skin. In this high temperature, wearing mountaineering clothing, wooden armor, a helmet, and 2 layers of skin, I was close to suffering from heat stroke. Xiaobai came down from the roof easily, and Xiaobai immediately came to his side. And at the same time, he opened the stone door again. Lin Yu believed in Xiaobai's sense of smell, since it did not send out any danger signals. It proved that those people had completely left or all died here. Along the wall, Lin Yu raised his steel repeater and gradually approached the place where the burly man with yellow hair had just fallen. He almost immediately discovered the hideous body in the trap. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yu did not look at him again. The feeling of killing people is not good. The 3 stones piled up in the trap next to the corpse were the stepping stones that the guy was standing on. Sure enough, even if the trap is surrounded by a circle, it still has considerable weaknesses. However, Lin Yu figured out something very important because of this. It seems that the things he made cannot be put into the storage space by others just by touching them. If possible, whether it was a trap or a wall, these people should have put it away long ago. The first thing he faced was probably these lunatics, who had already broken into the shelter. Shaking his head, Lin Yu continued to move forward. Before walking too far, he suddenly discovered the dead body of a person he had never seen before in the trap ahead. The man was in the trap, but there was a huge bloody hole on his head, which seemed to be caused by a weapon like a gun or spear. Lin Yu thought about it and understood. This seemed to be the person who screamed in the first place. However, his injuries were too serious, so he was killed by his companions. It's really cruel to start. Lin Yu looked at the steel repeater in his hand. If he hadn't been decisive enough, then maybe these people would have been celebrating getting a strong enough shelter and a huge amount of supplies. Lin Yu went in another direction to look for the bald predator with the arrow in his head. the first bald predator he killed. But strangely, the man's body was gone, and only blood was left nearby. Weird. Where did you go? Was it taken away by a nearby mutated creature? Xiaobai ran in front, leading Lin Yu to move forward. Xiaobai didn't seem to have much thoughts about Lin Yu killing his kind. In its eyes, there is only danger, or there is no danger. No matter the opponent is a mutated creature, a monster in a secret realm, or a human being who looks very similar to the owner. There isn't much difference at all. Lin Yu saw the body of a bald man lying in the trap with an arrow in his face. His large amount of blood had soaked the pit. Lin Yu breathed out a breath, heart beating wildly. It is not correct to say that you feel nothing when you kill someone. But now, he has taken this step, and is forced to fight back. Then, I'm afraid more of this will happen again, as long as these predators exist. Xiaobai, can you find the direction where these people came from? Lin Yu asked Xiaobai. But Xiaobai ran towards the ancient gate of the secret realm. Lin Yu was so confused that he ran after him, and also discovered some abnormalities. There seemed to be sparse blood stains leading to the ancient door. When he arrived at the ancient gate surrounded by stone walls, Lin Yu also found a dead body lying on the ground, next to the corpse with a long scar on its head. Lin Yu unexpectedly saw a glimmer of light on his hand. What is that? Taking out the iron spear, Lin Yu poked the shining spot with the tip of the spear, and found that there was a gleaming glass ball. After the tip of the spear touched the glass ball, Lin Yu suddenly heard the sound of the system. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. Chapter 74 Explosive Equipment. Rapidly expanding storage space. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. The system's voice was still stiff, and without any emotion. But the message it conveyed surprised Lin Yu. He saw that the glass ball that was still shining next to the body just now had disappeared. When he checked his storage space, he found that it had actually increased by 1 cubic meter. And now it had reached 9 cubic meters. Good guy. Is there still such an operation? Is this the legendary, explosive equipment? But, is there nothing else? The original items in the new storage space will also enter your storage space. You obtain wooden bow, normal X1. Arrows X50. Dagger, normal, X1. You got bread X2. 600 milliliters of EHA mineral water. And a piece of rock salt. You obtained the shelter design drawing X1. Oh ha. Unexpectedly. There are so many gains. Originally, he thought there was only 1 cubic meter of storage space. Lin Yu really didn't like the broken machete next to the corpse. So it didn't matter if he threw it away. Xiaobai circled around the corpse, and looked behind the corpse. Lin Yu frowned and picked it up with an iron spear. Suddenly, he found that the clothes and soil under his body had been soaked with blood, and a mutated sheep's fawn was stuck in the center of his back. I see. Lin Yu was just thinking about why this person died here. It seemed that he had also fallen into the trap, but was stabbed in the vital part by the fang standing inside. He ran to this side and fell down. But why run this way? Lin Yu raised his head, and saw a shadow hiding in the darkness on the other side of the jungle. Mutated sheep. Good guy. I was forced here by this thing. But Xiaobai didn't react at all. Why? Just when Lin Yu was wondering, Xiaobai suddenly turned into a white light. And the mutated sheep over there didn't even have time to react, and was wrapped in an extremely cold ice mist. And Xiaobai then stretched out the small claws on his forelimbs, and dug into the mutated sheep's heart. Is this Xiaobai so fierce? No wonder Xiaobai didn't even issue a warning, because it felt that this thing no longer posed a threat to them. Lin Yu trotted over and began to dissect. 10 kilograms of mutton, 1 sheepskin, 2 tusks, and a copper treasure chest. This is almost no surprise. But Lin Yu was also surprised. There was obviously a lot of meat on the mutton chops. So why wasn't it recognized by the system during the dissection? He thought for a moment, and took out a fine dagger. He basically used iron spears to dissect before. After all, he only needed to touch the prey, and the system would determine it on its own. This fine dagger had never been used much before. But when I took it out this time, I found that it was quite sharp. The blade of the dagger was cutting the lamb chops, which were of fairly good quality. It was so sharp that it could easily cut off even the bones at the joints. Soon Lin Yu cut off a large piece of mutton chop and took it out. You obtained mutton chops of mutated sheep X1. Good guy. You really have to do it yourself. If you rely on the system, you will only have 20 kilograms of mutton, and the rest will have to be thrown away. Lin Yu cut another piece of mutton chop again and then stopped. Having blood stains all over his hands was indeed more laborious than letting the system automatically judge. But Lin Yushin felt quite good after getting such good ingredients as lamb chops. Standing up again, Lin Yu returned to the body. He forced himself to stare at the corpse, trying to adapt and train himself to accept this situation. If he didn't adapt, Lin Yu felt that there might be hesitation and shadow in his heart when he encountered this kind of thing again in the future. And these might prevent him from being cruel. Kindness is not a common thing in this world. And the predators will not be kind to him. Okay. Maybe if you watch too much, you may be able to adapt to it. Lin Yu's heart stopped beating so fast. But he also knew that it would not be possible to completely numb him in a short while. Xiao Bai, let's go and collect the loot. Lin Yu suppressed some of the complicated emotions in his heart and greeted Xiao Bai again. Xiao Bai turned to look at Xintu and followed Lin Yu. It didn't have Lin Yu's worries. After all, it was born in this different world and faced this kind of cruelty from the beginning. Walking back to the body of the strong man with yellow hair, Lin Yu used an iron spear to pull down his body. And sure enough, he found a white bright spot under his hand. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. You obtained wooden bow, normal X1, arrows X22. Can. The original items in the new storage space will also enter your storage space. You got 2 bottles of chili powder, X2 bread, and 1 bag of sandwich biscuits. You obtained iron axe X3, wooden gun X3. Good. Lin Yu stared at the face of this burly man with yellow hair and found that he was more accustomed to it than before. However, upon closer inspection, he also discovered that he seemed to have seen this person before. Saw it in the group. It seemed that he had made some remarks before and was rather disdainful of him. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a predator. Having said that, it was also strange. In the group, everything these people said was automatically translated into something Lin Yu could understand. But when they actually met, Lin Yu couldn't understand what they said. He was also quite surprised. These predators seem to be found in various places. Do they also use the system panel to communicate with each other? Next is the unlucky guy who was killed by his companions. You gain 1 cubic meter of storage space. You obtained an iron gun X1 and a wooden bow design X1. The harvest from this is a bit small. What's the situation? Lin Yu finally found the bald man with doubts. But what finally came out of him was beyond his expectation. You gained 2 cubic meters of storage space. You obtained wooden bow X1, arrows X39. You got an iron pan X1, a bag of sugar, a bag of potato chips, Snickers bars. You obtained wood X103, stone X90, iron block X112. Good guy. All the good things are in this guy. It even has 2 cubic meters of storage space. It seems like this guy is one of those who specializes in storing supplies in the team. After Lin Yu put these away, he was also quite emotional. Unexpectedly, I gained storage space and quite a lot of supplies from a battle with these predators. The storage space has been directly increased from 8 cubic meters to 13 cubic meters. Moreover, in addition to obtaining a large number of wooden bows and arrows, there were also some food, seasonings, materials, and even a bottle of shampoo. Lin Yu touched his already greasy hair and felt a little happy. If something similar was not prescribed, he would really consider cutting his hair. Lin Yu dug a big hole to bury the body next to the grove, while Lin Yu directly covered the body in the trap with soil. Out of sight is pure. After everything was done, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. There are still many things he has to do next. I have accumulated some more treasure chests, but I haven't checked out the survival points yet. It seems I have to go to the survival point mall. Wait, what happened to the vegetables in the greenhouse? Chapter 75. Survival Point Monopoly opens the treasure chest and is weak. The sun is scorching. Before I knew it, it was already noon. After coming out of the secret realm and fighting the predators, Lin Yu really spent a lot of energy. More than anything else, he wanted to eat first and replenish his energy. How are the vegetables in the greenhouse? The survival points? And the treasure chests? After setting up a stove outside, Lin Yu took out a simple barbecue grill and got some charcoal from the inventory. Charcoal was the last thing left to burn the stove during the snowstorm. He considered that he would have to barbecue later, so he gathered these things together and put them in the storage space. Anyway, I don't want to waste any space, so I just keep it there. The charcoal is red and still maintains its original white and red state. It has to be said that this storage space is really a black technology. It can actually freeze the state of all items. Putting the lamb chops on the simple barbecue grill, Lin Yu also used a dagger to poke some small holes in it. At the same time, He crushed the rock salt and kept it aside with the chili noodles he just obtained. The fat and tender mutton kept dripping fat, crackling when splashed on the charcoal, and the unique aroma of the mutton also filled the air. Xiaobai kept running around next to him and seemed to be very hungry. I wonder if you, little guy, can eat spicy food? Lin Yu divided the lamb chops into 2 parts. One was Xiaobai's. Just put some salt, and his half was topped with chili pepper. However, there was only 1 bag of chili noodles, which was very precious. So Lin Yu didn't put too much in it. Thinking of my own devil pepper seeds, I wonder how spicy they will be. It didn't take long for the lamb chops to be browned and crispy on the surface, exuding a strong aroma. Lin Yu handed the one without chili to Xiaobai, but Xiaobai did not take it. Puff? Puff! Xiaobai was quite interested in Lin Yu's part. No way! You can also eat spicy food? Lin Yu smiled and tore off a small piece and gave it to Xiaobai. As a result, he saw the little guy lightly sprayed some ice mist to cool it down, and then swallowed it in his mouth. I jumped up and down because of the heat, and finally drank some water. But Lin Yu gave it something spicy again, and it didn't dare to eat it. Lin Yu took out the remaining half bottle of Coke from the storage space and poured it into 2 glasses. How can you eat barbecue without carbonation? One person. 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 He eats until he gets high. Even after eating a large piece of lamb chops, there is still something left to be desired. Ha ha. Xiaobai, your belly is already bulging like that. So don't eat. Be careful of indigestion. Lin Yu stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth, and his mouth was full of oil. However, he still felt that it was a little imperfect. If you can marinate it with seasonings in advance, and add cumin or something, it will be very fragrant. While muttering, he opened the system panel that he hadn't opened for a long time. Soon a message came. You have turned off the live broadcast function. Will you do the same in the future? Lin Yu reacted immediately. Good guy. It means that if I don't turn off this function, the system will start to allow others to watch my live broadcast with almost no obstruction. Right? Lin Yu actually figured out some of the live broadcast routines after several times. Not to mention the rankings. It seems that the system will trigger this live broadcast mechanism by itself during the battle. Lin Yu could actually guess its purpose. Whether it is to show the living conditions of the top 3 to the whole group when he is ranked first, or to show the whole group how he fights mutant creatures or predators. The purpose is very straightforward and simple. In order to let more people find out how to correctly build better shelters and make their lives more nourishing, so that they can have more ideas when fighting and gain an advantage when fighting enemies. Thus, survive in this harsh, different world. After all, the total number of people cannot be allowed to become too small. Otherwise the human race will be completely extinct before the next disaster comes, and there will be no need to play the so-called survival game. This is probably what the system means. Yes, always closed. Lin Yu thought of this and answered the system. The live broadcast function remains turned off. If you need to turn it on, please take the initiative to call it. Lin Yu thought to himself. Only ghosts would take the initiative to call, whether it was the ranking session or the subsequent battle. These 2 live broadcasts directly exposed many of his secrets to everyone in the group. He, the best person in the whole group, was envied and watched closely at the same time. Even a so-called good person would probably go crazy if he saw so many supplies in his hand. Not to mention, those who are interested may be wary after seeing his fighting method, which will make him fall into great passivity. Just like the group of predators he killed. Wasn't the bald man aiming at Xiaobai and trying to kill him? Thinking of this, Lin Yu became even more determined on this idea, pouring the remaining Coke into his mouth. Lin Yu burped and looked at the survival point option. Lin Yu chose to skip the previous specific points this time. Rather than looking at this carefully, he had a lot more to do, and his eyes were directed towards the conclusion. Successful daily settlement of survival points. Survival points plus 1898. Yesterday's survival points remaining, 1905. Total survival points, 3,803. 3,800 points. Good guy. This stuff has been accumulating. It's really a lot. I can buy a lot of things. Just like Universal Upgrade Design Diagram, 300 survival points. Drinking water storage device, 100L 400 survival points. 10-piece set of selected condiments, 200 survival points. Single-rin knife set, survival points 290. Lin Yu did not hesitate. Just 1 or 2,000 points. There is no need to hesitate at all. He purchased these immediately without blinking an eye. You lost survival points, 1190 points. Remaining 2,613 points. You get... Not bad. Lin Yu saw the extra things in the storage space. And saw that after purchasing the Universal Upgrade Design Plan, the survival point increase for the next one was only 100 points. And he immediately understood what to do. You lost survival points, 400 points. Remaining 2,213 points. You have obtained the Universal Upgrade Design Drawing X1. That's right. I'm not in a hurry to spend the rest. Next. This is Lin Yu's favorite time to open treasure chests. Xiao Bai. Let's go back to the house first. We can't stay outside all the time. Lin Yu pulled up Xiao Bai, whose stomach was almost bloated, and entered the shelter first. It's not certain that he killed all the marauders. If there is someone who is still alone, no one can guarantee whether this person will return here after all his companions are dead, and then cause harm to him. Then let's take a look at what's there first. Lin Yu took out the treasure boxes one by one from the storage space. At that time, I went to the neighbor's shelter and got 2 copper treasure boxes in the trap. Then on the way there, I killed a lot of bugs and lizards and got 47 wooden treasure boxes. At the same time, I met a mutated sheep. After the group, we killed 6 more and obtained 6 copper treasure boxes, plus the copper treasure box we just obtained. Emma, what a great harvest. What does it mean to open a treasure chest until you are too weak? Lin Yu rubbed his hands excitedly. Chapter 76 Harvest Season. Target gasoline. You get EU mineral water 600 milliliters X1. You got Lyogu Dojo braised pork noodles X1. You get... Emma. The floor is full of stuff. Although Lin Yu's wooden treasure chest was roughly the same, it had a lot more supplies. So he was not dissatisfied. Who would complain about the lack of supplies? 47 wooden treasure boxes. 21 bottles of water. 12 pieces of bread. 9 bags of instant noodles. And 5 bags of dried noodles. Very possible. Lin Yu put all the water on the shelves in the basement. And after putting the bread into the storage space, he looked at the pile of supplies and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Why do I look like a squirrel preparing for winter? My dear, will someone criticize me like this? Lin Yu went upstairs again. There are still 9 copper treasure chests that have not been opened. It's so tiring to open treasure chests. I really envy others who don't have so many treasure chests to open. Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head. His hands were sore. And there were still 9 left to open. You obtained Shovel Design Drawing X1. Regional Map Fragment X1. You got Rice Long Grain Fragrance X5 kg. You have obtained Portable Backpack X1. Iron Sickle Design X1. You obtained 4L of Drinking Water. Regional Map Fragments X1. You got 2L bottle of Coca-Cola. Rock Salt X1. You got 1 bag of onion seeds. 1 bundle of Emperor ham sausage. You got 250g bottle of instant coffee. Black pepper grinding bottle X1. You got 1 bag of watermelon seeds. 1 thermometer. You got 1 bag of molysin. Bacon X1. It's nice to get things, but it's hard to open too many boxes. Lin Yu sighed again after opening all the treasure boxes. Moreover, he would also summarize and organize it later. Fortunately, opening the treasure chest did not cost survival points. Otherwise Lin Yu would have been the biggest loser. Lin Yu concentrated on using the design drawings and regional map fragments one after another. The shovel has been upgraded to fine quality. And the iron sickle is a new thing. But it doesn't seem like we need to weed or anything. After using the regional map fragments, Lin Yu immediately clicked on the regional map function and quickly discovered 2 plots of land that were not too far from where he was. One has a shelter and people there. The other just has an empty shelter. Lin Yu remembered the empty one and also marked the human one in his mind. The empty ones can be explored later, while the occupied ones require his constant attention. Who knows whether it is a sheep or a wolf? No. It seems that wolves and sheep have been integrated into mutant sheep in this world. Isn't that true for people? After putting away the remaining food, water and drinks, Lin Yu looked at the 2 bags of seeds. Onions and watermelon. A strange combination. But speaking of seeds, I have to leave and take a look inside the greenhouse. I haven't been there for 2 days. I don't know if all the seeds sown before have sprouted, or if none have sprouted. Before, he really didn't do much with that. He just prepared the water in the soilless cultivation kit and put the leek, radish, and chorizo seeds into those trays to germinate. The tray and the water tank are connected. After germination, select the seedlings, give them enough sunlight, and then just wait for them to grow. Now, in order to prevent any mutated creatures from destroying it in the middle of the night, Lin Yu also put the entire waterless suit in the greenhouse. Xiao Bai! Come on! Walk around and eat. Hiccup! Lin Yu pulled Xiao Bai up. But the little guy was still hiccuping. Hey guys, did you eat too much meat? Lin Yu always felt that this little guy's appetite was too great, and he seemed to be gradually catching up with him. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Xiao Bai's figure seems to have grown slightly. Fat? This won't work. Lin Yu said that he would also let Xiao Bai taste the delicious food later and make it more nutritionally balanced. You know, if people don't eat fruits and vegetables for a long time, they will become constipated, or even suffer from high blood pressure, scurvy and the like. His previous vegetable intake was nothing more than vegetable packets and instant noodles. Raising his hand, the barbs near his fingers were quite conspicuous. Indeed, let alone others, his own body would not be able to bear it if it continued like this. Pushing open the stone door, Lin Yu took Xiao Bai's front paws and pulled him to the greenhouse. He had previously created a vent in the greenhouse to prevent it from getting too hot inside. Otherwise, at this temperature, people would be stuck on the ground as soon as they entered. After opening the curtain of the greenhouse, a damp and hot breath hit him instantly. However, at this moment, Lin Yu's eyes were firmly fixed on the already green soilless cultivation set. It's hard to say. Lin Yu walked forward and touched the plump green leaves with trembling hands, which was a bit unbelievable. It's only been 2 days. Why can the Phalaenopsis grow from seeds to an adult plant? At that time, it would take a month to grow something like this in the vegetable garden of the orphanage before it could be harvested. He still remembered that this soilless cultivation kit was said to be able to shorten the time for crop growth. But shortening it to such an extent was indeed a bit overwhelming. Is this soilless cultivation kit also high-tech? No. It's black technology. Lin Yu leaned over and gently smelled the long-lost smell of vegetables. Feeling excited? Chicken feathers are shortened from 1 month to 2 days. What about radish? Which is 2 to 3 months. And leeks? Devil pepper? Which is less than half a year. Even onions, strawberries, and watermelons can ripen quickly. Right? It seems that at this growth rate, he will soon be able to achieve freedom of vegetables and fruits. Lin Yu's mood became a little higher. He looked at the white radish aside and found that it was already about 10 centimeters in length. It should be mature in 2 days. The leeks are still in the form of seedlings, so it may take a little longer. But it seems that the chicken feathers are enough for him to eat for 2 or 3 meals. You get 1 kilogram of chicken feathers. Use a dagger to cut off some leaves. After reaching a certain amount, the system actually responded. 1 kilogram of chicken feathers. Lin Yu looked at the remaining ones and knew that another hard currency was on the rise. Now that water and food are no longer in short supply, pursuing higher levels of enjoyment will gradually become a consensus. Who doesn't want to live a better life? If you drink too much water, some people will want to drink drinks or wine. If you eat too much bread, some people will want to eat vegetables. It's just natural. He had noticed this before when he used wine as hard currency. And it seems that quite a few people are still waiting for when he will sell some more. As for what he wants, water, food, materials, he doesn't need any of these things. Various design drawings, and so on are actually enough. If not, you can use the survival point lottery, or even stretch your muscles to plan a round of hunting for nearby mutated sheep. What he wants is actually very simple. Gasoline. As for what gasoline can do, Lin Yu collected another 2 kilograms of chicken feathers, took Xiao Bai back to the shelter, and went directly to the basement. He looked at the 2 big red guys in the corner, looking forward to the upcoming harvest. Opened them all skillfully and put it on the shelves. Seller, Lin Yu. Auction item, 50 milliliters wine X20. Required, gasoline. Seller's note, 20 copies. You can bid more. The one with the highest price will win. Chapter 77. The transactions of high-end players are so simple and unpretentious. Did I see something wrong? Did you see it? Lin Yu grew vegetables? It's so scary. While he was eating and drinking, we were thirsty and hungry. We finally got food and water. And he got some food, which was okay. But I seem to want that wine more. The man upstairs said you seem to have gasoline. Damn it. I want to exchange 20. No. 50 pieces of iron for a piece of chicken feather vegetables. I only eat vegetarian food. I can hardly hold it anymore. What does Len need gasoline for? Has he got a car? Even the car has to have a way to travel. I guess it has some other uses? It won't be a gasoline generator. Right. What about a dream? A gasoline generator? I want wine and food. I will definitely buy stronger weapons or something. What can I do with generating electricity? Indeed. Even if there is a generator, there is nothing to use electricity. All I found in the secret realm were a pile of junk. And there was nothing that could be used. Damn it. I saw some big guys were already charging. So I won't mention them one by one. I just want to ask, where did you get the gasoline? We can only watch the transactions of high-end players. By the way, doesn't Len you consider changing to something else? I still have a lot of design drawings here. Damn it. I don't have gasoline. How can I endure this injustice? I just learned the grappling technique. Len you, come here. I'll push you to the ground. Do you believe it? While Lin Yu was waiting for the bid, he watched the group of people in the group blowing water and chatting while planting more things on the soilless cultivation kit. The soilless cultivation kit is actually a pile of steel shells with many plastic tubes with holes. After mixing the nutrient solution in water and filling it up, put the seeds on the petri dish and wait for them to germinate. Then, the vegetables can be grown. Grow by itself. He didn't know if the one on Earth originally operated like this, but at least the description here did say so. Lin Yu did not scatter all the seeds at once this time, but planned a little bit. First of all, vegetables seem to be quite popular in the current group and in transactions. Even in terms of the number of bids, vegetables have been bid 100 times in less than half an hour, while wine has only been bid 60 times. Moreover, their bid also made Lin Yu see it. It seemed the gasoline was still a worthless thing at this stage. As they say, the only thing most people can think of with gasoline is cars and engines. It is true that the people who survived are very smart, but no one can guess that he has a huge number of various electrical appliances. It is true that he also has a car. After planting all 3,000 gallbladder seeds, Lin Yu planted a lot of onions. Onions are a special vegetable that can be propagated using seed balls. Considering the growth rate of plants in the anhydrous cultivation kit, onions can be planted almost once and then left alone, and they will reproduce indefinitely thereafter. In addition to its great taste, this extremely nutritious vegetable has few weaknesses. It can even be considered as hard currency for long-term plans in the future. As for strawberries and watermelons, Lin Yu only planted a little. Let's focus on vegetables first. If we can find more soilless cultivation kits in the future, we can propagate them in large quantities. What's more, there are people selling seeds in the Survival Point Mall. The humus soil previously obtained from Kirk Brown was poured into the wooden planter box. After looking at it, it seemed that there was just enough soil to cover a planting box. Does humus soil also have any black technology? With doubts, Lin Yu planted the seeds of the devil's pepper and poured some water in them. After completing these tasks, Lin Yu felt that he could consider looking at the quotation. At this time, the sky was getting darker and the fierce sunlight had become much softer. Lin Yu came out of the hot and humid greenhouse and returned to the shelter. He lay on the bed with the word, relaxing after a long time. Ever since he went to the secret realm yesterday, until now, he has been doing things like a machine. Whether he was exploring secret realms, being attacked by predators after coming out, opening treasure chests, or getting soilless cultivation kits to grow vegetables, he was almost never idle. If there weren't still a lot of things to do, Lin Yu really wanted to sleep right away. Opening the trading panel, Lin Yu looked at the quotes. Good guy. Did this person go to the secret realm and find some oil depot? Why are there so many? Lin Yu was surprised to see that one of them actually wanted to include all the wine and dishes, and the price reached an astonishing 40L. The other people's bids were not as high as this person's. Lin Yu calculated that the fuel consumption required by his gasoline generator to generate electricity for 1 hour is about 3L. If you accept this person's offer, then he will have 13 hours to enjoy the electric modern life. It seems that there is no other choice for the time being, etc. Don't be in a hurry. So why are you in a hurry? Lin Yu almost pushed himself into the pit. How long has this been bidding? Spend it, and wait for him to increase the price. Self-strategy may be a beautiful thing. Anyway, I am the seller, so I don't have the final say when to close the network. Not to mention, Lin Yu also thought of something he had been ignoring. Walking to the gasoline generator, he picked up the connector. How does this thing connect to electrical appliances? It seems that what is needed is not just a generator. He did have 2 bundles of wires, but it seemed he really had to find the power strip. One day later, there will be a new round of disasters. Earthquakes ranging from magnitude 1 to 8. He is enjoying life with electricity in such a hurry now. What will happen next? Connect those electrical appliances to the generator, and then plug them back one by one when the earthquake comes. It seems like it will be very messy just thinking about it. Linyu thought about these things in a short period of time, and finally decided to wait until tomorrow. At present, he also has more things to do. Just like, puff, puff. Xiaobai walked around the room, seemingly hungry, and Lin Yu's stomach was indeed growling for a long time. I know. Let's replenish our energy first. There are still things to do in the evening. Lin Yu took out 2 bags of snail noodles obtained from the last survival point lottery and thought about it. Xiaobai, shall we have something special today? Set up a pot to boil water. Prepare a large bowl. Boil the noodles. Add the soup. And add the toppings. During this process, Xiaobai suddenly smelled a smell that the owner had used to take advantage of outside the wall. Its eyes were dull, and it slowly moved towards the door. Xiaobai, I'm really not cooking shit. Don't run away. Trust me. You won't be able to stop after one bite. Xiaobai scratched the door frantically, but saw the owner bringing the bowl over, getting closer and closer to him. Chapter 78, ranked first in the rankings. New system rewards. What? How is this possible? In the middle of the night, after the second ranking update, Du Ping's eyes widened. He stared at the rankings and couldn't believe what he saw. Why? Why is he number 1 again? Why? Du Ping, whose hair was messy, hammered the table angrily. His frantic look made other people in the shelter afraid to make a sound. 1. Lin Yu 2195 points. 2. Du Ping et al. 1425 points. 3. Victor et al. 1005 points. 4. De Krogan et al. 988 points. Elliot frowned and looked at the rankings on the panel, which was somewhat unacceptable. He looked back at the remaining 10 people, each with disbelief on their faces. The Survivor Alliance, composed of 12 survivors, couldn't even catch up with Lin Yu in terms of scores. Even the 3rd and 4th places were all from the Survivor Alliance, and they were also unable to shake Lin Yu's dominance. What a joke. How on earth did he achieve an increase of 1,100 points in 7 days? Du Ping touched the temples of his glasses with trembling fingers, and clicked on the details of Lin Yu's rating. Survivor, Lin Yu. Comprehensive score, 2,195. Shelter rating, 1350. Material score, 495. Bonus points for the number of people in the shelter, 0. Disaster resistance bonus points, 350. However, after looking at the actual scores of the system, they couldn't help but take a breath. Regardless of the shelter rating and disaster resistance bonus points, it is much more than them. Although the material rating is not much different from theirs. You must know that since the last rating, in addition to a few new people, they have been collecting various materials. In fact, they have always insisted on going to the secret realm to collect various things and come back. With the combined efforts of 12 people, the score was finally raised to 1425. But when they saw Lin Yu's score for first place, none of them could sit still. This time there is no short video, so people can't know what his shelter is like. Elliot shook his head helplessly. Du Ping took a deep breath, but his expression was still ugly. Skills are inferior to others. 12 people are not as good as 1 person. Unbelievable. I understand how you feel. Indeed. This time, the system suddenly said that it would send random material airdrops to the first place. Everyone wants to get that thing. But this Len is really difficult to explain with common sense. You can peace of mind. Du Ping opened the door with a bang and walked out without saying a word. Others looked at Elliot, who had just been interrupted, wanting to hear what he had to say. Elliot looked at Du Ping leaving, and for some reason, he regretted teaming up with such a person. But in order to survive, he, including the remaining 10 people, had to do this. In this alien world with extremely harsh environment, people who survive alone will die faster, and grouping together is the ultimate way out. It can already be seen from the rankings that this is also a major trend, or even a truth. The more people there are, the higher the efficiency, and the higher the quality of survival. Even in the rankings, They can be far ahead of a single survivor. However, there is one exception. Lin Yu. This person seems to be despising this truth with a score that far exceeds the second place, which is the joint efforts of the 12 of them. Elliot didn't know what others thought. But in this group, or even in the entire remaining human race, there was no other person who could do something like this. Everyone rest. And go outside after dawn to repair that thing. If you don't want to be killed by the earthquake. Early morning in the wilderness. End calendar. 13th day. Your shelter is stronger than before, meeting considerable earthquake resistance requirements. And the large area allows you to use your fists and kicks better. And your survival points plus 710. You are a squirrel. Right? Hoarding so much water and food? You can't eat this much. Trust me. Survival points plus 302. If you open too many treasure boxes, your hands will become soft. And your happiness will continue to increase. Don't complain about too many treasure boxes. Really. Others will shed tears of jealousy. Survival points plus 62. You have a lot of materials. But if you don't use them, they are just materials. Survival points plus 392. Your pet has grown further and has become your right-hand assistant. With survival points plus 93. You have obtained a large number of leftovers from the secret realm. Survival points plus 96. You even spent a night in the secret realm without getting hurt. Survival points plus 170. The wall is pretty good, but not the best yet. Survival points plus 185. Killed the wandering survivors who came to attack the shelter. Your combat skills are very good. Survival points plus 30. Having a greenhouse and growing vegetables. You are making great strides towards self-sufficiency. And your survival points are plus 65. Successful daily settlement of survival points. Survival points plus 2,195. Yesterday's survival points remaining. 2,185. Total survival points. 4,380. May I ask, what does it feel like to have too many survival points to spend all of them? Lin Yu felt more and more that he already had an anxiety disorder. And it was one that would become more and more serious as time went by. Survival points are calculated and accumulated every day. But Lin Yu really can't find any way to spend them all at once. Very anxious. Although there are enough things in the survival point mall. A place where a large number of survival points can be consumed. In fact, if you look closely, there is not much modern stuff in it. Basically, they are all things that are very consistent with the current level of development and allow the refugees to live a slightly better life. Which makes Lin Yu somewhat disdainful. Whether it is seeds, shelter plans, water or food, they are actually limited to this range. Sorry. There are some such things as universal upgrade blueprints. But there really aren't many. Lin Yu got off the bed and closed the system panel. He did push-ups on the ground, and then began to do squats. After more than 10 days of training in survival life, his muscle lines were gradually outlined, and his strength was also enhanced to a certain extent. Although it is far inferior to those fitness experts, it is enough for him to support a whole day of action in this apocalyptic world. After warming up a little, Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and looked at Xiao Bai, who was still in a comatose state with a bit of sourness at the corner of his mouth. He climbed up the ladder and opened the glass window on the roof. After confirming that there were no mutated creatures outside, Lin Yu got out. He welcomed the morning of a new day on the roof. However, he seemed to feel that he had forgotten something very important. But he could not remember it. There are still more than 10 hours before this disaster is about to strike. This is the most important thing at the moment. Logically speaking, there is basically nothing to worry about in the house. The area of 13 cubic meters allows him to put most of the contents of the shelter into it. And after the entire shelter is made earthquake resistant, the house will not collapse or collapse. At least when it came to shelter, he no longer had to worry. But such a shelter is not enough to allow one to sleep peacefully in it. The gentle wind blew the exposed red soil and sparse grass in the wasteland. From time to time, bursts of wild beasts roared and roared. This is the daily routine in the wasteland every day. And Lin Yu is already very accustomed to this daily routine. Holding the scope, he looked around and finally looked at the ancient secret door in the direction of the grove. Surrounded by thick stone walls, there is no trace of the ancient secret door. Finally, he discovered that the location where the secret door opened this time was actually behind his room. Boy, this thing really knows where to place it. Will it suddenly be refreshed in the shelter one day? Or half inside the shelter and half outside? Lin Yu came down from the room and came to the shelter. He looked at the wooden door in front of him wrapped in green bricks and tangled with ancient vines. However, this time, he had no intention of opening the door and looking inside. What the state of the secret realm will be this time has nothing to do with him. There are more things he can do than this. Just like, heaven. What is this? In the blue sky, a white parachute with something attached to it slowly floated downward. Lin Yu took the scope and pointed it at the thing, and looked at it carefully. Is it a box? Chapter 79 Milestone. Open the golden treasure chest. The box with the parachute attached to it slowly descended, and finally landed in an open space within the wall. Lin Yu held up the steel repeating crossbow, and slowly approached. The parachute completely covered the big box, and there was no movement for a long time. Lin Yu thought for a while, went back to the house first, and called Xiaobai up. Xiaobai squinted his eyes, and still wanted to sleep, but he was still pulled into the yard by Lin Yu. Lin Yu discovered that Xiaobai didn't have any reaction to the parachute. No danger? After all, something suddenly fell from the sky, so it was strange not to be suspicious. After Lin Yu touched the parachute with his hand, a warning sound soon sounded. You get a small parachute X1. The parachute disappeared, and a large box with a cubic meter size appeared in front of Lin Yu. Wooden box? Lin Yu stepped forward and took a closer look. Let's appraise it first. To be on the safer side, he spent 1 survival point and made a okay appraisal. Wooden box. Should it be so straightforward? I want to know what's inside. Lin Yu muttered and walked around the wooden box. There was a small lock on one side of the wooden box. He took out his fire axe and chopped off the small lock. With a clang sound, the whole box fell apart. And in the center of the box, what appeared was a treasure box shining with golden light. Is this a gold treasure chest? Xiaobai screamed as his eyes were dazzled by a golden light. Lin Yu squinted his eyes and walked over, a little surprised. Why is there such a thing? You get a gold treasure chest. Good guy. What a golden treasure chest. Strange. Why was this thing airborne? Lin Yu's head was full of questions, but he always felt that it might have something to do with the system. After all, no one would give him such a big gift, and no one has the skills. Before opening it, Lin Yu chose to open the group to check it out. See if everyone has this thing? Let me go! Lin Yu is too strong. Isn't he? Who is he? The second, third, and fourth place are all in the team shelter. But they can't beat him? 2,195 points. Is that too much? I only have 203 points. How am I worse than him? Maybe the difference is that he is older? I'm not bragging. If you want to judge me like this, I have 3,000 points. I don't know whether you are bragging or not, but I am more concerned about the random material airdrops mentioned by the system. I am really full to death, and hungry to death. Is the system too biased? The rewards for the second and third place are probably not as good as those for the first place Lin Yu. Their system didn't even mention it. Lin Yu's was just an airdrop. By the way, I just saw a black spot floating in the sky. Then isn't it just an airdrop? Let's just say, what exactly are the airdrop supplies? It can't be a large amount of rice, flour, grains and oils. I hope Lin Yu can leak out more when he sells things in the future. I haven't eaten rice for a long time. I don't understand why you Tang people eat rice. Isn't the bread delicious? Lin is so scary. He can actually lead by 500 points even when he is competing against many teams. Why doesn't he start a live broadcast? I want to see what he did to gain so many points. Indeed, this score is too outrageous. Why hasn't he confirmed it yet? Did I give him enough gas? There's an earthquake. But you still have time to talk about this? You don't even have a shock-absorbing building. Do you? An iron shelter or something like that? After closing the group, Lin Yu almost immediately clicked on the ranking list. And he finally remembered what he had forgotten before. Ranking list. After the last update of the system, the ranking was changed to be released the day before the disaster. And the top 3 will receive corresponding rewards. 1. Lin Yu 2195 points. 2. Du Ping et al. 1,425 points. 3. Victor et al. 1,005 points. 4. De Krogan et al. 988 points. Lin Yu took a look and found that among the top 10, he was the only one without the mark, etc., behind him. The meaning of waiting for someone is also very simple. Everyone else is in team survival mode. Just like Du Ping, who has never revealed that there are other survivors around him. This time it is also for the so-called prize of airdrop supplies for the first place, or because he wants to get rid of his last first place. This time also told everyone that they have a team. But no matter how you say it, there is no doubt that team mode is an inevitable stage that this survival game will go through after it reaches a certain level. In other words, it is a more advanced and scientific way than single-person survival. The team mode can have a large number of laborers. And with joint efforts, survival becomes easier. If healthy development continues, then the team will definitely grow larger and larger, eventually forming a village-like existence, and a hierarchy will gradually take shape. Later, towns and cities will be formed, but the reality is very skinny, when there is a general shortage of this and that, and the members are all ordinary people in the original society. The chance of healthy and sustainable development cannot be lower, even if there is such a thing that lasts. Linyu doesn't want to join or create anything. For the time being, he has no such idea. I don't want to be restricted by others, nor do I want to restrict others. At this stage, he still wants to live a simpler and more pure life. After closing the system panel, Linyu looked at the gold treasure chest again. Now that you know the information you want to know, the next step is to unbox it. The golden treasure chest. Tip: this golden treasure box is used as a prize. It can be kept after opening the box and will not disappear. Please keep it properly. Still carrying this? Linyu was surprised by the sudden sound of the system. Every time I opened a treasure chest before, those treasure chests would disappear at the same time, which was really a pity. Just like the copper treasure chests and silver treasure chests obtained. Wouldn't it be a beautiful thing if they could be disassembled? Xiao Bai watched Linyu keep circling around the dazzling box, and really didn't understand why. It returned to the shelter, climbed up on the table, and went to the big bowl of leftovers from yesterday, savoring the delicious taste of snail noodles. Puff? Puff! It suddenly saw a dried sour bamboo shoot and hurriedly swallowed it in its belly. Linyu didn't know that Xiaobai was already addicted. In front of the golden treasure chest, he was already in a state of excitement. What will come out? What will come out? Linyu's heart was beating rapidly. The quality of the items that could be obtained from the previous silver treasure chest was already quite good. Now that the golden treasure chest can be opened, it can only be better. So, open! You have obtained refined wheat flour. Chapter 80. Obtain a small power device and upgrade the weapon again. 200 kilograms of refined wheat flour. Medium-sized soilless cultivation set X2. Mechanical arm design drawing X1. Small electric device design drawing X1. This is all the stuff that comes out of the golden treasure chest. To be honest, Linyu was indeed a little surprised. After all, this is much better than what was obtained from the previous silver treasure chest. Not to mention flour. There is also a medium-sized soilless cultivation set, and 2 sets were released at once. However, this thing occupies 80 square meters. If you use it, you have to use it immediately, and the storage space is not enough to store this thing. You are using a medium-sized soilless cultivation kit. Please select a placement location. Linyu entered the greenhouse and quickly put the 2 soilless cultivation sets in. After putting them in, there was indeed not much room left in the greenhouse. Next, use the robotic arm design drawing and small electric device design drawing. Robotic arm, claw rod. Claw rod, lifting and rotating mechanism. Power unit and connecting rod rotating mechanism, duralumin alloy X5. Driving arm, oil cylinder X1. Cylinder X1. Rack X1. Cam X1. Guide device. Control parts, duraluminum alloy X10. Precision electric actuator. Power controller. Small electric device, iron block X1. Motor X1. Controller X1. 1 wire. Battery X6. The robotic arm seems to require a lot of things. Just like the simple exoskeleton that has never found the precision electric push rod. It will probably take more time to find all the needed things. As for the small electric device, Linyu suddenly felt that he could make it now. Back in the shelter, he went straight to the inoperable washing machine in the basement. He took out the screwdriver from the tool set and quickly disassembled it. With the outer SHL removed, everything inside looks good. And you got plastic block X1, motor X1, controller X1, and 1 bundle of wires. Sure enough, there are all of them. The motor of the washing machine is a little bit larger, but the design drawing does not specify how big the motor is needed. And the same is true for the battery. After dismantling these things, there was really nothing left worth taking from the washing machine. After gathering the remaining things together, Lin Yu decided to give it a try. Then let's make it and see! A glimmer of light flashed. You obtained a small electric device X1. Immediately, a small, heavy iron lump appeared in Lin Yu's hand. Wait! It's been done! But where can the small electric device be used? Simple exoskeleton? No. That thing still lacks a precision electric push rod. So installing it is useless. So, Lin Yu's eyes circled around the room, and finally looked at the steel repeating crossbow that had just been put down by the door. Wait, can this thing be upgraded with a small electric device? The steel repeating crossbow is good. With the sight, its shooting accuracy can't be faulted. But the only drawback is that every time the crossbow is fired, it has to be manually wound before the next shot can be fired. Not only is manual winding slow, but it is also laborious to pull the strings. Even with a winder, if he's facing a bunch of enemies, winding up too slowly can get him into trouble. So, can it be upgraded? After he placed the small electric device on the steel repeating crossbow and fixed it, the system suddenly made a sound. Should I upgrade my steel repeating crossbow to an electric cocking steel repeating crossbow? Requires consumption of Universal Upgrade Design Drawing X1. What's the situation? Lin Yu thought he had to figure out how to connect. But the system popped up on its own, and it will consume a Universal Upgrade Design diagram. You can buy that thing again. So it doesn't matter? Confirm upgrade. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, a glimmer of light appeared. And then this small electric device was perfectly integrated with the steel repeating crossbow. You get an electric cocking steel repeating crossbow. Lin Yu pressed the trigger happily. He also heard the sound of the motor turning. And soon the crossbow string was recocked. It takes a little more than a second to cock the crossbow. It seems that as long as the crossbow has enough arrows. Is this the Gatling of cold weapons? But just how strong it is impossible without giving it a try. Lin Yu opened the door and walked out of the yard, searching through the scope. And soon he found the target. Today's lucky viewer has been found. That was a tabby shadow deer prostrate on the ground in the distance. Xiaobai also noticed the danger and reminded Lin Yu. Just now it saw Lin Yu tinkering with something. And when it finally followed Lin Yu out, it didn't expect the seriousness of what would happen next. The tiger-spotted shadow deer discovered Lin Yu. It slowly approached the human with a strange white thing beside him. And another tiger-spotted shadow deer emerged from another tall grass. Good guys! 2 of them at once? Lin Yu looked at the 2 guys more than 100 meters away from him. Feeling excited? Xiaobai shouted again. And a third head also appeared from another bush. Oh ha. Lin Yu looked around and saw that not far away was the stone wall that surrounded the ancient secret door. He trotted over, set up a ladder, and dragged Xiaobai up. Xiaobai didn't understand what the owner was thinking at all. Why did he want to climb so high? It lay cautiously on the wall, watching the 3 tiger-spotted shadow deer getting closer and closer. But the owner still made no other movements. It's still a little short of that. Lin Yu sat on the wall without taking his hand off the trigger. He was waiting for the opportunity. 60 meters. 50 meters. Finally, they moved slowly to within 50 meters. Whoosh. A crossbow arrow flew out. Whoosh. Another one. Whoosh. 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 Xiaobai's eyes widened. What's going on? 5 bursts? While the 5 crossbow arrows were fired in succession, the 3 tiger-spotted shadow deer also let out an extremely unpleasant roar. Lin Yu continued to place the crossbow arrows, and fired 5 more in a row. Last hit. After another 5 consecutive shots, the 3 tiger-spotted shadow deer gradually became silent under his continuous attacks. You got Silver Treasure Box X3. Good. Lin Yu was so satisfied that he touched the big killer weapon in his hand and felt excited. From now on, you can walk sideways in the wasteland. Right? After getting off the ladder, Lin Yu walked over and put away the 3 silver treasure boxes, and suddenly thought of something. He returned to the mouth-shaped stone wall that once enveloped the ancient gate of the secret realm. Thinking deeply, climb the ladder and look inside. The 3 meter by 3 meter wall encloses a large space. The ancient gate to the secret realm no longer exists. There is only a patch of red soil and a few weeds left inside. Lin Yu patted the stone wall that was completely integrated. He felt that he had found a way to survive this disaster in the safest way.